Chapter 439. The Ascendancy of Yan Huang. The matters concerning the ancient wilderness spirit realm had already stirred considerable excitement within the academy, with many individuals eagerly preparing various resources for an expedition in search of treasures. Upon returning to his courtyard, Xiang Chen was taken aback when he opened the door. Over 200 people had gathered within, nearly filling his small courtyard to capacity. "Why are there so many people?" Xiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Quickly, Brother Chen has arrived. Everyone, stand at attention. The president is here." As Xiang Chen stepped through the door, countless eyes turned toward him, many reflecting admiration. "Greetings, Brother Chen." The crowd of over 200 bowed, their hands clasped together or cupped in salute. The throng parted automatically, allowing Xiang Chen to walk through in astonishment. Yang Bin and Wang Xiaoji approached with smiles, with Wang Xiaoji commenting, "Brother Chen, quite impressive, I assent it. Why are there so many people?" These individuals are the finest among those who have recently pledged allegiance to the Yan Huang Society, primarily consisting of new students from our cohort, along with some seniors. Yang Bin explained, chuckling. Xiang Chen gazed at the crowd, realizing that during his recent retreat focused on alchemy, he had not kept abreast of the recruitment efforts of the Yan Huang Society. "Brother Chen, we have come from afar, drawn by your remarkable prowess and the esteemed reputation of Yan Huang," one voice called out. "Indeed, Brother Chen, do you remember me? During the hunting competition, I was on the iron chain, and while the seniors debated crossing the river, you intervened to save us. Though it was merely an illusion realm, you saved our lives." Another chimed in, "Brother Chen, I am a fourth-year senior, yet your unmatched brilliance in confronting the Tianyi Society has inspired my admiration, prompting me to seek refuge here." Others echoed, each voice adding to the chorus of admiration. Wolves thrive in packs, and humans are no different. As long as there is a central figure to rally around, a circle of influence can form. Xiang Chen undoubtedly stood as this focal point. "Everyone, please be quiet and allow Brother Chen to speak," Yang Bin commanded. The crowd fell silent, eyes converging on Xiang Chen as he ascended the steps before his door, addressing the assembly of over 200 individuals. "I am immensely grateful to each of you for your esteem toward Yan Huang and for choosing to join us. I, Xiang Chen, on behalf of Yan Huang, extend a warm welcome to all." "Brother Chen is too modest," the crowd responded in unison. Xiang Chen continued, "When I established Yan Huang, my intention was to create an environment where everyone could practice without oppression or bullying, where we could progress together. Those who wish to join Yan Huang shall henceforth be considered friends and brothers, sharing both joys and hardships, assisting one another in times of need." "Well said. Let us give a round of applause." Wang Xiaoji led the applause, and a wave of clapping ensued. Xiang Chen raised his hands to restore silence, saying, "I shall refrain from speaking excessively. Since we are to form a collective, it is imperative that we establish our own rules. Let us agree on 3 principles. The founding of Yan Huang is aimed at self-preservation and empowerment, not for ostentation or oppression. Thus, any member who dares to use the name of Yan Huang to bully or tarnish our reputation will face expulsion, and in severe cases, may incur grave penalties, including the forfeiture of their cultivation. Secondly, those who join our Yan Huang are all brothers and sisters. Anyone who incites discord or betrays Yan Huang and their brethren shall be expelled with light consequences, or, in severe cases, deemed an enemy of Yan Huang and face collective retribution. Thirdly, we must unite in purpose and spirit, striving together in diligence. Those who indulge in laziness and moral decay should depart from Yan Huang at the earliest opportunity, as it is certainly not a haven for complacency. Have you all comprehended my rules?" Xiang Chen's gaze swept across the assembly. "We understand," the crowd responded in unison. A smile broke on Xiang Chen's face as he said, "Excellent. Welcome to Yan Huang, dear brothers and sisters. Greetings, President." At that moment, the assembly knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in respect. "Please rise, my brothers. Henceforth, we shall be one family," Xiang Chen replied with a smile. The crowd stood, and merriment ensued, filled with laughter and conversation. Yang Bin, Xiaoji, Sheng Tian, a duo, "Follow me. I have matters to discuss privately." Xiang Chen instructed his initial 50-plus brethren from the Tianyue wolf clan. "Everyone else, return to your cultivation and daily tasks. I will notify you of any developments." Yang Bin addressed the others. The crowd dispersed, with Yang Bin and the others following Xiang Chen into his living room. This courtyard, spanning over 160 square meters, felt somewhat cramped as the 50-plus brethren entered. They stood or sat casually in the living room, while Xiang Chen took his place at the head. Eldest brother. The assembly bowed in unison. Xiang Chen spoke. Yang Bin, you will primarily handle the recruitment. Each of you should maintain contact with 1 or 2 new members. Yang Bin nodded in acknowledgement. Xiang Chen continued. These individuals will be under observation for a time to ascertain if any spies from other associations infiltrate. A duo. I would like you to gather all their information, documentation, and backgrounds. Use funds to establish connections with the personnel department at the academy to investigate their backgrounds. Understood. Eldest brother, a duo responded with a nod. If any individuals from other associations are discovered, break their legs and expel them. Xiang Chen stated coldly. The assembly understood, and Xiang Chen added, each of you shall provide a portion of your Tianlang blood and essence for future expansion of our clan, which we will need to oversee together. Wang Xiaoji exclaimed, can we establish our own wolf pack and recruit our own subordinates? Indeed, we shall strive to become the foremost society in the academy, and ultimately, the most formidable force in the world. Xiang Chen replied with a grin. The assembly buzzed with excitement at his words. Additionally, you are all aware of the ancient wilderness spirit realm matter? Xiang Chen inquired. Yes, Brother Chen. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Yang Bin responded eagerly. Indeed, Brother Chen, shall we proceed? The crowd expressed their interest. Of course, we must seize our opportunities, Xiang Chen declared. Prepare your supplies. We shall set off tomorrow. He then gestured, unleashing a wave of vibrant energy that illuminated the space, causing a multitude of alchemical vials to appear on the ground, their brilliance dazzling. Here lie the 9-tier pure yuan gold pills for cultivation, the healing rejuvenation pills, and the detoxifying 100 relief pills, each individual entitled to a vial. These were crafted from materials purchased with the pooled contributions of your funds. The 9-tier pure yuan gold pills. The eyes of those present gleamed with excitement as they hurried to claim these pills, each worth several tens of thousands of gold coins. To cover the costs of procuring and refining these materials, Xiang Chen and the people of Yanhuang had nearly exhausted their resources. Gongsun Sheng even sold several precious artifacts, including 1 semi-spiritual weapon as a supplement. There remained 10 vials of the 9-tier pure yuan pills. Little chick, take these to the market and sell them all at a price of 600 spirit coins each. And Bauer, hasten to enhance your alchemical skills. As the population of Yanhuang increases, the demand for cultivation resources will rise, and I alone cannot supply them all. Chapter 440. As anticipated, understood. Do you think everyone is as peculiar as you, you silly fool? I have been striving hard, and I am already a 7-tier pill master. Li Bauer rolled her eyes. Although her spirit was endowed with the sacred level alchemy talent, it could not rival Xiang Chen, who possessed a wealth of inherited knowledge akin to a cheap player. Xiang Chen also imparted all the alchemical formulas and secret techniques he knew to Li Bauer. Now everyone, prepare accordingly. Bauer, please inform Monkey to emerge from his seclusion. We shall depart tomorrow, so ensure the maps to the ancient wilderness spirit realm are ready. With Xiang Chen's directive, everyone took their leave. In the afternoon, Xiang Chen did not engage in cultivation but went to dine with Xia Qingcheng and Lu Ximing, having not seen those 2 girls for some time. Meanwhile, at the Huangzhou Academy, numerous students were hastening towards the ancient wilderness city, the site of the ancient wilderness spirit realm. Before the cultivation chamber at Yulong Spirit Mountain, 2 figures arrived. One was Tsang Er, and the other, a handsome young man named Yi Yu, who was also Yi Tianxi's right-hand man and a strong contender on the Tiger rankings. President, the ancient wilderness spirit realm has been opened. The family has sent word for you to attend without fail, Yi Yu respectfully stated at the door. Understood, came a distant voice from within the stone door. As Yi Tianxi responded, President, it is likely that Xiang Chen will also venture into the ancient wilderness spirit realm to seek treasures. This presents a perfect opportunity for us to act while they are out. Shall we arrange for someone to deal with him? Tsang Er inquired solemnly. Ensure that the arrangements are made with precision. Do not allow the academy to uncover any evidence, Yi Tianxi replied coolly. At that moment, the door to the cultivation chamber swung open with a resounding thud, revealing Yi Tianxi, clad in azure robes. Immediately summoned the members of the Tianai Association. Follow me to the ancient wilderness spirit realm. Yes, the 2 responded with respect. The ancient wilderness spirit realm had incited countless young heroes from Huangzhou to take action, with a multitude of young cultivators racing towards the site of the ancient wilderness spirit realm. On the following day, Xiang Chen and the others, a total of 60 individuals, gathered together. Mounted on the purchased innate-level dragon steeds, they galloped forth from the Huangzhou Academy. The ancient wilderness city lay over 5,000 miles from the Huang capital, a considerable distance indeed. The innate-level dragon steeds boasted speeds rivaling those of the Yuan Yang realm experts, capable of traveling 2,000 miles a day, necessitating a journey of 2 days. The dragon steeds galloped forth, with several riders, including Xiang Chen, leading the way. Upon exiting the academy, they were greeted by the expansive streets of the wild city, wide enough to accommodate 2 or 3 dozen dragon steeds running in parallel. Yang Bin held a map, clearly delineating their route. Chen Gu, we shall allow the dragon steeds a brief respite along the way. By the following evening, we should arrive at the ancient wild city. Yang Bin remarked. However, we will traverse some uninhabited areas, mountains and marshes, where bandits may lurk, he added, raising his voice. Since the TNI Society has been monitoring our movements, I fear they will seize this opportunity to eliminate us. Wang Xiaoji interjected loudly. Hey Xiaoji, how do you know? Asked Xiahou Wu. Wang Xiaoji replied with an awkward smile. When I previously sought to deal with Chen Gu, I had people watching him closely. They would certainly seize any chance to strike. You rogue. Now you're offering advice on being a villain, Xiahou Wu chided with a laugh. Xiahou Wu had also rapidly advanced in cultivation, now reaching the 7th level of the innate realm, his strength becoming unfathomable. Xiang Chen declared, if I were part of the TNI Society, I would not let this opportunity slip by. Everyone must remain on high alert. Once we exit the city, awaken the moon-watching eyes. Understood. The group responded in unison, then surged forward in a rush along the streets. In the sky above, one could often see tamed spiritual birds flying overhead, ferrying people towards the ancient wild city. Wang Xiaoji sighed. If only we could reveal our true forms and fly. At our speed, we could reach our destination in less than a day. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies, for none would dare to attempt it. 3 hours later, the group emerged from the city limits, the streets transforming into ordinary stone paths, flanked by fields and forests leading into the mountains. Despite the change in scenery, they encountered many travelers, including merchant caravans and cultivators on their journeys. Yet, more than 200 miles away lay a crucial canyon, where over 200 individuals lay in ambush. Dressed in forest green, they concealed themselves amidst the mountains and woods, their auras suggesting that most were at least at the 5th or 6th level of the innate realm, with several powerful beings at the Yuan Yang realm among them. Observing their appearances, it was evident that they were not young. They were clearly not from the academy. Young Master Yi, are they merely a bunch of children? They lack even a Yuan Yang realm member, yet require us to mobilize so many brothers? Remarked a burly man with a bushy beard, leaning against a wall while smoking. They were part of an inconsequential gang within the wild city, yet even such minor factions wielded power comparable to that of the blood-red mercenary corps. Enough chatter. This is the person the young master intends to eliminate. Though his cultivation is low, he has offended the young master and must be dealt with. Along with those around him, the young man named Yi Kuan responded coldly, a badge of an inner academy student emblazoned on his chest. Yes, Hu Wei, reprimanded, dared not question further, as they were merely low-ranking members within the Yi family's vast influence. Soon, a spy falcon soared through the air, alighting upon the shoulder of one among the ambushers, chattering incessantly. The man, upon hearing its call, immediately approached and respectfully reported, Brother Wei, young Master Kuan. The group you mentioned is nearing, just over 50 miles away. Upon hearing this, Hu Wei's spirits lifted, and he commanded, Brothers, prepare yourselves. They are almost here. At this, everyone swiftly took their positions among the trees on the hills flanking the gorge, many drawing forth their precious bows. Xiang Chen and his companions gradually appeared on the horizon, soon to enter the gorge. Just then, a gallant steed, a dragon horse, thundered forth, halting abruptly before Xiang Chen and his group. The newcomer was a young man from the Yanhuang wolf clan, none other than Li Huan. Chen Gu, Ho Gu, there is a situation ahead, Li Huan reported, having been sent ahead by Xiahou Wu to scout the path. Xiahou Wu had a military custom of dispatching scouts in advance during their march. Xiang Chen and the others halted, dust swirling around them. Xiang Chen inquired, What have you discovered, Xiao Huan? Li Huan pointed towards the gorge, saying, In that gorge, using the moon-watching eyes, I detected ambushers lurking on the hillsides. Damn it, there truly is an ambush, Xiahou Wu cursed, just as Wang Xiaoji had predicted. Chapter 441. The insidious second dog Xiang Chen remained calm and said, "It was to be expected that there would be an ambush. Slow your pace, Kunling." As he spoke, a diminutive figure emerged silently from the earth, its eyes glowing crimson. It was Kunling. Many of the Yanhuang brothers were astonished, for it was their first encounter with him. "This is Kunling, a clay god zombie I have raised. Your awakened Tianlang divine spirits also possess the ability to cultivate and refine zombies. Given the opportunity, you may prepare one for yourselves," Xiang Chen explained. With Kunling's arrival, Xiang Chen instructed, "You go ahead and scout the enemy's situation, disrupt their formation." Kunling, upon receiving the command, melded back into the ground. Xiang Chen then commanded, "Everyone, prepare a Yuan ascending demon pill, ready for battle at any moment." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison, proceeding at a steady pace. Meanwhile, Kunling moved through the earth like a fish in water, seamlessly integrating himself into the soil as he advanced ahead of Xiang Chen and his party into the gorge and the forest. Shortly thereafter, he silently emerged beneath the group of enemies, peeking through a bed of dry leaves, while assessing their strength through the vital essence emanating from their bodies. Xiang Chen received the intelligence gathered by Kunling in his mind. There were 4 formidable beings at the Yuan-Yang realm, one at the 5th level, while the others were at the 4th, 3rd, and 1st levels, respectively. Additionally, there were over 200 experts at the innate realm, levels 5 and 6. Such a formidable assembly could indeed massacre a group of 50 to 60 innate realm practitioners with ease. A cold smirk graced Xiang Chen's lips as he realized that Kunling had also spotted a member of the Tianai Society's inner court. There was no doubt that this group had come specifically to target them, poison them. Xiang Chen communicated his directive to Kunling, issuing the order directly. Upon hearing the words, Kunling retrieved from the storage jade belt at his waist several fist-sized poison pills, each encased in gunpowder. Unbeknownst to this group, a small head was peering at them from the forest behind. Kunling ignited the fuses of the poison pills and hurled them like grenades into the midst of the crowd. 5 or 6 of these fist-sized explosives landed among them. "Ow! What hit my head?" exclaimed one man, staring in astonishment at the dark, fuming poison pill that had dropped before him. "Is that sulfur?" he wondered aloud. Others among the group also picked up the strange objects. Boom, boom, boom. The subsequent series of explosions sent the gunpowder encasing the poison pills into chaos. Although the force of the blasts was considerable, it failed to inflict serious harm upon the individuals. A few were left with soot-covered faces, their expressions one of bewilderment. However, despite the limited damage, thick plumes of black smoke enveloped the more than 200 individuals. Cough, cough, what the hell is this? Who dares? What is happening? The crowd erupted into chaos, many coughing as they inhaled the toxic fumes. At that moment, 10 razor-sharp stone swords, infused with formidable elemental energy, suddenly erupted from the ground, each over 10 feet long, piercing through the bodies of 10 men. "Ah!" Cries of despair echoed as the stone swords impaled them from below, blood gushing forth. "What is happening? This is bad. We're under attack." The ambushers fell into disarray, their eyes filled with shock and anger as they glared at the ground. Some reacted swiftly, unleashing their vital energy to strike the earth, creating deep craters. "By my grandmother's name, what is going on?" Hu Wei bellowed in fury. "Brother Wei, something's wrong." Just now, 10 stone swords emerged from the ground and killed 10 of our brothers. Someone exclaimed in alarm. "Whoever you are, come out." The group shouted, their expressions a mix of fear and rage as they scanned the area beneath them. Swish! Another 10 stone swords surged forth from below. "Ah! Help!" came the anguished cries of another 10, pierced by the elusive attack. Boom! The earth erupted as a figure burst forth, appearing before one of the men. That individual reacted with remarkable speed, retreating immediately upon Kunling's emergence, as he was a formidable warrior of the 1st level of the Yuan-Yang realm. However, Kunling was swifter. He seized the man's legs and pulled him down into the soil. "Ah!" The man hadn't even had a chance to strike back before being dragged into the earth, where several earthen swords coalesced and stabbed into his body, staining the soil with blood. "What kind of monster are you? Die!" Hu Wei roared in fury, slashing with his blade, a violent arc of energy erupting forward, cleaving the ground and sending dirt flying. The body of the Yuan-Yang warrior was obliterated in an instant. Meanwhile, Kunling had delved deeply into the earth. Having now advanced to the Yuan-Yang realm, his strength and innate abilities far surpassing what they once were. Kill. As the distant figures of Xiang Chen and his companions approached, a roar erupted from them, transforming each into a celestial wolf as they abandoned their steeds and charged into the valley. Brothers, kill them all. Leave none alive. Huang bellowed. Kill. The group of over 200 surged towards the Huang forces. Yet, suddenly, some among them felt a wave of dizziness wash over their heads, their bodies turning weak. A moment later, they lost all strength, their limbs numb. Thud. One individual collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of energy, unable to rise again. He was not alone. More than 200 others began to experience the same fate, falling to the ground one after another, rendered powerless. What is happening? Why can't I get up? They cried in confusion. It's a tranquilizer. Help me. As the crowd tumbled, they barely managed to advance a few steps before rolling down the mountainside. What is wrong with you all? Huang, along with 2 other formidable warriors of the Yuanyang realm, was taken aback. Soon, they too felt an overwhelming weakness. Though not as severe as the others, their superior cultivation sustaining them for the moment. Such an effective poison could only be either an exceedingly potent toxin or a tranquilizer, the latter being the work of Xiang Chen's divine concoction. Kill. Xiang Chen shouted coldly, and with a stomp of his foot, the swallowing heavenly evil vine erupted from within him, transforming into 2 vine spears that struck at those rolling down the slope. The spears pierced through 2 individuals, subsequently draining their life force. Wang Xiaoji unleashed a claw, tearing apart another who had fallen. The Huang pack commenced a massacre that was overwhelmingly one-sided. Those afflicted by the divine tranquilizer could scarcely stand, let alone resist. Ergo acted without regard for convention, employing every insidious tactic at his disposal. We have been poisoned. Run. Huang exclaimed in anger, feeling the narcotic's effects intensify within him. Along with Yikuan, the 3 formidable warriors of the Yuanyang realm fled into the distance, abandoning their comrades. The Huang forces began their ruthless slaughter, swiftly dispatching the 200 who posed no threat. Dream on if you think you can escape. Xiaoji, Yangbin, Li Huan, pursue them. They won't get far. Capture one alive. Xiang Chen commanded. Wang Xiaoji, Yangbin, and Li Huan immediately set off in pursuit. Indeed, they had not dashed far when one individual faltered, collapsing to the ground, rolling down the slope. Wang Xiaoji leapt forward, covering hundreds of meters in a single bound, and thrust his sword fiercely into the man's chest. The once mighty warrior of the Yuanyang realm was pierced, and Wang Xiaoji seized him. Yikuan and Huang had also not managed to escape far. The divine tranquilizer took full effect, leaving them soft and helpless on the ground, where Yangbin and Li Huan swiftly apprehended them, severing tendons and muscles. The 3 were brought back. The hilltop was drenched in blood, shrouded in a black mist that enveloped the corpses, devouring their souls. Kuan Ling was also converting the fallen into source corpses to consume, while the swallowing heavenly evil vine feasted without leaving a trace. Brother Chen, we have brought them, the trio announced as they tossed the captives onto the ground. The 3 individuals lay sprawled on the ground in terror, gazing up at Xiang Chen, their condition not severe enough to render them unconscious. Xiang Chen, how dare you treat me this way? The Tianai clan will surely seek revenge, and Brother Tianxi will not let this go unpunished. Yi Kuan roared from the ground. To hell with you. Wang Xiaoji exclaimed as he delivered a fierce kick to Yi Kuan's head, grinding his face into the dirt, causing him to retch several times. A captive still so arrogant? Wang Xiaoji then swiftly severed Yi Kuan's hand with a single stroke of his sword, harboring intense hatred towards the Tianai clan. Please spare us, noble sir. We were merely following orders. Huang, more sensible than the others, lay on the ground pleading for mercy. Xiang Chen approached, and, coldly regarding Yi Kuan, who was being yanked by his hair, asked, "How many ambushes do you have set along the way?" In pain from his severed arm, Yi Kuan could only shed tears and remain silent. Wang Xiaoji, his face twisted with malice, demanded, "I'm asking you a question. Do you want to lose your other hand as well? Please, no? I'll talk." Yi Kuan, terrified, immediately responded, his face ashen. "There are no others. We are the only ambush on the road." Xiang Chen's expression remained indifferent. "It seems that Yi Tianxi still harbors arrogance, not taking me seriously. I'll tell you everything. Spare my life." Yi Kuan pleaded desperately. Xiang Chen nodded at Wang Xiaoji, who grinned malevolently and plunged his sword into Yi Kuan's chest. Yi Kuan's eyes widened in shock as he gazed down at the wound, his body convulsing as he gradually succumbed to death. You should keep the bodies of those at the Yuanyang realm. They may prove useful later, Xiang Chen instructed. Hee, Brother Chen, I will take this one's corpse, Wang Xiaoji declared, collecting the body. Hu Wei and another were also slain, their bodies claimed by Yang Bin and Li Huan. After this uneventful skirmish concluded, the group continued their journey toward the ancient desolate city. They allowed their dragon steed to rest for half the night. By the following evening, they finally arrived at the ancient desolate city. This city, with a population exceeding 10 million, was typically bustling with activity, but now, due to the opening of the ancient desolate spirit realm, cultivators from various factions had gathered in droves, making it even more lively. The streets were filled with young true martial cultivators in groups, as they sought out numerous inns, most of which were already fully booked. Although the ancient desolate spirit realm had opened, it appeared the passage was yet to be unlocked. Unable to find accommodation, Xiang Chen and his companions pressed onward towards the ancient desolate mountain, where throngs of people and numerous teams were evident. In the sky, many spiritual birds soared, carrying individuals up the mountain. The group had secured their dragon steed at a stable in the ancient desolate city and began their ascent on foot towards the towering ancient desolate mountain. Upon reaching the summit, they found the area bustling with people, many setting up camp. At the peak, a multitude of tents was erected, and a golden light erupted from the other side of the mountain, dividing the massive peak in two. Goodness, there are too many people here. Dogsy. It seems that tens of thousands have gathered on this mountain alone, all of whom are at least of innate realm cultivation. Xiahou Wu gazed at the densely clustered tents, with numerous teams expressing their astonishment. It was quite natural. The entire wasteland was likely aware of the news, and those with ambitions seeking opportunities had all arrived, including many formidable beings of the Yuanyang realm. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze towards the distant cliff, where a magnificent light curtain soared into the sky. A duo, you and your team set up camp first. Monkey, accompany me for a closer look. Xiang Chen proceeded towards the cleft of the cliff, with Xiahou Wu following closely behind. At the cliff's edge, a multitude of people had gathered. Upon their arrival, they beheld a bottomless abyss plunging over 10,000 meters deep. A few hundred meters away, the other side of the cliff revealed a colossal mountain, shimmering with golden light, currently inaccessible to anyone. This other mountain must be the entrance to the secret realm, Xiang Chen mused. At that moment, the spirit of the foolish fish merged into his soul, transforming the spatial world before his eyes. The interwoven lines of space revealed an extraordinary vista. Beyond the illusory mountain, there existed a folded yet tangible realm, intricately folded within their own world. The expanse within was vast, its area considerable. Is this the prowess of the ancient immortals? Xiang Chen felt a surge of awe. This was undoubtedly a power capable of creating worlds. He observed lines of space connecting to this world gradually vanishing, as a spatial passage continuously opened from within to without. At this rate, the passage would fully manifest by tomorrow, Xiang Chen contemplated. He withdrew the spirit's influence, and the world before him materialized once more. Tomorrow the spatial passage will open. For now, let us rest and gather our strength, Xiang Chen advised Xiahou Wu. Nodding in response, Xiahou Wu refrained from questioning how Xiang Chen knew this, placing his trust in him. At that moment, Xiang Chen sensed a gaze of astonishment directed towards them. He too felt it. Several hundred meters away, a figure was observing him intently. It was Zhang Yi. The forces of Yi Tianxi had already arrived here. How could this be? This wretched creature has not perished yet. What have Lei Kuan and the others been doing to allow them to survive until now? Zhang Yi could hardly believe it. Their arranged personnel, in terms of strength, should have been infallible. Xiang Chen chuckled coldly. Zhang Yi, I regret to disappoint you. Chapter 443. The emergence of the fierce demon. Zhang Yi's expression darkened. How did you evade those individuals? He inquired. Xiang Chen replied nonchalantly. We discovered them early and simply circumvented them. He refrained from divulging the true circumstances, allowing the other party to underestimate the situation. A group of useless fools. Zhang Yi seethed, his teeth clenched. He naturally did not believe that Xiang Chen and his companions could have slain the personnel he had arranged. With so many people present, including numerous disciples among the students, they were hesitant to act openly, especially since Xiang Chen held student status, which provided him protection. Although the external conflicts had not drawn the involvement of the Academy's enforcement team, the Academy would still file a case upon their return. This was the protective measure of the Huangzhou Academy, ensuring its students were not indiscriminately harmed within the wasteland. After all, if they did not safeguard their own students, their reputation would suffer, and who would dare to seek knowledge thereafter? Yet, Xiang Chen remained a student of the vice president. To act openly against him would be tantamount to slapping the vice president's face. Xiang Chen, do you dare to enter the ancient wilderness spirit realm? That would be your grave, Song Air stated coldly. Xiang Chen shrugged and replied with a nonchalant smile. Let us wait and see how my fate unfolds. It is not for you to dictate. He added, by the way, convey to Yi Tianxi that I have reserved his life. Song Air sneered, dismissing the arrogance and recklessness of his words. Xiang Chen chose not to engage in a war of words with Song Air and returned to the tent camp set up by a duo Ya and the others alongside Xiahou Wu. The following day, Xiang Chen led dozens from Yan Huang to the cliff's edge as the sun began to rise. Suddenly, the space resonated with a series of thunderous roars, akin to the growl of thunder. Countless young cultivators were stirred from their slumber, converging at the cliff's edge, creating a throng of eager spectators. Look, the ancient wilderness spirit realm is about to open. Finally, it is upon us. I can hardly contain my excitement. The rare opportunity, once in a century, was drawing near. The excitement among the cultivators was palpable as they gazed upon the magnificent spectacle across the cliff. Within the golden light, it appeared as though half of the ancient wilderness spirit mountain had vanished. A massive golden fissure slowly opened behind it, resembling a colossal mouth at the opposing peak. The sky seemed to be torn apart, revealing a vast rift filled with a crimson glow, obscuring the line between reality and illusion. How can we cross such a distance? Many furrowed their brows. The chasm stretched several hundred meters, a distance even innate realm cultivators could not traverse. Then, to the astonishment of all, golden chains shot forth from the inner space. Countless gilded chains adorned with intricate symbols emerged, anchoring themselves to the opposite cliff, forming independent lock bridges. The iron chains, composed of symbols and spiritual energy, left Xiang Chen in awe. What are we waiting for? The spirit realm beckons us. Charge! Someone shouted excitedly, leaping off the cliff and landing on the chains, racing towards the secret realm. Let us go, Yi Tianxi said coldly, leading a group of Tianai society members, most of whom were at the third or second level of the Yuanyang realm, as they jumped off the cliff and onto the chains, heading towards the distant secret realm. Many students from the Wilderness Academy also leapt onto the chains, making their way into the unknown. Song Air sighed, noting that a batch of Yuanyang realm strongholds had not crossed over. They were merely there to witness, for their age had surpassed 30. Even though Song Air and his peers appeared youthful, it was a reality they could not escape. However, within the Tianai society, only Yi Tianxi, under 30, had reached the lofty heights of the Yuanyang realm. Most qualified to enter were under 30 and at the second or third levels of the Yuanyang realm. Predominantly innate realm cultivators. Those over this age were barred from entry, as the power of the symbols would repel them. Everyone, be cautious. Move, Xiang Chen commanded, and the group leapt off the cliff, each landing on a chain as they surged towards the distant spirit realm. Thousands of individuals continuously streamed in, a truly magnificent sight. Xiang Chen raced along the iron chains, which, while sturdy, swayed precariously during his hurried passage. One misstep could send him plummeting from the dizzying heights of 10,000 meters, resulting in a catastrophic demise. Ahead of him, some had already ventured into a vast chasm, where the ethereal iron chains penetrated into an abyss that appeared to have no end. Xiang Chen also entered this rift, surrounded by a dazzling crimson light. With the infinite void beneath him, one could only speculate what would happen should he fall from the iron chains. Suddenly, piercing shrieks resonated through the void, assaulting the eardrums. In the distance, vast clouds of fire gathered, surging towards the throngs of people racing toward the spirit realm. Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted to his comrades on the iron chains. Beware, ferocious demons are approaching. Prepare for battle. What is that? Good heavens. It's the fire demon bats. So many fire demon bats. Someone exclaimed in horror. The clouds of fire revealed themselves to be bats the size of calves, with wingspans of 5 to 6 meters, their bodies covered in vibrant red fur. These creatures possessed razor-sharp claws on their wings and legs, their massive heads resembling those of ferocious dogs, complete with sharp teeth and blood-red eyes. A swarm of fire demon bats charged towards the crowd. With a swift descent, One of the bats transformed into a streak of fire, hurtling towards an individual on the iron chain, unleashing a torrent of flames that coalesced into a fiery tongue directed at him. "Begone, vile beast!" The man roared, slashing with his blade, which cleaved through the flames, his protective aura intact. However, another fire demon bat swooped down, tearing through his defenses, and spewed forth a torrent of demon fire. The man screamed in agony as he was engulfed in the inferno, losing his footing and plummeting from the iron chain, only to be seized by a fire demon bat, which opened its maw and tore into his flesh. Several other bats descended to partake in the gruesome feast, and in midair, he was gruesomely dismembered. This scene was but one among many. Thousands of fire demon bats screeched as they descended upon the people on the iron chains, plunging the void into chaos and carnage. These fire demon bats were predominantly innate beasts of formidable strength, capable of flight and agile evasion. With a ferocious roar, one of the bats lunged at Xiang Chen, spewing flames in its wake. Xiang Chen stood firm, a small white tiger perched on his shoulder. As the bat advanced, enveloped in flames, Xiang Chen transformed his hand into a celestial wolf claw, slashing out with ferocity. 10 crescent-shaped claws howled forth, cleaving through the flames and striking the fire demon bat. Blood erupted as the bat's calf-sized body was torn open, plummeting from the sky. Yet, at that moment, 5 or 6 more fire demon bats descended upon Xiang Chen, and falling would mean certain death. Chapter 444, Ancient Wilderness Spirit Realm. Thunderslash. Xiang Chen unleashed a powerful strike, his blade encircled by crackling lightning. With a resounding crack, a 3-meter-long silver lightning blade surged forth, targeting 2 of the fire demon bats with astonishing speed, leaving them with no chance to evade. With a thunderous roar, the blade struck down upon the fire demon bat, reducing it to mere fragments beneath the ferocious might of the thunderous sword energy. The shockwave affected another bat as well. 3 more charged in, skillfully evading attacks by altering their course. Suddenly, the small white tiger let out a deafening roar, unleashing a terrifying sonic wave that enveloped the 3 fire demon bats attacking Xiang Chen. The bats shrieked in agony, their skulls reverberating as their eardrums burst. They plummeted from the air, struck down by the tiger's roar. Xiang Chen's devouring sky evil vine transformed into a vine spear, piercing through the bodies of the 3 bats, consuming them whole. The true nature and strength of the little white tiger remained an enigma. Xiang Chen's moon-watching eye was insufficient to unveil its secrets, for the bloodline of the white tiger's sacred beast surpassed that of his moon-devouring heavenly wolf. The other siblings from Huang were also managing to fend off the fire demon bats, yet not all possessed such prowess. Many were attacked, their iron chains severed, falling into the void, captured and torn apart by the bats, becoming unwilling participants in this gruesome feast. Those of the Yuanyang realm could generally ensure their own safety. 7 or 8 fire demon bats descended upon Yi Tianxi, who, undeterred, swept his sleeves, unleashing a torrent of true essence that coalesced into ice spikes. Hundreds of icy projectiles struck the bats, piercing their bodies and freezing them into lifeless forms that fell to the ground. The aura of a great figure in the Yuanyang realm intimidated the remaining bats, which were possessed of considerable intelligence. Before even entering the spirit realm, the ferocious beasts within had already dealt a devastating blow to these adventurers, resulting in countless deaths. This was not the Spirit Sky Valley or the Spirit Illusory Realm. Here, death was final. Many fire demon bats shrieked as they targeted Tianyu, inexplicably drawn to both him and Xiang Chen. Waves of flames surged forth, enveloping Tianyu. Yet, he remained unscathed, instead unleashing a torrent of fire that engulfed the area in a sea of flames. The bats howled in pain as they ignited, their inner fire energy siphoned away and absorbed by Tianyu's flames. Xiahou Wu brandished the Breaker-S War Spear, its radiant light cutting through anything within 3 zhang, ensuring no fire demon bat could approach him. Suddenly, a powerful gravitational force emerged ahead, causing the iron chains beneath him to vanish, and he was swiftly drawn into the fiery brilliance ahead. A chorus of horrified screams erupted as individuals abruptly disappeared. Xiang Chen experienced the same phenomenon. The chains beneath his feet vanished, and he was enveloped by a tremendous spatial pull, vanishing from his previous location. However, he remained unperturbed, recognizing this as the spatial pull leading into the spirit realm. One by one, those in front vanished, while the ones behind pressed forward in haste. The searing air enveloped the surroundings, revealing a scorching expanse below, dotted with countless volcanoes that spewed thick smoke. Many fissures and lakes of molten lava bubbled with intense heat, and the fire energy in the atmosphere was extraordinarily dense. The fabric of space rippled and twisted as a figure suddenly materialized in this realm, landing upon the blazing crimson ground. As Xiang Chen materialized, he curiously surveyed the surrounding space, where the air was oppressively hot, reaching temperatures of 60 to 70 degrees. The atmosphere was thick with fiery spiritual energy, and the scent of sulfur permeated the air. Waves rippled through the vicinity, and shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 figures emerged not far from Xiang Chen, entering the spiritual realm. These individuals, too, expressed astonishment as they examined their surroundings. Activating his moon-watching eyes, Xiang Chen expanded his vision to encompass a radius of over 10 kilometers, revealing a multitude of 2,000 to 3,000 individuals within his sight. Among them a brother from Huang, Huang, who was located 6 kilometers away. It appeared that many had been distorted and transported to various locations within this folded space. Xiang Chen mused that the number of entrants was surely far greater than those present. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a stone island at the center of a pool of magma. This island, measuring around 100 meters, was home to a 4-leafed, one-flowered red fire orchid, emanating a vibrant red spiritual light. Its leaves were green while the flower was red. The 4-leaf fire orchid, Xiang Chen exclaimed in delight. This fire attribute spiritual herb was invaluable. Each additional leaf added 200 years of potency, and with 4 leaves, it boasted over 800 years of efficacy, classifying it as a level 4 spiritual herb. Without hesitation, Xiang Chen dashed towards the precious orchid, which held a market value of 60,000 spiritual coins. The magma surrounding the island was not overly wide, and with a single powerful leap, Xiang Chen crossed the 80 meters and landed on the island to harvest the 4-leaf fire orchid. The other individuals, witnessing this scene, instantly recognized the coveted herb and gasped, their eyes gleaming with avarice. A level 4 spiritual herb, the 4-leaf fire orchid. We've struck gold. This truly is a treasure trove. To discover such a herb upon entry, they exclaimed, their faces alight with joy, each unwilling to be left behind. Stop right there. That 4-leaf fire orchid is mine, shouted several individuals as they leaped forward. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow as 8 people surrounded him from various directions, their eyes fixated hungrily on the orchid before him. Unfazed by their greedy gazes, Xiang Chen swiftly dug the herb from the ground with his knife and stored it in his Qianquan ring. Ladies and gentlemen, first come, first served. The spiritual herb has found its owner, he declared coldly, eyeing the 8 individuals. Their expressions darkened, and they glared at Xiang Chen with malice. You think you can hoard this 4-leaf fire orchid all to yourself? A burly man sneered, drawing a heavy sword from behind. Indeed, judging by your aura, you're merely at the 6th level of the innate realm. You lack the ability to claim such a treasure. Hand it over. A slender youth chimed in with a sinister grin. Xiang Chen assessed the 8 individuals. 3 were at the great heaven level of the innate realm. 1 was at the 6th level, while the others ranged between the 7th and 8th levels of cultivation. I advise you all not to set your sights on me, he stated coolly. A student from the Huangzhou Academy. I suspect you possess some wealth. Gentlemen, let us eliminate him. Whoever seizes the 4-leaf fire orchid shall claim it. The burly man let out a cold chuckle, stepping forward with a single stride, charging directly at Xiang Chen. His heavy sword swung down, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy that enveloped the area. The others, unwilling to be left behind, surged forward together, intent on seizing the treasure from Xiang Chen. At the moment the sword was about to strike Xiang Chen, he transformed into a fleeting figure, evading the blow with remarkable speed. The sword crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater as the sword energy erupted. Where did he go? The burly man was taken aback, only to feel a chill run down his spine. A towering werewolf, standing over 4 meters tall, appeared behind him, its sharp claws poised to strike. With a sickening sound, blood splattered as the claw tore through him before he could even scream, and his head was violently ripped away. The other 7 were struck with terror, staring in shock at the colossal figure transformed into a werewolf. The werewolf lunged forward with the speed of an arrow, targeting another individual with a deadly swipe of its claw, imbued with terrifying force. The man, realizing the imminent danger, roared in fury and swung his treasured blade. But the blade's energy was shattered with a thunderous explosion. The enormous claw descended like 5 curved blades, piercing through his body, creating several gaping wounds. What kind of monster is this? The others stood frozen in fear. Die! Another individual crept up from behind Xiang Chen, launching a furious slash aimed at the werewolf's head. However, Xiang Chen's massive tail lashed out with incredible power, striking the attacker and sending him flying towards the distant lava. As he tumbled into the molten rock, he screamed in agony, engulfed by the thousands of degrees of heat, emerging as a flaming figure, nearly charred to a crisp as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Who would still dare to covet the 4-leaf fire orchid? Xiang Chen sneered, towering over the remaining 5. They were filled with dread, retreating step by step. Realizing the overwhelming strength of this being who had effortlessly slain 3 innate realm masters. Brothers, it's a misunderstanding. The treasures belong to the capable. We no longer desire them. One of them stammered, backing away in fright. Suddenly, from the depths of the lava, a massive figure erupted, its gaping maw snapping shut on an unsuspecting innate realm 8th stage expert. The man screamed as his upper body was lifted, flailing helplessly, before he was wholly consumed. The remaining individuals stood in shock, witnessing the enormous form rising more than 10 meters from the lava, its cold eyes fixed upon them. It was a magma giant python, its body clad in molten red scales, 2 meters in diameter, with a row of bony spikes extending down its back. Its triangular head and crimson eyes exuded a sulfurous heat, accompanied by flickering sparks. The powerful aura of a demon beast was unmistakable. It was a formidable creature of the 2nd level of the Yuanyang realm. The magma giant python. It's the magma giant python. The 4 individuals were taken aback, their faces draining of color. In stark contrast, Xiang Chen maintained an air of tranquility, having already discerned the presence of a slumbering beast within the molten lava below, awakened by the recent commotion. The appearance of humans signified the reawakening of the ancient and desolate spiritual realm. The magma serpent regarded them, its voice chillingly articulate. Suddenly, its gaze shifted towards the 4-leaf fire orchid, followed by a surge of fury. Where are my spiritual herbs? Who among you has taken them? The magma serpent roared. Esteemed elder, this is not our doing. It was he took your herbs. One person quickly accused, pointing at Xiang Chen. Indeed, it was him who stole your precious herbs. Spare us. The others hastily echoed, directing their fingers at Xiang Chen. The magma serpent turned its attention to Xiang Chen, its eyes widening in surprise before transforming into a gluttonous greed. What a delectable scent of blood and flesh. The aura exuded by Xiang Chen held an irresistible allure for it. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen gripped the long K demon blade firmly, his gaze unflinching as a wicked smile danced upon his lips. The flesh of the magma serpent must be quite exquisite as well. Run. The 4 scattered in different directions. However, with a flick of its tail, the magma serpent unleashed a cataclysm, erupting the surrounding lava into chaos. Under its demonic power, the molten rocks surged skyward, enveloping the small stone island in a fiery prison. One individual attempted to cleave through the lava barrier, but to no avail. For stealing my herbs, you shall all perish. The magma serpent sneered, bellowing as it lunged towards a man of the 7th layer of innate realm. The man, filled with dread, leapt to evade. Yet the magma serpent was swifter, its massive head darting forward like lightning, clamping down on his protective aura. The aura shattered beneath the serpent's dagger-like teeth. There was no suspense as the man was swiftly devoured, the serpent's 30-meter-long form looming ominously over the boulder. With a single sweeping tail, it unleashed a tremendous force, striking another individual with over 300,000 pounds of pressure, obliterating his protective aura and sending him crashing against the lava barrier. His insides ruptured. He was dead. Next, the magma serpent expelled a torrent of searing lava, transforming it into a fiery column that incinerated another individual, turning him into charred remains. The last of the 4 met a similar fate, mercilessly consumed by the serpent. Xiang Chen, however, observed the scene impassively, not making a move to rescue them. After all, these individuals had betrayed him at the first opportunity. He had no intention of saving them. Once the magma serpent had leisurely feasted upon the 4, it turned its gaze towards Xiang Chen. Boy, are you not afraid of me? The serpent regarded the half-wolf creature with a hint of astonishment. Why should I fear my meal? Xiang Chen replied indifferently. Quite the audacious one. The scent of your blood and flesh is the most exquisite and enticing I have encountered. Thus, you shall be my final feast. The magma serpent licked its dagger-like fangs, its body lunging towards Xiang Chen like a train on a collision course. A foul stench erupted from his mouth, reminiscent of a century without dental care, so overpowering that it caused Xiang Chen to hold his breath. With a decisive step, the celestial wolf charged at the magma fire python, its blade raised, narrowly evading the creature's frontal assault. In response, it swung its weapon, unleashing a blade aura that surged 5 to 6 meters, striking the python's head. The clash reverberated as the blade aura met the hardened scales of the creature, igniting sparks but failing to pierce through its formidable armor. With a furious roar, the magma fire python twisted its head, its tail sweeping towards Xiang Chen with an unstoppable force, the speed of the attack rendering evasion nearly impossible. Xiang Chen raised his blade defensively, but the impact sent him flying, blood spilling from his mouth as he collided with the molten barrier, scorching his back. As he hit the ground, the python lunged forward again, but Xiang Chen rolled to evade its assault. Rising to his feet, he spat out blood, channeling his internal energy to mend his fractured bones. "Human, your physique is remarkably resilient. To survive a strike from my tail is astonishing," the magma fire python remarked, astonished. Xiang Chen sheathed his dragon blade, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Allow me to show you what true monstrosity looks like." He howled towards the heavens, his form transforming, expanding into a 10-meter-long moon-swallowing celestial wolf, a surge of ancient bloodline power emanating from him. The magma fire python watched in shock, unable to comprehend the overwhelming aura released by Xiang Chen, which surpassed its own in purity and strength, accompanied by a menacing pressure that instilled fear. "You are not human," it exclaimed in disbelief. "Little serpent, today I shall feast upon you like a spicy snack," the moon-swallowing celestial wolf coldly declared, unfurling its wings and soaring into the air. In the confines of the magma barrier, those outside remained oblivious to the tumult within. "Devouring your flesh will grant me a tremendous breakthrough," the magma fire python exclaimed eagerly, before letting out another roar and launching itself at Xiang Chen. With a flash, the moon-swallowing celestial wolf transformed into a beam of moonlit brilliance, its massive claws gathering the force of hundreds of thousands of pounds as it struck. The wolf's speed eclipsed that of the magma fire python, and with a ferocious swipe, it smote the python's head. The impact sent the magma fire python hurtling away, dazed and disoriented. Yet, the moon-swallowing celestial wolf pressed the attack, delivering a devastating claw strike that unleashed 5 cutting waves of energy, tearing through the python's scales and exposing its flesh. In retaliation, the magma fire python lashed out with its tail, striking the moon-swallowing celestial wolf with a tremendous force. Subsequently, it unleashed a molten fire column, several meters in diameter, hurtling towards its foe. In response, the moon-swallowing celestial wolf exhaled a wave of lunar energy, countering the fire column with its own radiant blast. The collision of the fire column and the lunar wave unleashed a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves in all directions, obliterating the surrounding stone island into fragments. The magma python was unexpectedly obliterated. The moon-devouring wolf surged forth like a beam of light, its claw violently striking the head of the magma python. The creature was forcefully pressed to the ground, letting out agonizing roars. The moon-devouring wolf opened its enormous maw, sinking its fang-like teeth into the python's neck, severing the vertebrae with brutal precision. The magma python writhed in pain, attempting to coil around the moon-devouring wolf in a desperate bid to ensnare it. However, the wolf unleashed a wave of light from its mouth, shattering the python's neck, its head tumbling to the side, eyes wide with disbelief as it gazed at the wolf. The headless body thrashed on the ground, blood gushing forth. The moon-devouring wolf pressed its claws onto the corpse of the magma python, biting down and tearing off large chunks of flesh, which it devoured voraciously. It feasted on the enormous creature as if it were a mere snack, while the little white tiger leaped down from its back to join in the carnage. Together, the wolf and the tiger consumed the entirety of the massive magma python, weighing countless pounds, leaving not a single bone behind. After satiating its hunger, the moon-devouring wolf lay sprawled on the ground, pawing at a fist-sized demon core, the essence of the magma python. The little white tiger mewed, licking the wolf's nose. Yearning for the core, the moon-devouring wolf affectionately licked the tiger's cheek and, with a gaze full of indulgence, offered it the core. The white tiger eagerly swallowed it whole. Xiang Chen had consumed a significant portion of the magma python, refining the vast amounts of blood and flesh essence within his body, which were transformed into surging demonic energy by the foolish fish spirit, merging seamlessly into his demonic form and enhancing his formidable power. The body of the moon-devouring wolf, embodying a unique realm of cultivation, differed entirely from the human state. Otherwise, how could its strength be so terrifying? Transforming into human form, Xiang Chen, feeling quite full, gazed at the remaining magma barrier and unleashed a thunderous strike with his sword. With a resounding crash, the lightning illuminated the magma barrier, shattering it and causing an explosion of molten rock to spray in all directions. The young man, with the Dragon K demon blade on his back and accompanied by the little white tiger, leaped from the magma pool. Xiang Chen retrieved a palm-sized sound transmission jade, channeling his vital energy into it, which manifested a crystalline blue light screen before him. Members of Huang, please respond, he urged, as his vital energy flowed into the jade. A series of responses emerged on the screen. Chenggu, it's me, Xiaoji. Chenggu, Yangbin here. Dog, are you alright? Big brother, it's Doya. The brothers of Huang communicated back through the sound transmission jade or the communication treasure. Everyone is safe. That puts my mind at ease, Xiang Chen sighed with relief, stating, in the spirit realm, feel free to explore or form teams. If danger arises, contact me immediately for assistance. Received. Understood. Came the chorus of replies. And Xiang Chen finally severed the connection. He gazed upon the vast expanse of the spirit-rich world, accompanied by the little tiger, awakening their moon-seeking eyes, as they set forth towards the next location of spiritual and precious herbs. In the quest for such a miraculous elixir, none possess an advantage greater than the fiery siblings of the Tianling clan. Wang Yuetong's divine vision resembles a high-altitude satellite, capturing images with extraordinary clarity. Tianyu, too, had been transported to this volcanic region. Gazing at the surrounding volcanoes and the bubbling magma, he felt an unexpected sense of comfort. He leaped directly into a pool of magma, which, despite its thousands of degrees, felt akin to warm water to him. Then, a bizarre phenomenon transpired. Within the magma, a plethora of fire spirit energy surged towards Tianyu, enveloping him and being absorbed into his being. Soon, waves of scorching flames erupted from him, engulfing the surrounding landscape in an inferno that spread in all directions. What on earth is that? Has the volcano erupted? In the distance, 7 cultivators gazed in shock at the approaching tempest of flames, their voices filled with terror. We must flee, they cried, turning to escape. Yet, the inferno quickly engulfed them, their screams echoing as they were consumed, transforming into mere energy. Within a radius of several kilometers, the landscape was shrouded in flames, as the abundant fire spirit energy coalesced into thick, billowing smoke. The magma lakes in this vicinity began to extinguish, their fiery energy being absorbed. Chapter 447. Desires of destruction and devouring. Over 100 kilometers away lay an ancient secret forest, where a young figure appeared amidst a dozen others. This was the ancient wilderness spirit realm, a realm of spatial power, albeit a low-level alternate dimension, spanning merely a few thousand kilometers. However, the spiritual energy here was exceedingly rich, though the low level of its laws prevented any breakthroughs beyond the Yuanyang realm. This is quite the peculiar place, muttered Su Ligu to himself. The surrounding individuals curiously surveyed their environment, while Baiming Xiong materialized not far from Su Ligu. Turning his gaze ahead, Su Ligu was astonished to find a radiant azure-green spiritual mushroom, an exquisite 9th-grade treasure. The attention of those around him was immediately drawn to the remarkable fungus. With a wave of his hand, Su Ligu summoned the mushroom, which was promptly drawn into his Qian Kuan ring by a force. Young man, this is rather underhanded. How dare you claim such a treasure for yourself? Remarked a tall, slender youth, emanating a powerful aura of the first level of the Yuanyang realm. What? Do you wish to take it? Su Ligu replied, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Indeed, hand it over, or else. The young man sneered. Confident in his strength among the group of youths, Su Ligu maintained a calm demeanor, producing the treasure in his hand. If you desire it, take it. Well, you are quite sensible, the youth said, stepping forward to retrieve it. At that moment, a sudden eruption of black-red light radiated from within Su Ligu, transforming him into a towering figure, resembling a demon god. With a swift step, he launched an attack at an astonishing speed, striking forth with a lethal claw. The young man approaching had yet to comprehend the situation when a sharp claw plunged into his chest, blood erupting in a gruesome spray. He was then hoisted into the air, his terrified gaze fixed upon the colossal demon, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. In that moment, a crimson flame ignited in Su Liji's palm, engulfing the man in flames, which subsequently transformed into streams of sanguinescence that surged into Su Liji's being. His aura surged wildly. What manner of creature is this? A demon, indeed. The onlookers, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, turned pale and fled in terror. At that moment, Bei Mingxiong let out a ferocious roar, transforming into a blood-red demon. With a single step, he unleashed a massive sword that cleaved towards a fleeing youth. This strike, infused with crimson energy, carried with it an astonishing chill. The fleeing young man, caught off guard, was struck and nearly cleaved in twain, his very life force frozen by the dreadful sword energy. Sure, a blood domain, Su Ligu bellowed, as a torrent of rich crimson energy erupted forth, enveloping the area in a blood-hued barrier that extended for several dozen meters. Within this realm, over 10 individuals suddenly felt their life force surge uncontrollably, their bodies swelling grotesquely, accompanied by their anguished cries as they expanded like balloons. A chilling fate awaited them. One by one, they exploded into a mist of blood. This sanguine haze transformed into pure essence, which was absorbed by Bei Mingxiong and Su Ligu. "My master, what shall be our next course of action?" Bei Mingxiong inquired, searching for Yu. "This place serves as an impeccable hunting ground. These individuals are our finest source of blood elixir. Let us hunt. Should we locate Xiang Chen, inform me. I must acquire his flesh and blood," Su Ligu replied, reverting to his human form. "Understood." Bei Mingxiong responded respectfully. "Xiang Chen, where art thou?" Su Ligu revealed a sinister smile. "I shall uncover your secrets." He transformed into a streak of crimson light, delving into the dense forest, vanishing from sight, while Bei Mingxiong sought out Bei Yu. On a mountaintop, thousands of meters high, a youth clad in green stood at the summit, an ancient map unfurled in his hands. Behind him were several members of the Tianyi Association. "We have finally confirmed the direction to the location of the transcendent martial monument," Yi Tianci murmured, his gaze brightening as he surveyed a particular area. As a prominent family with a legacy spanning a millennium, the Yi clan had diligently explored this ancient and mysterious realm over generations, compiling a detailed map that marked the locations of inheritances and the growth of spiritual herbs. Yi Tianci rolled up the map and instructed, "Contact our associates and disciples. Release the spy falcons. Should Xiang Chen's whereabouts be discovered, eliminate him with full force." "Yes," the companions responded respectfully. Although Yi Tianci did not regard Xiang Chen's strength with much seriousness, believing he could easily dispose of him, the truth remained that Xiang Chen was a thorn in his side, one that could not be ignored. Yi Tianci soared into the sky, coalescing icy wings, transforming into a streak of luminous light as he descended from the lofty mountains, heading towards the direction marked on the map. In this ancient and desolate secret realm, due to the influence of celestial forces, the native beasts were largely unable to transcend the Yuanyang realm to reach the Soul Moon realm. Thus, his cultivation and strength allowed him to traverse this secret domain with impunity, unafraid of being targeted by any ferocious entities. With the young master's command, everyone released their spy falcons to locate Xiang Chen's whereabouts, gathering forces to eliminate him with full might. These individuals utilized transmitting spirit jade to relay orders to the over 100 members of the Tianyi Society and several hundred disciples of the Yi family. Unbeknownst to Xiang Chen, he had become the coveted prey in the eyes of two adversaries, one wishing to possess him and the other intent on his demise. At this moment, having exited the volcanic region and traveled several hundred miles, Xiang Chen stumbled upon 2 spiritual herbs and 4 precious medicinal plants, yielding a bountiful harvest. During this time, he also vanquished a ferocious beast of the first level of the Yuanyang realm. Presently, he stood as a mere bystander beside a grand tree, observing a young woman clad in red engaged in combat with a verdant-furred leopard. This young lady was a formidable innate realm powerhouse, possessing commendable beauty. Behind her stood a persimmon tree, laden with fruit, some green, while 5 or 6 glistening golden persimmons radiated potent spiritual energy and a golden glow. These golden persimmons, classified as first-grade spiritual fruits, wielded immense power and were reputed for their healing properties against severe ailments. Xiang Chen contemplated whether to emerge as a gallant savior, seeking an unexpected rendezvous amidst the wilderness. However, at that moment, a shriek escaped the young woman as the azure leopard ensnared her leg with vine-like tendrils of green grass. Subsequently, the beast struck her with a vicious paw, tearing her garments and leaving her bloodied, revealing much of her delicate figure. With a ferocious roar, the azure leopard bared its fangs, lunging towards her exquisite head. Yet, just then, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing the creature's neck. The beast, with its massive weight, collapsed onto the young woman, splattering her face with blood, rendering her pale and prompting a terrified scream. In that instant, a strikingly handsome youth clad in green emerged from the thicket. The young woman, frightened and pale, coughed up a mouthful of blood, wounded by the leopard's earlier assault. Astonished, she gazed at the approaching youth, realizing he was her savior. Xiang Chen walked past her, casually dropping a green healing pill before her. "This is a rejuvenation pill for treating injuries," he said nonchalantly, without lingering on her. With a nimble leap, he ascended the spiritual persimmon tree, plucking 6 ripe golden fruits. The fruits exuded a rich fragrance, and unable to resist, Xiang Chen took a bite. The thin skin and sweet flesh were exceptionally delightful. As he swallowed, it transformed into a surge of potent and pure energy, which the foolish fish spirit eagerly absorbed and refined, enhancing his strength. The little white tiger, with a soft whimper, also yearned for a taste. Xiang Chen handed her 1 pill, keeping the remaining 6 for himself to refine elixirs upon his return. These materials were already capable of producing spiritual pills, and consuming them all would be a sheer waste. The woman gazed at the elixir given by Xiang Chen but refrained from taking it. Instead, she retrieved her own healing elixir. Observing Xiang Chen plucking all the ripe golden persimmons, a flicker of anger glimmered in her eyes, yet she restrained herself from expressing it. Upon consuming a spiritual fruit, a surge of spiritual energy roiled within Xiang Chen's body. Coupled with the earlier consumption of 2 demon beasts, his power surged dramatically, approaching the formation of a 7th cyclone. "Thank you, kind sir, for your timely rescue. I am Huang. May I ask your name?" she inquired, suppressing her urge to rise. "I am Xiang Chen, my lady. Having ingested my rejuvenation pill, your injuries will heal swiftly," he replied as he descended from the spiritual tree and approached the azure leopard. The devouring vine sprouted from beneath his feet, rising from the earth to engulf the leopard and collect a precious arrow. Huang smiled. "No need for that, sir. Thank you for the elixir, but I possess my own healing remedies." Xiang, as in Xiang Chen. The Xiang family is not prominent in the wasteland, he noted. Sensing her wariness, he did not press the matter, acknowledging her reluctance to trust a stranger. However, had she taken his elixir, her injuries would have healed within the hour. "The forest harbors dangers. Please be cautious, my lady," he advised before turning to leave, seeking a quiet place to focus on his breakthrough. "Ah, sir, I am gravely injured, and my companions are absent. Could you perhaps protect me for a night? I assure you, my recovery will be handsomely rewarded," Huang implored. Xiang Chen frowned. He was no foolhardy savior, and having saved her life was already sufficient. "I have pressing matters to attend to. It would be best to decline," he replied. Huang displayed a pitiful expression. "Then please, travel safely. However, given the perilous nature of this place and my severe injuries, I fear I may not survive the night." Xiang Chen regarded her shrewdness. She was adept at feigning vulnerability to elicit sympathy. "If you wish for my protection, it will cost you 1,000 spiritual coins for the night." 1,000 spiritual coins. Huang felt a surge of indignation. Even a formidable soul realm expert would hesitate to demand such a steep fee for protection. Yet, his proposition brought her a measure of comfort. "Very well, let it be as you say," she acquiesced. Xiang Chen glanced at the sky, noting the encroaching darkness. "The night is upon us, and the malevolent energy is heightened. Many fierce demons prefer to prowl after sundown. We shall remain here for the night, as this is the territory of the ferocious leopard. It is likely that no particularly powerful demons lurk nearby." Huang nodded eagerly, having already sent word to her family, who were hastening towards her location through their communication talismans. Xiang Chen gathered some firewood and ignited a campfire, subsequently skewering some beast meat to roast. Keeping a respectful distance, Huang began to refine her own healing elixir while inquiring, "Might I ask which family in the wasteland you hail from, Sir Xiang? Such remarkable archery skills at such a young age." As Xiang Chen rolled the meat over the fire, he remarked, "I am not from the wilderness city. I hail from a foreign land, a student of the Wilderness Academy." Upon hearing this, Horan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet she refrained from inquiring further. As night fell, the jungle resonated with the roars of beasts. Having been here for several days, it was evident that this place was rich in spiritual herbs, with reserves accumulated over a century without exploitation. However, as more individuals entered and began harvesting, these precious resources would gradually dwindle, making them increasingly difficult to find in the future. After enjoying a late-night meal with the little white tiger, Xiang Chen commenced refining the abundant lunar energy within his body, gathering the 7th lunar vortex. Meanwhile, the little white tiger nestled in his arms, soundly asleep, served as his protector. This creature, merely at the 6th level of innate strength, surprised Horan with the aura emanating from Xiang Chen during his cultivation, leaving her somewhat incredulous. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with determination as she gripped her sword, a wild thought taking root in her mind. Suddenly, a distant scream pierced the night, a human cry that sent a shiver down Horan's spine. Among the newcomers, many had resorted to desperate measures, even engaging in robbery over treasures. This ancient wilderness realm spanned thousands of kilometers, far larger than an entire province. Yet the number of young adventurers entering could be counted in the tens of thousands. In that moment, a group approached from afar. "Look, there are people," one exclaimed. "Oh, and there's a lovely young lady." As they drew nearer, they gazed upon Xiang Chen, who was engrossed in his practice, and Horan. This group consisted of 7 men clad in identical attire, black leather armor, their cultivation levels ranging between the 5th and 9th stages of innate strength. Horan, startled, immediately stood up and stepped back closer to Xiang Chen as the men approached. Xiang Chen remained focused on his cultivation, ignoring their presence, while the little white tiger opened its sapphire eyes. "Little beauty, are you lonely here in the deep of night?" One of the men leered at Horan's delicate features. "What do you want?" "I am a member of the Huang family," Horan exclaimed, indignation rising in her voice. "Yet, even members of the esteemed Yi family would be of little consequence here. The Huang family was merely a second-tier clan." The youth sneered. "Hand over your storage device, and that cultivator boy. You're quite calm. Surrender your possessions, or face death." Horan glanced at Xiang Chen, who remained silent, absorbed in his practice. "Damn it, how dare you ignore me? Kill this boy and capture the girl." The youth barked in fury. "Xiang Chen, my injuries have yet to heal. You must rise and deal with them." Horan shouted in panic. Chapter 449. The human heart is hard to gauge. Haha. This boy is actually in the midst of cultivation. Let me take this opportunity to understand him better. One of the men grinned wickedly, stepping forward, his spear aimed viciously at Xiang Chen's head. With a roar, the little white tiger in Xiang Chen's embrace surged with power, its body swelling to the size of a formidable tiger, and it swatted the spear aside with a mighty paw. Within this paw lies a terrifying force and energy. When the strike landed upon the little white tiger's claw, it felt as if it had pierced the most resilient steel. Bang, bang, bang. The entire battle spear was shattered inch by inch from the tip. The astonishing recoil from the weapon caused it to slip from the wielder's grasp, piercing deeply into his chest. With a sickening squelch, the man was impaled by his own spear, sent flying backward. Thud. He, along with the weapon, was brutally pinned against a large tree over 10 meters away, the spear piercing through the trunk. The impact broke the tree, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open as blood gushed from the gaping hole in his chest, convulsing until he breathed his last. The others were momentarily stunned, hastily retreating in terror while gazing at the suddenly appearing white tiger. The young man, startled, shouted in fury, "Kill this beast! Destroy it!" The remaining few, regaining their composure, unleashed their innate energy, executing martial arts to strike at the little white tiger. With a thunderous roar, the white tiger released a visible wave of sound. The incoming blade and sword energies were shattered by this roar, the terrifying sound wave crashing into the attackers, causing them to scream in agony as they were flung away, their orifices bursting with blood. The sound wave stirred a fierce gale. The young man from the 9th heaven howled in pain, blood gushing from his ears, his eardrums ruptured, and his head throbbed as if his very soul were on the verge of shattering. Holan covered her ears, feeling immense discomfort. Although she was not within the range of the sound wave attack, the fearsome roar still sent waves of pain through her head. The little white tiger unleashed a beam of golden sword light, entirely composed of pure metal energy. Whoosh! The sword light transformed into a lethal beam, slicing through the air with a sonic boom, instantly penetrating the young man's head. With a sickening pop, his skull was pierced, leading to his immediate demise. The sword light, remarkably agile as if it possessed life, then curved and struck down the remaining assailants. One by one, their heads were pierced by the astonishingly swift sword light, blood erupting as they fell lifeless to the ground, their eyes forever closed. 7 individuals were swiftly exterminated by the little white tiger. Their bodies lay on the ground, blood still steaming. Holin, regaining her senses, was left in a state of shock, staring in disbelief at the scene before her, filled with horror. Her gaze shifted to the majestic and striking little white tiger, her eyes reflecting pure astonishment as she stood dumbfounded. She had never anticipated that this adorable creature, resembling a kitten and nestled in Xiang Chen's embrace, possessed such terrifying power. 7 innate masters had been effortlessly dispatched. Xiang Chen remained enveloped in his meditative state. Yet he was acutely aware of the unfolding situation, fully confident in the little white tiger's prowess. Approaching one of the fallen bodies, the little white tiger opened its gaping maw, beginning to gnaw and devour. It showed no dietary restrictions, whether human, beast, or rare metal. It consumed them all. Perceiving only 3 categories, Xiang Chen, his friends, and food, Holland regained her senses and was startled to see the white tiger devouring these individuals, her complexion turning pale as she witnessed their weapons being crushed and consumed by the creature. She glanced towards Xiang Chen, who was still immersed in his cultivation, her heart racing with trepidation. Who exactly was this person? The ferocity of this white tiger was truly terrifying, undoubtedly indicative of an extraordinary lineage. After feasting on the few men and their weapons, the white tiger returned to Xiang Chen's side, curling up lazily as if nothing had transpired. As night faded into dawn and the sun began its ascent, a sudden exclamation echoed from the distant woods. A figure rushed forth, a young man, approximately 28 or 29, bearing a battle bow on his back and a treasured blade at his waist, followed closely by 12 or 13 companions. "Huijin," Holland exclaimed with delight, hastening towards him. "You have finally arrived." The young man, Huijin, replied, "I apologize, Mississippi. We arrived late. Are you unharmed? I sustained some injuries. Is it just you and these few? Where are the others?" Holland inquired. "The lady is injured. Is it serious?" Huijin's expression changed, his voice filled with concern. "It's nothing. I will recover in a few days. The others have yet to arrive, and some have gone missing. Their fate appears grim." Huijin sighed. "There is a scent of blood. What transpired here? And who is he?" Huijin questioned, eyeing Xiang Chen, who was meditating beside a large tree near the campfire. A white tiger by his side. Holland's eyes glimmered as she leaned closer to Huijin and whispered. Upon hearing her words, Huijin's eyes brightened, his gaze fervently fixed on Xiang Chen and the white tiger. For first-grade spirit fruits and a formidable beast worthy of cultivation, he smirked, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Miss, are you all right?" Huijin pressed. "Everything must prioritize the interests of our family," Holland asserted. "Then I can rest easy with your words, miss." Huijin replied with a sneer. After a brief discussion among the group, Huijin retrieved a large piece of unknown smoked ham and approached the white tiger. "Hey, little one, give this a try," he exclaimed, tossing the ham before the creature. The white tiger sniffed the air, intrigued by the aroma. Glancing at Huijin and his companions, Huijin offered her a warm smile. The white tiger then pawed at the ham, eagerly tearing into it, and soon devoured the entire hefty piece. Following her meal, the white tiger resumed her slumber beside Xiang Chen. "Is everything all right?" Holland inquired. "This white tiger possesses extraordinary strength. It may even contend with your Yuan Yang realm cultivation. Not to worry. The drug I used can incapacitate even those of the Yuan Yang realm," Huijin replied confidently. Indeed, at that moment, the white tiger closed its eyes, succumbing to drowsiness, soon emitting soft snores. "Cast the net," Huijin commanded. A young man swiftly hurled a specially crafted net made of unique materials, enveloping both the white tiger and Xiang Chen. The golden net, measuring 7 or 8 meters in size, tightly ensnared both beast and cultivator. At this moment, Xiang Chen opened his eyes, unleashing a surge of true Yin energy from within, reaching the 7th level of the innate realm. Chapter 450, The Farmer and the Snake. Xiang Chen gazed at the binding net that ensnared him, His expression darkened as he turned to Horan and coldly inquired, "What do you mean?" Horan responded with a faint smile, saying, "I'm afraid I can't provide you with the 1,000 spirit coins after all, young brother Xiang Chen." Xiang Chen replied indifferently, "Are you truly going to harm your savior over a mere 1,000 spirit coins?" The fee for protection was merely a pretext for Xiang Chen to assuage the other's fears. He had no intention of collecting that sum. Alas, the nature of the human heart is forever unpredictable. That is not the case. Hand over the 4 spirit fruits you possess. I assure you, the paltry sum of 1,000 spirit coins does not concern me. Out of gratitude for saving my life, I shall not kill you," Horan remarked, a smile on her lips, though her heart was as venomous as a viper. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen chuckled, a chilling grin spreading across his face. "What an ungrateful and heartless woman you are. Were it not for my intervention, you would have been devoured by the blue leopard." Horan's smile faltered, turning icy, as she retorted, "Your motive in saving me was solely for those 4 spirit fruits. Furthermore, in this desolate forest, injured as I am, I cannot believe you harbor no ulterior motives." Xiang Chen was rendered speechless at her audacity. He sneered, "Apologies, but I have no interest in you whatsoever. The women I desire far surpass you in beauty and virtue. You may possess an appealing exterior, yet your heart is as ugly as a serpent's." Horan's expression turned frigid, and her companion, Huang, barked angrily, "You insolent wretch! You are but a fish in a barrel, yet you dare to act so arrogantly. Do you believe we would hesitate to kill you? Such ungratefulness deserves immediate reprisal. Seize his spirit fruits and possessions. I had intended to spare his life, but since he is so ungrateful, I feel no obligation to show mercy," Horan commanded coldly, her fury ignited by Xiang Chen's insults. "Prepare to die." One of the assailants advanced, wielding a treasure blade aimed directly at Xiang Chen's throat. However, at that moment, the ground erupted, thrusting a stone sword upward, which struck the man in his lower body. "Ah!" he cried out in a harrowing scream, blood gushing forth. With a thunderous rumble, walls of earth suddenly rose up, forming a protective barrier around Xiang Chen and the little white tiger, resembling a colossal inverted earthen bowl. The walls glistened with a metallic sheen akin to black iron, their hardness rivaling that of century-old profound iron. Horan, Huang, and the others were taken aback, their eyes wide with horror as they witnessed their comrade impaled by the stone sword. They quickly scattered, wary of the ground beneath their feet. Within the earthen shield, Xiang Chen unleashed the true Yin energy to struggle against the binding net, realizing its astonishing strength and resilience, rendering him unable to break free. "Shall Bai awaken?" Xiang Chen called out, mentally reaching out to the little white tiger. At this moment, the little white tiger abruptly opened its drowsy eyes, only to discover that it too was ensnared. "Bite through this magical net," Xiang Chen commanded, heeding his words. The little white tiger opened its mouth and lunged at the net, its teeth capable of shattering even the finest treasures. "Comling, do not intervene. I shall deal with these individuals myself," Xiang Chen declared with a frosty expression. The tale of the farmer and the snake he never imagined would unfold in his own life. "Huang, shatter it. Eliminate that wretch," Huan ordered coldly, noticing that the onslaught had ceased, which brought a slight sense of relief to the crowd. Upon receiving the command, Huang unleashed a surge of formidable energy, the true essence of a Yuan-Yang realm expert radiating from him in a verdant glow. "Withered wood palm," Huang bellowed, striking forth with a palm transformed into a desiccated yellow, condensing into a massive palm imprint, a full yard in size, that crashed violently against the earthen barrier. Boom! The impact erupted with a tempest of energy, striking the earthen shield, causing fissures to form, yet it did not collapse immediately. A surge of earth power flowed in, rapidly mending the shield, showcasing its astonishing defensive capabilities. Huang's expression shifted to one of astonishment at such robust fortitude. "Attack together," he commanded. The others, hearing this, unleashed their true energy, primal essence. A dozen individuals joined forces, their formidable energies converging in a barrage against the earthen shield, which finally shattered with a resounding crack. However, as the dust settled, neither the little white tiger nor Xiang Chen was to be found. "Where are they?" The crowd gazed into the haze, finding no trace of the pair. Suddenly, the ground beneath one individual erupted, and 2 figures burst forth from the earth. In an instant, a blade of light sliced upwards, and the man did not even have time to scream before being cleaved in 2. Xiang Chen emerged, with the diminutive white tiger perched on his shoulder. its tail flicking playfully. Where is Xiang Chen? Eliminate him. Huang shrieked. Kill. The dozen individuals regained their focus, each unleashing their true energy, swift as leopards, charging towards Xiang Chen. His expression turned icy as the Taiyin true energy surged violently through his meridians, while an immensely terrifying chill from the Yellow Springs realm surged forth from the three swirling vortices within his divine abode. The group, armed with varying true energy attacks, closed in within mere meters of Xiang Chen. 9 Nether Cold Darkness. Kill. He shouted, striking the ground with force. Boom. From every pore in his body. The Taiyin true energy infused with 9 Nether Cold Darkness erupted, sweeping towards the group. Crack. The onslaught of their attacks was met with this chilling energy, shattering and dissipating upon contact. Subsequently, this terrifying cold surged through the bodies of the dozen individuals, the dreadful chill of the Yellow Springs invading their interiors. Their vital energies suddenly froze, their bodies stiffening, collapsing to the ground, frost appearing upon them, their very souls encased in ice, instantly losing consciousness. How is this possible? Huang gasped in horror, retreating in fright. Beside her, Huijin also bore an expression of disbelief. What a powerful martial art! What is this technique? Huijin exclaimed. Astounded. Huijin, swiftly eliminate him. What are you hesitating for? Huang bellowed in fury. Ah yes. Huijin snapped back to reality. A vortex of fully condensed true essence roared within him, the energy surging explosively. Boom. He transformed into a streak of azure light, lunging directly at Xiang Chen, his momentum far superior to that of the previous adversaries. Kid, meet your demise. Huijin's hand morphed into a claw, unleashing 5 azure green blades that sliced towards Xiang Chen. Whistling through the air, Xiang Chen regarded the 5 incoming energy blades with unwavering composure, not even attempting to evade. Suddenly, a wall of earth surged up from the ground, shielding Xiang Chen. The 5 blades tore through the wall, leaving behind several gashes. At that moment, 2 massive, serpent-like black-red vines erupted from the earth beneath. These vines moved with lightning speed, ensnaring Huijin's legs. Huijin, taken aback, found himself lifted into the air by the constricting vines. What are these things? In a fit of panic and rage, he drew his treasured blade and struck at the devouring sky evil vine. However, the blade merely clashed against the vine, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. Tear. Xiang Chen's expression remained unfazed as he wrenched his arms apart, the interconnected devouring sky evil vines responding in kind, tightening their grip around Huijin's legs. Blood erupted in all directions as Huijin let out a harrowing scream, his body being violently torn asunder, a dark mist enveloping him, consuming his very soul. Huijin was utterly engulfed by the devouring sky evil vine. Huang stood frozen in shock, her complexion paling as she staggered backward, horrified by the scene before her. Huijin, no. How could this little beast be so powerful? Huang shrieked, turning to flee. Yet, the ground beneath her transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring her as she stepped into it, her lower body sinking into the mire. The mud swiftly solidified, rendering Huang immobile within the iron-like earth. After breaking through the Yuan-Yang realm, Kunling's mastery over the earth had grown increasingly formidable. Xiang Chen advanced step by step toward Huang, who turned, terror etched on her face as he approached. Xiang Chen, spare me. I beg you, spare me. If you desire money, I will give you whatever you asked for. Just spare me, please. Huang cried, filled with profound regret. Xiang Chen's expression remained cold. Do you truly think I care for money? You wretched creature, you have squandered the kindness this world has shown you. Your existence merely adds another disgrace to this realm. Xiang Chen placed his foot upon her head, stepping over her. Moon charm, Kunling, devour her. Xiang Chen declared indifferently. Yes, master. From within Xiang Chen, a surge of black mist erupted, heralding the awakening of the ghostly entity, Moon charm. Transforming into a wisp of ghostly fog, Moon charm entered Huang's mouth, consuming her soul as she let out a series of agonized wails. Meanwhile, Kunling began the process of converting her corpse into a source of nourishment. In the distance, a tree harbored 2 hawks observing the unfolding scene. Soon, one flapped its wings and took flight. A group of individuals was entirely annihilated, their possessions, storage jade belts, rings, and other valuables, laid before Xiang Chen. He meticulously examined these artifacts, ultimately bestowing all the treasures upon the little white tiger as a treat. He amassed over 13,000 spirit coins, the majority sourced from Hualan storage device. Additionally, he acquired a first-grade spiritual herb, the fire lingji, aged 800 years, along with 8 more medicinal herbs, collectively valued at approximately 20,000 spirit coins. Truly, it seemed that virtuous deeds were left unrewarded. As the phrase killing and arson lead to golden belts echoed in his mind. With a sigh, Xiang Chen gathered the items, setting aside his reflections to continue his quest for spiritual herbs, aware that the treasures within this ancient, desolate realm would surely diminish over time. Days swiftly passed, and on one particular day, Xiang Chen found himself atop a towering mountain, 1,000 meters high, simmering a pot of beast meat, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. The little white tiger lay nearby, its tail swishing back and forth, drool incessantly dripping. As Xiang Chen lifted the pot's lid, an irresistible scent permeated the surroundings. The meat of a Yuan-Yang realm beast was indeed delectable. He poured a generous bowl for the little white tiger, and together they commenced a grand feast. However, just as they were halfway through their meal, the white-furred wolf-like ears of Xiang Chen perked up, prompting him to set down the bowl. While others dined with plates, he utilized a basin. He lowered the basin, his gaze shifting towards the foot of the mountain, where suddenly, a luminous moonlight radiated from his eyes, resembling 2 full moons illuminating the night. An ethereal moonlight enveloped a 10-kilometer radius, including the mountain itself, painting a vivid aerial panorama within his mind. Before long, he perceived 8 figures converging from around the mountain towards its peak. Among them, he discerned the emblem of the Tianyi Association on the chests of 2 individuals. Members of the Tianyi Association. A frown darkened Xiang Chen's expression, and with a swift motion, he opened his mouth, transforming it into a vortex of consumption, devouring the entire bowl of meat in one gulp. Rising to his feet, a chill coursed through his heart. It appeared that the members of the Tianyi Association, particularly from the Yi family, had discovered his whereabouts. The 8 individuals, no longer concealing their presence, swiftly manifested their true wings and ascended. To Xiang Chen's astonishment, all 8 were formidable Yuan-Yang realm experts, their cultivation levels ranging from the 1st to the 4th tier. In no time, they reached the mountaintop, all gazing intently at Xiang Chen. The little white tiger licked the basin clean and stood resolutely beside him, while Xiang Chen, unfazed by the dining interruption, fixed his gaze upon the 8 Yuan-Yang powerhouses, a weight settling in his heart. To mobilize such a multitude of Yuan-Yang realm experts to hunt down a mere innate realm individual, this indeed reflected the esteem in which the Tianyi Association, particularly Yi Tianzi, held him. Xiang Chen remarked coldly. Among them, a young man clad in yellow, a member of the Tianyi Association and of the Yi family, named Yi Bang, sneered, "This number of people is inconsequential to our Yi family. More are on their way. Xiang Chen, if you wish to avoid being killed, you might want to consider ending your own life. Otherwise, we shall reduce you to mere powder." With a mask of feigned terror, Xiang Chen inquired, "What grudge or enmity could lead to this? Gentlemen, if you must take my life, I possess a miraculous elixir and wealth. Might you spare me this fate? Everything I carry belongs to you, esteemed brothers." Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yi Bang erupted into laughter, saying, "Young one, you too can feel fear. You previously slaughtered members of our Tianyi society." However, before he could finish his sentence, Xiang Chen sprang into action in an instant, his steps igniting a series of astonishing movements. The air crackled with thunder as he executed the thunder lightning technique. In a heartbeat, he traversed over 100 meters, confronting a first-level Yuan-Yang realm cultivator. The swallowing heaven evil vine, now the size of a thumb, transformed into 2 piercing tendrils that struck forth. With a sickening sound, the man was caught entirely off guard, as the tendrils of the swallowing heaven evil vine pierced through his chest. The vine expanded instantly, gruesomely dismembering him. Roar! Simultaneously, the white tiger leapt into action alongside Xiang Chen, its forepaws radiating an aura of golden light as it propelled itself with astonishing speed towards another adversary's chest. The ferocious beast's claws easily penetrated the formidable flesh, extracting the heart, sending the man flying, wide-eyed in horror as he beheld his own heart being torn from him. In an instant, 2 Yuan-Yang realm experts fell victim to the sudden ambush by Xiang Chen and the white tiger. Yi Bang had never anticipated that. Encircled by 8 Yuan-Yang realm cultivators, Xiang Chen would dare to retaliate. "You wretched creature, you seek death. Kill him, Yi Bang bellowed, unleashing the 4 vortexes of true essence within him, summoning forth an overwhelming force exceeding 400,000 pounds. The other 5 individuals regained their senses, each emanating a terrifying energy. Kill. The 2 Yuanyang realm cultivators nearest to Xiang Chen and the White Tiger immediately launched their attacks. One unleashed a formidable punch, its energy surging with over 200,000 pounds of force aimed directly at Xiang Chen. The other brandished a battle knife, slashing forth a blade of light stretching 7 to 8 meters towards the White Tiger. With a fierce roar, Xiang Chen transformed into a celestial wolf, his energy escalating to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Simultaneously, he wielded the thunder-cutting blade, conjuring a 3-meter-long curtain of lightning that cleaved through the air. The thunderous blade collided with the opponent's punch, which exploded upon impact. However, the explosion of the lightning blade dissipated much of the punch's force, resulting in a few thousand pounds of impact that sent Xiang Chen hurtling backwards for dozens of meters, leaving a long trail in the earth. Yet, from above descended a blazing handprint, as a second-level Yuanyang realm expert conjured a fiery palm strike from the heavens. Xiang Chen swiftly sidestepped, as the fiery strike detonated upon the mountaintop, engulfing a wide area in flames and obliterating trees and shrubs into mere dust, the soil turning to char. Swallowing Heaven Evil Vine, Xiang Chen roared, as 2 tendrils surged forth like furious serpents toward the assailant. The man waved his hands, unleashing his true essence, summoning another fiery palm strike. Boom, boom. Yet, the 2 tendrils of the Swallowing Heaven Evil Vine shattered the palm strike, ensnaring the man completely. The individual was taken aback, quickly unleashing their true essence to resist, forming a protective barrier of energy around themselves. At that moment, Xiang Chen charged forward, channeling all his strength into a single strike, unleashing a terrifying force exceeding 200,000 pounds, the blade radiating an unparalleled sharpness. With a thunderous roar, the blow shattered and tore through the opponent's protective energy, the devouring sky evil vine coiling violently. A scream of agony escaped the victim as they were mercilessly crushed into fragments by the vine. On the other side, the White Tiger, after shattering another's blade, expelled 3 golden sword lights, each over a yard long, their lethal brilliance awe-inspiring. With 3 swift sounds, the golden sword lights sliced towards the adversary at an astonishing speed. The first-level Yuanyang realm expert managed to evade 2 of the strikes, but one unexpectedly circled around from behind, piercing through their protective energy and severing their head with a single blow. 3 experts from the Yuanyang realm met their tragic end. Xiang Chen, Yi Bang, filled with fury, launched a vigorous assault, his fists raining down with overwhelming power, encircling Xiang Chen and leaving him with no avenue of escape. Xiang Chen, wrapped in the devouring sky evil vine, was struck by the violent blows. Sent flying like a large dumpling, he spewed blood, his insides shaken by the force. The strength of the Yuanyang realm experts was truly astonishing. If one had to quantify their might, it would definitely exceed 400,000 pounds, capable of shattering a small hill with a single punch. Xiang Chen was propelled over 100 meters, tumbling down the slope. "Little Bai, let us go?" Xiang Chen shouted, rolling down and then turning to flee. The White Tiger transformed into a streak of golden light, immediately pursuing him. In the distance, a contingent of over 20 Yuanyang realm experts from the Yi family rushed forth. If it were just these few, Xiang Chen might have had a chance to contend against the moon-devouring Sky Wolf and a few others, especially with the support of Little Bai and Kuan Ling. But he had already observed that more reinforcements were approaching. "Chase! We cannot let this little brat escape." Yi Bang seethed, furious at the humiliation of having 3 of his men killed by just Xiang Chen and his tiger. 5 individuals pursued, summoning their true wings. The White Tiger swiftly caught up to Xiang Chen, who leapt onto its back as it sprinted, becoming a golden flash racing toward the horizon. Like clouds riding a dragon and winds carrying a tiger, the White Tiger was indeed a sacred beast capable of commanding the winds. As it ran, a whirlwind enveloped its form, soaring 7 to 8 meters above the ground, its speed astonishing, rivaling that of a Soul Moon realm expert. "Damn it! How can that beast run so fast?" Yi Bang, flying with his true wings, felt his expression shift as he watched the White Tiger vanish into the distance. A long cry echoed as a gigantic bird with a wingspan of over 30 meters broke through the skies, crackling with lightning and exhibiting remarkable speed. "Yi Bang, "Get up here," shouted a youth from above. "Yi Qiong, splendid. You brought the Thunder Eagle," Yi Bang exclaimed with delight, immediately leaping onto the back of the massive bird. The others quickly followed suit. This was the Thunder Eagle, one of the fastest mounts among Yuan Yang realm flying beasts, a remarkably rare breed, not commonly found within the Yi family. The Thunder Eagle emitted a piercing screech, reminiscent of shattering stone, as it darted towards the white tiger with the swiftness of lightning. Its speed astonishing and relentless. Cursed be it. Xiang Chen's expression darkened upon witnessing this scene. He swiftly mounted the white tiger, retrieving the dragon hunter bow and knocking 7 precious arrows aimed directly at the Thunder Eagle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bowstring reverberated with a deafening sound, unleashing an incredible propulsion force as the 7 arrows, infused with true essence, traversed hundreds of meters to strike at the Thunder Eagle. Yi Bang and the others unleashed their own true energy to intercept. Amidst the thunderous explosions, 6 arrows were intercepted and detonated. Yet one managed to curve and strike fiercely at the Thunder Eagle's abdomen from below. However, the Thunder Eagle, a formidable creature of the Yuan Yang realm, unleashed a curtain of lightning to counter the strike. The arrow collided with the lightning barrier, resulting in a spectacular explosion that sent shockwaves through the air. The Thunder Eagle let out a pained cry. A blood hole pierced through its body, feathers scattering, but it sustained only light injuries that would not incapacitate it. Instead, this provoked the Thunder Eagle's ferocity, and with a thunderous roar, it unleashed its energy, increasing its speed yet again. "Xiang Chen, there is no escape for you today. Prepare to meet your demise," Yi Bang declared coldly, as he also drew a treasured bow and knocked an arrow, infusing it with true essence. Whoosh! The arrow, imbued with tremendous energy, shot forth with astonishing speed, prompting the white tiger to dodge hastily. The arrow detonated nearby, creating a massive crater, the shockwave nearly causing the white tiger to topple. Xiang Chen quickly turned to release 7 arrows, managing to intercept the incoming arrow aimed at him, resulting in a series of explosive impacts that shattered the arrow feathers. Meanwhile, others wielding treasured bows began to unleash their assaults on Xiang Chen, with 8 formidable archers from the Yuan Yang realm launching their arrows like missiles. The white tiger adeptly evaded one arrow after another, continuing its frantic charge forward. Suddenly, an arrow pierced through Xiang Chen's defenses, striking brutally against his chest. Chapter 453. Adversity breeds treasure. This arrow unleashed a powerful surge of energy and shockwave upon Xiang Chen's chest. He cried out in agony. Propelled from the back of the white tiger, despite donning the finest snakescale armor crafted by Shengtian. Yet, the overwhelming force shattered several bones in his chest, causing a significant indentation. Xiang Chen was flung several meters away, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. The white tiger was taken aback, its eyes blazing with fury as it turned with a roar, ready to fight back. "Xiaobai, come back, we must go," Xiang Chen shouted urgently. The white tiger suppressed its rage upon hearing his command, turning back towards Xiang Chen, who quickly scrambled onto its back as it continued to run. However, the white tiger grew more cunning, constantly altering its movements to evade attacks. Xiang Chen's chest throbbed with pain, the indentation considerable, yet he was grateful for the snakescale armor. Without it, he would have been pierced through. Even so, his internal organs were shaken, and several meridians were severed. He promptly consumed a rejuvenating pill, channeling true energy to aid in his recovery. The sound of arrows whistling through the air persisted. Xiang Chen also drew his bow to intercept the incoming arrows. As both sides engaged in this relentless chase, they swiftly traversed over 100 miles of rugged terrain. Ahead lay a vast expanse of marshland, shrouded in a gray mist, dense with aquatic vegetation. The water plants here were an ominous dark green, their leaves serrated like teeth. Occasionally, a misguided bird would venture into this marsh, only to plummet from the sky, crashing into the water plants, its body swiftly decaying to nourish the very flora that ensnared it. A toxic haze. The poisonous water plants. This is salvation. Ha ha, little white, hasten into the depths. Upon sighting the marsh ahead, Xiang Chen's face brightened with joy. Without hesitation, the little white tiger dashed into the poisonous water plants, plunging into the swamp. Shortly thereafter, the Thunder Eagle followed, soaring into the marsh, entering the realm enveloped by the toxic barrier. "You little mongrel, do not flee," Yi Bang roared, loosing an arrow that soared over 1,000 meters, splashing water and shattering countless poisonous water plants. Xiang Chen, meanwhile, summoned the little white tiger into his Qinkuan ring and dove headlong into the marsh. The swamp was not deep. The water measured only 3 to 4 meters, with thick muck below, rendering the water murky. The thunder eagle circled above, while a barrage of arrows rained down into the marsh, erupting into geysers of water, akin to bombs dropped into a lake. Xiang Chen's body moved like a fish, gliding into the distance. Alas, there is poison here, someone exclaimed in alarm, feeling a sudden heaviness within, their head growing increasingly foggy. The toxic mist, I've been poisoned. We cannot linger here. Others soon recognized their own discomfort. Damn it, we must retreat. Yi Bang gritted his teeth, aware that prolonged exposure could lead to dire consequences. The thunder eagle swiftly ascended, soon escaping the clutches of the poisonous marsh. Gazing at the gray mist blanketing the swamp, Yi Bang's expression darkened. He had not been able to slay Xiang Chen himself. What shall we do? Do you think that wretch is dead? Yi Qiong inquired. Yi Bang surveyed the marsh and replied, the water plants within are toxic, capable of killing even a Yuan Yang realm powerhouse. This brat, despite his strength, cannot withstand such a fearsome poison. He is surely doomed to perish here. Indeed, though it is unfortunate not to have his corpse. It complicates our report to the young master. Yi Qiong nodded. There is nothing we can do. We cannot risk our lives searching for him. Yet, the odds are heavily against him surviving. Yi Bang and his companions dared not delve deeper into the marsh in pursuit, unwilling to gamble their lives. Amidst the tangled water plants, Xiang Chen suddenly emerged from the poisonous foliage. Thank goodness for this toxic haze, otherwise, I would have been at a loss to escape these pursuers. He exhaled in relief, his gaze cold as he observed his concave chest. This vendetta must be avenged. He plucked a stalk of poisonous plant and brought it to his lips, chewing and swallowing it. The bitterness of the plant, laden with venom, was lethal to others. Yet for Xiang Chen, it was a treasured elixir for cultivating the heavenly restoration scripture. So bitter, he grimaced, but like a cow munching peonies. He devoured another handful of the toxic plant, swallowing it down and refining the poison into medicinal essence. The abundant restorative energy he cultivated nourished and revitalized his body. Xiang Chen transformed into a towering celestial wolf, exceeding 4 meters in height. With a powerful leap, the true qi of the Taiyin erupted, releasing a chilling aura that instantly froze the water beneath him, forming a solid layer of ice. Standing upon this icy surface, he remained unyielding against the water below. He then settled into a meditative posture, focusing intently on mending his injuries. Although the arrow wound was grievous, with the aid of medicinal herbs and his formidable regenerative abilities, he anticipated a complete recovery within an hour. After half an hour, suddenly, Xiang Chen sprang into action. The ice layer beneath him shattered explosively as a massive figure with an enormous maw lunged toward him. It was a venomous crocodile, a ferocious beast measuring 8 to 9 meters in length, ranking around the 9th level of the innate realm. The surprise attack failed, prompting the crocodile to leap 7 to 8 meters high. Suspended in midair, Xiang Chen let out a cold laugh, then propelled himself downward with astonishing speed. Wielding the dragon-quelling demon blade, and struck fiercely. With a resounding slice, the blade cleaved through the crocodile's gaping jaws, severing it in two. The creature's carcass plummeted, staining the marsh with its blood. I see you're aware that I haven't had my fill. You've brought me a feast, Xiang Chen scoffed, seizing a portion of the carcass. Peeling back its skin with his claws, and began to consume it raw. The nearly 10,000-pound crocodile was devoured entirely, leaving only some bones and entrails behind. Having satisfied his hunger, Xiang Chen ventured deeper into the marsh, curious if any treasures lay hidden within. His injuries had nearly healed. With each step forward, the marsh beneath his feet froze into a solid path of ice. As he gazed deeper into the marsh, the noxious miasma thickened, while others would recoil in fear. Xiang Chen inhaled it with fervor, drawing it into his being. The marsh teemed with venomous creatures adapted to this toxic environment, including several venomous crocodiles and pythons, all of which he vanquished with ease. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance caught his attention. Xiang Chen halted, his wolf-like nose detecting a distant aroma amidst the pungent miasma. This scent ignited a resonance within his true qi. A toxic treasure, he exclaimed in astonishment, promptly racing toward the source of the fragrance, his feet swiftly conjuring an icy pathway to the distance. The scent emanated from over 20 kilometers away, a testament to Xiang Chen's exceptional olfactory prowess. Upon arrival, he He was awestruck. Over 1,000 meters away lay a circular islet, surpassing 100 meters in diameter, where a red lotus, the size of a basin, bloomed. The petals of this lotus transitioned from a light crimson to a deep red, even a blood-red hue, while the central bud was not a seed pod, but rather a cluster of crimson flames. The blood flames danced eerily. The lotus's roots extended into the water, creating a barren expanse devoid of aquatic vegetation within a kilometer radius. Xiang Chen gazed at the strange lotus, excitement illuminating his features. The blood-red lotus. It is the blood-red lotus. Xiang Chen gasped in astonishment upon encountering the blood-red lotus, a plant of dreadful toxicity chronicled in the sacred scripture of returning heaven. This sinister lotus possesses the potential to evolve into a divine lotus, with a venom so potent that it could even slay deities. However, the most formidable blood-red lotus manifests in a purplish hue, while the specimen before him was merely a deep crimson, classified as a spiritual-level toxic lotus. Little did he know, this blood-red lotus not only had the capacity to take lives, but also harbored the remarkable ability to rejuvenate decayed bodies, restoring flesh and bone, and reviving the deceased. In his exhilaration, Xiang Chen hurriedly approached, swiftly stepping onto the circular island. The island was adorned with a lush carpet of moss, yet beneath it, peculiar markings could be discerned. Nevertheless, Xiang Chen's attention was entirely captivated by the blood-red lotus. If he could refine this lotus, he would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation of returning heaven's true energy to the yuan-yang realm, achieving the spiritual state within the sacred body of returning heaven. At that moment, with his medical expertise, he believed he could even mend a severed head given enough time. Filled with fervor, Xiang Chen moved closer, poised to pluck the lotus when suddenly, his expression shifted, and he deftly evaded, stepping aside on the island. In the next instant, a deafening splash erupted from the marsh, as a colossal figure surged forth, lunging towards him. To his horror, it was a terrifying giant python, measuring 7 to 8 meters in diameter, its gaping maw devoid of eyes. Xiang Chen reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to let the black serpent miss its mark, landing at the edge of the island. At that moment, a massive head, resembling that of a giant tortoise, emerged from the island's periphery, its size comparable to that of a small house. It opened its cavernous mouth, lacking teeth but possessing a razor-sharp beak. The suddenness of this encounter caught Xiang Chen completely off guard, and he found himself perilously close to being ensnared by the tortoise's maw. In a moment of dire urgency, Xiang Chen leaped, using the momentum to propel himself into the depths of the creature's mouth. The mouth snapped shut, its keen beak nearly severing his leg in two. The enormous tortoise closed its mouth, and Xiang Chen plummeted into its throat, surrounded by a slick, suffocating darkness. Within the vast, tubular passage, a powerful suction force erupted, drawing him deeper into the creature's belly. With a loud belch, the colossal being expelled a rush of air after swallowing Xiang Chen whole. From above, it became evident that this was no ordinary island. It was, in fact, a giant tortoise. Its immense shell spanned 100 meters, resembling a small island from above. The tortoise lounged in the marsh, with the blood-red lotus flourishing upon its back, its roots deeply embedded within, drawing nourishment and lifeblood, almost becoming a part of the creature itself. Furthermore, this giant tortoise exhibited peculiarities, as its tail resembled that of a great serpent, complete with a mouth. The colossal tortoise rose from the depths, splashing water high into the air, its imposing stature reaching nearly 100 meters, exuding an aura of malevolence. It ambled slowly through the swamp, stirring up massive waves and churned mud. Despite its sluggish movements, each step covered an extraordinary distance of several dozen meters, a testament to its immense size. Yet, after merely traversing a few hundred meters, it seemed to merely stretch its limbs before plunging back into the water to rest, submerging itself in the mire. Within the belly of the beast, Xiang Chen found himself abruptly drawn into a noxious, cavernous stomach. With a thud, he landed in the fetid space. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was ensconced within a stomach spanning over a dozen square meters, slick and pulsating with life. Scattered within were the fragmented remnants of venomous crocodiles. It was over. Despite having consumed countless demons, he had become prey himself. With a strangled cry, Xiang Chen sprang to his feet, holding his breath. The stench was unbearable. Suddenly, a dense, dark red mist began to seep from the stomach walls, engulfing the entire space. This vile vapor infiltrated Xiang Chen's being, inducing a disorienting sensation. The miasma was laced with a paralyzing effect. His complexion shifted slightly. The potency of the toxic mist was formidable enough to affect him. Any ordinary individual, even those of the Yuan-Yang realm, would undoubtedly succumb to unconsciousness. Xiang Chen quickly channeled the heavenly sacred decision, refining the noxious fog, and the haze of stupor gradually lifted. The ancient profound tortoise was a creature of the highest spiritual lineage, harboring the blood of the primordial four sacred beasts, with a trace of the Xuanwu's essence. Its cultivation level stood at the fourth realm of Yuan-Yang, and it was 108 years old, possessing innate talent in hydromancy. Such information surfaced in Xiang Chen's mind from the legacy of the 10,000 Demons canon. He was momentarily taken aback. The ancient profound tortoise was indeed a creature of top-tier lineage, intertwining the blood of the Xuanwu. The hierarchy of the demon race's bloodlines was categorized into spiritual, celestial, divine, and sacred levels, with further distinctions among the top, middle, and lower tiers. The demon race was one of the most rigorously classified among all species. A higher bloodline naturally denoted greater innate potential. Whenever he encountered an unfamiliar demon beast or entity, the 10,000 Demons canon within the ancient cauldron would awaken relevant information. Why are you not yet unconscious? A voice, slightly juvenile in tone, echoed within the stomach space. It was the ancient profound tortoise speaking. How dare you? Xiang Chen erupted in indignation. You wretched creature, release me at once. Do you have any idea whom you have swallowed? You have consumed the future sovereign of 10,000 demons. How audacious to insult me. You shall perish, foul human. The ancient profound tortoise retorted with a cold snort. At that moment, a surge of viscous, dark liquid erupted from within its stomach, imbued with a terrifying corrosive potency. The stomach walls undulated, compressing towards Xiang Chen with incredible force. He was suddenly compressed by the contracting walls, the noxious liquid splattering over him. As the corrosive substance engulfed him, Xiang Chen's flesh began to melt away. Chapter 455. The venomous power of blood. Xiang Chen was taken aback as waves of movement coursed through the stomach of his adversary, releasing a viscous secretion that began to corrode his very flesh, imbued with a formidable corrosive potency. Instantly, he unleashed an even purer essence of demonic energy, letting out a fearsome roar as he transformed into his werewolf state, the demonic aura surging forth. His claws struck fiercely against the stomach wall, only to discover its astonishing resilience. Even his razor-sharp talons could not penetrate it. In that moment, the stomach wall expanded before contracting once more, exerting an even greater compressive force against Xiang Chen. Drawing forth his dragon's edge demon blade, he positioned it before him. As the stomach wall pressed in, it collided violently with the blade. With a thrust, the blade pierced the stomach wall, breaking through and causing blood to surge forth. The ancient black turtle suddenly let out a pained roar, a cacophony of anguish resonating from its belly. Within its stomach, a powerful demonic energy erupted, forcefully dislodging Xiang Chen's blade. The demonic essence enveloped the entire gastric space. Are you not human? What manner of creature are you? Came the wrathful voice of the ancient black turtle. Xiang Chen smirked, replying, I have already proclaimed myself as the future king of all demons. Release me at once. The ancient black turtle fell silent. The stomach wall encasing the demonic essence tightened once more, compressing towards Xiang Chen. He struck again with his blade. But the defensive capabilities of the stomach wall, now bolstered by the demonic essence, rendered his attacks futile. Tortoise-type demon beasts are renowned for their incredible defenses, and their innards boast similar fortitude. The constricting stomach wall crushed down upon Xiang Chen, writhing as powerful gastric fluids were released, attempting to dissolve him. However, Xiang Chen's demonic energy was even more refined, resulting in a slow dissolution process, with the digestive effects proving rather ineffective against him. Within the confines of the creature's stomach, Xiang Chen was tossed about violently. With a flicker of his cosmic ring, a vial appeared in his hand. You wretched turtle, do not think for a moment that I am without means to deal with you. He swiftly opened the vial, pouring the liquid contents directly into the stomach. This was none other than the liquefied immortal elixir, capable of incapacitating even the mightiest beings at the celestial realm. As the elixir mingled with the gastric fluids, it would inevitably be absorbed by the adversary's digestive system, with its potency actively corroding the creature from within. While being compressed, Xiang Chen felt his werewolf skin nearing its limit, his fur beginning to shed as his resilient skin started to dissolve. Simultaneously, the ancient black turtle felt as though it had consumed a potent spirit, waves of paralysis coursing through its body, a profound drowsiness enveloping it. Though it could expel paralyzing toxins from its own stomach, the nature of poisons varied. Immunity to its own toxins did not extend to those concocted by Xiang Chen. Moreover, even the most formidable immortal elixir could incapacitate celestial beings. The colossal form of the ancient black turtle rose unsteadily, swaying in the mire. After taking a few faltering steps, it collapsed with a thunderous crash into the swamp, succumbing to the effects of the anesthetic elixir. As the stomach wall contracted and ceased its movements, it returned to its natural state of expansion. The protective demonic energy shielding the stomach wall dissipated into the meridians. Xiang Chen then plunged a blade fiercely into the creature's stomach wall. Without the safeguard of demonic energy, the sharpness of the long demon blade easily pierced through, causing blood to gush forth. Placing his palm against the wound, he activated the 10,000 demon sacred art, allowing a surge of demonic energy to flow into the creature's body. The ancient Xian turtle's vital energies began to circulate, driven by the influx of this sacred demonic essence. Within the ancient Xian turtle's heart, a fist-sized mass of potent blood essence, imbued with extraordinary energy, was drawn towards Xiang Chen's hand through the wound. He swallowed this essence, holding it within his mouth. Transforming into the moon-eating celestial wolf, he swiftly ascended the esophagus, climbing upward until he reached the throat and then into the oral cavity. Upon reaching the surface of the tongue, he gazed at the closed mouth and then struck down fiercely with a claw upon the tongue. The ancient Xian turtle's mouth reflexively opened in response to the pain, and the moon-eating celestial wolf immediately leapt out, emerging from its maw. Once outside, he beheld the colossal ancient Xian turtle and reverted to his human form, landing atop its massive head. A wry smile crossed Xiang Chen's face as he realized he had experienced being consumed once himself. Perched upon the creature's immense head, he expelled the blood essence. The sacred demonic energy enveloped the essence, and with a transformation of his hand gestures, he conjured demonic runes. Golden demonic patterns coalesced around the essence, infusing it with power. This essence transformed into a contract rune. Xiang Chen struck the creature's vast cranium with force, the rune penetrating its head and merging with its flesh and even its soul. Had it not been for your meager lineage of the Xuanwu sacred beast, I would have been disinclined to accept you, he scoffed lightly, confident that this creature would remain unconscious for some time. He then leaped onto its back, heading towards a blood-red lotus that thrived upon the ancient Xian turtle's shell. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow. This blood-red lotus had established a symbiotic relationship with the ancient Xian turtle, flourishing in tandem with it. Its roots had burrowed deep into the turtle's body, drawing upon its vital essence for sustenance, treating the ancient Xian turtle as its host. The toxic gases emanating from the turtle were released by the lotus as a means of protection. Xiang Chen plucked several pale red petals and consumed them, savoring the slight sweetness. As he swallowed, a potent medicinal force surged within him, instantly melding with his being. Soon, his vital energies began to surge erratically. A cry of anguish erupted from Xiang Chen as he endured the discomfort. The pale red medicinal power coursed through his meridians and blood. The toxic force erupted. To his horror, Xiang Chen's skin began to dissolve, corroded by the poison until it turned to blood. His hair and eyebrows fell away, and his entire body erupted with blood. The blood toxin surged. Xiang Chen's entire body was in a state of dissolution, drenched in blood, presenting a truly terrifying sight. Simultaneously, he commenced an intense operation of the return to heaven scripture, unleashing waves of formidable refining power to absorb the venomous force of the blood. The melting of his flesh slowed, yet he had become a grotesque shadow of his former self. The return to heaven scripture was refining him, allowing his physique to adapt to and even master this potent medicinal energy, enabling him to cultivate its essence. The energy of the return to heaven true qi manifested as a verdant hue, rapidly amplifying after absorbing the venom, soon reaching the pinnacle of the seventh layer of the innate realm, with a burgeoning tendency to break through the confines of the divine space. Chapter 456. One leads the charge. Dawn of the fifth watch. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. The ancient mysterious tortoise had long since awakened, yet lay motionless in the marsh, for Xiang Chen was still meditating upon its back. bound by a master-servant contract forcibly established by Xiang Chen. The tortoise dared not contravene his wishes. After 10 days, the divine space within Xiang Chen's body underwent another expansion, accompanied by the lunar cyclone, which culminated in the frenzied formation of an 8th cyclone. The breakthrough of the return to heaven true Qi would also transcend the dimensions of the divine space, impacting the limits of the lunar scripture's advancement. Xiang Chen opened his eyes and continued to harvest the blood-poisoned lotus from the tortoise's back, plucking several deep crimson petals to consume and refine, advancing his studies of the return to heaven scripture. Within him lay a demon core from a beast of the Yuan Yang realm, a prize from a previous conquest. Once the return to heaven scripture achieved a breakthrough, he would immediately refine the demon core, transcending the limitations of the 10,000 demons' sacred decision. While Xiang Chen immersed himself in secluded cultivation, the outside world was abuzz with chaos. Numerous factions vied for spiritual herbs and treasures, leading to fierce confrontations, bloodshed, and even loss of life. Yet what drove these individuals to frenzy was not merely the spiritual herbs, but rather the esoteric martial arts inherited from ancient realms. Within this secret domain existed remnants of ancestral powers, places of cultivation, and martial arts traditions, including techniques of spiritual and even celestial rank. The emergence of such treasures incited fierce jealousy and competition, with legendary artifacts surfacing, inciting countless acts of slaughter. While others battled for various treasures, Xiang Chen remained ensconced in the marsh, refining the blood-red lotus upon the ancient tortoise's shell. 2 months later, atop a towering snow-capped peak stood an ancient golden palace, enveloped by a semi-ethereal, translucent barrier. Behind the palace, a magnificent ancient tree soared to a height of 100 feet, its trunk and branches pure white, emanating waves of spiritual energy. This ancient tree bore dozens of crystal-clear glass-like fruits, each the size of a fist, radiating a gentle luminescence, rich with astonishing heavenly and earthly spiritual essence. These were ice spirit fruits, a tier 3 spiritual fruit. At this moment, the ice spirit tree had produced scores of such fruits. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, a throng of over 1,000 figures gathered, relentlessly assaulting the shimmering barrier. The dozens of ice spirit fruits hanging from the ice spirit tree are utterly enticing, and within that ancient palace, there must be martial legacies left by the venerable ancestors of the ancient wilderness. Brother Ho, what a wretched barrier this is. It's exceedingly difficult to breach. Wang Xiaoji and Xiahou Wu were among the throng, unleashing their martial essence to assault the barrier. Could a barrier left by such powerful predecessors be simple? Those dozens of ice spirit fruits must be obtained. They could significantly enhance our brother's strength. Xiahou Wu declared, delivering a powerful punch against the barrier. The sheer number of simultaneous assaults, over 1,000, demonstrated the barrier's formidable strength, with many formidable practitioners of the Yuan Yang realm among them. The cumulative terrifying force could easily obliterate even those at the Soul Moon realm. Crack! At last, a sound of fracturing echoed from a certain part of the barrier. The entire barrier began to sprout fine cracks. Everyone, exert yourselves. The barrier is about to break. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Upon seeing the fissures, the crowd intensified their attacks. In front of Xiahou Wu, with a resounding crack, the barrier shattered like glass, creating a fist-sized opening. Haha, the barrier is breached. Xiahou Wu rejoiced. What good is such a tiny hole? Wang Xiaoji retorted. They had been attacking for quite some time before even such a small breach appeared. Heh, Xiaojia. Today I'll show you what your brother Ho is capable of. Xiahou Wu grinned widely, and then his entire form began to shrink, reducing to the size of a mouse. Wang Xiaojia stared in astonishment as Xiahou Wu leapt into the breach and entered the barrier. Thanks to his ability to alter his size, Xiahou Wu became the first person to enter the barrier, and upon entry, he dashed towards the ice spirit fruit tree to harvest the fruits. However, the barrier was semi-transparent, and many could see the palm-sized Xiahou Wu slip inside. Damn it! That little brat can actually shrink. What kind of divine talent is that? Kid, don't you dare touch my spirit fruits. Brothers, someone has gone in. Quick, put in more effort. You little rascal, dare to hoard for yourself? We'll tear you apart. Countless eyes filled with envy and ire were cast upon Xiahou Wu as he entered. Hee, treasures belong to the capable. Xiahou Wu smirked, no longer concealing himself, returning to his normal size. With a single leap, he soared several dozen meters high, landing on a branch. With a flick of his true essence, he plucked 2 ice spirit fruits from the branch, stowing them away in his cosmic ring. "Brother Ho, keep going. Don't leave them a single hair," Wang Xiaoji shouted in excitement. However, his shout drew countless murderous glares towards him. "Damn it, it's that detestable brat from the Yanhuang Society." A member of the Tianai Society recognized Xiahou Wu. He swung his sword, unleashing a sword aura over a yard long that struck the barrier before him. The powerful energy of the third level of the Yuan Yang realm erupting, causing more cracks to appear in the barrier. "You little rascal, don't you dare eat alone." Countless onlookers gazed enviously at Xiahou Wu, who was frantically collecting the ice spirit fruits, their eyes ablaze with jealousy as they roared in protest. As Xiahou Wu amassed the majority of the fruits, only 7 or 8 remained. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a barrier shattered, creating a sizable breach. A figure dashed in with fervor, charging towards the ice spirit tree. It was a formidable practitioner of the third layer of the Yuan Yang realm. "Brat, stop! Leave some for me," the Yuan Yang cultivator bellowed, his eyes aflame with fury as he lunged forward, leaping onto the ice spirit tree. In a swift motion, Xiahou Wu summoned a vortex of true energy, ensnaring all the remaining ice spirit fruits into his possession. Just then, the barrier erupted with a deafening roar, collapsing entirely as frenzied individuals surged from all directions. Most rushed towards the palace, while a smaller faction, more fixated on the spiritual fruits, hastened towards the ice spirit tree and Xiahou Wu. "Damn you, greedy brat! Hand over the ice spirit fruits." Over 200 individuals charged at Xiahou Wu, their gazes filled with murderous intent. The first to approach, driven by rage, unleashed the true essence of the third layer of the Yuan Yang realm, striking at Xiahou Wu with a sword, intent on killing him to seize the treasure. Xiahou Wu possessed spiritual fruits worth millions of spirit coins, a staggering fortune. Surrounded by a throng of assailants, he found himself encircled. "Little rascal, surrender the ice spirit fruits," the enraged Yuan Yang cultivator shouted, as a sword beam coalesced into a length of over 10 feet, thrusting directly at Xiahou Wu. With a cold smirk, Xiahou Wu retorted, "What I have consumed, no one shall force from me. Get lost," he roared, unleashing a torrent of energy that transformed him into a towering giant over 5 meters tall. With a single spear thrust, he struck fiercely against the incoming sword attack. His innate cultivation at the 7th layer, combined with the power of his spirit, sent his combat prowess soaring to new heights. With a thunderous crash, his spear shattered the sword beam. Yet undeterred, the attacker unleashed another barrage of 7 or 8 sword lights, all aimed at Xiahou Wu. Given the opponent's cultivation level, retreat was not an option for him. In an instant, Xiahou Wu shrank to the size of a palm-sized figure, evading the onslaught of sword lights that had been aimed at his colossal form. With agility, he landed on the tree trunk and, with a resounding boom, shot forth like an armor-piercing bullet, astonishingly swift. "Kill!" he roared, condensing over 200,000 pounds of terrifying force into a single point. Crack! The protective true essence of the opponent was pierced by this concentrated force, the punch's penetrating power surpassing that of a sniper's bullet. The Yuan Yang cultivator screamed in agony as a gaping blood hole the size of a thumb erupted from his chest, the force bursting through his back and piercing his lung. The man plummeted from the tree, blood spilling from his mouth. Even after shrinking, Xiahou Wu's power remained undiminished, and the focused energy significantly amplified its penetrating capacity. However, such concentration reduced the area of effect. As Xiahou Wu descended from the tree, the surrounding figures loomed like giants over him. "Little bastard, I will crush you. Hand over the ice spirit fruit." With a fierce leap, a figure infused with true energy launched a brutal kick aimed at Xiahou Wu, treating him as nothing more than a mere rodent. Xiahou Wu retaliated with a punch, his power coalescing into a concentrated beam of force, akin to a thumb-sized fistlight that pierced through the descending foot of his assailant. The foot was instantly punctured. The bone shattered, and a stream of blood erupted as the fist light soared into the sky. The attacker let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing to the ground. Clutching his wounded foot, the air thickened with surging true energy as several more attacks rained down upon Xiahou Wu. He deftly evaded the onslaught, weaving through the crowd, and suddenly darted through an opponent's legs, delivering a crushing blow that exploded blood from the man's groin. The unfortunate soul emitted a horrific wail, falling to the ground in agony. Xiahou Wu moved with unparalleled agility, navigating the throng like a nimble mouse, evading strikes with astonishing speed, making him a difficult target. Another fist light shot forth, striking an attacking opponent squarely in the chin, piercing through with such force that it exploded out the top of the man's head, killing him instantly. Then came the chilling ice palm. A gust of frigid wind swept through, coalescing into a massive palm print infused with icy true energy. Though Xiahou Wu narrowly avoided the initial strike, the explosive cold enveloped him, momentarily freezing him in place. The second palm descended, crashing down upon him. In an instant, Xiahou Wu, small as he was, became encased in thick ice, his body tumbling away. "Haha, the ice spirit fruit is mine," exclaimed the assailant. A formidable figure at the first level of the Yuan-Yang realm, as he grasped the frozen Xiahou Wu in his hand. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a sharp claw suddenly pierced through his back. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, death imminent. Amidst the chaos, Wang Xiaoji, lurking within the crowd, seized the opportunity to snatch Xiahou Wu from the man's grasp. With Xiahou Wu in hand, Wang Xiaoji bolted, pursued by the others. "Brother Ho, how did you end up like this?" Wang Xiaoji exclaimed, his face paling as he beheld the icy Xiahou Wu. "Hand over that kid." A furious blade of energy surged forth, transformed into the form of the Wolfman as Wang Xiaoji roared, wielding his giant sword in a counterattack. The clash resonated with a thunderous boom as the two forces collided. Wang Xiaoji, now at the 5th level of the innate realm, was met with a devastating strike from an opponent of the great celestial position, sending him skidding across the ground for several meters. A cry of anguish escaped Wang Xiaoji's lips as multiple attacks rained down upon his back, the ferocious wolfman physique sustaining deep gashes. A blade of light lunged toward Wang Xiaoji's eyes. Grasping Xiahou Wu with one hand and his sword with the other, he retaliated, unleashing a torrent of violent true energy. Yet another opponent of the great celestial position charged in, delivering a brutal blow to Wang Xiaoji's leg, the blade embedding itself into the bone. Overcome with pain, Wang Xiaoji's massive form collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, several waves of true energy assaults surged forth. Wang Xiaoji immediately enveloped Xiahou Wu in his embrace, curling into a protective ball. As the true energy exploded, Wang Xiaoji's celestial wolf form was battered, flesh torn and bloodied. Yet he shielded Xiahou Wu, ensuring that the frozen Xiahou Wu remained intact. The assailants closed in, and Wang Xiaoji, on the brink of losing consciousness, shielded his head with one hand while cradling Xiahou Wu with the other, forming a large, huddled mass. Xiaoji had transformed, truly transformed. They sought to sever him. The adversaries relentlessly struck with blades and weapons against Wang Xiaoji, inflicting deep gashes upon his colossal frame. He roared in agony as his legs were severed, unable to stand. Just as he was about to transform to save his life, the frozen Xiahou Wu suddenly ignited with a pure golden flame. The ice melted instantaneously, restoring Xiahou Wu's consciousness. In an instant, he expanded into a towering giant over 5 meters tall, gazing down upon the bloodied and nearly unconscious Wang Xiaoji. With a thunderous roar, Xiahou Wu bellowed. "Xiaoji!" His eyes blazed with golden battle fire. This surge of fury surged within him, igniting his celestial combat aura. The wrath of the war god. Xiahou Wu roared, his momentum multiplying exponentially. With a single thrust of his spear, a circle of golden spear light erupted, shattering the incoming attacks with overwhelming force. "You will all perish." Xiahou Wu lifted Wang Xiaoji onto his back, brandishing his spear. With a powerful step, he lunged violently at a first-level Yuan-Yang realm expert. The adversary, enraged, unleashed a torrent of true energy, sending forth a flurry of intersecting sword beams. Yet, Xiahou Wu's thrust summoned the ferocity of a dragon, obliterating the opponent's sword beams. In a flash, his spear pierced the adversary's chest, the dragon's shadow erupting forth. The first-level Yuan-Yang expert's eyes widened in horror as a formidable surge of true energy erupted from his chest, culminating in a resounding explosion. However, at that moment, an arrow, infused with true energy, whizzed toward Xiahou Wu, piercing into his chest. Chapter 458. A great harvest. The arrow struck Xiahou Wu's chest, causing his true energy to rupture. It penetrated half an inch, but could go no further. "How is this possible? My arrow is capable of piercing through meters of steel, yet it fails to penetrate this fellow's body," exclaimed a stunned first-level Yuan-Yang expert, wielding a precious bow. Xiahou Wu, with Wang Xiaoji on his back, wielded his war spear, carving a path through the throng. Wherever the spear passed, bodies were cleaved and heads fell. Not far away, within the palace, some had discovered spiritual treasures and martial arts legacies, igniting further chaos and bloodshed. You little brat, perish. At that moment, a third-level Yuan Yang expert struck from behind, aiming to cleave Xiahou Wu and Wang Xiaoji together. Xiahou Wu swiftly swung Wang Xiaoji in front of him, using his own back to absorb the blow. Crack! The blade struck his back with a resounding force, and with a fierce roar, Xiahou Wu felt the sharp weapon tear through his flesh. The overwhelming power of the strike nearly severing his spine. Clutching Wang Xiaoji, he collapsed to the ground. Just as the assailant aimed another blow at his head, Xiahou Wu swiftly rolled over, intercepting the attack with his spear, which met the opponent's infused strike. The impact resonated, and the formidable energy surged towards him. Gritting his teeth, Xiahou Wu unleashed his own strength to withstand the attack. Yet the spear was relentlessly pushed down, the blade drawing perilously close to his neck. Among the assailants were numerous formidable cultivators at the Yuanyang realm, their prowess far surpassing that of the hunting students. However, Xiahou Wu, at merely the 7th level of the innate realm, could no longer exhibit the invincible might he once possessed. "Lord, we are here!" shouted a group of 4 or 5 dozen individuals rushing down the mountain. Yang Bin, Li Baoer, a Duoya, and others had arrived. "Brothers, attack!" Yang Bin bellowed, and one by one, the fiery yellow brethren transformed into celestial wolves, charging ferociously into the fray. They unleashed beams of celestial moonlight towards a formidable adversary at the 3rd level of the Yuanyang realm. As dozens of beams soared forth, the adversary was taken aback, hastily retracting his blade and activating his protective true chi. Boom! The multitude of beams collided with his protective barrier, shattering it with a cataclysmic force. With a piercing scream, the 3rd-level adversary was engulfed by the explosion of countless light beams. The energy erupted, reducing him to mere fragments. "Kill!" roared the brothers of the fiery yellow wolf pack, their battle cries sending shockwaves of fear through the remaining assailants. "Ha ha ha! If you hadn't arrived, I might have met my end." Xiahou Wu spat blood and laughed heartily. He was not foolish. He had previously summoned his brothers from various places, knowing they were en route to offer support. The arrival of dozens of celestial wolves intimidated the other looters into retreat. "Lord!" Li Baoer rushed over, lifting the fallen Xiahou Wu to his feet. Zhang Dan, too, cradled the battered Wang Xiaoji. Upon seeing Zhang Dan, Wang Xiaoji finally displayed a relieved smile before succumbing to unconsciousness, her form reverting to its human state, marred by injuries. "Xiaoji!" Zhang Dan held her tightly, tears streaming down his face, his gaze turning furious as he glared at the surrounding cultivators, roaring, "I will tear you scoundrels apart. Dandan, do not act rashly. We must withdraw. More foes are on their way," a Duoya cautioned. "Xiaoji protected me. Without her, I would have been in grave danger. We must leave. This is not a place to linger," Xiahou Wu urged from Li Baoer's back, who now bore him. "Let us go." The group successfully rescued Xiahou Wu and Wang Xiaoji, swiftly retreating down the mountain. "Heavenly grade martial arts. Ha ha ha. I have seized it. Leave behind the martial inheritance pearl." In another temple, hundreds of individuals engaged in a frenzied battle, vying for a spirit jade orb that contained the seal of celestial martial arts. To them, this treasure was even more alluring than spirit fruits. On this mountain, a fierce conflict erupted, lasting an entire day, resulting in the deaths of hundreds. Ultimately, the coveted martial arts were seized by a young powerhouse at the 7th level of the Yuanyang realm. Several hundred miles away, the brothers and sisters of Yan Huang took refuge in a dense forest. Wang Xiaoji and Xiahou Wu perched atop a rock, while Li Baoer and Zhang Dan applied rejuvenating essence to them. From Xiahou Wu's Qiankuan ring, a radiant light enveloped the surroundings, revealing a pile of ice spirit fruits that exuded spiritual energy, causing the ground nearby to freeze into ice. Such an abundance of spirit fruits. "This is the ice spirit fruit," Yang Bin and the others exclaimed in astonishment, while Yin Tianhua, with his extensive knowledge, immediately recognized them. "Indeed, there are a total of 81, enough for each of us to have one, with some left over. One of you, come and take a fruit, and let Guzi handle the rest later." Xiahou Wu grinned, having fought fiercely alongside Wang Xiaoji for this bounty. Yang Bin chuckled, "These are tier 3 spirit fruits, huh? Ho-go, these are worth over 1,000,000 spirit coins." Yes, such spiritual treasures are typically monopolized by various factions, cultivated privately, and are exorbitantly priced in the market unless this secret realm is opened, Li Baoer remarked, slapping Xiahou Wu on the head in frustration. No matter how precious the items are, they are not worth your lives. You must not take such risks again. Understood, Xiahou Wu replied with a simple smile. Ouch. Sister Baoer, are you concerned about me? Wang Xiaoji teased. Go die? I care about Dan. If you perish, I'll have her with someone else immediately, Li Baoer huffed. Leaving Wang Xiaoji speechless. One by one, they approached to claim their fruits, while Yin Tianhua and his companions refrained. Brother Yin, why are you dawdling? You should come and take one as well, Xiahou Wu encouraged. Yin Tianhua waved his hand with a smile. No, we haven't contributed much effort. Xiahou Wu insisted. Once you join the Yan Huang Society, we share both fortune and misfortune as brothers. You should all take one. Indeed, Brother Yin, there's no need for such formality. Come and claim one, echoed the other Yan Huang brothers. Feeling a warmth in their hearts from the encouragement, Yin Tianhua and the 5 others finally relented, each taking a fruit. Oh, by the way, does anyone know what has become of Chengge? Someone suddenly inquired about Xiang Chen. Xiahou Wu replied. He has his own opportunities. At a critical moment of cultivation, he will not emerge for a while. Everyone need not worry. We will strengthen ourselves and reunite with him later. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in a marsh where Xiang Chen was cultivating, he had indeed reached a crucial juncture. Chapter 459. Transformation of the flesh. As time passed, the ancient wilderness spirit realm had been open for 5 months, nearing half a year. Many places devoid of powerful beasts guarding spirit herbs had been thoroughly depleted by the young cultivators who surged into the ancient wilderness spirit realm. Numerous fortunate individuals had also acquired the martial arts legacies of their predecessors and powerful spiritual treasures. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen remained on the back of the ancient mysterious tortoise, refining the toxic power of a blood lotus. Although this blood lotus is still in its seedling stage, its potential, once fully developed, is undoubtedly formidable enough to instill terror even in the hearts of celestial beings. By the 5th month, Xiang Chen had finally acclimatized to most of the toxins of the blood lotus and began to attempt the refinement of its most domineering venomous flames. Gazing at the flickering and surging toxic fire at the core, he realized that if this dreadful fire were to engulf a practitioner at the Yuanyang realm, it would swiftly dissolve their flesh into toxic blood, illustrating the sheer ferocity of its power. As he channeled the heavenly reversal technique, a powerful force of attraction enveloped the blood lotus, causing the fist-sized toxic flame to transform into a streak of light, landing in his palm. The toxic flame bore no heat. It existed solely in a visual form. Once it settled in Xiang Chen's hand, it immediately integrated into the flesh of his palm, and the poisonous energy erupted forth. A cry of agony escaped Xiang Chen's lips as his hand began to visibly corrode, decaying until only bloody bones remained, intertwined with a mysterious network of meridians. These meridians unleashed the heavenly reversal energy, voraciously devouring the toxic force. However, the potency of the toxin was overwhelming. Soon, his entire arm, along with his shoulder, was on the verge of dissolving into blood, the corruption rapidly spreading throughout his body. Gritting his teeth, Xiang Chen endured an unimaginable agony of dissolution. Damn it! I have underestimated the toxicity of this blood lotus. His complexion shifted dramatically as the venom surged through him, transforming the flesh and muscle of his chest into blood. The toxic energy spread to his other arm and even his neck as his entire body began to melt away. Recognizing the peril, he understood that if he did not absorb and refine the strongest venom before it completely consumed his heart and head, he would surely perish. Foolish fish. Devour. Xiang Chen bellowed as the silver fish within him unleashed a terrifying power of absorption, dramatically increasing the speed of absorption through each meridian, ravenously consuming the toxin of the blood lotus. His neck had dissolved to the point where only the cervical vertebrae remained, supporting his head in a grotesque manner. Fortunately, the fish's fearsome absorption ability erupted, and within mere breaths, it completely devoured all the integrated toxic energy, channeling it into the meridians of the heavenly reversal technique, halting Xiang Chen's dissolution. Once the toxic energy had entered the meridians, it was frantically absorbed and refined into true energy and medicinal potency by the heavenly reversal energy. Subsequently, this medicinal force surged into Xiang Chen's flesh, rapidly regenerating his corroded body at a visible pace. The arm, once reduced to bones and meridians, began to sprout fresh flesh. exhibiting an astonishing resistance to the blood lotus's toxicity. The excess energy flooded his body, empowering the formidable heavenly reversal energy. One of the remarkable characteristics of the reversal heaven sacred decision is its ability to forego the condensation of cyclones. Instead, true energy merges seamlessly into flesh and blood, as well as the divine abode. The realm of reversal heaven true energy has ascended to the pinnacle of the innate stage. Within the divine space of Xiang Chen, the toxic essence of the blood of Acheron has coalesced, resulting in the emergence of a medicinal seed, a blood-red seed. Within this seed resides formidable toxicity, coupled with a spark of life. Xiang Chen's sanguine energy surged into the seed, which ravenously devoured the blood energy. Subsequently, the seed sprouted roots that anchored themselves into the void of the divine abode, and from the seed, a diminutive bud of the blood of Acheron lotus broke through, giving birth to a lotus the size of a fist. This is another distinctive feature of the reversal heaven sacred scripture. After devouring potent toxic treasures, it nurtures a treasure of toxicity within itself. Xiang Chen's physique also underwent a transformation. The once robust vitality of his human cells surged once again, infusing him with vigor akin to a blazing furnace. The torrent of blood energy coursed through his body, enhancing his life force significantly. The vitality of a peak Yuan Yang realm cultivator could hardly rival his terrifying strength. Xiang Chen felt as if tens of thousands of pounds of physical power surged within him. A peculiar, alluring fragrance wafted from his body, the scent of the blood of Acheron lotus. He drew forth a dagger of precious quality and made a cut along his arm, astonishingly finding that it did not break the skin, leaving only a faint trace of blood. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiang Chen's face. This dagger was a mid-grade treasured weapon, yet its sharpness could not pierce his flesh. He then infused it with the true essence of the Yin, and the dagger's power surged instantly, managing to slice through his skin with considerable effort, merely breaking the surface. However, before blood could flow forth, a powerful vitality surged into the wound, causing his skin to heal instantaneously. His recovery capabilities had vastly improved. Elated, Xiang Chen sheathed the dagger. The first layer of the reversal heaven sacred decision's spirit body had been cultivated successfully. From now on, even if he were to suffer a fatal blow that shattered his skull or ruptured his internal organs, his life would remain unharmed, as he could self-repair. Xiang Chen contemplated inwardly, observing the 8 great Yin cyclones pulsating with immense energy. Feeling the formidable strength coursing through his body, he could not help but unleash a punch, channeling his blood and internal power towards the horizon. With a resounding roar, a series of powerful sounds reverberated within him. 1, 2, 3, 5 resonant trumpet-like calls. A tremendous force erupted forth, as his internal energy coalesced into a mighty dragon elephant strength that struck towards the distant marshland. With a thunderous boom, the marsh exploded, sending waves soaring to heights of several dozen meters. Xiang Chen laughed heartily. His corporeal strength had reached a staggering 10,000 units of internal force, equivalent to the strength of 5 elephants. Each elephant represents a terrifying force of 20,000 pounds, a power that ancient savage elephants possessed at birth. Approximately 100 elephants equate to 1 dragon, over 1,000,000 pounds of physical strength. A true testament to the formidable power innate to the dragon lineage from the moment of their birth. Some creatures possess such formidable strength that, upon emerging from their larval state, they already wield terrifying powers far surpassing that of humanity. The moon-devouring wolf, Xiang Chen, is but a mere infant in terms of its age, scarcely emerging from its juvenile phase. Even without engaging in cultivation, by merely consuming sustenance and resting daily, the inherent bloodline power of the moon-devouring wolf would burgeon with its growth, rendering it an immensely powerful entity. Of course, cultivation allows one to tap into their potential ahead of time. If one were to rely solely on natural growth, millennia would pass before achieving their full might. However, due to the variances in planar laws, his initial potential at birth was significantly affected, and the limitations of his human bloodline have also proven to be a hindrance. In Xiang Chen's palm, a blood-red flame ignited, coalescing into a blood lotus of Tuhua, its crimson glow casting an eerie red hue across the young man's visage. Even a formidable practitioner at the Great Sun realm would likely find it insufferable to withstand such a devastating toxin. Xiang Chen mused, noting that while this poison is lethal to the flesh, it does not corrode energy, which is indeed a pity. Otherwise, with this toxin alone, he would be invincible beneath the soul moon realm. Nevertheless, should he infuse this toxic power into his true energy to strike at foes, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. The toxic potency surged within Xiang Chen's palm, merging with his true qi, as intricate runes intertwined, forming a needle of poison as slender as a chopstick. With a swift flick of his hand, the needle shot forth, piercing through the air for hundreds of meters before dissipating into nothingness. It was time to emerge from his seclusion. He wondered how Hosey and the others fared. Stretching lazily, he glanced down at the colossal ancient black turtle beneath him. Still in slumber, he playfully tapped on its shell with his foot, saying, "Awake, little turtle." The ancient black turtle slowly opened its enormous eyes, extending its long neck to gaze at Xiang Chen, speaking in human tongue, "Master." It had been bound to Xiang Chen by a contract of mastery over monsters. The blood lotus of Tuhua still resided upon its shell, its essence of toxin and flame having been absorbed by Xiang Chen. Staying here will only hinder your growth. Come, accompany your master to experience the wonders of the outside world, and I shall find you some female turtles for breeding. Xiang Chen chuckled as he reclined upon the turtle's broad back. This creature was akin to a mobile island. I seem unable to leave this world. The ancient black turtle replied, shaking its head. Of course, you cannot leave on your own. You were born here, constrained by the laws of this realm. However, I can take you out, Xiang Chen assured. Very well, wherever you go, I shall follow, responded the ancient black turtle, its voice youthful and earnest. Given its age of over 100 years, it was still considered a juvenile. After all, who isn't still a child at over a century? Indeed. Let us depart this marsh and seek my brothers. In time, I shall refine your blood and purify the essence of your ancestral bloodline, the Xuanwu. Xiang Chen said leisurely as he reclined on the turtle's back. The ancient tortoise shifted its massive feet, producing a resounding rumble as it effortlessly traversed several dozen meters in a single step. Though its movements appeared slow, the actual distance covered was considerable. Remarkably stable, Xiang Chen lay atop it without feeling any vibrations. He mused to himself about the possibility of constructing a small courtyard on the back of this creature, perhaps a mobile abode akin to a turtle-shaped caravan. By the way, little turtle, what shall I call you? Xiang Chen inquired, crossing his legs. I have no name, the ancient tortoise replied, shaking its head. No name? Then I shall bestow one upon you. He who was not born in the heavens, the ancient turtle of the ages, treading the 8 wildernesses and traversing the 4 seas, enduring through the millennia, shall henceforth be known as Turtle 4 Seas. Xiang Chen whimsically concocted a name. Turtle 4 Seas, splendid. Henceforth, I shall be called Turtle 4 Seas. The ancient tortoise responded. 4 Seas, can you possibly pick up the pace? This seems rather uncomfortable, Xiang Chen remarked. Running faster leads to quicker hunger and exhaustion from hunting. The tortoise replied. No worries, you just run freely, and I shall ensure you are fed, Xiang Chen assured. Excellent. Upon hearing that Xiang Chen would provide sustenance, the ancient tortoise's eyes sparkled, and its 4 colossal legs began to move rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. The water's surface erupted with thunderous sounds, as if the swamp itself trembled. The ancient tortoise's speed surged, its gallop astonishing, covering hundreds of meters with each breath. A turtle shall never be a servant unless provided with food and shelter. Ah, splendid. This speed is to be maintained. Very nice indeed. Xiang Chen nearly lost his balance atop the shell as fierce winds rushed past him. The ancient tortoise sprinted in the direction indicated by Xiang Chen, swiftly emerging from the swamp, carrying the young boy towards poetry and distant dreams. Young one, may you venture into the world with dreams as your guide, finding refuge wherever you go. The ancient tortoise thundered across the land, shaking the earth and snapping numerous trees beneath its weight. In the depths of the ancient forest, a group of cultivators surrounded a child. Before this child stood a large, pure white rabbit, its fur stained with blood, glaring fiercely at the onlookers. This rabbit, the size of a wolf, possessed sharp claws and emanated a powerful spiritual aura. As pristine as snow, a snow spirit rabbit, it was unmistakably a spirit beast. Behind the rabbit was a child of 6 or 7 years, clad in a red apron, with bare arms and legs, and 2 adorable horn braids adorning its head. With large, watery eyes and a cherubic face, the child exuded an irresistible charm, almost inciting an urge to pinch its cheeks. This child also carried a peculiar scent, yet at this moment, they looked woefully at the gathered crowd. With this snow spirit rabbit, we shall strike it rich. Huh. Such a powerful spirit beast can grow beyond the soul moon realm. It could fetch 30 to 40,000 spirit coins. The cultivators encircling the child and the rabbit sneered. Among them were even powerful practitioners of the Yuanyang realm. You cannot harm Mao Mao. The little girl stood protectively in front of the snow spirit rabbit. Get lost, little girl, or we shall deal with you too. A young man scoffed. Why waste words with that child? Seize it. Another commanded. More than a dozen individuals rushed forward, some casting nets of enchantment, others throwing ropes of treasure, while a few launched attacks aimed at the legs of the snow spirit rabbit. With a piercing howl, the snow spirit rabbit pounced upon one of them, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a white arrow. Its claws tore through the adversary's assault, and with a fierce snap of its jaws, it sank its sharp fangs into the man's neck. A cry of agony escaped him as the fangs pierced through flesh. Yet, the onslaught from the others continued, with several nets being cast. The snow spirit rabbit evaded two of them, but, as it leaped toward a girl in an attempt to escape, it was ensnared by a golden net that enveloped it completely. It fell to the ground, struggling and howling in desperation. Mao Mao, the little girl cried out, rushing toward the snow spirit rabbit, only to be violently kicked away by a young man, spitting out a mouthful of faintly golden blood. As the blood fell to the ground, something peculiar transpired. Chapter 461. The eerie girl. The girl's blood spilled upon the parched earth, and in an instant, vibrant green grass burst forth, infused with a mysterious spiritual energy. However, none of the gathered onlookers noticed this phenomenon. All eyes remained fixated on the snow spirit rabbit. The creature continued to roar and struggle against the resilient net, which proved far more robust than its previous adversaries. Ha ha, Brother Qingjiu, our band is in for a fortune this time. The snow spirit rabbit will fetch a high price, either sold to the young ladies of noble families or auctioned in the spirit pet market, one man exclaimed with excitement. Qingjiu, a man of the second level of the Yuanyang realm, chuckled. Previously, a snow spirit rabbit was sold in the spirit pet market for 40,000 spirit coins. This one will undoubtedly command a similar price. Mao Mao, don't harm Mao Mao. The girl shouted again, attempting to free the snow spirit rabbit from its bindings. Get away, girl. Qingjiu kicked out once more. His powerful strike infused with true essence, sending the girl flying. Tuan Tuan, you bandits shall not harm Tuan Tuan. The snow spirit rabbit spoke in human tongue, its voice reminiscent of a young girl. It unleashed a chilling blast of frost, sweeping through the net and enveloping those nearby. Two individuals, caught off guard, were unable to escape and were instantly frozen solid, becoming statues of ice. Old 7, Old 6, how dare you? Qingjiu's expression darkened, and he retaliated with a fierce palm strike aimed at the snow spirit rabbit, controlling his power with precision. The innate realm snow spirit rabbit was struck, spewing blood as the tremendous force knocked it unconscious. To his astonishment, the little girl who had just been kicked away sprang back to her feet as if nothing had happened, charging toward him once more. Qingjiu was taken aback. His previous kick had been sufficient to slay a grown man, yet this little girl seemed entirely unscathed. Do not harm my Mao Mao. As he momentarily lost focus, the girl dashed forward, biting fiercely into his hand. The force of her bite was astonishing, her teeth sharp enough to tear flesh from bone. A scream of pain erupted from the man as he instinctively swatted the girl away with his other hand. The young girl was propelled several meters away by a single strike, crashing into a large tree, which was splintered upon impact. You little brat, you seek death. Bring her to me. Qingjiu bellowed in fury. Two men, struggling to suppress their laughter at their elder brother's misfortune at the hands of a mere child, swiftly seized the girl, lifting her by the neck as though she were a fragile chick. Let me go? Let me go? The girl protested, squirming in their grasp, her delicate arms and legs flailing helplessly in the air. Brother Qin, this girl is quite extraordinary. She wasn't killed by your strike and seems completely unscathed, one of the men remarked, pinching the girl's cheek. In response, she turned her head and bit down fiercely on his finger. Ah, he screamed, as a portion of his finger was severed. With a violent jerk, he flung the girl away, sending her crashing to the ground. You little brat, you seek death. The man, his eyes reddened with pain, roared as he charged forward, wielding his knife with ruthless intent, delivering a brutal blow to the girl. She screamed in agony as the blade struck, creating a gaping wound on her pristine skin, blood gushing forth. Look at you, unexpectedly bested by a mere child. Losing a finger, another man mocked. Curse you. Hurry and help me retrieve my finger. This little wretch has sharp teeth. He lamented, having lost his thumb. However, an astonishing event unfolded. The girl, who had been struck down, miraculously sat up. The wound before her vanished. How is this possible? The onlookers were astounded. Disbelief etched on their faces. Such a grievous injury, yet she has healed instantly? I distinctly witnessed her being cut. They gaped at the girl as if witnessing a ghost. Quickly, bring that girl back. Qin Zhou exclaimed with excitement, as if he had discovered something more remarkable than a snow spirit rabbit. Two individuals hastened to seize her again, gripping her by the hair, wary of being bitten. A crowd gathered around the girl as she tearfully called them villains. With a dagger in hand, Qin Zhou viciously slashed across the girl's face. She burst into tears as a shallow cut appeared. Yet, before blood could even seep from the wound, it began to visibly heal before the astonished eyes of the spectators. Incredible. This girl's regenerative abilities are astonishing, one remarked. Indeed, brother. It seems we have captured a girl with remarkable talents. Perhaps she is even more valuable than the snow spirit rabbit. Individuals with such unique abilities can fetch a price in the slave market comparable to that of spirit pets, another added, brimming with excitement. I shall give it a try as well. Another man slashed the girl with his sword, tearing open another wound, only to witness it heal almost instantaneously. The girl cried out in pain. What do you think? If we were to slice her neck, would she survive? Impossible. If the neck is severed, she would surely die. How could she possibly live? Should we give it a try? A group of heartless individuals mercilessly slashed at the young girl, inflicting deep wounds upon her delicate skin. Yet, miraculously, these lacerations healed almost instantaneously, and her cries were heart-wrenching. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from the earth, growing ever closer. A multitude of trees were trampled, the ground trembling beneath the weight of a colossal tortoise, which dashed through the forest with astonishing speed, careening wildly. What is that? Such a massive tortoise. The onlookers were awestruck as the enormous creature careened towards them before abruptly halting. Stunned, they beheld a strikingly handsome youth, donned in a cerulean robe, with a cascade of snow-white hair, leaping down from the tortoise's back. The young man's expression was dark and filled with fury as he addressed the crowd. Are you even human? You dare to harm such a small child? Xiang Chen's keen eyesight had allowed him to perceive the adults from a distance, wielding knives as they cruelly butchered the child. 8th level of the innate realm, he noted. Qin Zhou, recognizing Xiang Chen's cultivation level, mocked. You, an 8th level innate practitioner, dare to meddle in the affairs of the 13 Wolf Band? Such ignorance. You wish to uphold justice? Chapter 462. I am not sated among cultivators. I generally refrain from intervening in matters of murder and treasure-seeking. However, to lay hands on a child in such a manner, what a disgraceful band of scoundrels you are. It is a travesty to allow your kind to exist in this world, devoid of any moral compass. Xiang Chen declared coldly, advancing step by step towards them. Ha, brothers. This kid truly dares to meddle in our business? How amusing. An 8th level innate practitioner aspires to be a hero? Slay him. The group erupted in laughter, clearly dismissing Xiang Chen's words. I'll kill him. The 7th member, recently freed from the ice of the snow spirit rabbit, sneered as he charged at Xiang Chen, swinging his blade with deadly intent. The true essence of the innate realm erupted forth. Xiang Chen neither dodged nor retreated, as the blade's energy surged towards him. A protective barrier of true essence enveloped him, shattering the attack. The blade then aimed for his head. You little brat. In this world, good people meet untimely ends. Aspiring to be a hero, you shall die. The assailant sneered as he swung downwards. Yet, the young man extended his fair, delicate hand, moving with lightning speed to grasp the blade, rendering it impotent. The attacker's face paled in disbelief. How can this be? Little girl, close your eyes. Xiang Chen instructed the child he had saved. With wide, innocent eyes, she obeyed and shut them tightly. This young man had caught the blade with his bare hands. The others were equally astonished, eyes wide in disbelief. You little bastard, die? The 7th member, now furious, balled his fist and hurled a punch towards Xiang Chen's face. In response, Xiang Chen unleashed a sudden surge of power, the sounds of raging beasts echoing from within him as his internal energy surged, gathering the essence of the Tian. With a thunderous roar, a fist infused with an overwhelming force of 200,000 Jun surged forth, striking fiercely at the opponent. A terrifying gale of fist energy swept through the air. Upon collision with Xiang Chen's fist, a wave of dreadful power reverberated, resulting in the opponent's hand and arm exploding into a myriad of fragments. Subsequently, the entirety of the individual was engulfed by this force, leading to a catastrophic explosion, scattering them into blood and remnants. With that singular blow, the individual was utterly annihilated. The violent fist wind stirred up dust, rendering those present unable to open their eyes. As the dust settled, they slowly regained their sight, staring in shock at the scene before them. The ground bore a gaping chasm, over 10 meters long, 8 meters wide, and several meters deep. The person had been obliterated, leaving only a fallen blade behind. How could this be? Old Seven has been obliterated. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief, their faces pale with horror. Qin Jiu also wore an expression of incredulity. How could someone at the 8th level of the innate realm unleash such terrifying strength? Altogether now, let us slay him. Qin Jiu bellowed with fury. The others snapped back to reality, drawing forth their treasured weapons, and with a unified roar, they charged toward Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen smirked, sharp claws manifesting from his fingertips. "Foresees, I promised you a feast, it's time to dine." With that, he took a decisive step forward, erupting into motion with the speed of lightning, almost instantaneously appearing before another adversary. With a single claw strike, he pierced through the individual's chest. Xiang Chen then waved his hand, sending the unfortunate soul flying toward the massive ancient Xian turtle. The turtle's colossal head lunged forth with lightning speed, clamping down on the individual and crunching them before swallowing them whole, its eyes gleaming with delight at the taste of human flesh. Once more, a claw slashed through the air, severing another's throat. In an instant, Xiang Chen relieved the opponent of their storage belt, tossing them toward the ancient Xian turtle, which eagerly devoured the next little friend. A chorus of anguished screams erupted from the crowd. Xiang Chen's speed was unparalleled, leaving them unable to keep pace as they were systematically dispatched and fed to the turtle. "Little wretch, perish!" Qin Jiu roared in rage, taking matters into his own hands. He unleashed his true essence, transforming a single punch into a roaring lion that charged forward, the martial prowess erupting with a terrifying might exceeding 300,000 Jun. Xiang Chen deftly stepped back to evade the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the earth was rent open by the explosive impact of the punch. "Kill!" Qin Jiu shouted, brandishing a sword that surged forth. At that moment, a massive, eyeless serpent unexpectedly lunged from behind the ancient Xian turtle, its attack speed astonishing. Qin Jiu's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed the gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs approaching. He hastily summoned his protective essence, forming a shield. However, the serpent's jaws clamped down with a force exceeding several 100,000 pounds, shattering his protective barrier in an instant. With a piercing scream, Qin Jiu was torn apart in a single bite. The colossal python, of course, was the serpent's head and tail of the ancient Xian turtle. The serpent's head and tail crushed Qin Jiu's body and delivered it into the jaws of the ancient Xian turtle, which promptly devoured it. "Brother!" The remaining 3 were petrified with fear, and one by one, they turned to flee, abandoning the little girl in their haste. Meanwhile, the ancient Xian turtle's tail, from the serpent's mouth, released a beam of light that coalesced into 3 arcs of chilling blue brilliance. Swish, swish, swish. The fleeing trio was instantly decapitated, their lifeless forms collapsing to the ground. The ancient Xian turtle, with its serpent mouth, consumed the bodies of the 3, swallowing them whole. "Remember to regurgitate the storage artifacts," Xiang Chen instructed, mindful not to overlook the treasures of the deceased. Mao Mao, the little girl, upon being set down, hurried to free the snow spirit rabbit from its magical bindings. The snow spirit rabbit, having regained its composure, gazed at Xiang Chen and the ancient Xian turtle, fear evident in its crimson eyes. "This person, this great turtle, possesses overwhelming strength. Master, you deceived me. This hardly qualifies as a feast. I am still hungry." The ancient Xian turtle voiced in a deep yet juvenile tone. The ancient Xian turtle could accelerate to 100 kilometers in merely 0.1 seconds, reaching a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, consuming the equivalent of 2 small human friends per 100 kilometers. "You glutton. I shall take you to find a great demon to feast upon shortly," Xiang Chen replied with exasperation, acknowledging that this creature's appetite exceeded that of a small dwelling. "Mao Mao, are you all right?" The little girl, unable to untangle the magical net, was on the verge of tears. I shall assist, Xiang Chen declared, stepping forward and with a sweep of his dragon-edge demon blade, severed the magical net. The snow spirit rabbit broke free, shrinking to the size of an ordinary rabbit, and leaped into the little girl's arms. Thank you, big sister. Chapter 463, A Round Encounter. The little girl's first words ignited a scowl on Xiang Chen's face. He managed a wry smile, deliberately roughening his voice. Child, I am your elder brother, not your sister. The little girl, astonished, inquired, You are my brother? Why do you look so handsome? Xiang Chen pinched her cheek and chuckled. I am dashing and charming, a paragon of elegance. Do you understand? All right, thank you. Handsome and charming elder brother, for saving me and Mao Mao. The little girl bowed, clutching the snow spirit rabbit. Such discernment. Children speak the truth, Xiang Chen laughed. By the way, child, where are your guardians? How did you come to be here? It is quite perilous. Xiang Chen brazenly smiled. Given that the girl possessed a snow spirit rabbit as a spirit pet, she likely hailed from an extraordinary background. I have no guardians, just Mao Mao and me. The little girl replied, stroking the snow spirit rabbit. No guardians? Xiang Chen was taken aback. Where are your parents? What is your name? How did you end up here? I have no parents. I was born right here. My name is Tuan Tuan, a name I chose myself, hee. The girl named Tuan Tuan grinned playfully. No parents. Born here? Xiang Chen expressed surprise. Could she be an abandoned orphan? No, even an abandoned child would not be left in such a place. In Xiang Chen's eyes, the moonlight shimmered around the girl like a radiant halo. He was soon taken aback, gazing incredulously at the young maiden, for within her dwelled an almost abnormal vitality, a life force that surpassed his own. Moreover, there was an aura of demonic energy, indeed, primordial demonic energy. This was the first time Xiang Chen had encountered a person with such pure demonic essence. The so-called demonic energy was a power birthed from the very fabric of nature, whereas human strength was cultivated through practice, hence the absence of demonic energy in mortals. Could this girl be a demon? Yet, why could he not discern her true form? Xiang Chen was astonished. The enigmatic ancient cauldron also revealed no information regarding this child. Tuan Tuan, what a delightful name. Since you have no one to look after you, why not come with Big Brother? I can offer you some sweets, Xiang Chen suggested with a smile, activating his charm to coax the young one. No way. I have many friends here. I was born here, and this is my home. Are you a bad person, Big Brother? Tuan Tuan retreated warily, eyeing Xiang Chen. How could I be a bad person? While I may not be a saint, I am certainly no villain. Otherwise, why would I have saved you and your furry friend just now? He reassured her. After a moment's contemplation, Tuan Tuan nodded. Well, Big Brother, you are quite handsome. So I don't think you're a bad person. Thank you for saving me. Good and bad cannot be discerned by appearance alone. It is the heart that matters. Xiang Chen replied, crouching down with a warm smile. Gazing into the child's pure, innocent eyes, he felt an overwhelming urge to protect her from the complexities of the world. Big Brother, since you saved me, please come to my home as a guest. Tuan Tuan exclaimed. Very well, I shall escort you home, Xiang Chen agreed, intrigued to see where this girl resided. Hee, is that giant turtle your pet, Big Brother? She asked, pointing excitedly at the enormous ancient tortoise. Sort of haha. Would you like to ride on it? Xiang Chen inquired playfully. Yes, Tuan Tuan replied without hesitation. Then allow Big Brother to carry you up, he offered, lifting her into his arms. With a single leap, they soared several meters high, landing atop the ancient tortoise's head before stepping onto its vast back. Tuan Tuan, filled with wonder, began to scamper about on the tortoise's shell. Master, this little girl looks quite delectable, the ancient tortoise remarked. You glutton. From now on, you shall not touch anyone I do not permit, Xiang Chen scolded, giving it a gentle kick. Oh, very well, master. I am still a bit hungry, the tortoise replied. As Tuan Tuan frolicked on the tortoise's back, she suddenly dashed towards the center where the blood-red lotus bloomed. Wow, what a beautiful flower, she exclaimed, reaching out to touch the lotus. Xiang Chen's expression shifted abruptly. Tuan Tuan, do not touch that. He rushed over, swiftly grasping her hand. Big Brother, what's wrong? Tuan Tuan asked, her voice tinged with confusion. Xiang Chen stared in astonishment at her hand. The poison from the blood-red lotus had not spread to her skin. This girl truly possessed an extraordinary lineage, leaving him utterly astounded. He gently caressed the little girl's hand and said, This is poisonous. I fear you may be harmed. Nay, she replied, I am unafraid of poison. This flower is so fragrant, yet why are so many petals missing? Little Tuan Tuan gazed at the blood lotus. which was marred and incomplete. The missing parts had been consumed by Xiang Chen. Then, she extended her finger and gently bit it. Xiang Chen watched as a drop of blood, shimmering with a faint golden glow, fell upon the blood lotus. The moment the blood touched the petals, they swiftly absorbed it. What transpired next was nothing short of miraculous. After absorbing the drop of blood, the petals emitted a crimson light, and astonishingly, they began to regenerate at a visible pace. Xiang Chen was taken aback by this spectacle. What kind of ability is this? A rejuvenation technique? Soon, he felt that the medicinal potency of the blood lotus had doubled, gaining an additional 100 years of efficacy. Incredible! This is even more astonishing than the miraculous gestation techniques described in the sacred scripture of revitalization. Xiang Chen, sensing the change in potency, was utterly astounded. "Giggle, dear flower, you shall look splendid now," little Tuan Tuan remarked while stroking the petals. Remarkably, the petals, akin to human tendrils, tenderly caressed her face, seemingly expressing gratitude. Just then, the mischievous little white tiger sprang forth, eyeing little Tuan Tuan with keen interest, almost drooling. The white tiger glanced at Xiang Chen, who shook his head and said, "You cannot eat her." Little Tuan Tuan turned to the white tiger, exclaiming, "What a beautiful little cat." She approached to stroke the white tiger, which, unable to resist, bit her hand and tasted her blood. "Wow, you naughty cat." Little Tuan Tuan yelped, pulling back her hand, which bore several bite marks, though they healed immediately. "You little rascal, you actually wanted to eat me," she huffed. "Little Bai, do not bully Tuan Tuan," Xiang Chen admonished. The white tiger licked its lips, looking quite pitiful. "I will pet you again, but you mustn't bite me." Little Tuan Tuan cautiously reached out her hand to touch the white tiger, retracting it immediately, which was utterly adorable. At that moment, the white tiger refrained from biting her. Xiang Chen smiled and said, "Tuan Tuan, lead us to your home." Chapter 464. The uncommon Qing Peng charged forth in this direction, great tortoise. Little Tuan Tuan exclaimed excitedly, pointing a direction. "Set sail, see high." With a commanding voice, Xiang Chen directed the ancient tortoise, which moved like a mobile island, rumbling toward little Tuan Tuan's abode. Along the way, laughter and joy filled the air. Xiang Chen genuinely cherished this innocent and lovely little girl, for seeing her was akin to seeing Shui Air. He mused that if she played with Shui Air, they would surely become the best of friends. As he pondered, the ancient tortoise dashed through the forest, gradually receding into the distance. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen began to contact his siblings, summoning them to his location. In the communication jade, the presence of true energy marks enabled them to sense each other's positions. Though this world lacked technological advancements, the development of mystic arts had surpassed technology. Before long, the ancient tortoise arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. The towering mountain, rising thousands of meters into the clouds, is a formidable barrier for ordinary birds. Enveloped in mist at its midsection, an ancient black tortoise approached a grove at the mountain's base. High upon a sheer cliff, nearly 1,000 meters up, there lay a cave. "Brother Xiang Chen, my home is just behind this mountain," little Tuan said. With that, she leaped from the tortoise's back, and the snow spirit rabbit in her arms transformed to the size of a wolf. Little Tuan mounted the back of the snow spirit rabbit, grasping its long ears. The rabbit sprang into action, leaping up the cliff, its claws gripping the rocky surface as it climbed toward the cave. Xiang Chen also dismounted the ancient black tortoise, which had shrunk to the size of a small round table. With a determined step, he too ascended the rocky face, following closely behind. The ancient black tortoise trailed in their wake, scaling the cliff as well. Before long, the pair reached the mouth of the cave, which was spacious and led deep within. "Brother Xiang, we can reach my home through this cave. Come, let us see Tuan Tuan's abode," little Tuan exclaimed. She rode the snow spirit rabbit, which dashed eagerly into the cave, with Xiang Chen trailing behind. The cave twisted and turned, extending for quite a distance, resembling a grand tunnel. After traversing several thousand meters, a radiant light emerged ahead. Upon reaching the exit, Xiang Chen gazed forward, astonishment evident in his eyes. Inside the cave lay a secluded valley, encircled by towering mountains. A veritable paradise of pristine beauty. The air was thick with spiritual energy, flowing like mist, and a spiritual stream meandered through the valley. Flowers bloomed in abundance, their vibrant colors infused with the essence of heaven and earth. Among them were the purple-flowered spirit blooms, azure serpent fruits, and even a millennium-old spirit mushroom, all precious elixirs. Xiang Chen stood in awe, incredulity washing over him as he surveyed the valley abundant in spiritual herbs, numbering in the hundreds. Hee, are you captivated by its beauty? My home is lovely, isn't it? All these flowers and plants are ones I have cultivated, little Tuan said with pride. You grew all of this. I never anticipated such an ethereal sanctuary existed within the ancient wild, Xiang Chen marveled internally. With such rich spiritual energy, there must surely be a spiritual vein below. He mused quietly. Little Tuan, still riding the snow spirit rabbit, plunged down a steep slope that nearly inclined at a 90-degree angle, landing gracefully in the valley. Xiang Chen followed, his gaze fervent as he beheld the surrounding spiritual herbs, contemplating the myriad elixirs they could yield. At that moment, a large group of snow spirit rabbits, numbering over a dozen, approached them, their cultivation levels hovering around the innate realm, with even one possessing the strength of the primordial Yang realm. Snowflake, Jiu Jiu Xiaoba, and Little Tuan greeted these rabbits. Humans. Yet, upon seeing Xiang Chen, the rabbits exhibited signs of wariness and hostility. Do not be afraid, everyone. This is Brother Xiang Chen, a good person. Whenever I encountered danger while playing outside, he was the one who rescued me, Little Tuan hurriedly clarified. Xiang Chen, in a gesture of goodwill, released a hint of his ethereal aura, seeking to endear himself to the little creatures. Brother Xiang Chen, they are all my friends, and I have cared for them for 2 years, Little Tuan added, while Xiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Human, get out. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out. Subsequently, a figure of emerald hue descended abruptly from the heavens, launching itself towards Xiang Chen with a ferocious intent, emitting a piercing cry akin to that of an eagle. This was, indeed, a colossal azure roc, its wings spanning over 10 meters, exuding a formidable aura of malevolence. Its talons were long and razor-sharp, imbued with the strength to rend stone and metal as it aimed to strike Xiang Chen. This was an exceedingly rare azure roc, a spirit beast of the second tier in the Yuanyang realm. Big Sister Qingpeng now? Xiao Tuan exclaimed in alarm. However, the adversary had already initiated an assault at nearly the speed of sound. Xiang Chen's expression shifted as he swiftly evaded the attack. Boom. The talon struck the ground with such force that it created a massive crater. The azure roc landed in front of Xiao Tuan, standing protectively at a height of 6 or 7 meters. Tuan, where have you been? I have searched for you endlessly. This person is a human, a creature of the most lamentable and shameful kind among the demon races. Humans, apart from a handful that were born from the union of divine beings and the earth, predominantly evolved from beastly demon races. Thus, in many regions, humans are regarded as part of the demon kin. Nevertheless, humans, endowed with innate intelligence, disdain to associate with beasts, establishing their own lineage and rising by hunting down other non-human demon races. An aberrant azure roc is indeed a rarity. After dodging the initial strike, Xiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. The roc's piercing gaze fixed upon him, coldly declaring, "Despicable human, how dare you discover this place? You cannot be allowed to leave and inform the others." As it spoke, the aberrant azure roc let out a shrill cry, transforming into a beam of azure light that lunged at Xiang Chen with astonishing speed, far surpassing that of ordinary Yuanyang demon beasts. Big Sister Qingpeng, stop! Xiao Tuan cried out urgently. Just as Xiang Chen drew his blade to defend himself, the roc's talon was already upon him. With a resounding crash, the overwhelming aura of the demon surged forth, propelling Xiang Chen several dozen meters back, crashing against a rocky wall. The ancient black tortoise, in a state of fright, withdrew its head and tail into its shell and scurried away with remarkable speed. Despite its superior cultivation, it fled, for the roc naturally preyed upon tortoises. Xiang Chen, upon colliding with the cliff, spat out a mouthful of turbulent blood but soon rose to his feet, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the speed of the roc is unparalleled among avian creatures. You brat, perish. The aberrant roc once again transformed into a streak of azure light. Its claws aimed directly at Xiang Chen's head. Please, Big Sister Qingpeng, he is a good person, my friend. Xiao Tuan cried desperately. However, the roc, now filled with murderous intent, paid no heed. The talon, moving with explosive speed, descended upon Xiang Chen's head, leaving him with no time to react. Chapter 465. The tyrant's relentless assault. Such velocity was beyond even Xiang Chen's capacity to evade. Suddenly, within him, the sky-devouring evil vine erupted, morphing into 2 massive vines that ensnared and enveloped him. Clang. The rock's talon crashed against the sky-devouring evil vine, sparking a shower of scintillating sparks, failing to penetrate it. However, the immense force of the impact sent Xiang Chen, encased within, flying away. What in the world? The Yizhong Qingpeng was momentarily taken aback, its eyes reflecting a shift in emotion. Its claws, akin to 7th-grade treasured artifacts, coupled with its formidable strength, surprisingly failed to penetrate. Subsequently, it flapped its wings, conjuring a gust of azure demonic wind, which coalesced into several azure blades over a meter long. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blades, swifter than bullets, sliced towards the Din Tenshina. However, they shattered upon impact, unable to reach the figure of Xiang Chen within. The Din Tenshitong retreated over 100 meters, distancing itself, before retracting Xiang Chen back inside. With a fervent glint in his eyes, Xiang Chen declared, an impressive attack speed rivaling that of a 7th level 9 Jingjith expert. Indeed, I shall claim you, great bird, and reveal what true monstrosity entails. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Chen transformed before the astonished gaze of the Yidong Qing into a burr-besoded Tun-Yer Tenlong, sprouting twin wings from its ribs. A formidable aura of demonic lineage enveloped the surroundings. The colossal Tenlong let out a roar that reverberated throughout the valley. The thing too quivered in fear under the overwhelming pressure, huddling together on the ground. Even the Yizhong Qingpeng felt an astonishing weight of bloodline oppression, its power diminished by 30%. Why, you are of the demon race? The Yizhong Qingpeng exclaimed in shock. I am the young embodiment of the demon saint. The Dun Yanlong retorted with a cold smirk, its gaze exuding a regal demeanor. Brother Xiang, you can still transform. How cool. Xiao Tan exclaimed with delight, gazing at Xiang Chen. Little Qingpeng, do not hesitate to submit. The Tun Yer Tanlong commanded coldly. In your dreams, regardless of your nature, intruders in this valley shall meet their demise. The Qingpeng screeched, transforming into a streak of green light as it charged forward. However, under the pressure of the Deng's bloodline, its speed had considerably diminished. Let us see who is swifter. If you refuse to yield, I shall compel you to do so. The Tun Yitalong scoffed, flapping its wings and becoming a beam of moonlight, unleashing a powerful gust that resonated through the air with a series of sonic booms. Whoosh! The Tun Yitalong effortlessly evaded the Yizhong Qingpeng's assault and soared above, delivering a fierce strike downwards with its claw. Boom! The impact struck the Qing's back, causing it to emit a piercing cry, blood spewing forth as feathers scattered, and it plummeted from the sky. With a resounding crash, it landed heavily on the ground. The Tun Yer Tenlong descended, lunging at the Yizhong Qingpeng, which scrambled to evade. The ground trembled as a large crater was formed from the force of its claw, debris flying in all directions. The Qingpeng flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of azure light that erupted towards the Tun Yer Tenlong. The Tun Yer Tenlong displayed a hint of mockery, unleashing a powerful Tiagambol that detonated with a roar, sending a tempest that lifted Xiao Teng's apron, forcing her to recoil and shield her eyes. The formidable Tier Chongjibo sent the Qingpeng reeling backward. At that moment, the Dun Yer Tenlong expelled a series of Bur-Biserd of Fuan, which coalesced into a Bur-Biserd of Fu Gong Wenhua. Whoosh! The luminous ring shot forth, ensnaring the reeling Yizhong Qingpeng, fastening around its neck. The Yizhong Qing let out a pitiful cry as a surge of mystical runes flooded into its body, immediately sealing and obstructing its divine channels and meridians, rendering its demonic energy inoperative. The heavenly moon divine seal. In an instant, the Yizhong Qingpeng lost its cultivation, filled with terror. It struggled, yet could no longer sense its own aura. It gazed in fright at the Dun Yer Tenlong, stammering, "What have you done to me?" The Dun Tenlong folded its wings against its back and approached leisurely, coldly stating, "I have proclaimed myself as the juvenile of the demon saint, your innate master. Submit, little Qingpeng. I would rather die than submit to you." The Yingqing retorted angrily, launching itself into the sky, aiming to crash into the cliffs in a desperate act of self-destruction. "Do not, dear sister Qingpeng," a small voice cried out in despair. The scripture had declared that the Baving's pride surpassed that of the dragon clan, and indeed, this fiery Qingpeng was destined to be subdued by the Dun Yer Tenlong. With a mocking smile, the Dun Yer Tenlong ascended rapidly, pinning the Yizhong Qingpeng down and sending her crashing to the ground. As the Yizhong Qingpeng fell from the air, it landed heavily. The Dun Yer Tenlong descended, pressing its claws against her neck. "Do you submit?" it demanded. "I refuse," the Yizhong Qingpeng shrieked. her wings slicing towards the Dun Yitinlong like blades. However, the Dun Yitinlong retaliated with a powerful flap of its wings, sending the Yizhong Qingpeng flying. Brother Xiang Chen, Sister Qingpeng, please stop fighting. The small one rushed over. Nearly in tears, the Dun Yitinlong continued to assert dominance, pinning the opponent to the ground, a glimmer of light shining from its eyes towards the Yizhong Qingpeng. Ah! The Yizhong Qingpeng screamed, and in a flash of demonic light, its form transformed into that of a human. Before them stood a young girl clad in a blue dress, with strikingly beautiful features, her thick eyebrows lending her an air of spirited elegance. The Dun Yitinlong sneered. Who would have thought that beneath that form, you would still be a little beauty? Do you submit? If not, I shall force you to become my woman and see how you respond. This statement was, of course, intended to intimidate. You dare, you shameless beast. The Qingpeng girl retorted furiously. The law of the jungle dictates that the strong possess complete dominion over the weak. The Yitinlong remarked indifferently, continuing to frighten the Qingpeng girl. Brother Xiang Chen, please release Sister Qing. She is here to protect the valley, the small one pleaded, wrapping her arms around the Dun's massive leg. The Dun Yitinlong cast a fond glance at the Xiaotan, then released the girl and transformed into human form. Very well, I shall let her go this time, the Yitinlong said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Xiang Chen, you are the best. The Xiaotan exclaimed, leaping up to plant a kiss on Xiang Chen's cheek before rushing to support the Qingpeng girl. The Qingpeng girl shot a furious glance at Xiang Chen, then lifted the Xiaotan into her arms. Her voice now melodious and clear, unlike her previous sharpness. Xiang, this person is not to be trusted. Keep your distance from him. But Sister Qingpeng, Brother Xiang Chen is a good person. He saved me from being captured. Please, stop fighting. Foolish coward. The battle has already concluded. Xiang Chen approached and kicked the Xiaowang Ba Gushinguri, who then cautiously poked its head out. Casting a fearful glance at the Qingpeng girl. Master, this fierce lady is my nemesis. Chapter 466. Teasing the Qingpeng. Which scoundrel do you refer to as a fierce lady? The Qingpeng maiden, her eyebrows furrowed with indignation, exclaimed, causing the small tortoise to retract its head in fright. Within the demon race, there exists a profound enmity rooted in bloodlines. A mere mouse-turned demon would undoubtedly fear a cat demon, an instinctual terror ingrained in its very essence. Dear Qingpeng, must you truly quarrel? Brother Xiang is not a bad person, Little Tuan interjected, grasping the maiden's hand. He may not be malevolent, but he is still a wicked demon. The Qingpeng maiden retorted, her silver teeth clenched in disdain. Little Qingpeng, do not speak recklessly. I was merely teasing you. I hold no interest in avian beings. And should I wish to assert my power, I have ample means to do so, Xiang Chen jested. Be wary of this fellow, Little Tuan. The Qingpeng maiden warned with a huff. I understand. Brother Xiang is quite kind. He even shared sweets with me, Little Tuan replied cheerfully, pulling both the Qingpeng maiden and Xiang Chen's hands, exclaiming, let us shake hands. From now on, we shall be friends. The Qingpeng maiden scoffed. Yet Xiang Chen took her delicate hand in his, smiling. You possess commendable strength, Little Qingpeng. Have you considered submitting to me? I could facilitate the evolution of your bloodline, leading you to the pinnacle of your potential. Dream on, she retorted, withdrawing her hand with a disdainful huff. I intend to follow a true demon king, not a lecher like you. Xiang Chen scoffed. What of this demon king? By aligning with me, you shall find that even the greatest of demon kings will be at your feet. Conceited and dismissive, the Qingpeng maiden turned her head, refusing to glance at Xiang Chen. Truth be told, there lies within you a latent bloodline of the extreme wind divine Peng. However, with your current cultivation, it is unlikely you will awaken it in this lifetime. Should you choose to submit to me, I could help you unlock your true potential and even advance further. Xiang Chen remarked, intrigued by the rarity of Peng demon beasts, which are inherently dominant among avian creatures. How do you know this? The Qingpeng maiden's expression shifted, for she indeed bore the legacy of the hurricane divine Peng, though its inheritance had been diluted over generations. I have proclaimed my destiny to become a great demon sage, the king of all demons. Your unique constitution cannot escape my discerning gaze, Xiang Chen replied with pride. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Your talents and bloodline are impressive, yet your cultivation cannot surpass mine, the Qingpeng maiden mocked. Xiang Chen laughed heartily. Even if your cultivation exceeds mine, you still cannot defeat me. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Cultivation does not solely define power. The Qingpeng maiden was left speechless in her frustration. All right. Dear Qingpeng's sister and brother Xiang, we are friends now. We must not quarrel, little Tuan interjected, shaking their hands vigorously. Both parties huffed in unison, a hint of understanding passing between them. Xiang Chen ruffled little Tuan's hair and chuckled. Were it not for you, this foolish bird would have been subdued by me already. Pervert, who are you calling a foolish bird? The Qingpeng maiden shouted in anger. And what of my cultivation? Quickly restore my cultivation. What means did you employ against me? Xiang Chen jested. If you wish for restoration, then call me young master and let me hear it. Go to hell. The Qingpeng maiden retorted angrily. Brother Xiang, please do not tease Sister Qingpeng any longer, all right? Little Tuan pleaded, shaking Xiang Chen's arm with her large, watery eyes fixed upon him. Haha, since my dear Tuan has spoken, it shall be so, Xiang Chen replied with a doting smile. Come here, little Qingpeng. Bah, shameless. Who is your dear Tuan? She is my little Tuan. Although the Qingpeng maiden scolded him, she still approached in order to restore her cultivation. Xiang Chen extended his palm, pressing it firmly against her heart. Do not move. I shall help you lift the seal. The Qingpeng maiden was about to retort, but was silenced by Xiang Chen's serious tone. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed her anger, only to feel an unusual sensation at her heart as this robe dared to squeeze. She glared at Xiang Chen, while his tying true energy surged into her body, breaking through the sealed meridians one by one. Finally, the tying true energy flowed into her divine reservoir, unsealing it. In an instant, her demon essence returned to her. Suddenly, she struck out with a palm, infused with formidable demon essence, which collided with Xiang Chen. Ah! Xiang Chen cried out in agony, spitting blood and being sent flying a considerable distance. You deceitful bird, he lamented, having been flung dozens of meters away. Heh, that was a response to your earlier impertinence, the Qingpeng maiden said, her delicate face curling into a cold smile. You possess the most venomous heart. Xiang Chen gazed at her in despair and anger, then coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Brother Xiang, little Tuan's face paled as she rushed over. He is merely feigning it. That palm strike was not with my full strength, nor did I aim for his heart, the Qingpeng maiden scoffed. Brother Xiang, little Tuan shook him, but he remained unresponsive, his body growing cold and devoid of life. Brother Xiang, please do not die, she cried, tears streaming down her face as she bit her finger, feeding her own blood to him. Yet, her usually healing blood bore no effect, and Xiang Chen did not awaken. Panicking, she exclaimed, Sister Qingpeng, come quickly. Brother Xiang is truly in trouble. Impossible. The Qingpeng maiden's expression shifted as she hurried over, checking his pulse. To her horror, there was no heartbeat. How can this be? He is a demon. He should not succumb so easily. The Qingpeng maiden's face turned pale as she immediately channeled her demon essence into Xiang Chen. Just then, he suddenly sprang to life, clamping his legs around the Qingpeng maiden's waist. With a swift motion, he pinned her to the ground, sitting atop her abdomen. His claws sharpened and gripped her neck, and he laughed heartily. Little Qingpeng, once again you have lost. Will you concede? You, feigning death, you despicable and shameless wretch. Release me at once. The Qingpeng maiden, both startled and enraged, found herself pinned to the ground by Xiang Chen. With one hand gripping her arm and the other poised threateningly at her neck, he sat upon her abdomen in a suggestive manner. Xiaotuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon exhaled in relief. Xiang Chen burst into laughter, playfully pinching her delicate cheek before finally releasing the Qingpeng maiden. Thank you for the unsealing, my dear cat, and gratitude to my brothers for their generous offerings. Chapter 467. A bold move, Xiaotuan. I am leaving. Be wary of this fellow, the Qingpeng maiden warned, casting a fierce glance at Xiang Chen before leaping skyward, transforming into a magnificent azure rock soaring into the heavens. Hey, little Qingpeng, give it some thought. Join me, and I shall guide you to the pinnacle of your demonic existence. Xiang Chen called out. Go to hell, you lecherous beast. The Qingpeng retorted, her wings striking out, unleashing a streak of azure radiance aimed at Xiang Chen. He swiftly dodged, creating a deep gash in the ground beneath him. Indeed, a fierce bird, Xiang Chen chuckled derisively. The Qingpeng elder is truly wonderful. She has always protected everyone in the valley like a caring elder sister, Xiaotuan chimed joyfully. Xiang Chen regarded the innocent little girl, recalling how she had fed him a drop of her blood while he feigned death to deceive the Qingpeng. That single drop possessed a potent medicinal essence along with vital life energy, allowing the wound inflicted by the Qingpeng to heal instantly. What exactly is this little girl? Xiang Chen was certain that Xiao Tuan was not of human lineage. It's clear she is a protector for all of you, Xiang Chen remarked with a smile. Yes, indeed. From now on, Brother Xiang Chen, please refrain from fighting with her. Xiao Tuan nodded earnestly. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, saying, I was merely playing with her. Fighting is affection, and scolding is love, after all. By the way, Xiao Tuan, how long have you lived here? He surveyed the surrounding environment, noting that it was indeed a paradise, rich in spiritual energy, with an abundance of spiritual herbs. The richness of the aura was comparable to that on Yulong Peak. I'm not certain, but I heard from the Qingping elder and the others that I fell from the sky, Xiao Tuan replied. Fell from the sky? Xiang Chen gazed at her in disbelief. Yes, 2 years ago, they said the sky suddenly split open, and a meteor fell, from which I emerged. That's why I have no parents, Xiao Tuan explained, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Xiang Chen, taken aback, found it hard to believe. Could she truly have emerged from a meteor? Could it be that Xiao Tuan was a spirit of stone? He mused that certain special stones, under fortuitous circumstances, could gain sentience and transform into demons. Everyone else has parents, even Mao Mao and the others, yet I do not. Brother Xiang Chen, am I not pitiful? Xiao Tuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression sorrowful. Do not be disheartened, Xiao Tuan. You have parents, Xiang Chen said, lifting her into his arms and presenting her with a piece of candied fruit. As she tasted it, her face lit up with joy. Where are my parents? Does Brother Xiang Chen know? Xiang Chen gently ruffled the little one's head and smiled. Heaven is your father, earth your mother. The universe is your progenitor. Have you not always dwelled in their embrace? We are all children of nature. The little girl, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding. Brother Xiang Chen, let me take you to my home, she exclaimed, pointing towards a distant giant lotus flower. See that? That grand lotus is my little abode. Isn't it beautiful? Xiang Chen inquired. Little Tuan, do you mean to say that all the spiritual herbs here are cultivated by you? Indeed. There used to be no flowers or plants here. Sister Qingpeng found me numerous seeds, and after planting them, I watered them daily with my own little contributions. In just 2 years, they have flourished to this extent. She replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. You mustn't laugh at me, Brother Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen was left speechless and astounded. These herbs appeared to have matured over hundreds, if not thousands, of years, yet they thrived remarkably under the care of this child's organic fertilizer. May I harvest some? He asked. There are several spiritual herbs here, capable of concocting elixirs for those of the soul moon realm. Some could even be used to create powerful soul-strengthening medicinal materials, each worth thousands, if not tens of thousands, of spirit coins. Of course, you may take whatever you wish, but do remember to leave their roots intact. Tuan still wants them to regrow. The little ones, like Mao Mao, thrived on the herbs I cultivated, she giggled, recalling how the ordinary rabbits had transformed after consuming the abundant spiritual herbs. Thank you, Tuan. Let us go, Xiang Chen replied, carrying the little girl towards her lotus abode. Half a day later, members of the Yan Huang society began to arrive one after another. Xiang Chen exited the valley to greet them. The first group included a Duoya and her companions, Big Brother, a Duoya, and over 10 other women gathered, their faces alight with joy after nearly 6 months apart. Duoya, it has been too long. Ha, you have grown even more beautiful, Xiang Chen exclaimed, embracing her before stepping back with a smile. What about us? Are we not beautiful as well? The other sisters teased. Ha, you are all stunning. Each a flower among beautiful jade. When we step outside, you will surely captivate every man's gaze, he assured them, eliciting laughter from the group. Big Brother, you've grown taller and even more handsome, a Duoya remarked. Xiang Chen observed the women and replied, Indeed, you all have made remarkable progress in your cultivation. It seems everyone has been diligent over the past half-year. A Duoya responded, with such exceptional bloodline talent, we cannot allow ourselves to disappoint Big Brother, can we? To his astonishment, a Duoya had already reached the 9th level of the innate realm, while the others were at the 8th and 7th levels, showcasing significant improvement. With the cultivation elixirs provided by Xiang Chen, coupled with the abundance of spiritual herbs and magical beasts in the area, their advancement was only natural. Had it not been for the prolonged use of the 1st level of the Heavenly Saint Scripture, Xiang Chen suspected he too would have reached the 9th level of the innate realm by now. Before long, Yang Bin, Wang Xiaoji, Bauer, and Xiahou Wu gathered together, creating quite a lively atmosphere. However, Tian, you did not join them, seemingly still in seclusion. Xiao Wu had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm, exuding an aura that felt oppressive, akin to that of an ancient ferocious beast. The others had also significantly improved their cultivation, with hardly anyone remaining beneath the 7th level of the innate realm. Xiang Chen remarked, I have summoned everyone here to undertake a significant endeavor. Given the time that has elapsed, it is likely that the spirit realm will soon close. Excitement flickered in the eyes of the crowd at his words. Xiao Wu inquired, What do you mean, Dogsy? Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy as he replied, The Tianai clan and we have become irreconcilable enemies. Here, beyond the constraints of the outside world, I intend for this place to become their grave. If possible, I shall also eliminate Yi Tianxi. Yang Bin sighed. Brother Chun, I fear you may not be aware of a certain news. What news? Xiang Chen asked, puzzled. Wang Xiaoji interjected. It is said that Yi Tianxi has obtained the inheritance of an ancient celestial being, along with a formidable spiritual treasure, resulting in a dramatic increase in his power. He has even defeated the top-ranked Knight Rain on the Tiger list. An inheritance from an ancient celestial being? Xiang Chen was taken aback. He had been in seclusion in the marsh and was unaware of this development. He fell silent. Yi Tianxi had already reached the pinnacle of the primordial Yang realm. Now, with the inheritance of an ancient celestial being, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new height. Xiang Chen had initially planned to lead the pack to launch a collective attack on Yi Tianxi, believing he could eliminate him with the potency of his blood-red lotus poison. However, he now felt uncertain and could not risk his own life or that of his comrades. Moreover, there had recently emerged a particularly formidable demon within the ancient wasteland spirit realm. This demon had claimed countless lives, feeding on the vitality of humans, and possessed extraordinary strength. Xiaoji had encountered this demon and had nearly perished at its hands, but fortunately, they arrived just in time to provide support. A demon, Xiang Chen exclaimed, turning his astonished gaze toward Wang Xiaoji. What kind of demon? Brother Chun, you cannot fathom how terrifying this demon is. Its entire being is blood-red, with wings of blood, and it can influence the flow of one's vitality. Its cultivation exceeds mine. Even in my transformed state as a heavenly wolf, I could not overpower it. Thankfully, Brother Ho and the others arrived in time, Wang Xiaoji recounted, still shaken. Indeed, brother, that wretched creature possesses astonishing power. I could barely suppress it, Xiao Wu added. Is this demon the one with the horns? A figure suddenly surfaced in Xiang Chen's mind. Precisely, Brother Chun. Have you encountered it? Wang Xiaoji nodded. Su Ligay? Xiang Chen's gaze turned cold. I am familiar with this individual, and so are you. Who? The others inquired, puzzled. Su Ligay is not of the human race. He possesses the bloodline of a demon god and is exceptionally formidable. I have crossed swords with him before and suffered a loss, Xiang Chen divulged. Su Ligay? It is indeed him. The others recognized the name. He was from the same cohort and had secured first place in the hunting competition. Unbeknownst to them, it was not Su Ligay who had attacked Xiaoji. Indeed, from now on, you must remain vigilant against him and his eternal night society, Xiang Chen solemnly declared. At that moment, from another direction of the valley, a colossal figure soared towards them. It was an enormous mystical bird, resembling a crane, its feathers a pristine white, with a wingspan of several dozen meters, carrying a group of individuals upon its back. Yalan, is this the spiritual valley you mentioned? Inquired a woman clad in a black dress. Indeed, Sister Yefe, this is the very spot. Within the valley below lies an abundance of spiritual herbs, but it is also guarded by an extraordinarily powerful demon rock. Even I, with my cultivation at the 3rd level of the Yuan Yang realm, nearly met my demise at its hands, a young man replied. The woman gazed downwards, and through the expanse of several kilometers above, she beheld the precious spiritual herbs nestled within the valley. Truly, there are so many herbs. My heavens, this bounty must be worth at least 1,000,000 spirit coins. Sister Yefe, we are about to strike it rich. The group of young men and women on the giant crane exclaimed in astonishment. The more than 20 individuals atop the mystical crane were all formidable practitioners of the Yuan Yang realm. White Crane, descend, commanded the woman named Yefe. Upon hearing her words, the crane plunged through the air, gracefully descending towards the spiritual valley. Suddenly, a piercing sound, akin to shattering stone, echoed through the air as a blue rock ascended to confront them. Intruders, begone, the blue rock declared, its voice human-like and laced with authority. Sister Yefe, it is her. shouted the man named Yalan in anger. Yefei regarded the blue rock, her eyes sparkling with intensity. What a magnificent blue rock! I shall claim it. Ignoring the warnings, the blue rock screeched, its wings flaring as it summoned its demonic energy, unleashing a barrage of azure blades towards the mystical crane. With a cold huff, Yefei brandished her sword, which erupted with radiant energy, and struck. In an instant, dozens of fiery sword beams erupted forth, forcefully shattering the incoming azure blades. Leave this to me. You descend and gather the herbs. Yefei commanded coldly, before manifesting a pair of fiery wings and soaring toward the blue rock. Her cultivation revealed to be at the 5th level of the Yuan Yang realm, an exceedingly rare achievement for one entering the ancient desolate spirit realm. Die! The blue rock screeched, transforming into a streak of azure light, launching a fierce assault with its razor-sharp claws aimed at Yefei. Her expression shifted as she realized the blue rock's speed exceeded her own. The protective energy she summoned was swiftly torn apart by its claws. Yet she managed to withstand the onslaught. Yefei's sword struck against the creature's claws, her 5th-level energy surging forth, repelling the blue rock with a powerful blow. In the air, the battle raged on as the man and the rock clashed repeatedly, the latter using its astonishing speed to engage and entangle a formidable opponent at the 5th level of the Yuan Yang realm. Meanwhile, below, Yalan and his companions descended into the valley, captivated by the sight of the numerous spiritual herbs and a group of snow spirit rabbits, their eyes nearly bulging with excitement. Haha, brothers, we are in for a windfall. Capture the snow spirit rabbits and gather the herbs. A group of individuals, consumed by elation, rushed toward the snow spirit rabbit, some brandishing nets in an attempt to capture it. Do not harm them, a small figure cried out in indignation. Yet the crowd paid no heed to the child's plea. The snow spirit rabbit, a mother protecting her young, unleashed a fierce roar, channeling the raw power of its 1st-level Yuan Yang realm. However, the overwhelming numbers of assailants proved too much for her to withstand. A flurry of icy sword lights and blades struck her, piercing her body and causing blood to splatter. The mother rabbit soon found herself gravely wounded. Run, Tuan Tuan! Children, flee! The mother rabbit bellowed desperately. Mother! The remaining snow spirit rabbits wailed, tears streaming down as they escaped toward the valley's exit, the heart-wrenching scene unfolding before them. Tuan Tuan sobbed uncontrollably, watching as the rabbit horde made their way to safety. Summoning all her strength, the mother snow spirit rabbit leapt hundreds of meters into the air, pursuing her offspring, while the relentless crowd followed in hot pursuit, intent on capturing the valuable creature favored by the noble women of the spirit pet market. Upon reaching the cave entrance, the mother rabbit ceased her flight, instead using her massive form to block the passage. Everyone, hurry and escape, she roared. The pursuing crowd unleashed a barrage of potent martial energies upon her back, causing her flesh to splatter and her insides to shatter. Mother, no! The young rabbits cried, rushing forward in despair. Yet, with the last remnants of her life force, the mother rabbit exhaled a powerful chill, encasing the cave entrance in ice. She collapsed, lifeless, her body obstructing the way. A searing fireball hurtled towards her, exploding with a thunderous roar and reducing her remains to mere fragments. She was a creature of the wild, yet above all, she was a magnificent mother. To humans, a beast may seem wicked, yet to the beast, are not humans equally malevolent? Chapter 469. Tuan Tuan's outburst as the mother rabbit fell victim to the onslaught. The remaining little snow spirit rabbits wept bitterly. Tuan Tuan's eyes reddened, his heart seemingly shattered by an immense blow. Rabbit mother! Echoed a mournful scream within the cave. Following the mother rabbit's demise, the crowd converged upon the frozen cave entrance, immediately launching their energies to shatter the massive ice barrier. It would not hold for long. Meanwhile, high above, a Qing Peng screeched in agony, ensnared by a constricting ring around its neck. The ring tightened, unleashing waves of formidable, thunderous energy. Ah! The Qing Peng cried out, trembling in midair. Night Fae sprang forth, thrusting her sword deeply into the Qing Peng's chest, blood gushing forth. The creature plummeted from the sky, crashing violently to the ground below. The beast was relentlessly bombarded with electric shocks from the controlling thunder ring. Descending from the heights, Night Fae approached the fallen Qing Peng, sword in hand, declaring, "Submit to me, or face death." Yet the proud Qing Peng roared defiantly, "I would rather die than submit to you wretched humans. Unappreciative of your fate, then embrace death." Night Fei's delicate face turned cold, and she swiftly thrust her sword towards Qing Peng's head, declaring, "If you dare to kill her, I shall ensure your demise alongside hers." At that moment, a furious roar echoed from the sky. Boom! A wave of silvery moonlight surged towards Night Fei from above. She looked up, her expression changing drastically as she hurriedly released her true essence to shield herself. The silver moonlight crashed against her protective barrier, unleashing a powerful explosion that reverberated in all directions, creating a massive pit in the ground and sending dirt flying. Nevertheless, her protective barrier remained intact. In the air, a colossal silver celestial wolf descended, landing before Qing Peng. More celestial wolves followed, dozens of them landing in the valley. Night Fei gazed at the beasts, her face pale with shock. There were so many demon wolves here. However, the aura emanating from these wolves was not particularly formidable. The pack encircled Night Fei, growling softly. The moon-eating celestial wolf turned to Qing Peng and lunged at the lightning ring around his neck. Yet, the powerful lightning released from the ring struck the moon-eating celestial wolf as well. A pained roar escaped its throat, the intensity of the lightning reaching tens of thousands of volts. Qing Peng looked at the moon-eating celestial wolf biting at the lightning ring on his neck, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart. "Shatter it!" The moon-eating celestial wolf roared, unleashing a biting force of over 1,000,000 pounds, its teeth nearly shattering. With a loud bang, the prized ring finally broke, blood spilling from the wolf's mouth. "Thank you," Qing Peng murmured softly. "Just wait and see how I will deal with this woman." The moon-eating celestial wolf said coldly, its wolf eyes turning towards Night Fei. "I will rescue Tuan Tuan." Qing Peng struggled to rise, but was hindered by his severe injuries, having been pierced in the heart and falling back to the ground. "I will go, Debin. You lead 20 brothers to hold this woman off. The rest, follow me," commanded the moon-eating celestial wolf, then charged towards the cave entrance, followed by a duo Ya and the others. Yang Bin and the 20 celestial wolves surrounded Night Fei, a group of beasts that have yet to break through to the Yuan-Yang realm, courting death. Night Fei said coldly, then thrust her sword at one of the celestial wolves. Li Huan, the celestial wolf, retreated, its speed astonishing, unleashing a wave of moonlight in retaliation. Boom! The opposing sword cleaved through the moonlight wave, but it failed to strike the remarkably swift celestial wolf. "Altogether, tear this woman apart," Yang Bin roared. 20 celestial wolves howled in unison, releasing waves of moonlight to bombard Night Fei. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, the ice had been shattered in an instant. A gifted cultivator manipulated the stones, causing a large boulder to rise from the ground, blocking the cave and sealing off the escape route for a group of snow spirit rabbits and little Tuan Tuan. "Ha ha, let us see how you escape." The crowd sneered, each producing their nets of magic. Little Tuan stood protectively in front of the snow spirit rabbits, her eyes blood-red, transforming from their originally innocent and lively nature into something terrifying. An immense energy surged within her. "Kill!" Around 20 Yuan-Yang cultivators lunged forward, each casting their magical nets. "You killed Rabbit Mama. I want all you wicked ones to perish." Little Tuan shrieked, and suddenly, streams of azure light erupted from within her. Ahead, in the cavern enveloped by the azure glow, wildly proliferating green vines sprouted forth, ensnaring 7 or 8 individuals in their grasp. The blades of these vines were as sharp as daggers. With a swift contraction, the expressions of these individuals shifted dramatically, and amidst their agonized screams, they were mercilessly shredded into fragments. In an instant, 8 Yuan-Yang cultivators were reduced to mere pulp. The onlookers were struck with terror, their eyes wide in horror as they beheld the eerie azure glow emanating from little Tuan. What manner of enchantress is this girl? It is utterly terrifying. This group of individuals was so paralyzed with fear that they began to retreat, gazing in disbelief at little Tuan. "Kill!" At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from behind, followed by a barrage of moonlight beams that surged forth. Boom! From behind, for powerful Yuan-Yang cultivators were struck by the multitude of beams, their bodies exploding amidst their screams, while a pack of celestial wolves contracted their forms and surged into the cave, pouncing upon these individuals. The others were pushed back by the explosive energy, and just then, a moon-swallowing wolf charged in, opening its massive jaws to sink its teeth into one person's neck. The neck was severed in an instant, leading to a swift demise. No, where did this demonic wolf come from? The remaining individuals were horrified. Yet dozens of celestial wolves descended upon them, swiftly overwhelming and tearing them apart. The moon-swallowing wolf, observing the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from little Tuan within the cave, was momentarily stunned. Little Tuan, it is I, brother Xiang Chen. The moon-swallowing wolf spoke with human-like articulation. Little Tuan cast a glance at him, then her brilliance dimmed, her gaze returning to its usual innocence, and she collapsed onto the ground. Little Tuan. The moon-swallowing wolf hurried over, transforming into human form to lift her up. Meanwhile, the group of snow spirit rabbits wept as they rushed towards the entrance, drawn by the sight of their mother's lifeless body. Xiang Chen examined little Tuan and sighed in relief. She had merely exhausted her mental energy and fainted from fatigue. On the other side, Yi Fei was besieged by the pack of wolves, overwhelmed with frustration and fury. The speed of these demonic wolves was astonishing, making it difficult to land a hit. And while a single wolf's attack was insufficient to breach her defenses, a coordinated assault by multiple celestial wolves would overwhelm her. Damn it! What kind of demonic wolves are these? I must call for Brother Yiyu. Chapter 470. Come with me. A pack of celestial wolves continued their relentless assault on Yi Fei. However, due to their cultivation levels, they struggled to bring her down. At that moment, the moon-swallowing wolf returned with other celestial wolves to provide support. Upon witnessing this, Yi Fei's expression changed drastically. Had Night Lan and the others been slain? Woman, you shall pay for the deeds you have committed, the moon-swallowing wolf roared in fury, transforming into a beam of moonlight that struck down with claws that amassed a terrifying power of 300,000 to 400,000 pounds. Bam! This strike, accompanied by the force of two other celestial wolves' moonlight waves, shattered Yi Fei's protective true essence, forcing her to spit blood and retreat. Kill! The moon-eating wolf descended with a velocity comparable to that of sound, its claw tearing through the air in a savage assault. Night Fei attempted to evade, yet was a fraction too slow. A heart-wrenching scream escaped her lips as one of her arms was brutally ripped away. You vile creatures, I shall have my vengeance. Night Fei roared, immediately producing a spirit talisman and shattering it. The talisman erupted, enveloping her in a radiant azure light, and she transformed into a streak of astonishing speed, soaring away at twice the speed of sound. It was a low-grade spirit escape talisman. The moon-eating wolf could not match her pace, left only to watch her flee into the distance. After Night Fei's escape, the pack of wolves ceased their pursuit and reverted to their human forms. Meanwhile, a group of snow spirit rabbits surrounded the lifeless body of their mother, weeping profusely. Qing Peng also transformed back into human form, standing somberly beside the deceased rabbit. Xiang Chen approached, gazing at the mangled remains of the snow spirit rabbit mother, letting out a sigh. She was beyond saving. Her injuries far too grievous for any earthly medicine. The heavenly scriptures could offer rebirth through blood in higher realms, yet he had not attained such heights. Little Qing Peng, let me examine your injuries, Xiang Chen said gently. The young girl, Qing Peng, glanced at him and replied, My name is Qing Ming. Xiang Chen was taken aback for a moment before repeating, Qing Ming. With a downcast expression, Qing Ming retreated into the cave to sit. Xiang Chen disregarded any notions of propriety and tore open the fabric over her chest, exposing her alabaster skin marred by an unhealed wound. He pressed his palm against it, clearing his mind of distractions as the healing energy flowed into her body, rushing to mend the injury. In mere moments, under his ministrations, Qing Ming's wound began to regenerate rapidly. Thank you, she said as she redressed herself. How rare it is for you to express gratitude, Xiang Chen chuckled lightly. Qing Ming shot him a fierce glare and retorted, I would not thank you if it weren't for your saving everyone. At the mention of this, Xiang Chen's expression grew grave. On that note, I must advise you all to leave this place. That woman who escaped could bring numerous Yuan Yang practitioners here, and I suspect she has formidable connections. It is no longer safe for you to remain. Qing Ming's countenance darkened further. Where else can we go? We cannot exit this spirit realm. We will not be teleported elsewhere. Our ancestors were captured by human warriors and imprisoned here to propagate. These human marauders invade once every century, plundering our resources and slaughtering us for our demon cores. Do you know why there are not many powerful demon clans within the spirit realm? It is exceedingly difficult for us to advance, and the higher our cultivation, the more likely we are to attract the attention of human hunters who seek to kill us for our demon bodies and cores. Curse those despicable humans. As she spoke, a chilling glimmer of vengeance ignited in her eyes. Xiang Chen rose, stating, "There is no other way. The demon clans in the 9 provinces are inherently at a disadvantage, where the survival of the fittest prevails, and the rules of heaven and earth favor the human race. The humans dictate the norms." He extended his hand towards Qing Ming, smiling gently. "Come with me. I will protect you, and I can lead you out of this spirit realm." Upon hearing this, Qing Ming gazed at Xiang Chen in a daze, her heart quivering with an inexplicable warmth. "I will protect you." This phrase, once uttered by her mother before she was slain by the previous human invaders, had not been spoken to her since. The young girl felt a slight sting in her eyes, but quickly turned away with a smirk, retorting, "Who needs your protection? My cultivation is superior to yours." After a moment's hesitation, however, she grasped Xiang Chen's hand, who pulled her to her feet. "How will you lead us out? Aren't you one of the demon clan in this spiritual realm?" Qing Peng inquired, astonished. "Certainly not. I hail from the outside world. As for how to escort you out, I possess a spatial ring capable of accommodating living beings, so it will be no trouble at all," Xiang Chen replied with a smile. "What about Tuan Tuan? She saved my life, and I must ensure that everyone is brought along," Qing Ming insisted. "Of course, you need not worry about that," Xiang Chen assured her. Determined, Qing Ming decided to accompany Xiang Chen. He lifted the still unconscious Tuan Tuan and addressed the others. "Everyone, gather all the spiritual herbs in the valley. When the time is right, we shall depart from here." Yes, the group, filled with excitement, set off to collect the spiritual herbs. For there were no fewer than 100 varieties in the valley, each worth a fortune. Beneath the valley, there indeed lay a spiritual vein, the precise grade of which remained unclear. The richness of the spiritual energy was partly due to the abundant spiritual herbs cultivated by Tuan Tuan. Even a low-grade spiritual vein was incredibly precious, while top-grade veins were exceedingly rare, comparable to the one in the Huangzhou Academy. Xiang Chen, his palm shimmering with light, revealed a blood-red blood lotus. He planted the crimson blossom in the earth, channeling his true energy into it with fervor. The blood lotus visibly swelled, flourishing in the valley. Soon, it released plumes of crimson mist that soared into the sky, enveloping the valley above. "What is this?" Xiahou Wu asked, astonished. By the way, Xiahou Wu had not transformed into a celestial wolf. His innate talent and spirit were already remarkably exceptional. "This is the blood lotus. Didn't that wretched woman say she would return? If she dares to come, I shall ensure she never returns. By the way, have you all consumed the antidote pills I provided?" Xiang Chen inquired. "All taken. Good. Let the brothers thoroughly investigate. After all, we might not have another opportunity to return. We must locate the spiritual vein and take it with us," Xiang Chen instructed further. No need for your prompting. The little chick has already set her sights on this spiritual vein and is leading the siblings in thorough exploration and excavation," Xiahou Wu chuckled. "That fellow certainly requires no encouragement when it comes to seizing opportunities," Xiang Chen laughed. Yet, he remained oblivious to the true identity of the woman he had previously confronted. Chapter 471, A Windfall Mother Rabbit. Suddenly, Tuan Tuan, who had been peacefully slumbering in Xiang Chen's arms, awoke with a start. "Tuan Tuan, you're awake." Xiang Chen gently tousled the little one's hair. "Brother Xiang Chen, Mother Rabbit has passed away." Little Tuan clung to Xiang Chen's neck, weeping uncontrollably, her tears streaming down. Astonishingly, the tears that fell upon Xiang Chen transformed into ethereal energy. Holding little Tuan close, Xiang Chen gently patted her back, akin to soothing an injured little rabbit, and softly spoke. "In truth, Mother Rabbit has not died. Her spirit will forever watch over you from the heavens." "Really?" Little Tuan gazed at Xiang Chen with glistening tears. "Indeed. Look at the stars above. Do you see them?" Xiang Chen pointed towards the dimming sky. Yes, I see so many. Mother Rabbit is among them. After life departs, they become stars, watching over us, and Mother Rabbit is watching over you too," Xiang Chen said with a smile, employing a benevolent lie to soothe the little one's sorrow. "Is that true?" Little Tuan asked in astonishment. "Absolutely. Did you not descend from the heavens? Mother Rabbit is one of those stars. She is up there watching us," Xiang Chen affirmed. As little Tuan gazed at the myriad of stars in the night sky, her sorrow diminished significantly. "Brother Chun, come quickly. We've made a great discovery. We found it." At that moment, outside the cave, a member of the Yanhuang Brotherhood approached with excitement. Hundreds of kilometers away, in a large encampment, over 100 individuals had set up camp. Ye Fei, pale and swaying, descended from the sky into the encampment. Miss Ye Fei." How did you sustain such severe injuries? Many young people gathered around the campfire hurriedly rose to greet her. Where's my brother? Ye Fei asked, her complexion wan. The second young master is resting in the main tent. Miss, your injuries are grave. Allow me to tend to them, a healer quickly responded. At that moment, from the central tent, a young man clad in a black robe adorned with eagle patterns emerged. Upon seeing the injured Ye Fei, his expression shifted to one of alarm. Third sister, what has happened? You are gravely wounded. The young man hurried over, supporting Ye Fei. Brother, you must help me avenge. Ye Fei cried out in anguish as she collapsed into his embrace. Yeyu, the foremost powerhouse on the tiger ranking of the academy. In the valley, guided by this individual, Xiang Chen arrived at a location where many had gathered. Here, a deep well had been excavated, emanating streams of ethereal energy. Brother Chen, big brother. The crowd parted to make way as Xiang Chen approached. Big brother, as you instructed, we discovered this spiritual vein at noon, a duo you reported. Xiang Chen gazed into the unfathomable depths of the well and asked, who is down there? It's little chicken. Brother Chen, come down. Wang Xiaoji's voice echoed from below. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen leaped down, transforming into his celestial wolf form. The well had been dug deep, and after descending over 1,000 meters, Xiang Chen finally reached the bottom, where a network of tunnels sprawled out. He spotted Wang Xiaoji, transformed into his celestial wolf state. Subsequently, the other brothers followed suit. Brother Chen, everyone, come quickly. Haha, we've struck it rich. Wang Xiaoji exclaimed, leading the way ahead. The crowd followed into the mine, where the air was thick with spiritual energy, and numerous embedded spirit stones were discovered. How much could these spirit stones be worth? The onlookers gazed in delight at the array of spirit stones, some as large as a head, others no bigger than beans. Spirit stones are the primary material for crafting spirit coins. 1 pound of spirit stones equates to the value of 10 spirit coins and can also be traded directly. As the spiritual energy within the mine intensified, several individuals soon arrived at its end. There, a hazy, colorful luminescence emanated from the depths. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a crystal of incredible energy fluctuation, a hexagonal spirit crystal, the size of a human head, suspended in midair, radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors, releasing thick misty spiritual energy into the earth. This is a premium spirit vein source crystal, exclaimed Xiang Chen joyfully. Indeed, this is the source crystal of the spirit vein, the very core of the vein itself. Brother Chen, we have struck gold. With this singular item, we could purchase an entire city. Wang Xiaoji exclaimed excitedly. This is the spirit vein source crystal. Its energy fluctuations are formidable. It's my first time witnessing such a thing, another remarked. Yes, it is said that the spirit vein source crystal is the wellspring of the spirit vein, capable of releasing an endless supply of spiritual energy. We are truly fortunate. The crowd responded with exuberance, each overwhelmed with joy. Xiang Chen declared, with this, it is akin to possessing a premium spirit vein. We could even establish a cultivation tower, one that rivals Jade Dragon Peak. Indeed, the treasures we previously acquired do not even amount to 1% of this. The crowd echoed in excitement. Xiang Chen approached and a radiance erupted from his Qinquan ring, safely securing the spirit vein source crystal. Once within the confines of the Qinquan ring, the crystal immediately released a vast quantity of spiritual energy. Xiang Chen remarked, with this, our Huang can construct a top-tier cultivation chamber for everyone's use. Yang Bin cautioned, Brother Chen, this treasure must not be used carelessly within the academy. The premium spirit vein source crystal is far too precious. If word gets out, we could never safeguard such a treasure. Acknowledging this wisdom, Xiang Chen nodded in agreement. You are right. We must find a secure location to store this. This opening of the ancient wasteland spirit realm has truly proven to be immensely profitable. Indeed, with these spirit herbs and this spirit vein source crystal, the day of our Huang society's rise is surely imminent. The group was filled with exhilaration, their gains exceeding all expectations. Brother Chen, siblings, we must hurry outside. There's trouble. At that moment, Huang descended, shouting urgently. Beyond the valley, amidst the heights of 1,000 meters, numerous figures descended from the back of a colossal spirit crane, spiraling in the air, casting their gaze upon the valley shrouded in mist below. Fei, is this the place you spoke of? Yi Yu inquired coldly, his murderous intent palpable, as the terrifying aura of the pinnacle of the Yuan Yang realm surged. It was indeed a fortuitous coincidence. When this spirit realm opened, Yi Yu had just turned 30, nearly surpassing the age limit for entry. He is among the most formidable practitioners who have entered the ancient and desolate spirit realm, seizing numerous opportunities and even obtaining some ancestral martial arts legacies. Chapter 472. The first on the tiger ranking, Yi Feifei's complexion remained somewhat pale, with one of her sleeves now empty, her arm completely torn apart by Xiang Chen. Indeed, second brother, those vile creatures are within. We must annihilate them to avenge me. She gritted her teeth, her lovely visage marred by hatred. Yi Yu's expression was icy as he reassured her, rest assured, second brother will ensure the demise of these beasts. Let us proceed. At his command, over 100 formidable practitioners of the Yuanyang realm prepared to descend. Wait, my lord, a pharmacist interjected, sensing something amiss below. I detect an unusual scent. Perhaps we should send someone to scout first. What could possibly be wrong? I have been down there, aside from a group of snow spirit rabbits and a demon roc. The rest are merely a pack of demon wolves, Yi Fei retorted coldly. Yi Yu, however, remained cautious. Let us first send someone to investigate. Yi Tong, take 5 individuals and assess the situation. If you encounter the demon wolves, we will rush to your aid immediately. Understood. The youth named Yi Tong promptly led 5 companions downwards, plunging into the thick, toxic mist of the valley. As soon as they entered the miasma, it infiltrated their pores and flesh. Upon landing, they were immediately assailed by a rolling surge of blood energy, a searing pain akin to corrosion coursing through their bodies. The 6 simultaneously emitted horrifying screams, their flesh beginning to dissolve. What is happening to me? My hands, my face. Their anguished cries echoed as their bodily tissues disintegrated at an astonishing pace, their eyes, intestines, and organs melting into a pool of blood. In mere breaths, they had been reduced to 5 bloody skeletons, sprawled upon the ground, blood pooling around them. This was the blood toxin of the blood lotus, undeniably tyrannical. While many poisons can slay practitioners of the Yuanyang realm, few possess such overwhelming potency to act so swiftly. What is happening? Yi Tong. Those above were struck with astonishment at the scene, confusion etched on their faces. Yi Fei was particularly pale with fear, while Yi Yu's expression darkened, his brows knitting together. What is going on? We did not encounter such a situation before, Yi Fei said, her face drained of color. How did they perish? What dangers lurk below? The group was gripped by terror. Had they all descended moments earlier, would they have met the same fate? Yi Bing, did you discern something? Yi Yu inquired, turning to the pharmacist. The pharmacist's face was grim as he replied, I cannot be certain, but have you all noticed the crimson mist below? It may be toxic. Those few likely succumb to its effects. Toxic? What poison could be so formidable? The crowd felt disbelief wash over them. Meanwhile, within the valley, the moon-swallowing celestial wolf, accompanied by a pack of wolves, emerged, and Wang Yu's gaze pierced through the red mist, locking onto the group of individuals. Numerous formidable warriors of the Yuanyang realm have been brought back by that woman. It is he, Chen Gu, and within that group is someone I recognize, Yi Yu, the first on the tiger ranking, the second son of the Yi family. Li Huan exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Yu, the one who holds the top position on the tiger ranking. The moon-eating sky wolf, Xiang Chen, cast a piercing glance at the individual, who exuded an exceptionally potent essence of true energy, a formidable presence at the great heaven level of the Yuanyang realm. Such beings can unleash power exceeding 1,000,000 units. The moon-eating sky wolf reassured everyone. Fear not, for with the blood poison mist present, their cultivation cannot withstand this toxin. However, this poison mist currently cannot corrode energy. If they shield themselves with energy, we shall launch our attacks to strike at their energy barriers. Indeed, the pack of wolves responded in unison. Since it's poison, do you possess an antidote? Yi Yu inquired from above. The apothecary smiled wryly. I have never encountered such poison before. I cannot guarantee the efficacy of my antidote. Nevertheless, this poison mist may not penetrate energy barriers, allowing individuals to consume the antidote and then form protective shields. Then let us proceed with this approach. Yi Jiu, follow Yi Bing's instructions. Very well. Why don't you do it yourself? The youth who was summoned cursed inwardly, consumed an antidote, and subsequently projected a layer of true energy around him. Appearing as a radiant red sun encased within, Yi Jiu charged forward into the poison mist, and indeed, the mist could not corrode the energy shield. Young master, The poison mist cannot infiltrate the energy barrier, Yi Jiao declared excitedly, his worries alleviated. However, at that moment, dozens of beams of moonlight suddenly surged downwards. All aimed at him. No. Yi Jiao's expression changed dramatically as the energy barrier was instantly shattered by the barrage. With a thunderous explosion, he was struck by the multitude of attacks and was obliterated. Yi Jiao, curse it, those infernal wolves are right below. The onlookers above, witnessing Yi Jiao's demise, were filled with fury and shock. Yi Yu shouted in anger, "Cyclone technique, disperse this poison mist. Once the mist is cleared, we shall annihilate them." Hearing this, everyone concentrated their true energy, manifesting spirals of true energy in their palms. Then, with a swift motion, they cast the spirals, transforming them into a tempest of energy that surged towards the poison mist below. The fierce winds howled, and indeed, the poison mist was swept away, scattering in all directions. The density of the mist diminished considerably. However, a massive red lotus below continued to release toxic fumes, enveloping the area and preventing a complete dispersal. Yet, visibility improved significantly, allowing glimpses of the wolf pack beneath. Where are those beasts? Shield yourselves with energy and evade their assaults. Let us strike with all our might. Yi Yu bellowed. Attack! Over 100 warriors of the Yuan-Yang realm descended like streaks of light, ready to engage. The moon-eating sky wolf sneered, declaring, "Had I known you would come, daring to venture here, this shall be your grave." With a swipe of his claw, the energy of the Yin essence coalesced and expanded. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the surrounding earth, numerous fist-sized formation spirit stones ascended and circled. Hundreds of these valuable stones, worth thousands of spirit coins, unleashed their spiritual power and manifested intricate formation patterns. A resonant hum filled the air as a radiant golden light enveloped the entire valley, coalescing into dazzling golden sword lights that densely populated the landscape. Little heavenly gang sword formation, attack! Xiang Chen bellowed, commanding the formation to activate the lethal array. Swish, swish, swish. An abundance of sword lights surged skyward, mercilessly targeting the approaching foes. Having anticipated the possibility of retaliation, Xiang Chen was well prepared. His soul power had now reached a level capable of controlling high-tier mystical formations, capable of annihilating formidable foes at the Yuan-Yang realm. Chapter 473. The Inferno Valley. The sword lights ascended dramatically, resembling 100 fireworks shooting into the night sky at breathtaking speed. Swish, swish, swish. The descending adversaries were met with an onslaught of sword lights, each imbued with formidable sword energy, causing their expressions to shift drastically. Thud. The protective essence of a Yuan-Yang expert was instantly breached, as the sword's brilliance ruthlessly pierced through his form. With a chilling scream, his body was cleft in twain by the sword energy, plummeting from the air. Ah, it's the sword formation. There's a formation below. Damn it. How could there be a formation here? The cries of despair echoed, as one after another fell victim to the frenzied sword lights, with no fewer than 20 or 30 succumbing to the lethal blades in an instant. Others found their protective essence shattered, as toxic mist corroded their bodies, causing them to plummet mid-scream, succumbing to blood poison. This is outrageous. How could there be a formation? Can these beasts truly set up such arrays? Night Rain's expression darkened as he swung his sword, unleashing a fiery blade that shattered several incoming sword lights. The power of the sword energy released from the formation rivaled the attacks of a 7th-level Yuan-Yang expert, indicative of a high-tier mystical array. Retreat, fall back. Night Rain roared, as the group scrambled to escape the aerial onslaught. Others fought back while retreating, as sword energies continuously coalesced from the formation, launching indiscriminate attacks, rapidly depleting the spirit stone's energy. Boom, boom, boom. In a short span, over 40 corpses plummeted from the sky, either slain by the sudden sword formation or poisoned by the lethal mist after their protective barriers were breached. Night Rain and his companions managed to escape to higher ground, evading the sword formation's lethal range. What a formidable display! Qing Peng gazed in astonishment at the individual controlling the formation, who had decimated dozens of Yuan-Yang realm experts. His heart filled with awe. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf sneered, while the celestial vines of devouring chaos surged forth, ravenously consuming the fallen bodies. Moon Charm transformed into ghostly mist to absorb spiritual energy, and Kuan Ling was not to be outdone, rushing to convert and absorb the remnants of the dead. Ha ha! You pitiful wretches, come down and face death. The Inferno yellow pack of wolves jeered mockingly. The expressions of Night Rain and his companions darkened, a mix of fury and indignation washing over them. You beasts, don't think for a moment that I lack the means to deal with you. Night Rain seethed, surveying the scene around him, realizing that over 40 of their number had perished, almost half of their forces were gone. Yet not a single wolf hair could harm the crowd. In Yi Yu's hand appeared a crimson crystal orb, roughly the size of a fist, adorned with intricate runes that contained formidable energy. A fleeting grimace of pain crossed Yi Yu's face. The fire-devouring pearl. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. This was a powerful talisman crafted by the Yi family, capable of annihilating formidable foes at the Soul Moon realm. Fetching a price of 50,000 spirit coins each in external sales, and 10,000 spirit coins internally. Those with fire-devouring pearls, produce them. Strike this valley, and I shall compensate your losses upon our return, Yi Yu declared coldly. Understood. 3 individuals promptly revealed their own fire-devouring pearls. Attack. Yi Yu activated the orb and launched it directly into the valley below. The fire-devouring pearl transformed into a streak of fire, only to be intercepted by a blade of light. Thunderous roars echoed as the pearl detonated, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that engulfed the sky for 1,000 meters. A powerful shockwave cascaded downward, shattering countless blades of light, as a torrential sea of fire surged forth. The valley was besieged by scorching winds, and debris was sent flying. The inferno that descended bore a terrifying temperature of at least 10,000 degrees. This is dire. The enemy possesses formidable talismans. Retreat to the cave. Xiang Chen, the moon-eating celestial wolf, exclaimed in alarm. The crowd gazed at the encroaching flames above, their expressions turning pale with fear. This strike had also obliterated the sword formation Xiang Chen had constructed. They fled toward the cave entrance as the raging inferno cascaded down. At that moment, another fire-devouring pearl plummeted, landing perilously close to the cave's perimeter. With a resounding explosion, chaotic energy erupted as the sea of flames expanded, sending shockwaves that hurled the wolves away, leaving them spitting blood. The inferno surged forth, igniting the flora and fauna within the valley. The temperature soared to a searing 1,000 degrees as the flames enveloped everything. Chenggu, what shall we do? The wolves' faces blanched in terror, knowing they could not withstand the flames' might. The mine. We shall escape through the mine. Xiang Chen bellowed, leaping towards the mine. The pack followed suit, along with Qing Peng and Xue Ling too, hastily making their way to the mine. Just as they entered, another fire-devouring pearl descended, exploding with ferocious energy, uprooting the earth by dozens of meters, as the valley transformed into a veritable hellscape. Upon entering the mine, the flames lashed out like tongues of fire, pursuing them relentlessly. The ground behind them, scorched, turned to ash, while stones morphed into molten rock. Kuan Ling, dig with utmost speed. Xiang Chen summoned Kuan Ling, who darted ahead, unleashing elemental energy that swiftly carved a tunnel through the soil as the wolves frantically excavated. Qing Peng joined in, transforming into a green vortex that burrowed into the earth like a drilling machine. Meanwhile, the relentless flames continued to seep through the soil and into the mine, as Xiang Chen worked tirelessly to collapse the tunnels behind them, thwarting the advance of the inferno. Night Rain gazed down at the valley engulfed in flames, his expression icy. To contend with a pack of beasts far beneath his cultivation, he resorted to using such talismans. Even if he exterminated these demonic wolves, he could not find joy in it. These wretched creatures, killing them is truly a mercy, Night Fae remarked coldly. Your arm will be treated by the finest healer from our clan. I've heard that Divine Dr. Zhang can reattach limbs from one person to another. When we return, I will help you find a maid of the Yuan Yang realm, and we can sever her arm to graft it onto you, Night Rain said. Night Fae nodded in agreement. Yet at that moment, a figure appeared on a distant peak, gazing at the raging inferno below, his austere countenance shifting dramatically. Elder brother, he cried out in despair, then charged towards the blazing sea. This individual, with flowing crimson hair and a visage nearly identical to Xiang Chen's, was none other than Tianyu, who had just arrived. Look, brother, someone is there, Night Fae exclaimed, spotting Tianyu rushing towards the fire. Indeed, someone dares to charge into the inferno of the fire-burning pearl explosion. Others also noted this, astonished, for the flames could incinerate even the strongest of Soul Moon warriors. Chapter 474. The Wrath of Tianyu. That person looks remarkably familiar, Night Fae mused, furrowing her brow, feeling an uncanny recognition. I remember now. That lad is Xiang Chen, the recent newcomer from the west yard of the Outer Academy. Xiang Chen, the one who defeated a Yuan Yang powerhouse from the Tianyi Association at the innate level? The other members of the Knight family exclaimed in surprise. Precisely. Although his hair color has changed, I still recognize his face. It is indeed Xiang Chen. I witnessed that battle in the Death Gorge. This fellow can even transform into a wolf-like beast during combat, Night Fae declared. Amidst their conversation, Tianyu had already plunged into the sea of flames. Elder brother, he shouted, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding inferno that soared to thousands of degrees. The valley had nearly transformed into molten rock. With a fierce roar, Tianyu unleashed an astonishing gravitational force from within, as if he had become a black hole. The surrounding flames and searing heat were drawn towards him, entering his very being. Above Tianyu, a colossal vortex of fire formed, an overwhelming suction spreading outwards. The howling wind roared as torrents of fire surged towards him. Tianyu stood as a being capable of devouring endless flames, with the inferno of the valley converging upon him. Quick, look! What is happening? The Knight family exclaimed in astonishment, observing a massive fire vortex emerging within the valley. All the engulfing flames were being drawn into Tianyu, the roaring sea of fire swirling violently into the vortex, causing the flames that enveloped the valley to dissipate rapidly. Night Rain and the others stood in shock, witnessing the flames gradually vanish, drawn into the fiery whirlpool. Not long after, the inferno that engulfed the valley dissipated, leaving behind only a solitary youth clad in a crimson robe. Elder brother, Tianyu called out, searching the surroundings for Xiang Chen. The flames had extinguished, and the valley lay in complete ruin, emanating thick plumes of black smoke, with the soil beneath even transformed into molten rock. Yi Yu and the others gazed in astonishment at the boy amidst the charred earth, bewildered by the sudden vanishing of the engulfing fire and the inexplicable survival of this youth. What on earth is happening? How could the spirit fire simply vanish? And how did this boy escape unscathed? The Yi family members could hardly believe their eyes. Let us descend. Yi Yu regained his composure, gathering his true wings and soaring downward. Below, the poisonous miasma had vanished, as the blood-red lotus had been taken away by Xiang Chen. A group descended from the sky, encircling Tianyu, each casting bewildered glances at him. Tianyu, too, regarded them with a cold indifference. Xiang Chen, how did you come to be here? Yi Fei inquired, her demeanor brimming with arrogance. Who are you people? Tianyu replied frostily. Where is my elder brother? Elder brother? Who is your elder brother? Yi Fei asked in surprise. Tell me, why did the spirit fire vanish just now? Does it have anything to do with you? Yi Yu questioned, his brow furrowed. My elder brother is Xiang Chen. I am Xiang Tianyu. He sent me here to rendezvous. Where is he? What has happened to the fire in this place? Tianyu demanded of the group. His demeanor irked them greatly, prompting a young man from the Yi family to retort. Who do you think you're speaking to, brat? Xiang Chen is in this valley. Are you two perhaps twins? Yi Fei remarked with a disdainful scoff. Who knows? He might have been turned to ashes by the flames we set, she added. Upon hearing this, Tianyu's eyes reddened, a flicker of crimson-blue flames igniting within them. Are you saying that you killed my elder brother? Perhaps. We were busy slaying a pack of wolf demons. If they were in the valley, they are likely dead by now, Yi responded apathetically. He then turned his gaze back to Tianyu, saying, Brat, you still haven't answered my question. Was the disappearance of the spirit fire your doing? You dare to slay my elder brother. Tianyu remained silent, yet his chest heaved with barely contained fury, a tempest of rage igniting within him. With a sudden roar, he was engulfed in a blaze of crimson-blue flames, coldly glaring at Yi Yu and the others as he bellowed. Those who dare to harm my elder brother shall pay with their lives. Tianyu unleashed a terrifying inferno, transforming into a streak of fire as he charged toward a young disciple of the Yi family. Before the disciple could react, Tianyu seized him by the throat, and a surge of crimson-blue spirit fire enveloped him. Ah! The disciple screamed in agony as he was consumed by the flames. Reduced to ashes, such was the ferocity of the fire. Yi Yu and the others were taken aback, hastily distancing themselves while casting furious glares at Tianyu, who appeared to possess merely the first level of the Yuanyang realm. You dare to kill a member of the Yi family? Slay him! Yi roared. Kill! In an instant, More than a dozen formidable warriors of the Yuanyang realm unleashed a furious roar, collectively channeling their true essence towards Tianyu. Powerful martial energies surged forth, striking with tremendous force. Vermilion bird transformation. Tianyu bellowed, as flames coalesced around him, transforming his form into a blazing, azure-hued firebird. The vermilion bird, engulfed in flames, darted towards one individual with astonishing speed. The second-tier warrior of the Yuanyang realm was caught off guard, as the firebird lunged forth. A terrifying wave of incinerating heat enveloped him. In an instant, amidst his agonized screams, he was consumed by flames and reduced to ashes. Tianyu moved with such swiftness that he evaded a barrage of attacks, his fiery form overwhelming one Night Family warrior after another. Their protective true essence crumbled beneath Tianyu's formidable inferno. Anyone engulfed by his flames was reduced to cinders within mere breaths. Night Yu, Night Fei, and the other members of the Night Family stood aghast at this spectacle. Seeking death, Night Yu roared, unleashing the full force of his true essence as a grandmaster of the Yuanyang realm, flames igniting around him. Burning dragon palm. Night Yu's palms erupted with true essence, forming intricate symbols, and with a sweeping motion, he conjured a roaring fire dragon that charged towards Tianyu. The ferocious dragon, stretching over 10 meters, collided violently with Tianyu, resulting in a powerful explosion. Tianyu coughed up scorching blood, sent flying several dozen meters by the force of the attack. The might of a grandmaster of the Yuanyang realm was indeed more terrifying than 10 first-tier warriors combined. Yet, Night Yu pressed on, stepping forward to condense his fiery essence into a sword, unleashing a fiery blade that plunged down towards Tianyu. With a piercing sound, the blazing sword pierced through Tianyu's chest, searing through him and pinning him to the ground, blood erupting like flames. Chapter 475. Breaking the first layer of sealing. This sword penetrated deeply into Tianyu's chest, aiming directly for his heart. However, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. The sword could not advance any further upon striking the heart. Within Tianyu's chest lay a heart of a bizarre crimson hue, resembling crystal, ensconced by 5 intricate symbols, tightly binding it. The sword had struck against the outermost ring of symbols. Impossible. Night Yu's countenance shifted, as if his sword had collided with the hardest diamond, failing to penetrate further. Meanwhile, a pained expression crossed Tianyu's face. Die! Night Yu roared, channeling all his power into a single strike. He had already formed his true Dan, nearing a breakthrough into the Soul Moon realm, and the sheer force of this blow was astonishing. The sword energy struck fiercely at Tianyu's heart, all its might converging upon the symbols. In that moment, the 5th ring of symbols shattered with a resounding explosion. Ah! Tianyu howled, as a surge of azure flames erupted from within his heart, his aura amplifying exponentially, unleashing a terrifying energy wave that burst forth. The recent night rain was abruptly struck by a surge of energy, causing the individual to be violently propelled backward, spewing blood and being thrown several dozen meters away. Gazing incredulously at Tianyu. Before him, Tianyu unleashed a torrent of ferocious flames amidst his roar, enveloping himself in a blazing inferno. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal figure of flame, towering 10 meters high, resembling a giant made of fire, with features obscured by the intense blaze and emanating a terrifying temperature. With a thunderous roar, the flame giant threw back its head and unleashed a fire beam several meters in diameter, shooting skyward for over 1,000 meters, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. How is this possible? Night Rain was struck with shock, staring in disbelief at this spectacle. Such a terrifying energy field, such a dreadful temperature of fiery devastation. What on earth is happening? The members of the Night Family stood frozen, their mouths agape, captivated by the sight of this giant roaring to the heavens while unleashing chaotic flames. Night Fei and others wore expressions of sheer astonishment. You shall all perish. The flame giant bellowed, its indistinct eyes locking onto Night Rain and his companions. No matter what kind of creature you are, you shall die today. Night Rain shouted in fury, summoning a superb sword into his hand as his true Dan energy surged forth, unleashing formidable power. Fire Serpent Sword Art, attack! He roared, striking with the sword, transforming the enveloping fiery sword aura into a flaming serpent, exponentially enhancing his strength. This was a spirit-level sword technique capable of shattering defenses even of formidable foes at the Soul Moon realm. With a resounding roar, the 10-meter flaming sword serpent lunged forth. Its violent sword energy crashing down, capable of obliterating a small mountain. Kill! The flame giant roared in response, raising its colossal fist, unleashing a terrifying force with its azure flames igniting. With a thunderous impact, this fist struck the flaming sword serpent, releasing a chaotic force. The flaming sword serpent was instantly obliterated, and the exquisite sword exploded in a fierce blast. The overwhelming force and flames collided with the terrified Night Rain, whose eyes reflected sheer horror as he was hurled several hundred meters away. His arm detonated with a resounding crack. Ah! Night Rain screamed in agony, defeated in an instant. As the flame giant took a step forward, it transformed into a meteor, its fiery hand reaching out to grasp Night Rain, subsequently opening its mouth, ablaze with flames, and devoured him whole. Second brother, no? Young master. Night Rain and the other disciples of the Night family stood in shock, their voices filled with despair. After consuming Night Rain, the flame giant unleashed a brutal roar and charged toward Night Fae and the others. The disciples of the Night family, filled with grief and fury, were struck by terror and hurriedly fled, summoning their true wings to escape toward the valley. The flame giant released a beam of fire, extending over 1,000 meters, containing temperatures exceeding tens of thousands of degrees, striking down one unfortunate soul. Ah no! The man screamed in anguish as his protective essence shattered in an instant. Following that, with a resounding explosion, he was reduced to ashes. In the wake of a sweeping beam of flame, amidst the cacophony of detonations, 8 formidable beings of the Yuanyang realm were obliterated in the blink of an eye. The earth trembled with violent echoes as the mountaintops succumbed to destruction. Meanwhile, others scrambled for their lives, hastily employing spiritual talismans in their desperate flight. As they fled, the colossal fire giant traversed the valley, each step resonating with thunderous roars, turning the ground beneath into molten lava. Tianyu, my brother, accompany me to the grave, slaughter, slaughter. The fire giant appeared to be possessed, emanating waves of unrestrained fury, unleashing chaos throughout the valley, igniting a conflagration. It then took a colossal step, ascending the heights and wreaking havoc, leaving a trail of raging flames in its wake. 30 miles away, in a grove, a small wolf demon strolled leisurely, lifting its hind leg to mark a large tree. Suddenly, the ground erupted with a thunderous blast, revealing a vast chasm as a blue phoenix surged from the depths below. The wolf demon was flung aside, staring in horror at the magnificent creature that had burst forth from the earth. Why was this bird not soaring in the sky, but instead burrowing from the ground? Terrified, it fled into the thicket. From the deep pit, one after another, silver celestial wolves emerged, dozens of them clawing their way to the surface, each transforming into human forms, covered in dirt and grime. Ugh, ugh, damn, I almost became barbecue, Wang Xiaoji exclaimed, grimacing as he spat out dirt. Ha ha ha, Xiaoji, you look absolutely grimy. Zhang Dan laughed heartily. The moon-eating celestial wolf transformed into human form, and Xiang Chen sighed in relief, saying, "At last, we have escaped." That fire was ruthlessly overpowering, and it could even track us down and incinerate us. Everyone is accounted for, right? He looked at the group while holding little Tuan. Yes, came the reply. By the way, Dogzy, we haven't regrouped with Tianyu yet, Xiahou Wu remarked, brushing the dirt off himself. Tianyu was meditating when we last contacted him. Let us reach out to him soon and go find him, Xiang Chen suggested. Brother Xiang, do you think our home is gone? Little Tuan asked, her eyes reddening as she gazed toward the valley. In the distance, the flames still flickered ominously, still ablaze. Unbeknownst to Xiang Chen and his companions, events were unfolding in their absence. Chapter 476. The weight of the past. Xiang Chen felt a pang of sorrow at Little Tuan's question, unsure of how to respond. Do not fear, for with Sister Qing Peng by our side, we can always find a new home, Qing Peng said, transforming into her human form and embracing Little Tuan. Indeed, as long as we are alive, we can establish a home anywhere. Tuan, we are all your family, added a duo Ya and the other girls, who stepped forward to comfort her, all fond of the adorable little girl. Xiang Chen reassured her, in the future, Brother Xiang will take you to even better places. Though this home may be lost, a better one will arise. Trust in Brother Xiang. He gently ruffled Little Tuan's hair. Little Tuan nodded vigorously. Xiang Chen addressed the Qingpeng maiden, Qing Ming, saying, I am uncertain when the spiritual realm will close. To ensure safety, I suggest you remain within the confines of my Qinkuan ring. Qing Ming glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Xiang Chen channeled his vital energy into the Qinkuan ring, enveloping Qing Ming, Xiao Tuan, and 11 snow spirit rabbits in a spatial devouring force. A spatial vortex descended upon them, subsequently drawing them into the realm contained within the Qinkuan ring. Where shall we go next, Brother Chen? Inquired Wang Xiaoji. Xiang Chen retrieved the sound-transmitting spiritual jade, stating, I will first attempt to contact Tianyu. However, upon channeling his vital energy into the jade, he was met with an unsettling silence. He then attempted to sense Tianyu's location, but his brow furrowed in concern as he found no coordinates for Tianyu's position. What is happening? Why can I not sense Tianyu? Xiang Chen pondered, a weight of worry settling upon him. The failure of the sound-transmitting jade to respond could imply it had either fallen out of range or that something dire had befallen Tianyu, potentially extinguishing the efficacy of the vital energy imprint. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment of Tianyu's transformation, the sound-transmitting jade and storage jade he possessed had been utterly destroyed, reduced to ashes. What is the matter? Inquired Xiahou Wu. Xiang Chen replied gravely, I can no longer sense Tianyu's location. Impossible. Allow me to try, Xiahou Wu responded, producing his own sound-transmitting jade. To his dismay, he too found it unresponsive. Just a short while ago, I was able to contact you and sense him. Perhaps he has ventured to some distant place beyond our reach. His sound-transmitting jade is of a lesser grade and may not function beyond 1,000 kilometers, Xiang Chen conjectured. Indeed, that seems plausible. Tianyu possesses considerable strength. Though somewhat unrefined, I doubt he is in any real trouble, Xiahou Wu agreed, while the others refrained from speculating on the possibility of Tianyu's misfortune. Let us find a suitable place to await the closure of the spiritual realm. It has been open for quite some time, and those who entered have likely explored it thoroughly, Xiang Chen suggested, to which the group concurred. He kicked the ancient tortoise, Guxian Gui, and commanded, Enlarge and take us away from here. Reluctantly, Guxian Gui expanded to the size of a small mountain, allowing the group to climb onto its back. The ancient tortoise carried them toward a distant forest. After an hour, they discovered a tranquil gorge with a flowing stream, where they erected several small wooden cabins to temporarily reside. As Xiang Chen passed the time waiting, he took out a pure yuan pill, consuming it to facilitate his meditation. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in the valley engulfed in flames, Yi Fei and over 20 disciples from the Yi family trudged with downcast expressions. Yi Fei's eyes were filled with sorrow and rage. Xiang Tianyu, this grievance shall be avenged by the Yi family. She roared heavenward, consumed by her hatred. Within the ancient chaotic spiritual realm, a fire giant roamed freely, igniting infernos wherever it tread. Those who beheld it fell into a frenzy, for its might was formidable, leaving no one capable of standing against it. In the span of merely 10 days, the legend of a fire giant had spread throughout the ancient chaotic spiritual realm. As Xiang Chen and his companions leisurely awaited the closure of the spiritual realm within the canyon, they were mindful of the restrictions imposed by the realm itself. Upon its closure, any intruders would be repelled by the forces of space. Inside the vast wooden lodge, more than 40 individuals were engaged in cultivation alongside Xiang Chen. The source crystal of the spirit vein, nestled within Xiang Chen's Qinkuan ring, released a rich essence of spiritual energy, which was expelled by the ring and absorbed by the gathered practitioners, transforming into torrents of spiritual energy flowing into their bodies. The quantity of spiritual energy released far surpassed that of the spirit vein within the cultivation tower. Whenever Xiang Chen grew weary of his cultivation, he would leave the source crystal behind to procure some food or delve into the study of medicine and alchemy, ensuring that his days were anything but mundane. Most of those who entered the ancient wilderness spiritual realm reaped rewards, even if they did not acquire martial arts legacies. Many obtained valuable medicinal herbs and even spiritual medicines. Of course, numerous lives were also lost within its confines. As time elapsed, a month passed in the blink of an eye. The spiritual realm had been open for half a year. On this particular day, within the wooden lodge, a brilliant golden light surged upwards, releasing a formidable aura of battle. All eyes turned in astonishment toward Xiahou Wu. Within him, 9 spirals of energy rotated, one of which was extraordinarily dense, transforming into a liquid state of true essence. Xiahou Wu had broken through to the Yuan Yang realm. Brother Ho has made a breakthrough. What kind of physique does this guy possess? His cultivation progresses even faster than our bloodline powers. The crowd was a mix of surprise and joy as they gazed at Xiahou Wu. Ha ha! I have finally reached the Yuanyang realm. Xiahou Wu exclaimed, his laughter echoing and resonating in everyone's ears. Congratulations, Brother Ho. Our Yanhuang finally has a powerful warrior of the Yuanyang realm. With your cultivation, when we return to the Great Xiang, your father will surely reward you with the title of a minor general. Wang Xiaoji chuckled. Indeed. Xiahou Wu grinned widely. At that moment, another powerful surge of energy erupted, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards another individual. Chen Gu is about to break through too. The crowd gasped, turning their attention to Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen's pores were fervently absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. Within the divine storage space inside him, the ninth tying spiral was coalescing. The divine space now harbored yet another tying spiral. The 9 spirals rotated, releasing torrents of energy, significantly enhancing the potency of his tying true qi. Xiang Chen's cultivation also ascended to the great celestial level of the innate realm. Upon opening his eyes, Xiang Chen's gaze sparkled with brilliance, and his overall strength saw a substantial increase. Dogsy, you're still a step behind me, Xiahou Wu teased with a smirk. Being plump at the beginning is not a concern, it's the later weight that matters. How about we have a sparring match? Let me see the strength of your Yuanyang realm. Xiang Chen provoked with a playful grin. Ah, that is precisely what I had in mind. Chapter 477, The Battle of Dog and Monkey. Oh no, Chen Gu and Brother Ho are going to fight. The crowd exclaimed. Ha ha ha, a good show is about to unfold. All those engaged in cultivation paused, their expressions brimming with excitement as they joined in the ruckus. Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu have always been regarded as the pinnacle of combat prowess within Yanhuang. The question of who is superior has piqued the curiosity of many. As the two approached a canyon, a group of comrades, busy preparing a meal, gathered around. Standing several dozen meters apart on either side of a narrow stream that bisected the canyon, Xiahou Wu declared, Dog, my cultivation surpasses yours. There's no need for the heavenly dual form. Let us engage in battle with your wolf state. Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile, daring to underestimate me? I shall fight you in my half-demon form. Heh, this was your suggestion. Xiahou Wu clenched his fists, the true essence of the heavenly dual circulating within him, unleashing a formidable combat aura. A surge of energy erupted around him, creating a powerful atmosphere, and golden flames ignited within his eyes. His blood surged with raw vitality, showcasing the strength of his physical body. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen transformed into his half-demon state, channeling immense power. His dragon elephant inner strength had reached an astonishing 12,000. Coupled with the explosive force of the tying true energy, Xiang Chen's might was comparable to that of a first-tier Yuanyang realm warrior. Let the battle commence. Xiahou Wu bellowed, his foot striking the ground with a resounding thud, causing the earth to shatter beneath him. He launched forward like a golden cannonball, his speed astounding as he crossed the distance in an instant. As the fight began, the onlookers speculated on the outcome. Who will emerge victorious? It goes without saying. Without the wolf state, it must be Brother Ho. His strength is unparalleled, having transcended the Yuanyang realm. Not necessarily, for Brother Chen possesses the devouring sky evil vine. I believe Brother Chen will triumph. I'm willing to wager. The siblings of Yanhuang began to debate the potential victor. With a ferocious roar, Xiahou Wu unleashed the crumbling tiger fist, gathering explosive power into a single strike. A golden tiger-like force accompanied the potent punch, unleashing a fierce wave of intent. This punch generated a tempest, its force likely exceeding 400,000 pounds. Xiang Chen's expression turned grave as he responded with a focused strike of his own. Dragon Elephant Fist. The roar of the dragon echoed as a white elephant surged forth to meet the crumbling tiger fist. The two punches collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent water from the small stream soaring several dozen meters into the air. Xiahou Wu's kinetic energy overwhelmed Xiang Chen's counter, a surge of force propelling toward him. Xiang Chen stumbled backward, shocked by the sheer strength of Xiahou Wu, who surpassed others of the same realm even in a normal state. Watch the punches. Xiahou Wu's second strike gathered formidable power, casting a shadow over Xiang Chen. Thunderous fury. Xiang Chen erupted forward, executing 7 consecutive steps of terror, propelling himself at supersonic speed 2 to 300 meters away to evade. With a tremendous explosion, the ground erupted into a massive crater as Xiahou Wu's punch followed closely behind. Thunder. In midair, Xiang Chen transformed into a streak of lightning. Hurtling back towards Xiahou Wu with astonishing speed, his claw poised to strike viciously at Xiahou Wu's back. Xiahou Wu brandished his weapon, the breaker. But before he could react, Xiang Chen's claws had already torn through, landing a devastating blow on his back. With a series of resounding strikes, the claws of Xiaomong struck against the back of Xiahou Wu, leaving behind only a trail of bloodstains, a testament to his extraordinarily resilient physique. In response, Xiahou Wu wielded his spear with astonishing force, aiming a powerful swing at Xiang Chen, who crossed his claws in defense. The impact reverberated as Xiang Chen was struck by the spear, the force propelling him several meters away. "Great Lord, teach that white-haired one a lesson. Go, Brother Chen," cheered the Yanhuang brethren, their voices rising in encouragement. "Kill!" Xiahou Wu bellowed, launching another fierce thrust aimed at Xiang Chen's right chest. The spear's thrust sliced through the air, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. In that moment, Xiang Chen brandished his dragon queller blade, landing deftly on the ground before executing a frontal strike, unleashing a thunderous slash that raced toward Xiahou Wu, only to be obliterated by the latter's spear. However, amidst the eruption of lightning, Xiang Chen swiftly sidestepped the direct attack and advanced with a sudden leap, delivering a lightning-fast strike. In an instant, the blade sliced through the air with remarkable speed, a 1/12 of a second to execute the strike, and it connected with Xiahou Wu's chest. Blood sprayed forth as Xiahou Wu staggered backward, a wound gaping on his flesh. Despite his formidable physique, he could not withstand the razor-sharp edge of the dragon queller, which rivaled that of spirit artifacts. Yet, with a roar, Xiahou Wu unleashed his battle prowess, creating a shockwave that collided with Xiang Chen, sending him crashing backward, blood spilling from his mouth. These two brothers fought fiercely, their martial arts devoid of restraint, each unleashing their full might. In the canyon, they exchanged blows, with Xiahou Wu holding the upper hand in strength, while Xiang Chen relied on his agility and combat skills to evade. For a time, neither could claim victory. Suddenly, from within the spirit realm, a series of thunderous roars echoed, and the sky above darkened with void-like shadows, filling the onlookers with awe. Numerous cultivators within the spirit realm gazed upward, astonished by this spectacle, their hearts racing. Was the time for the realm's opening finally upon them? As the battle between Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chen paused, both men looked up in astonishment. "The time has come," Xiang Chen stated. "We are finally about to leave." Xiahou Wu sheathed his spear, revealing several quickly healing gashes on his body. Xiang Chen bore his own wounds from the spears. Neither had emerged victorious. However, if it came down to a true contest, without the aid of the swallowing sky evil vine, Xiang Chen would likely find himself outmatched by Xiahou Wu's full strength. Finally, we are to depart. Lingering here has grown tedious. The outside world is far more enticing. There are taverns, casinos, tea houses, music halls, dance venues, and even pleasure quarters, Wang Xiaoji sighed, only to earn a swift reprimand from Zhang Dan, who tugged at his ear. As the dark void enveloped them, a force of spatial devouring emerged. Subsequently, all outsiders within the spirit realm were affected by an invisible, celestial law, transforming them into beams of light that soared into the heavens, vanishing into the dark void. Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, and the brethren of Yanhuang all disappeared without a trace. They were not alone. Every outsider within the spirit realm experienced the same fate. In a golden hall, a figure, oscillating between the realms of Soul Moon and Yuan Yang, opened his eyes and ascended into the sky. On his back, a pair of white metallic wings adorned with powerful spiritual light emerged. Yi Tianxi's strength had become increasingly unfathomable. In a secluded valley, a blood pool housed a figure exuding a formidable Yuan Yang aura, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he too soared into the heavens. Chapter 478, Revelation of the Truth Outside. At the ancient wasteland mountain, the mountain that had been cleaved in two began to slowly dissipate its radiant glow. Portions of the mountain that had vanished into the void gradually re-emerged, inching closer to the other half. The spiritual realm was on the verge of closing. Alas, what a pity it is that we have aged and failed to seize this opportunity. Such is fate. However, there remains a way to acquire fortune. The treasures possessed by those young ones entering the spiritual realm will soon belong to us. Numerous individuals awaited outside the spiritual realm, including members of prominent families, specifically there to receive others. Unbeknownst to many, countless underworld factions congregated, poised to seize the fortunes of those without considerable backing. The other half of the colossal mountain materialized, revealing figures that appeared from thin air, young cultivators who had ventured into the spiritual realm in search of treasures. Surrounding them were throngs of people, numbering in the tens of thousands, all young cultivators, gazing in astonishment at their surroundings. They emerged. It was over. Haha. This time, the harvest was bountiful. The spiritual herbs found would suffice for years of cultivation. Sister, brother finally has the means to help you with tuition for the academy in the wasteland. Upon exiting, the young cultivators were in high spirits, evidently having reaped rewards, to varying extents, from the spiritual realm. A ripple in the void heralded Yi Tianxi's arrival, emanating a powerful aura. President Song Er and the others rushed forward to greet him. Many young cultivators gazed at Yi Tianxi with envious eyes. Rumor has it that Yi Tianxi acquired the inheritance of an ancient celestial being in the spiritual realm. Is it true? Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. He entered a hall of aback, vanquishing all who dared contest him. Yi Tianxi is destined to become a figure of great renown in the future. Whispers filled the air as many regarded Yi Tianxi with awe and admiration. Congratulations on your safe return, President. Song Er and the others welcomed him. Sensing the even deeper aura of Yi Tianxi, their hearts filled with reverence. Yi Tianxi nodded indifferently, as those from the Tianai society gathered around him. How did the matters I entrusted you with fare? He inquired coolly, directing his gaze towards Yi Bang. Yi Bang replied, Young master, Xiang Chen should be dead. What do you mean by should be? Yi Tianxi's brows furrowed in scrutiny. We pursued that lad, but he possesses a swift white demon tiger. We chased him into a marsh rife with lethal miasma and have not seen him emerge. He must have perished from the poison, Yi Bang murmured. So, you mean to say you have not seen the corpse? Yi Tianxi's eyes turned icy. None have been found, Yi Bang admitted awkwardly. Fool. Should I see that brat alive again, you shall bear the consequences, Yi Tianxi sneered coldly. At that moment, the air before him began to ripple, and a figure materialized directly in front of him. The two were merely a foot apart. Damn. Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically, startled, as he hastily stepped back 2 paces. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianxi had suddenly appeared before him. The members of Huang also surrounded Xiang Chen, while the people from Tianai Hui stared wide-eyed at him in astonishment, especially those who had been pursuing him, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xiang Chen, how is it possible? He is still alive. Yi Bang's face turned pale, and the members of Tianai Hui glared at Xiang Chen in rage. Haha, hello everyone. Have you eaten? What a coincidence. Isn't it true that enemies seldom meet without a cause? Xiang Chen laughed heartily, greeting them. Xiang Chen. The members of Tianai Hui erupted in fury, quickly encircling Xiang Chen and his companions, for he had slain several of their disciples. How can you still be alive? Yi Tianxi furrowed his brows. Look at how you speak, unfortunate child. If your father is dead, you ought to have no roots left, Xiang Chen retorted mockingly. You little brat. How dare you kill our brothers? Brothers, let us finish him. Yi Bang shouted in anger. Who dares to make a move? Xiang Chen bellowed. I am a student of Dean Xiaozhan. If you dare to kill me, you will be slapping the Dean's face and defying the Academy's rules. His thunderous declaration indeed subdued the members of Tianai Hui. Moreover, numerous individuals from the Huangzhou Academy were present. Enough, the members of Tianai Hui ground their teeth. And Yi Tianxi waved his hand dismissively. He glanced at Xiang Chen and remarked, Ultimately, you are but an ant, scurrying to survive by currying favor. I find myself losing interest in you. His demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. Having received the ancient immortal's legacy, he felt himself above all. Spare me your arrogance. If you were not a member of the Yi family, you would have perished 800 times over, Xiahou Wu retorted coldly. Xiang Chen remained composed and said, I have stated that within 2 years, you shall regret your actions. Just wait for it. Yi Tianxi scoffed upon hearing this and turned to leave. The members of Tianai Hui casting him a fierce glance before departing as well. Yi Bang's eyes twinkled as he pointed at Xiang Chen, exclaiming, This person is Xiang Chen. He has acquired numerous treasures and spiritual herbs in the spirit realm. I have seen no less than 7 or 8. The moment these words left his lips, countless cultivators turned their gazes towards Xiang Chen, especially those who had not entered the spirit realm, their eyes glinting with avarice. Many from various factions also gazed intently at the young man. Spiritual herbs. A single low-grade spiritual herb must be worth at least several thousand spirit coins. 7 or 8. This is a tremendous fortune. In an instant, Xiang Chen became the center of attention, akin to a prized delicacy under the hungry gaze of many. This bastard. Xiang Chen's expression turned icy as he regarded the numerous greedy eyes surrounding him. He had been duped by this fellow. His outcry was akin to a person with millions in cash being exposed in a den of bandits. Hey there, young one. Perhaps you should consider surviving this encounter before speaking further, Yi Bang remarked with a cold chuckle. Where are the members of the Yanhuang Society? Where is Xiang Tianyu? At that moment, an enraged shout from a woman echoed through the air. A one-armed woman, her voice laced with fury, questioned the onlookers. It was Yi Fei. How had she lost her arm? Indeed, what happened to Yi Fei's hand? And what of Yi Yu? Are you unaware? Have you heard about the recent emergence of the flame giant in the spirit realm? It is said that Yi Yu was slain by the flame giant. Several individuals around Yi Fei murmured amongst themselves. Xiang Chen, not far away, overheard the commotion and frowned, searching for Tianyu and the others. Miss, the Yanhuang Society is over there, someone shouted upon spotting Xiang Chen's group. Yi Fei turned her gaze and immediately recognized a face strikingly similar to that of her brother's murderer. Chapter 479. The Return of Tianyu Xiang Chen. Yi Fei's furious roar reverberated, causing the ears of bystanders to ring painfully. Xiang Chen and the Yanhuang Society members were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting as they recognized her. Damn it, it's that woman, Xiahou Wu muttered under his breath. Could she possibly recognize us? Wang Xiaoji felt a twinge of unease. Impossible. In our previous guise, Shi Wu and Ti have been able to identify us, and besides, Hosey has yet to reveal himself. Xiang Chen replied. Xiang Chen, it was your brothers who caused my second brother's death. I shall take your life in retribution. Yi Fei screamed, her fury erupting as she unleashed her true essence, transforming into a radiant beam of energy that charged towards Xiang Chen, sword poised to strike. Chen Gu, be careful. Protect Chen Gu. The faces of the Yanhuang brethren turned grim. With a roar, Xiahou Wu's body expanded, morphing into a colossal golden giant standing 10 meters tall, his strength and true energy surging beyond measure. Get back, he bellowed, gripping his war spear tightly. With a single thrust, the power unleashed was exponentially greater than during his battle with Xiang Chen. Clang! The spear collided with Yi Fei's sword, the violent force sending her staggering backward. Her cultivation at the 5th level of the Yuanyang realm had significantly diminished after losing an arm. The released true energy forced the surrounding crowd to retreat in horror, their gazes fixed on the towering giant, Xiahou Wu. Madwoman, what are you doing? Xiahou Wu thundered, resembling a small mountain as he stood protectively before the others. Xiang Chen, is Xiang Tianyu your brother? Yi Fei, now on the ground, shot a furious glance at Xiahou Wu before demanding an answer. Tianyu Xiang Chen furrowed his brow and replied. Indeed, what of it? With eyes ablaze, Yi Fei gritted her teeth and declared, your brother, Xiang Tianyu, killed my second brother, Yi Yu. I shall remember this grudge. The Yi family will seek vengeance. The crowd gasped in shock. Tianyu had slain Yi Yu? How was that possible? Yi was ranked first on the tiger list. How could Tianyu possess such strength? Nonsense, Yi Fei. Do you not think before you speak? To my knowledge, my brother is merely at the innate realm. How could he possibly kill Yi Yu, the foremost expert on the tiger list? Xiang Chen retorted sharply, still unaware of the events that had transpired. Night Fei's face was etched with anguish and fury as she declared, Xiang Tianyu is no human. He is a monster, a devil. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Is there any doubt? This enmity, the Yi family shall remember. I will ensure he pays dearly. What utter nonsense from a woman, Xiang Chen replied coldly. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the void, transforming into a striking red-haired youth who appeared not far from Night Fei. It was none other than Tianyu. Xiang Tianyu. Night Fei and the members of the Yi family gasped, retreating in horror and anger as they cast fearful glances at the youth. Tianyu, you have returned. Xiang Chen exclaimed with delight. Elder brother. Tianyu's eyes lit up, and he hurried over, embracing Xiang Chen tightly, tears of joy streaming down his face. Elder brother, it's wonderful. You are alive. Tianyu clung to Xiang Chen, having exhausted his strength after slaying countless foes in the ancient wilderness, now restored to his human form. Foolish child. How could I perish? Xiang Chen gently patted Tianyu's back. Tianyu turned to Night Fei, pointing at her and stating, they said you were burned to death. I went to the valley searching for you, but could not find you. When I inquired, they claimed you had been incinerated. Xiang Chen's heart quivered with surprise. Could it be that Night Fae truly recognized them? Or was there some misunderstanding? He replied, "No, we departed from there long before. We were not burned. And we are unaware of what transpired. She mentioned you killed Yi Yu. Is that true?" Tianyu paused, then shook his head. "I am uncertain. I seemed to lose my senses afterward. All that consumed me was rage, and I knew nothing." Xiang Chen furrowed his brow, using his moon eye to probe Tianyu's cultivation. He was at the first level of Yuanyang realm. Tianyu had reached the first level of Yuanyang realm on his own. How astonishingly swift his progress. However, even at this level, it was unlikely he could have slain Yi Yu, the top contender on the Tiger rankings. What truly transpired? Xiang Chen was filled with questions. But one thing was clear. After they left, Tianyu arrived, discovered the situation in the valley, and engaged in a conflict with Yi Yu and others. Judging by Night Fae's expression, it was not a mere fabrication. "Xiang Tianyu, this grudge, this hatred, the Yi family will surely avenge." Night Fae bellowed, swiftly leading her companions away. They were still haunted by the terrifying presence of Xiang Tianyu. His state at that moment was utterly fearsome, resembling a fire demon. Xiang Chen reassured, "Regardless of whether you killed Yi Yu, it is inconsequential. Even if you did, it is done, and as long as you remain unharmed. That is what matters. However, elder brother, I have discovered something," Tianyu interjected. "Within me, there resides a force that I currently cannot control. It is immensely powerful, but I know not its origin." Xiang Chen, taken aback, replied, "Extend your hand. I shall examine your pulse." As Tianyu offered his hand, Xiang Chen delved into his meridians, tracing them until he sensed Tianyu's heart. Within the heart's channel lay an astonishingly potent energy, lurking like a dormant volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. How could this be? Xiang Chen furrowed his brow, astonished by the sheer magnitude of this power. "Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" "None," Tianyu responded. "Can you harness this power?" "Yes, but it seems I might lose my sanity. My soul appears unable to control such formidable strength," Tianyu replied. "Then it would be best to refrain from using it," came the response. "Understood." Xiang Chen too could not ascertain the origin of this power. The human body harbors countless secrets, and as an apothecary, his understanding of it was not exhaustive. Cultivators are those who incessantly explore the mysteries of the external world to evolve themselves, while apothecaries delve into the secrets within the human body. The crowd began to disperse, with many descending the mountain. Xiang Chen and his companions prepared to return as well. However, due to a prior remark from Yi Bang, they had already attracted the attention of numerous individuals. As soon as they stepped off the mountain, a large group of no fewer than several dozen people, clad in martial robes from the same faction, surrounded them. The members of Yan Huang felt a surge of vigilance. A middle-aged man in a black robe, deliberately exuding the aura of an eighth-layer Yuanyang realm, approached with a smile, blocking their path. "Good sirs, in broad daylight, what is the intention behind your actions?" Xiang Chen calmly observed the group, noting their considerable strength, with 18 formidable individuals among them in the Yuanyang realm, and others at the 8th or 9th level of innate cultivation. "Please, do not misunderstand. I am aware that you are students of the Huangzhou Academy, and my son also studies there," the middle-aged man said cheerfully. "I have heard that you possess spiritual herbs, and I wish to discuss a business proposition." Xiang Chen replied nonchalantly, "What sort of business do you wish to discuss, sir?" The man continued, "Since you have spiritual herbs, would you be willing to part with a few? We can ensure your safe passage back to the Huangzhou Academy in return. You see, you have already attracted the attention of many. Without protection, it would be quite challenging for you to safely reach the Huangzhou Academy," he stated, revealing his intentions. Xiang Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "How many spiritual herbs do you desire as compensation?" "Indeed, there is a demand." The middle-aged man felt a surge of delight, realizing his probe had yielded results. 10 spiritual herbs. Provide us with 10, and we will escort you back." Wang Xiaoji could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "Isn't that fee excessive? Do you know how much 10 spiritual herbs are worth?" The man maintained his smile. "Young sir, this is not exorbitant. If there is no one to protect you, what use are those herbs if you do not survive?" Xiang Chen replied, 10 herbs is far too high, and we do not possess that many. Spiritual herbs are not as common as cabbages. 3 is our bottom line. If you are unwilling, then so be it." The middle-aged man hesitated but finally nodded. "Fine, 3 it is, but you must provide them to us first." "That will not do. We shall present them to you once we are safely within the boundaries of the Huangzhou Academy," Xiang Chen asserted. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he nodded in agreement. Very well. May I inquire how to address you, sir? The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. No need for formalities in the world of martial arts. We recognize each other without the need for introductions. You may call me Old Wang. Xiang Chen nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. The middle-aged man remarked. The day has grown late. We shall escort you back tomorrow. For tonight, let us find shelter in Huang City. I am familiar with an inn that I recommend. It will also facilitate our communication. He handed over a business card, which bore the name and address of the inn. Xiang Chen accepted it without hesitation. The middle-aged man, known as Lao Wang, departed with his companions. Xiang Chen glanced at the inn's details on the card, a cold smile forming on his lips. Little chick, your Wang clan does not seem to harbor good intentions, remarked Xiahou Wu. Nonsense. There are many surnamed Wang. It's the most common surname in the world. Can one discern a person's character merely by their surname? Wang Xiaoji retorted, speechless. Chengu, do we truly intend to have these individuals escort us? Yang Bin inquired. Escort us? They likely have no intention of allowing us to leave Huang City alive. Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile, setting the business card ablaze. Oh, are you suggesting they intend to harm us? The expressions of the others shifted slightly. This group posed a considerable threat. In this realm, it was ill-advised to engage in battles in plain sight, lest they attract the attention of powerful human cultivators who would swiftly eliminate any threats. Xiang Chen stated. That man approached us to ascertain whether we possess any spiritual herbs. If he genuinely wished to escort us and engage in such a business, he would not have withheld his name and organization, nor would he have specifically recommended an inn that is likely under their control. His gaze was profound as he observed the retreating figure of Lao Wang, a cold smile lingering on his face. Then why did you agree to his proposal? Bai Mao Mao questioned, perched on Xiahou Wu's shoulder, swinging her legs. You are the fool. Your head is filled with nonsense. Don't think I can't understand your dialect. Xiang Chen replied tersely. We agree for now to avoid drawing further attention. As students, they would refrain from acting overtly against us. What shall we do now? Xiahou Wu asked. Since they have arranged an inn, we must comply, as they will undoubtedly keep watch over us. If they wish to act against us at the inn, it will likely be devoid of outsiders. In a vast city like Huang, with millions of inhabitants, it would be trivial to eliminate a few without significant backgrounds, leaving no trace behind. Those capable of such deeds are inevitably of low caliber. Listen to my instructions. It remains uncertain who will devour whom. Xiang Chen stated with a cold laugh. The group nodded in agreement, and together they descended the mountain. It was not long before they arrived at the enormous Huang city. Upon entering, it was already evening, the sky had darkened, and the streets were adorned with red lanterns, bustling with activity. Following the address provided, they obediently made their way to the inn named Yuanju. The inn was modest in size, 3 stories tall, with a dining area on the first floor and guest rooms on the second and third floors. Upon entering, they found the dining hall nearly empty, with only a few attendants and a landlady at the counter. The proprietress is an alluring middle-aged woman, and upon seeing Xiang Chen and his entourage, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her beautiful eyes as she approached with a smile. Oh my, so many esteemed guests. Are you here to dine or to stay? Xiang Chen replied with a grin. Naturally, we have come to stay. Madam, please serve us the finest food and drink you have, ensuring my companions are well fed, and then prepare 10 adjacent guest rooms. Certainly, that is no trouble at all. However, esteemed guests, with so many of you, will 10 rooms suffice? The proprietress inquired with a playful grin. Well, whether it's enough or not. Isn't it just like your delightful white rabbit? A little squeeze, and there's room enough. Wang Xiaoji chuckled, his gaze lingering on the ample expanse revealed by the low neckline of her garment. Oh, sir, you jest. Please, everyone, have a seat. Young lad, instruct the kitchen staff to prepare the dishes promptly. The proprietress laughed heartily. Xiang Chen and his companions settled at several tables. Meanwhile, the arrival of new guests outside was thwarted by the young attendant, who informed them that the establishment was at full capacity. Indeed, something is amiss, apart from us. There are no other patrons in this inn, Xiang Chen remarked with a cold smirk, his keen eyesight allowing him to scrutinize every corner of the establishment. By heavens, this truly is a den of iniquity, Wang Xiaoji cursed. We shall soon find out. Since we are here, let us make ourselves comfortable and proceed as I have planned. Xiang Chen responded calmly. Before long, the kitchen began to deliver dish after dish, and the group behaved as ordinary diners, feasting, drinking, and engaging in light-hearted conversation. After their meal, they retreated in clusters to their designated rooms for rest. Once they ascended the stairs, the proprietress immediately ordered the hall door to be shut and hung a sign indicating that they were closed for business. Chapter 481. Evil begets evil. Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, and 4 of their brothers entered a room. After closing the door, Xiang Chen approached the candelabrum and retrieved a vial, pouring a fine powder onto the candle. As the candle burned, the powder would transform into an invisible, odorless smoke that would permeate the room. As I anticipated, this is indeed a den of villainy. Collaborating with that group, the effects of the drug they administered will fully manifest in approximately half an hour, and I suspect they will come to visit us then. Xiang Chen stated. Xiahou Wu chuckled coldly. This time, we shall provide them with a delightful surprise. A smirk played on Xiang Chen's lips. That middle-aged man truly regarded them as mere novices in this realm. He had experienced the treachery of human nature before. The show is about to begin. Let us take this opportunity to rest well, Xiang Chen declared. He settled by the bed, activating his moonlight gaze, enveloping the inn in an ethereal glow. 20 minutes later, a group clad in black entered through the rear courtyard of the inn, where someone had already opened the gate. Leading the pack was the middle-aged man, who entered the courtyard and closed the door behind him. The proprietress approached him. "My dear, how are those little rascals faring?" The middle-aged man inquired. "Fear not. Those little rascals have already consumed the drug-laced meal. They are likely fast asleep, utterly oblivious to their surroundings," the proprietress replied with a cold smirk. "That is well," the middle-aged man remarked with a grin. "These little rascals must possess a fair share of elixirs and wealth. They are survivors from the ancient wasteland spirit realm. Yet, these youths hail from the Academy of the Wasteland. Could they possibly have significant backing?" The innkeeper's wife expressed her concerns. "In our line of work, the greatest fear is to offend powerful figures. Fear not. They are merely from small nations and insignificant families. If they truly had any formidable connections, their kin would surely have come to their aid," the middle-aged man assured her with a smile. "Indeed, one can only assume." The innkeeper's wife nodded in agreement. "Now, gather everyone, eliminate them all without exception, and dispose of the bodies using the waste cart." "Understood." Several men proceeded into the inn, making their way upstairs. As they ascended, the doors to 10 rooms had been flung open, and wisps of invisible smoke began to seep out. Stealthily, they reached the 3rd floor and surged into the rooms, only to find that the doors were ajar. The middle-aged man and the innkeeper's wife arrived at the first doorway, astonished. However, when they gazed inside, they beheld 6 individuals sprawled on the floor or unconscious on the beds. "The effects of the potion have taken hold," the innkeeper's wife chuckled. "Alas, it is a pity. Some of these youths may have become formidable cultivators, but alas, their fate is sealed here with us," the middle-aged man sneered, stepping into the room to observe the 6 prostrate figures. "Boss, they are all unconscious," reported another member of the group from the corridor. "Drag them all to the basement before we execute them, lest we create a scene with blood everywhere. The flesh can still be smoked and sold," the innkeeper's wife commanded. Yes, the men entered the rooms to begin hauling away the incapacitated. In the rooms of Adoya and her companions, several men gazed upon the unconscious women with a gleam of malice in their eyes. "I say, it would be a shame to kill these lovely ladies so swiftly. Why not indulge ourselves first?" one man suggested with a lecherous grin. "Indeed, that suits my fancy," the others chimed in. Yet, just as they prepared to act, an unexpected wave of dizziness engulfed them. A powerful narcotic sensation surged through their minds. I feel so dizzy. How could this be?" One man barely finished his sentence before collapsing to the floor, rendered unconscious. "Old Chen, why are you?" "I too feel dizzy." The others gasped in alarm, soon succumbing to the same fate, falling one by one to the ground. Those who had entered the rooms began to lose consciousness in rapid succession, and even those in the corridor succumbed to the overwhelming sensation, collapsing as well. "What is happening?" The middle-aged man's expression shifted as he noticed his comrades around him crumpling to the ground. The innkeeper's wife, too, staggered and fell, sitting on the floor, shaking her head in disbelief, feeling utterly drained. "Boss, this is dire. We have been poisoned." The innkeeper's wife's complexion turned pale, fear etched upon her features. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he too felt the intense narcotic effect take hold, his body growing weak as he slumped against the wall, losing all strength. The formidable prowess he possessed did not plunge him into immediate unconsciousness. At that moment, Xiang Chen, who had been soundly asleep on the bed, yawned and stretched languidly before sitting up. Xiahou Wu and several other brothers from Huang also rose from the ground. You haven't been affected by the drug? The middle-aged man exclaimed in horror. Xiang Chen scoffed. With such a feeble drug, not only do I possess numerous antidotes and elixirs, but even our bloodline cannot be incapacitated. He approached, squatting down to regard the middle-aged man, saying, Uncle, why resort to such measures? To kill for greed only leads to one's own demise. The middle-aged man wore a bitter expression, realizing that he had met his downfall. He understood that in this world, a place where one devours another. It was even more pronounced among cultivators. The valuable resources were monopolized by influential families, leaving small factions like theirs with no choice but to engage in such nefarious acts, murder and arson for a gilded belt, while the virtuous perish without a trace. Young brother, we've lost this time. I have no further words. You may kill me, but please spare my wife's life. In my next life, I shall repay you by being your loyal servant. The middle-aged man pleaded desperately, his voice weakening as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Master, no. If we must die, let us die together, the innkeeper's wife said weakly, and as soon as she finished speaking, she succumbed to the powerful effects of the drug and fell into unconsciousness. Xiang Chen rose, deeply contemplative, and sighed. Indeed, in this world, the wicked often thrive more than the good. The virtuous seem to lead lives filled with dissatisfaction. This world ought not to be so. The middle-aged man could no longer withstand the drug's potency. His head tilted, and he fell completely unconscious. In the inn, apart from Xiang Chen's companions, everyone else had succumbed. The effects of the drug were not to be trifled with. The Huang brothers emerged from the room unscathed. Brother, how shall we deal with these people? Shall we kill them all? A duoya inquired, dragging two individuals along. Xiang Chen regarded them, his gaze pensive, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the Huang members dragged the unconscious bodies from the corridor and room. With a mere word from Xiang Chen, their lives would be forfeit. Thank you, leader. The seal on the cat has been lifted. No, let us keep them for now. Bind them all. They may prove useful. Xiang Chen instructed as he approached the middle-aged man, tearing open the fabric over his chest. 3 silver needles pierced his heart's meridian. Then, a powerful suction emanated from his palm as drops of vital blood flowed from the 3 needles, coalescing into a blood droplet the size of a thumb. The others proceeded to bind the unconscious individuals. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Wang Xiaoji asked curiously. Dogsy, you aren't thinking of refining a heart-controlling poison, are you? Xiahou Wu queried, having cultivated the sacred scripture of restoration, though he had not delved deeply into medical arts, yet he was familiar with many of its skills. Precisely, Xiang Chen affirmed. What is a heart-controlling poison? A duoya asked with intrigue. Xiahou Wu elucidated. The heart-controlling goo is a form of sorcery that utilizes the essence of another's blood to forge bloodworms, thereby wielding the power to dictate their life and death. The bystanders gazed at Xiang Chen with astonishment. In Xiang Chen's palm, the reversal qi coalesced into intricate symbols, flowing into a droplet of essence, enveloped by the reversal qi. Then, a remarkable occurrence transpired. The droplet transformed into a minuscule worm, akin to a pinky finger in size, writhing as if animated in Xiang Chen's grasp. In truth, it was not alive, but rather infused with a fragment of Xiang Chen's own spiritual essence through the reversal qi. Once the heart-controlling goo was fully formed, Xiang Chen inserted it into the chest of the target. Subsequently, the worm seamlessly integrated into the heart's meridian, burrowing into the very core of the heart. With the heart-controlling goo successfully concocted, the group unceremoniously cast the unconscious individuals into the grand hall below, awaiting their awakening. The potent effects of the divine elixir were formidable, although its duration was fleeting. Within the reversal scripture, there exists an exceedingly potent narcotic known as millennial drunkenness, which, as its name suggests, induces a slumber for a millennium without an antidote. Half an hour later, the most formidable of the group, a middle-aged man, stirred awake. As he opened his eyes, his expression shifted dramatically, and he attempted to rise, only to discover that his limbs were ensnared by dark iron chains. Before him sat a striking youth clad in a deep blue robe, his snow-white hair framing a handsome visage. The hall was teeming with individuals, all standing behind the youth. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that his companions had also been bound. You did not kill me? The middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the proprietress beside him also regained consciousness. Xiang Ping, the middle-aged man called out, as the proprietress sat up from the ground. Her gaze filled with confusion as she surveyed the scene, her heart sinking. I spared your life because you still hold value. However, before we proceed, allow me to let you experience this sensation. Xiang Chen reclined languidly, his demeanor indifferent, as he rested his hands on the armrests and snapped his fingers. A sudden, anguished scream erupted from the middle-aged man, who writhed in torment upon the ground. Master, what is happening? Master! The proprietress gasped in horror, her eyes blazing with fury as she turned to Xiang Chen, exclaiming, What have you done to my husband? Xiang Chen cast a glance her way, his tone devoid of warmth. You shall soon understand. In an instant, the proprietress too let out a cry of agony, writhing in pain as she fell to the ground, having also been afflicted by Xiahou Wu's heart-controlling goo. After tormenting the couple for a brief period, the others began to awaken, their eyes wide with terror at the unfolding scene. These individuals were not deemed worthy of Xiang Chen's expenditure of spiritual essence on the heart-controlling goo. After a moment of torment, he ceased, observing the two, now weakened and drenched in cold sweat, and inquired, How does it feel? Boy, if you intend to kill us, do so. Why prolong our suffering? The middle-aged man shouted, I have placed a goo upon you both, granting me control over your lives at my whim. While I could easily extinguish your lives, I intend to spare you, utilizing your services for my own purposes, Xiang Chen replied with a detached calmness. The couple exchanged a glance, and the middle-aged man squinted, asking, Young brother, will you spare us? Indeed, otherwise, why would I waste energy controlling you? From now on, you shall pledge your allegiance to me, replied Xiang Chen with an air of indifference. The middle-aged man's gaze flickered with uncertainty, and rather than opposing Xiang Chen, he inquired, What is it that you desire from us? What I wish for you depends on your capabilities and what you can offer. What are your names? Xiang Chen asked. The man replied, I am Wang Xiaoji, and this is my wife, Xiang Ping. We previously offended you due to our ignorance. We humbly ask for your forgiveness. Wang Xiaoji, to which faction do you belong? Questioned Xiang Chen. Wang Xiaoji let out a bitter laugh, responding, We are hardly a faction, merely a small-time gang known as the Black Wolf Gang. I am its leader, and my wife and I manage this inn, along with a few small gambling houses and taverns. We occasionally engage in such activities. How many followers do you have? Xiang Chen inquired. We possess 120 subordinates at the innate realm and 19 experts at the Yuanyang realm, Wang Xiaoji said. Such a force was indeed a minor gang around the desolate city. Xiang Chen mused to himself that their numbers were barely sufficient. Xiang Chen declared, I offer you and your followers a chance to live, serve me, or perish. The innkeeper's wife looked toward Wang Xiaoji, who, with a wry smile, replied, Naturally. We wish to survive. May I ask your background? Xiang Chen smirked slightly, saying, I am merely an ordinary student of the Huangzhou Academy. As for my background, I am a pupil of the academy's headmaster. The couple was taken aback. To be a student of such a prestigious figure was beyond their imagination. Clearly, one who could become a headmaster's pupil must possess either extraordinary talent or a formidable lineage. Wang Xiaoji regretted his choices, saying, We have no choice left. We wish to live and are willing to follow you, young master. The innkeeper's wife quickly echoed her agreement. The others, bound alongside them, also pledged their allegiance. Seizing the opportunity for survival, especially under the auspices of a headmaster's student, possibly a scion of a great family. Excellent. Since you have sworn loyalty, you shall henceforth be my people, serving my interests. Wang Xiaoji, I have placed a curse upon you and your wife. You will assist me faithfully, and I shall eventually lift the curse. Of course, should you defy me, I can take your lives at any moment. Xiang Chen took a sip of tea, his words chilling the couple's hearts, prompting them to express their fear of disobedience. Very well, release them, Xiang Chen instructed his companions. They complied, unbinding the captives. Chapter 483. Grand ambitions. Once Wang Xiaoji was freed, he hesitated before asking, Young master, what is it that you wish for us to do? I desire for you to become the rulers of darkness in the ancient desolate city, Xiang Chen replied with a subtle smile. Rulers of darkness. The couple was startled, exchanging bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Xiang Chen's words. Xiang Chen remarked, Those noble families and military houses dominate the daylight of this ancient desolate city, while I wish for you to control its nights. Of course, your current strength is insufficient to realize this ambition. However, I shall support and assist you. Wang Xiaoji, astonished, gazed at the youth who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 and yet possessed such grand aspirations. Could it be that the young master intends to unify the dark underbelly of the ancient desolate city? He inquired incredulously. Indeed, Xiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Though this goal is still somewhat distant, it is precisely my intention in winning you over. That is not merely distant. It is almost impossible, Wang sighed. Although the ancient desolate city does not compare to the populous capitals like the desolate metropolis, it remains a secondary city in the desolate province, home to tens of millions. The ancient desolate city harbors countless dark factions, numbering in the hundreds, each with their own territories, many nurtured and serving the great noble families of the city. Our Black Wolf gang is among the most inconspicuous. The larger gangs possess tens of thousands of members, controlling numerous streets and shops, as well as formidable Soul Moon Realm experts. We, on the other hand, merely occupy a corner of a secluded street, struggling to survive. Wang lamented. Every towering edifice rises from the ground. No power is born a sovereign of the world. This is merely a future aspiration. For now, you must continue to fulfill your duties. However, such acts of murder and robbery shall not be tolerated henceforth. I will mobilize resources and funds to assist you in establishing legitimate businesses, Xiang Chen declared. Understood, Wang nodded, not placing too much weight on Xiang Chen's earlier mention of ambition, for in his heart, it seemed nearly unattainable. Young master, do we still need to escort you and the others back to the Academy of the Desolate Province tomorrow? Wang inquired. We shall discuss that tomorrow. Today's matters must not be spoken of. Wang, your people remain under your command. If anyone leaks today's events, they shall be met with severe consequences, Xiang Chen stated firmly. Yes, Wang responded promptly. Very well, we have come to know each other through this encounter. Follow me diligently, and a prosperous future awaits you, Xiang Chen said, rising and turning to ascend the staircase. Young master, rest well. The members of the Black Wolf gang respectfully called out. Watching as Xiang Chen and the others made their way upstairs, the couple exchanged glances, sighing at the unforeseen turn of events. Realizing they had inadvertently placed their lives in the hands of another. Brother, are we truly to submit to this youth? A man at the 7th level of the Yuan Yang realm asked. What other choice do we have? Our lives are now in his hands. Just based on our actions against the disciples of the Academy of the Desolate Province, he could report us, and the enforcement team would come to annihilate us. Not to mention he is a student of the Dean, Wang sighed. Boss, how could you have targeted these people? The boss lady inquired. Do not mention it. We were led astray by the Yi family. Yet, despite his low cultivation, this youth possesses extraordinary intellect and capability, as you have witnessed. His background seems to be quite remarkable as well. Following him may not be a bad thing in the long run, Wang replied. Let us hope so, however. This time we have narrowly escaped a dire fate. Xiang Chen and his companions ascended to the 3rd floor, where prominent figures such as Adoya, Gongsun Xingtian, Xiahou Wu, Wang Xiaoji, and Yang Bin gathered in Xiang Chen's chamber. Dogzi, what prompts you to engage with these underworld figures? Xiahou Wu inquired. Indeed, Brother Chen. This is hardly the wild capital. It is merely a second-tier city in the wilderness, others echoed, puzzled. Reclining languidly in his chair, Xiang Chen was attended by Adoya, who gently massaged his shoulders. In the Jurchen kingdom, such a sight of a princess attending to another would surely astonish onlookers. Xiang Chen remarked. You all seem to be aiming too high. What is wrong with a second-tier city? Though ancient wild capital may be grander, do you think the waters here are shallow? Our current capabilities cannot stir significant waves in this place. The crowd blushed at his words, realizing their earlier arrogance. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes and continued. I chose this location for 2 reasons. Firstly, it is near the ancient wild spiritual realm, a veritable natural apothecary. Secondly, its lack of prosperity compared to the wild capital presents us with an opportunity to establish a foothold swiftly. Do not underestimate a second-tier city. If we can conquer this one, we will stand shoulder to shoulder with the great families of the wild capital. Do you understand the concept of encircling the city with rural might? If we can dominate the surrounding second-tier cities, we shall force our way into the wild capital in due time. Realization dawned upon the others, who silently acknowledged Brother Chen's foresight. Wang Xiaoji murmured, While I can comprehend the latter, the ancient wild spiritual realm only opens once every century. It seems of little use to us. as we will not gain access in the future. Xiang Chen smiled lightly and replied, "Who says we cannot enter? With me around, the ancient wild spiritual realm shall become our private garden." The group was taken aback, gazing at Xiang Chen in disbelief, unable to grasp his meaning. Rising from his seat, he gestured for Doya to cease her ministrations and approached the window, gazing at the distant towering mountains beyond the city. "I possess another skill that allows me to traverse space. I have discerned the spatial rules and location of the ancient wild spiritual realm. Should I wish to enter, I can do so without restriction." The crowd was astonished, their disbelief palpable. To traverse space? Such power is formidable, rumored to be a capability reserved for immortals. "Brother Chun, what other abilities do you possess that we remain unaware of?" Yang Bin exclaimed in shock. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, declaring, "Brothers, a vast world awaits our conquest. Today's events are a profound secret, known only to us. Let us pledge to carve out our dominion alongside our elder brother." The others solemnly affirmed their commitment. "Hozi, you must return to Dasheng tomorrow. Ziyadji, accompany Hozi and ensure that Xiao Tuan and Qing Ming are settled at Fengshan Manor," Xiang Chen instructed the two. "Understood." They nodded in agreement. "Now, let us retire to our quarters." The group dispersed to their respective rooms for rest. Yet, Xiang Chen remained awake, stepping lightly onto the balcony, launching himself into the night sky, vanishing into the urban twilight. What could this fellow be up to now? Chapter 484. The Battle of the Soul Moon. Xiang Chen weaved through the towering edifices, hastening towards the ancient wilderness mountain. He yearned to revisit the ancient wild mountain, to ascertain whether the spatial route he had uncovered could facilitate his passage into the ethereal realm of the ancient wilderness. However, in the distance, a fierce battle unfolded above a sprawling urban expanse, resonating with the thunderous roar of unleashed energy. Swish, swish. In the heavens, two figures engaged in a relentless pursuit, their velocity astonishing, akin to the speed of sound. "Kai Qianhua, you cannot escape. Surrender to your fate." A woman's voice, frigid as ice, pierced the air as she stood firmly upon a cerulean spirit sword. Clad in a flowing azure gown, her beauty was nothing short of captivating, appearing scarcely in her 20s, yet radiating an overwhelming force of true essence. The spirit sword bore her aloft, akin to a shooting star, emitting a series of resounding sonic booms. This woman was none other than Yi Tianjiao, one of the four renowned beauties of the Wild State Academy, and also the prodigious talent inscribed upon the dragon and phoenix steel, sister to Yi Tianxi. The figure she pursued was similarly garbed in feminine attire, boasting a strikingly enchanting visage, yet possessing an Adam's apple. He stood atop a pink lotus, a spirit treasure, soaring through the air with remarkable speed. "Yi Tianjiao, I have not wronged your Yi family. Why must you relentlessly pursue me?" The man retorted, casting a cold glance over his shoulder, his voice possessing an odd neutrality. Yi Tianjiao scoffed, "You lecherous scoundrel, all female cultivators seek your demise. Moreover, you carry a bounty of 100,000 credits. Today, you shall not escape." "Wretched woman," Kai Qianhua spat, desperately fleeing. Though Yi Tianjiao was at the first level of the Soul Moon realm, her prowess was formidable, rendering Kai Qianhua, who was at the second level, utterly outmatched. "Kill!" Yi Tianjiao uttered with a soft command, her fingers weaving intricate seals as her true essence surged violently within her, coalescing into a colossal ice sword measuring 10 meters in length. Strangely, ethereal blue-white flames flickered around this ice sword. Whoosh! In an instant, the colossal ice sword launched forth, its velocity thrice that of sound, cleaving through the air towards Kai Qianhua, leaving a trail of blue flames in its wake. "Defend!" Kai Qianhua's countenance shifted dramatically as he stepped upon the pink lotus, unleashing a radiant crimson glow to form a defensive barrier. Boom! The fearsome sword energy erupted, shattering the protective shield, and a tempestuous wave of icy sword intent collided with Kai Qianhua. Kai Qianhua coughed forth a mouthful of blood, sent careening through the air, pallor washing over his face as several of his meridians were frozen by the frigid energy. Desperately, he commandeered the lotus to escape, unwilling to endure another assault from this formidable woman. As the chase unfolded, they swiftly exited the city, soaring towards the towering mountains in the distance. Yet Yi Tianjiao's flying sword spirit treasure was evidently swifter, rapidly closing the gap. "Go!" Yi Tianjiao commanded as her spirit sword detached from her, transforming into a streak of sword light, unleashing hundreds of sword beams towards Kai Qianhua. In a sudden maneuver, Kai Qianhua darted towards the mountainside, while the myriad sword lights pursued him like missiles. As the impact with the mountain loomed, suddenly, Kai Qianhua abruptly ascended and altered her direction. Boom, boom, boom. A streak of pursuing sword light crashed against the mountainside, creating a massive pit over 100 meters deep, encased in frozen ice. Swift, Yi Tianjiao let out a cold snort, maneuvering her spiritual sword with the finesse of her advanced swordsmanship, accelerating the blade as it cleaved toward Kai Qianhua. Realizing evasion was futile, Kai Qianhua unleashed a furious roar, channeling her true essence to control the lotus platform, causing the petals to transform into lethal blades that surged forth. The clashing of sword light against the lotus blades produced a symphony of resounding echoes. Thus, amidst the ancient desolation of the mountainside, a fierce battle of artifact-wielding erupted. A cultivator of the Soul Moon realm possesses the ability to manipulate spiritual treasures and true essence to strike down foes from 1,000 meters away. Behind Yi Tianjiao, a pair of azure, flame-like wings materialized, as her true essence continuously infused the spiritual sword with power. The sword erupted with formidable energy, manifesting 9 colossal sword rays, each 10 meters long, swirling and frantically slicing through the air, shattering the lotus blades, while explosive sword energy carved numerous deep pits into the mountainside. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen, situated several kilometers away, observed the battle with astonishment. It's that wretched woman, Yi Tianjiao, he thought, recognizing her instantly. He recalled their previous encounter during the court trial, where she had plotted against him to safeguard the Tianai society. Fortunately, his foresight had allowed him to prepare in advance. Otherwise, he might have faced death at her hands or been expelled from the academy. What was this madwoman doing here? Who was she battling? Xiang Chen was taken aback, stopping to ascend a large white poplar tree to witness the unfolding conflict. Indeed, Yi Tianjiao's strength was formidable. Despite her opponent being a level higher, she dominated the confrontation. The reputation of this dragon phoenix prodigy is well-deserved, he mused. Before him, Yi Tianjiao's sword light shredded through the lotus blades, propelling Kai Qianhua back with explosive force. Suddenly, a beam of sword light erupted from Yi Tianjiao's blade, piercing through Kai Qianhua's chest and traversing her heart, blood gushing forth from her back. Ah! Kai Qianhua screamed in agony, plummeting from the sky, blood spilling as she crashed into the wooded slopes below. Yi Tianjiao, gripping her sword, descended slowly, casting a disdainful glance at Kai Qianhua, who lay mortally wounded. Collecting your head will suffice to exchange for a potent spirit elixir at the academy, enhancing my spiritual essence. Yi Tianjiao murmured, preparing to claim Kai Qianhua's life. As she unleashed a radiant strike toward Kai Qianhua's head, to her surprise, the seemingly dying Kai Qianhua evaded at the last moment. With a thunderous crack, the mountainside bore a terrifying sword scar over 100 meters long. Below, the earth erupted with a deafening roar as a white, elongated serpent shot forth, ensnaring both Yi Tianjiao and her blade. Yi Tianjiao's expression shifted dramatically as she found herself bound, her body entwined in the grip of the creature. In that instant, Kai Qianhua retaliated, thrusting her palm forward, where 3 spiritual needles shot into Yi Tianjiao's body, accompanied by a violent surge of energy that struck her fiercely. Yi Tianjiao spat blood, propelled several meters away before crashing to the ground. As Xiang Chen observed the unfolding scene, he shook his head. Although Yi Tianjiao possessed formidable strength surpassing that of Kai Qianhua, she lacked the cunning and adaptability displayed by her opponent. This woman was destined to suffer a great misfortune. He remained a silent spectator, fully aware that he could not intervene, not only because of their existing enmity, but also due to his own lack of power to assist. Yi Tianjiao, you have been careless. Fortunately, I preemptively employed a secret technique to shift the position of my heart towards the right atrium. Otherwise, you would have surely triumphed over me today. This shall be the day of your demise. Chapter 485. A profound advantage. Kai Qianhua spat out a mouthful of blood, laughing heartily. In this world, there are countless secret methods. This fool has shifted a vital organ that should have been fatal. That strike merely punctured him, but it was not lethal. He approached Yi Tianjiao with a wicked grin, declaring, I have plucked countless flowers, and though I may not have gathered 1,000, I certainly possess 800. Yet, none could rival your beauty and noble status. Today, you are indeed fortunate. Remarkably, Your primordial Yin remains intact, and you are still untainted. Your primordial Yin could elevate me to the 3rd level of the Soul Moon realm. Before you perish, I shall grant you a taste of what it means to be a woman, and I assure you, it will be an experience you cannot resist. Yi Tianjiao, filled with rage, unleashed her true essence in a frenzied attempt to break free, yet found herself ensnared. Abandon all hope. Beneath my 1,000 silk spirit, no one below the 5th level of the Soul Moon realm can escape my grasp, and you are further hindered by my needles. Kai Qianhua approached, smirking as his pale fingers caressed Yi Tianjiao's exquisite cheek. TSK, TSK, TSK. They say you are one of the 4 great beauties of the Huangzhou Academy. I once indulged in one of your academy's students, Nie Yuding, was it? A delightful experience, though her beauty pales in comparison to yours, he taunted. Yi Tianjiao maintained her composure, and at that moment, a deep blue flame blossomed from her brow, coalescing into a rose of azure fire. Boom! The fiery bloom erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of flames that enveloped Kai Qianhua and extended for hundreds of meters around them. This is a celestial-grade divine soul. No. Kai Qianhua's expression shifted dramatically as he cried out. The blue flames enveloped him, freezing him in an aura of dread. In an instant, he transformed into a frozen statue. This fire did not emanate heat. Rather, it contained an extremely fearsome chill, plunging to temperatures below -100 degrees. Everything within a radius of hundreds of meters was instantaneously encased in ice. Kai Qianhua was immobilized, his form frozen in place, while the spiritual treasure, now devoid of its master's control, was cast off by Yi Tianjiao. After breaking free, she grasped her spiritual sword, poised to cleave Kai Qianhua's head. However, an overwhelming sensation of paralysis coursed through her body. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Meanwhile, Kai Qianhua remained frozen, his face etched with terror. Good heavens, could it be that such fortune has befallen me? Xiang Chen rejoiced, witnessing the spectacle of their mutual defeat. Heavens above. Thank you, Yi Tianjiao. Today you have fallen into my grasp. Xiang Chen laughed heartily and hurried over, swiftly arriving at the icy arena where the two were engaged in battle. Upon entering this frigid domain conjured by Yi Tianjiao, a slight chill enveloped him. Yet his resilience to cold was remarkable. He approached the 2 figures, finding Yi Tianjiao sprawled on the ground, while Kai Qianhua was frozen solid, immobilized in place. This wretch is none other than the infamous flower thief who once harmed Nie Yuding, Kai Qianhua. Oh, the bounty on this scoundrel's head is a staggering 100,000 credits. A cold smile crept across Xiang Chen's face as the essence of the moon's charm coalesced into a spectral mist, surging into Kai Qianhua's nostrils and mouth, devouring his soul and essence. Brandishing the dragon blade, Xiang Chen severed Kai Qianhua's head with a single stroke. The head was cleaved cleanly, devoid of blood, as it had all been solidified. Collecting the severed head, Xiang Chen unleashed the devouring evil vine, which ensnared and consumed Kai Qianhua, leaving behind his storage ring. For such a brute, he felt no remorse in his dark dealings. Xiang Chen then retrieved the long ribbon lying on the ground, which emanated a spiritual radiance. It was a low-grade spiritual treasure, a worthy find indeed. At that moment, his gaze shifted to Yi Tianjiao, who lay not far away, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Sister to Yi Tianzi, this woman, while not a deep-seated foe, would undoubtedly become an adversary due to her brother's affairs. She could not be spared. Contemplating this, Xiang Chen's murderous intent surged as he approached Yi Tianjiao, dragon blade in hand. Suddenly, Yi Tianjiao's eyes shot open, startling Xiang Chen. Her beautiful gaze flashed with golden light, and with a hum, her spiritual sword shot forth, instantly poised at Xiang Chen's throat. Yet, rather than striking down, it hovered menacingly, ready to sever his head at any moment. Xiang Chen's expression shifted in alarm. This woman was still conscious. A master of the Soul Moon realm retains a modicum of combat prowess as long as her soul power is not constrained and consciousness is intact. Yi, senior sister Yi. You're not unconscious? Haha, it's me, Xiang Chen, your junior here to rescue you, he said, awkwardly raising his hands. Xiang Chen, Yi Tianjiao was taken aback, recalling the eloquent youth from the courtroom. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to sit up, the Soul Moon controlling her sword still poised at Xiang Chen's neck. How did you end up here? She asked coldly. Xiang Chen, unabashed, replied with a grin. Well, With the ancient wilderness spirit realm having opened, your junior came to join the excitement. I hadn't returned yet when I noticed a battle occurring here, and upon seeing you unconscious, I naturally had to come to your aid. Senior sister, could we perhaps lower the sword for a moment? Yi Tianjiao smirked sarcastically. You just displayed murderous intent. It was clear you intended to kill me. Xiang Chen quickly reassured her. Not at all. My murderous intent was directed solely at that brute Kai Qianhua. Look, I have reduced him to mere ashes. Senior sister, you are truly impressive, managing to vanquish this scourge. Yi Tianjiao coldly commanded. Stop with the frivolous banter. Come here and help me up, or I shall unleash my spirit sword upon you. Very well, it is only right for a junior to serve as senior. Xiang Chen replied with a grin, cautiously approaching to assist Yi Tianjiao. He placed one hand on her arm and the other around her slender waist. The delicate fragrance reminiscent of roses wafting from her. Xiang Chen could discern that she had been afflicted by a paralyzing poison. 200 meters ahead, there is a cave. Assist me there, Yi Tianjiao instructed coldly, the sword still hovering ominously at Xiang Chen's throat. He dared not disobey, fully aware that a mere thought from her could cost him his life. I possess an antidote. Help me retrieve it, she added. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's hand plunged into her garment, rummaging within her clothing. Yi Tianjiao's face instantly turned furious as she yelled, What are you doing? With a swift stroke, the spirit sword grazed Xiang Chen's neck, drawing blood. Xiang Chen's expression stiffened. Then he forced a laugh. I was simply searching for the antidote as you instructed. This beast, influenced by the likes of Bagu, had become a lecherous fiend, awakening the wolfish bloodline within him. Yi Tianjiao's teeth nearly ground to dust in anger. Wishing to cleave this wretch in two, yet he still had some utility. It is in the storage jade belt at my waist. Realization dawned on Xiang Chen, and he withdrew his hand to feel for the jade belt, which was a large golden belt possessing a vast storage space, far exceeding that of a typical storage ring. He had successfully assisted her to the cave, which was shallow and no more than 10 meters long, evidently a campsite previously used by others, with remnants of extinguished charcoal and bedding of dry grass. Gently setting Yi Tianjiao down, he channeled his vital energy, producing a pink pill. Subsequently, he retrieved a white one. Yi Tianjiao's face darkened. You did that on purpose, didn't you? An error, Xiang Chen replied with an awkward smile, hastily placing the pills aside before using his vital energy to conjure several vials. Given his knowledge of elixirs, he recognized one as an antidote and poured out a single pill. Senior, is this the one? Indeed, feed it to me, Yi Tianjiao commanded through a mental transmission. Having realized her inability to move, even her jaws felt numb, rendering her speechless. Xiang Chen placed the pill in her mouth, but she began to cough. The pill lodged in her throat, unable to be swallowed. Senior, it seems you cannot manage this. Perhaps I should assist? He suggested, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Do it quickly. Yi Tianjiao's expression darkened as she transmitted a cold reprimand. Understood. Xiang Chen held a pill in his mouth and leaned in to kiss Yi Tianjiao. Yi Tianjiao's beautiful eyes widened in anger as she glared at Xiang Chen, utterly astonished that he had dared to feed her in such a manner. Xiang Chen exhaled a breath of true energy, aiding her in absorbing the medicinal pill, lingering on her lips for a moment before reluctantly releasing her. Senior, I did all this to assist you in detoxifying. I meant no offense, he stated with an audacious seriousness. Get away. A chilling voice echoed in Yi Tianjiao's mind. All right, I'll leave at once. Take care, senior sister, Xiang Chen replied, eager to depart, uncertain if she might retaliate once she regained her strength. Stop. However, before Xiang Chen could reach the cave's entrance, Yi Tianjiao's voice rang out again, her sword still poised at his throat. But senior, you told me to leave. He retorted with a bitter smile. I saved you. Surely you wouldn't harm your savior? Go outside, find a rock to seal the cave entrance, and then protect me while I recover. Once I am well, I will permit your departure, Yi Tianjiao commanded coldly. A heavy sensation settled in Xiang Chen's heart. He doubted her intentions, but felt compelled to comply. Very well, senior sister, just a moment, he responded. Rushing out, the sword followed closely behind him. Sword brother, are you not weary? Perhaps you could take a break? Xiang Chen remarked, feeling the chilling edge against his neck. Do not entertain any foolish thoughts, came Yi Tianjiao's spirit voice from the sword. Daring not to argue further, Xiang Chen made his way to a hillside, lifting a massive stone weighing thousands of pounds to the cave entrance, then barricading himself within to shield Yi Tianjiao. He sat nearby, observing her. The detoxifying pill she had ingested was indeed extraordinary, gradually numbing the potency of the poison within her. As she regained a semblance of sensation and strength, she sat cross-legged, centering her energy to begin refining the toxic essence. However, one of the 3 poisonous needles within her suddenly erupted with a unique virulence, ignited by the very force meant to detoxify her. Yi Tianjiao's complexion flushed as an uncontrollable power surged within her dantian. Her entire visage took on a radiant hue, as if she might burst with vitality. Yet, within her mind, a peculiar medicinal force began to erode her rationality. Observing her transformation, Xiang Chen furrowed his brow. Something was amiss as her face turned an unusual shade of red, her jaw clenched in restraint. What is happening? Xiang Chen's eyes glimmered like moonlight, activating his gaze to assess Yi Tianjiao's internal meridians. His expression shifted to one of alarm as he exclaimed, "No, it can't be." At that moment, Yi Tianjiao suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze clouded with mist, now glistening with an alluring softness, devoid of her previous frostiness. Alarmed, Xiang Chen sprang to his feet and retreated a few steps. "Yi senior sister, please, exercise restraint." As a pharmacist, he was acutely aware of her condition. Yi Tianjiao reached out her hand towards Xiang Chen, a surge of true energy erupting forth, drawing him irresistibly towards her. In an instant, she enveloped him in an embrace, her overwhelming strength rendering him unable to escape. Xiang Chen yearned to struggle, yet this woman had already regained her strength, her power far surpassing his. "Damn you, Kai Qianhua, you beast! You have tarnished my innocence." Xiang Chen lamented. "Kai Qianhua, oh Kai Qianhua, you have brought me to ruin. When she awakens, she will surely tear me apart." He gazed at the frenzied Yi Tianjiao, letting out a helpless sigh. Outside the cave, dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rumbled ominously, and heavy rain began to fall, drowning out the sounds within the sealed cave. After 2 full hours, or 4 hours in total, the two who had tasted the depths of experience lay together, utterly exhausted. Their physical stamina was indeed enviable. At that moment, however, Xiang Chen was circulating the tine true qi within his body. Within him flowed an extraordinarily pure essence, the ultimate manifestation of the yin, the tine power, half of which surged uncontrollably into Yi Tianjiao's body, coursing through her meridians. This tine energy, immensely beneficial to female cultivators, flooded into Yi Tianjiao, causing her yuan yin true essence to proliferate wildly, transforming and strengthening her. In her moment of empowerment, her vitality and prowess soared as if she had consumed a potent elixir. Furthermore, the tine energy penetrated her spirit, causing the rose-shaped, Xianin ice soul fire within her to absorb this essence. After refinement, it underwent a qualitative transformation. The azure Xianin ice fire surged forth, its power skyrocketing to a sky-blue hue, then shifting to a pale golden, and finally achieving a platinum radiance. The Xianin ice fire had evolved into Tine ice fire. Her spiritual potential had directly surged to the holy level. Yi Tianjiao had long since regained her awareness, astonished by the power flowing into her from Xiang Chen, marveling at the transformation it wrought upon her. Her cultivation had dramatically increased, propelling her to the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the soul moon realm. What manner of creature is this boy? Why has this happened? My spiritual strength seems to have more than doubled. The increase in my prowess is astonishing. Yi Tianjiao gazed at the handsome man still embracing her, her eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be that he is the legendary alchemical furnace of the darkest attributes, the embodiment of extreme yin giving rise to yang? As she contemplated, her gaze lingered on the boy's profile, her expression complex, realizing she had taken advantage of him. Recalling their previous entanglements, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. Yet, an unfamiliar emotion began to blossom in her heart, once as cold as ice. This man could only belong to her. In the embrace of Xiang Chen, the powerful and pure yuan yin energy within Yi Tianjiao, as well as a portion of her surging strength, flowed into him, coursing through his yin-yang meridians. Within Xiang Chen, the Tine true vitality surged and transformed. The 9 great lunar cyclones whirled furiously, absorbing the essence of primordial yin and enhancing their power. Among them, one lunar cyclone began to diminish in size, yet simultaneously grew increasingly concentrated. The quality of energy began to undergo transformation. As the cyclone spun faster and faster, a drop of silvery lunar true essence coalesced within it. At that moment, The entire lunar cyclone's true essence immediately triggered a cascading chain reaction akin to a butterfly effect. Waves of lunar true essence coalesced into lunar true power. And soon, all the true essence within the cyclone transformed into lunar true power. A powerful wave of true essence radiated from Xiang Chen's body, enveloping him in a halo reminiscent of moonlight, making him appear like a luminous moon. His spiritual strength surged dramatically, allowing him to effortlessly perceive the celestial sword's solar aura and even sense the power of the sun. In the realm of primordial yang, he continuously consolidated true essence while drawing energy from the essence of the sun and moon, absorbing the solar aura and refining his true essence to strengthen his soul. He was harnessing the most primal energies of the universe to fortify his spiritual prowess. The presence of the character yang in the term for the primordial yang realm underscored its significance. However, this was the primordial yin energy associated with the soul moon realm, particularly since Yi Tianjiao's primordial yin energy had never been tainted by another man, making it exceptionally pure and vast. The magnitude of Xiang Chen's power was far from over. A second lunar cyclone began its transformation, with droplets of true essence emerging as the cyclone morphed into a vortex of primordial energy. Xiang Chen's power broke through once more, elevating him to the second level of the primordial yang realm. Indeed, his cultivation soared from the innate great heaven level to the second level of the primordial yang realm. Under normal circumstances, even with daily consumption of elixirs and rigorous training, it would have taken him nearly half a year to achieve such progress. However, in this practice of yin and yang, the benefits he reaped were far less than those gained by Yi Tianjiao. Xiang Chen opened his eyes, regaining his senses, and felt the soft, fragrant form of the woman in his embrace, leaving him at a loss for words. Typically carefree and unrestrained, he had managed to maintain his final line of defense, having resisted the temptations of manha in the past. He had intended to bestow his most potent lunar power upon a future beloved, yet unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, he had given it to a woman with whom he shared no romantic ties. His lunar physique was a veritable elixir for female cultivators, particularly those with yin attributes in their souls and physical constitutions, rendering him an ideal partner for cultivation. He had always refrained from testing his innate gifts within the academy to keep the secret of his lunar physique hidden. Otherwise, he would have surely attracted the attention of countless predatory female practitioners eager to claim him as a vessel for their cultivation, which would have left him in a living hell. In the realm of cultivation, many practitioners, both male and female, engaged in the practice of yin collection and yang supplementation, often seeking to enhance their own cultivation levels. The two remained entwined in silence, the atmosphere growing oddly tense and awkward. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Chen resolved to shatter the silence, hesitating briefly before saying, "Senior Sister Yi, it was not my intention." "I know," she replied. An unusual tranquility enveloped the woman, devoid of any fury. Xiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her flawless visage, as beautiful as jade, with a hint of astonishment. Yi Tianjiao had become even more exquisite. Half of Xiang Chen's Taiyin power had elevated her ethereal charm, rendering her skin delicate and nearly poreless, softer than that of an infant, yet resilient and elastic. Especially after transforming into a true woman, she exuded an enchanting allure beyond her celestial grace. "I have fallen victim to the emotional poison of the thousand flowers, and I must admit, I have implicated you as well. Fear not, I shall take responsibility for you," Yi Tianjiao stated with calm assurance. The words sounded oddly misplaced. Should it not be a man addressing a woman? Xiang Chen, at a loss for words, quickly interjected, "No, please, you needn't feel responsible for anything. As a man, I am not at a disadvantage. If you spare my life, I would be eternally grateful." Yi Tianjiao let out a light laugh, her smile remarkably captivating, likely unseen by anyone at the Huangzhou Academy. With her delicate fingers, she playfully lifted Xiang Chen's chin, chuckling softly, "Little man, now that you are indeed my prey, how could I possibly allow you to escape my grasp? You are the little woman. I am hardly small." Xiang Chen retorted with a scoff, "Indeed, you are not small, which brings me joy. However, I have perused your records. You are yet to reach 20, am I correct?" Yi Tianjiao replied with a gentle laugh. Xiang Chen's expression turned peculiar as he asked, "Senior sister, is your usual aloofness merely an act? If your admirers were to witness you now, they would likely be sorely disappointed." Yi Tianjiao scoffed, Those insipid men could never catch my eye. Should they discover this, they would undoubtedly be the first to turn on you. Xiang Chen could not deny that those who pursued Yi Tianjiao were likely of similar prowess and formidable backgrounds. This time was an accident. Shall we agree to part ways thereafter? Xiang Chen suggested, wishing to avoid further emotional entanglements with her, especially considering her brother, Yi Tianxi, remained his adversary. Do you truly believe I would acquiesce? Yi Tianjiao pressed, exerting her strength to hold Xiang Chen in place, regarding him with a tranquil smile. Xiang Chen turned to face her exquisite countenance, asking, "What is it that senior sister desires?" Yi Tianjiao's ivory arm encircled Xiang Chen's neck, her eyes narrowing as her voice flowed softly like a dream. "If I am not mistaken, you possess an extreme Yin physique, a legendary celestial body. The finest furnace for Yin attribute cultivation. Imagine the consequences if your talent were to become known. Countless formidable women would seek to claim you as a mere tool for their cultivation, a furnace, to become my man, my partner in cultivation. I could protect you and provide you with resources for your growth." Xiang Chen's gaze turned cold as he regarded the beauty in his embrace, replying indifferently, "Then would I not merely become your cultivation tool as well? What is the difference?" Yi Tianjiao offered a faint smile, her ruby lips gently brushing against Xiang Chen's. As she declared, "This is entirely different. I have promised to make you my man. With your talent, your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Eventually, you would join the Yi family as my legitimate husband, an opportunity to ascend in one fell swoop." Xiang Chen let out a cold laugh and remarked, "What if I have no desire to partake in this indulgent lifestyle? Do not forget, your brother wishes to end my life, and I have a woman whom I cherish." Yi Tianjiao's eyes glinted with icy resolve. The once gentle and affectionate beauty suddenly reached out, clasping Xiang Chen by the throat. "Since you have become my man, you shall not entertain the notion of other women. I consider myself a paragon of beauty and a prodigy among mortals. Am I not sufficient for you? As for the grudge between you and my brother, it is but a trivial squabble that has yet to threaten the interests of the Yi family. With a mere word, I could ensure he no longer pursues you, even offer you assistance." Xiang Chen regarded her calmly, feeling the grip on his throat for the first time in his life. He replied, "Indeed, senior sister Yi, you are a rare gem among humans, a celestial beauty with formidable connections. However, I have no desire to climb the social ladder through you. After today, let us sever all ties. Your brother has sought my life multiple times. Had it not been for my own abilities, I would have perished. This enmity is already established. Furthermore, I have a woman I adore, and I refuse to become your possession or a mere tool for your cultivation. The essence of a romantic relationship lies in love and mutual affection. What we share now is merely a release of desires." Xiang Chen spoke without holding back. Yi Tianjiao's expression turned frigid, and with a swift kick, she struck Xiang Chen in the abdomen. Thud! He was propelled backward, crashing against the stone wall of the cave. As Yi Tianjiao stood, her dress billowed around her graceful figure, and she said coldly, "If you do not yield to me, are you not afraid I will end your life?" Xiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, donned his clothes from the ground, and with a self-deprecating smile, replied, "I cannot match senior sister Yi in strength, nor can I escape. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Should you desire it, I might even consider allowing you to be my woman. However, I refuse to become your personal cultivation tool, to be taken into your family and reduced to a mere plaything. I, Xiang Chen, would rather die than submit." The youth gazed at her. Though his features were undeniably handsome with a hint of softness, his eyes radiated a chilling determination. Yi Tianjiao's face turned ashen with fury. She had never treated a man with such kindness and tenderness before. She was accustomed to being domineering, and she even envisioned Xiang Chen as her future husband. Yet, his attitude left her profoundly disappointed. "Do you presume that by possessing my body, I would fear to kill you?" Yi Tianjiao said coldly. Xiang Chen laughed mockingly. "Senior sister Yi, do not speak as though I have gained an immense advantage. You are aware of the benefits you have derived from me. To be frank, I have always valued my chastity, not to reserve that power for you. Your body, honestly, I do not covet. I have contemplated ending your life, but never envisioned possessing you. Enough." Yi Tianjiao bellowed in fury, striking him fiercely. A surge of violent energy crashed against Xiang Chen. Thud! Once again, he was thrown back by the force of her attack, colliding with the stone wall, which yielded a deep crater, debris scattering in all directions. Xiang Chen coughed up blood. His internal injuries severe, yet he was in a frenzied state of recovery. Yi Tianjiao's chest heaved with anger. No man had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. She felt a murderous impulse rising within her, urging her to act swiftly. As if time was of the essence on the path to the underworld. Xiang Chen smirked, seemingly provoking her, embodying an audacious fearlessness. Yi Tianjiao gazed at the youth, and for reasons unfathomable, despite the harshness of his words, she found herself unable to summon even a modicum of murderous intent. Stepping closer to Xiang Chen, who was embedded in the stone wall, she declared, "What transpired today shall remain our secret, known only to heaven and earth, you and I. Should you dare to speak of it, I will assuredly end your life. Rest assured, I would never stoop to the level of a keyboard warrior." Engaging in actions that would ruin another's reputation, Xiang Chen replied indifferently. After speaking, Yi Tianjiao cast a deep glance at the young man, her hand glowing with ethereal light as she produced a substantial pouch of coins and tossed it to him. "This contains 10,000 spirit coins, a token of compensation." With that, she turned and strode toward the cave entrance, unleashing a surge of true energy that shattered the boulder at the entrance into dust. With a graceful step, she transformed into a streak of light and soared eastward on her sword. Xiang Chen gazed at the spirit coins in his hand, momentarily stunned. Had he just been treated in such a manner? Regaining his composure, he roared, "Yi Tianjiao, to hell with you. What do you take me for? If compensation is due, it should come from me." Yet she had already vanished several kilometers away, lost to the clouds. As dawn broke, Xiang Chen unwittingly experienced a pivotal moment in his transformation into manhood. Chapter 489. The Harvest of Spirit Artifacts. Xiang Chen contemplated the spirit coins in his grasp, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Logically, he should feel fortunate. He had captured the heart of a woman coveted by countless noble scions of the Academy, a situation that warranted pride. However, his losses were considerable. Years of cultivation had seen him surrender half of his purest Taiyin power to that woman. To reclaim it would require time and abundant resources, or it might hinder his future potential. Moreover, a pang of guilt lingered in his heart. Alas, this is utterly absurd. He sighed, gazing at the pale sky outside. Then, with fierce determination, he vowed to surpass that woman, to see her humbled, and to teach her a lesson in humility for her arrogance. Yi Tianjiao's assertiveness had kindled a sense of humiliation within him. Despite losing half of his Taiyin power, the gains he had achieved were not negligible. He had absorbed her entire Yuan-Yin essence, propelling his cultivation directly into the second level of the Yuan-Yang realm. Feeling the surge of newfound strength coursing through him, he experienced an unprecedented sense of power. Overnight, his abilities had escalated beyond imagination. He was now several times stronger than before. The forces swirling within him, two immense true essence vortices, were each tenfold more powerful than his previous singular Taiyin cyclone. However, he still harbored 7 Taiyin cyclones that had yet to undergo transformation into true essence vortices. Should they all metamorphose, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the Yuan-Yang realm and ultimately condense a true Dan. Xiang Chen inwardly reflected upon the divine repository within him, where resided a formidable demon core, moon-white and reminiscent of a miniature moon. This was the celestial moon demon core, birthed at the moment of his breakthrough. When he transformed into the celestial wolf, the power of his true essence would surge into the demon core, unleashing tremendous might. Sitting cross-legged, he attuned his spirit to the cosmos and initiated another cultivation method, the 10,000 Demons Sacred Decision, second layer, the Great Sun Emperor Sutra, also known as the Solar Scripture. As the technique unfolded, Xiang Chen's soul sensed an additional force, an energy on par with the power of the lunar essence, the solar energy. This solar energy did not merely refer to the radiant power emitted by the celestial star in the sky, but denoted the ultimate yang force that permeates the world. Tiny particles of this invisible yet palpable solar energy converged and flowed into his being. A warmth blossomed within, gradually intensifying into a fervent heat. Suddenly, Xiang Chen transformed, radiating the brilliance of the sun as golden sparks ignited the surrounding void, creating an unbearable heat. The dry grass around him ignited spontaneously, flames engulfing the cave. After merely an hour of cultivation, the third cyclone of the lunar true essence within him had been significantly refined. However, unable to withstand the escalating temperature, Xiang Chen halted his practice. "I have relinquished half of my lunar energy to that woman, and now I lack sufficient lunar essence to subdue the solar energy. disrupting the yin-yang balance essential for my cultivation. Prolonged practice would only lead to self-harm, he mused, quickly ceasing his efforts. The lunar essence began to circulate, alleviating the searing pain. To truly succeed in the second layer of the solar scripture, the bloodline of the golden crow was imperative, not to mention the holy beast. Even the blood of the divine son golden crow or the ordinary two-legged golden crow would be scarce in this world. Xiang Chen sighed once more. The bloodline of the moon wolf was seemingly innate to him. However, he lacked the golden crow bloodline, which he would need to cultivate himself. Yet, without reaching the yuan-yang realm, and before the lunar true essence was fully transformed, there was no need to hastily forge the golden crow bloodline. Otherwise, disrupting the yin-yang balance could lead to catastrophic consequences. Rising, he gazed at the now-charred cave and concluded that his immediate task was to replenish the depleted lunar essence before continuing with the solar scripture. Fortunately, he had obtained several earthly yin spirit fruits in the lair of that venomous woman from the Scorpion Nation, which should suffice. Xiang Chen retrieved a dark white spirit fruit, reflecting that it contained rich earthly yin energy that he could convert into lunar essence through his technique and bloodline. Oh, and let us not forget the treasure from the Thousand Flowers Gathering. As a formidable soul moon realm expert, its value should not be trifled with. He extracted the storage ring from the Thousand Flowers Gathering, channeling his true essence into it. One by one, items emerged, and Xiang Chen's expression darkened as he surveyed the heap of goods he had retrieved. Various garments and trousers of diverse hues, along with a plethora of dresses, lay before him. This creature must be a pervert, he thought. A man dressing as a woman was one thing, but what purpose could there be for amassing such an abundance of feminine attire? Xiang Chen cursed, pulling out item after item, totaling no fewer than 1,000 pieces. What he was unaware of was that the vile Kai Qianhua, for every woman he had wronged, kept a piece of her clothing as a memento, a peculiar obsession of his. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Chen set the entire collection ablaze with the true fire of the Taiyin. Once the garments were reduced to ashes, he discovered 2 bags of spirit coins, one larger and one smaller. Upon inspection, he found a total of 13,000 coins, not excessively wealthy, yet not destitute either. Additionally, there were some medicinal pills for cultivation, venomous needles, and even a love potion capable of intoxicating a strong practitioner at the Soul Moon realm. Ah, this love potion and the venomous needles are quite useful. Excellent tools for treachery, he mused. Xiang Chen examined the needles, finding 9 of them, forged from refined spirit iron, qualifying as minor spiritual treasures capable of piercing through the protective true essence of any practitioner below the 3rd level of the Soul Moon realm. Next, he retrieved a long silk ribbon, woven from spiritual threads, categorized as a binding spiritual treasure, a fine acquisition indeed. As he infused it with true essence, the ribbon surged forth like a white python, creating a significant crater upon impact, considerably enhancing his attack power. It could also ensnare foes. Splendid. I shall bring this back for my beloved Qingcheng, he chuckled, storing the ribbon away. Possessing the swallowing heaven evil vine, he found little use for such a spiritual tool as a man. Rising to his feet, he stretched, exhaling a breath of stale air. Then, a blend of Taiyin true essence and true qi surged forth, coalescing into an energy wing resembling that of a celestial moon wolf on his back. With a swift step, he soared into the sky, filled with joy at the prospect of flying without transforming into a celestial wolf. However, his power at the 2nd level of the yuan-yang realm could not sustain prolonged flight. The energy consumption of maintaining such wings was considerable. Practitioners at the Soul Moon realm typically harness their soul power to manipulate spiritual treasures for flight, conserving energy. Ha ha ha, Yi Tianxi, you sought to steal my woman. Yet now your sister has fallen to me. What poetic justice. I wonder if you would be enraged if you knew. Chapter 490. Refining Demon Blood. Xiang Chen arrived at the ancient wild mountain, the site where the spiritual realm opened. The spirit of the foolish fish merged with his body and soul, awakening his innate talents. Before his eyes, the world transformed into an ethereal vision. Space and the heavens morphed into a myriad of spatial lines, symbols, and rules constructing a new reality. Before him, he beheld the ancient wild spiritual realm, folded within the void, surrounded by an intricate weave of spatial symbols and lines. Estimating the distance of space, he calculated it to be approximately 200 meters of spatial folding. If translated into the tangible realm, this would equate to 2,000 meters. Now, With his current ability, he could traverse a distance of 100 meters in a single leap. Capable of executing this spatial traversal 4 times without issue, he contemplated. With a determined step forward, a surge of spatial power enveloped him from within his spirit. Before him, space warped, and suddenly, Xiang Chen vanished, reappearing within the folds of space. With 2 strides, he traversed the dimensional distance, skillfully avoiding the spatial runes. In the ancient desolate spirit realm, atop a towering mountain, the fabric of space twisted, and Xiang Chen's form materialized on the peak. Gazing upon the ancient desolate spirit realm once more, a smile graced his lips. He had succeeded. Henceforth, this ancient desolate spirit realm shall become my private garden. Such an expansive realm, rich in spiritual energy, could easily be cultivated into a dedicated medicinal garden. Xiang Chen felt elated. In due time, he would need to subdue all the formidable beasts residing within this ancient desolate spirit realm. Contemplating his aspirations, he turned and opened the dimensional space once more, stepping into it, and after 2 crossings, he returned to the ancient desolate mountain. Having validated his thoughts, Xiang Chen did not linger, soaring towards the ancient desolate city. After flying nearly 100 kilometers, he descended immediately. The energy expended while utilizing the true wings was indeed excessive, draining half of his true essence in such a brief period. Upon returning to the Inn of Fate, everyone had awakened and was gathered in the hall for breakfast. As Xiang Chen entered, his surging cultivation and power did not escape the notice of the Yin Huang brothers, particularly Wang Yu, who stared in astonishment. "Chenggu, what did you do last night? This is truly unbelievable. You've reached the 2nd level of the Yuanyang realm." "Indeed, Chenggu, you didn't secretly train in isolation, did you? This is outrageous. Just yesterday, you were at the peak of the innate realm, and now your cultivation has skyrocketed." Everyone gaped in disbelief at Xiang Chen. "Dogsy, what is going on with you?" Xiahou Wu exclaimed, equally shocked. Xiang Chen had always been at a lower cultivation level than him, and now he had suddenly surpassed him. "Last night, I ventured into the ancient desolate spirit realm again and encountered some fortuitous circumstances. There's no need for everyone to be overly astonished," Xiang Chen replied, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, knowing he could not divulge the absurdity of last night's events, lest he provoke laughter. "You can indeed re-enter the ancient desolate spirit realm?" Upon hearing this revelation, everyone's thoughts fixated on it, joy sparking in their eyes. "Brother Chen, does this mean we can return home in the future?" Little Tuan chimed in excitedly. "Yes, we will be able to return," Xiang Chen assured, ruffling Little Tuan's hair with a smile. Addressing everyone, Xiang Chen said, "Now, let us reconvene and discuss our plans." The group gathered around, and he shared his thoughts with them. After listening, they were all extremely excited, considering the plan feasible and voicing their agreement. "It's too conspicuous during the day. We shall act under the cover of night," Xiang Chen stated. "Qingming, since you reside there, you must know where those ancient monsters dwell?" He inquired of the young girl. "Qingming, I know a bit. I can lead the way when the time comes," Qingming replied. "Excellent. By the way, Sihai, Qingming, you two come to my room later. I shall assist you in enhancing your bloodline talents," Xiang Chen said, giving a playful kick to a large turtle seated nearby, engrossed in its meal. "Can you truly help us enhance our bloodlines?" Qingming exclaimed in astonishment. "Of course," Xiang Chen replied with a smug smile. "I have informed you before. I am destined to become the future king of all demons. I believe you as much as I believe in ghosts. You are not even a demon king yet." Qingming rolled her eyes in disbelief. After breakfast, everyone settled into the Inn of Fate, which had essentially become their territory. Xiang Chen instructed the 2 beasts, Little Qing Peng and Ancient Xian Turtle, to accompany him to his room. He then procured 2 large vats and had the beasts relinquish their blood. The Ancient Xian Turtle, fearful of pain, yielded several tons of blood, given its massive size and blood volume. Little Qing Peng also contributed a vat of blood, reaching their limits. After the bloodletting, Xiang Chen sent the 2 beasts away and nestled in the room to refine the blood. Xiang Chen summoned a mysterious ancient cauldron and poured the vat of blood from Little Qing Peng into it. Little Qing Peng possessed a lineage of the wind god Peng, with a significant concentration of that essence comprising 1/10 of her blood. In contrast, the ancient Xian turtle contained only trace amounts of the Xuanwu bloodline, with less than half of 1/10. However, in terms of bloodline potency, the Xuanwu, being the most formidable sacred beast among turtles and the water god of the north, had a lineage superior to that of the wind god Peng. Xiang Chen ignited the three-essence true fire and began to refine the vat of blood from little Qing Peng. The ancient cauldron emanated a power of refinement, causing the demon blood within to boil and churn under the influence of intertwining runes, illuminating the room with a crimson glow. Time passed, and before long, a day and a night had slipped away. Within the mysterious cauldron, the blood from little Qing Peng was ultimately refined to perfection, yielding a vial of pure essence. Within the room, the essence of the refined blood coalesced into a fierce phantom of a great Peng, exuding an immense pressure of bloodline power. The essence of the wind god Peng was complete. A smile graced Xiang Chen's face as he transferred the essence into a jade vial. After successfully refining little Qing Peng's bloodline, Xiang Chen took a moment to rest and consumed 2 recovery pills to restore his true essence. After a brief respite, he resumed the process of refining the ancient Xian turtle's several vats of vital blood. The quantity of the ancient Xian turtle's essence was substantial, and its higher bloodline grade made it more challenging to refine. Xiang Chen dedicated a full 2 days and nights to extracting the Xuanwu bloodline from the ancient Xian turtle. Ultimately, from the numerous vats of vital blood, he obtained merely a drop the size of a thumb, shimmering golden in hue. The blood within this drop was powerful enough to summon a phantom of formidable strength, rivaling the essence of little Qing Peng. Chapter 491. The evolution of the 2 beasts. The coalesced phantom was revealed to be an extraordinary ancient turtle, resembling a turtle with a dragon's head adorned with horns, and a long serpent-like tail coiling upon its back, which bore intricate patterns resembling the 8 trigrams. As this turtle-shaped apparition took form, the humidity in the room surged, manifesting into dense mists that threatened to condense into rain. Xiang Chen promptly secured the drop of essence into a vial, halting the release of its bloodline power. At last, he had succeeded in his endeavor. Xiang Chen exhaled a sigh of relief and stepped out of the room. "Qingming, see hi," he called out to the 2 spirits. The ancient tortoise, who had been indulging in a hearty meal downstairs, slowly made its way up. Qing Peng, however, transformed into a streak of light and swiftly arrived before Xiang Chen. "Here, this is the purified essence of the extreme wind divine Peng bloodline that you have refined. It is abundant enough to completely transform your current physique." Xiang Chen handed the vial of blood essence to Qingming. Trembling, she received it with both hands, her eyes wide with shock and delight as she gazed at Xiang Chen. "You truly refined the bloodline of my ancestors. Indeed. Do you think I would boast for no reason?" Xiang Chen chuckled. "Thank you. Thank you so much," Qingming replied earnestly, bowing deeply to Xiang Chen as she accepted the essence. For one as proud as she, such a gesture was a significant concession. Xiang Chen was set to alter her fate entirely. "We are friends. There is no need for such formality. The transformation will release a great deal of demonic energy. So go refine it within my Qianquan ring," Xiang Chen instructed. "All right," Qingming nodded, and Xiang Chen's Qianquan ring emitted a radiant glow as she was enveloped within it. Meanwhile, the ancient tortoise ambled over, still gnawing on an unfinished roasted chicken. "Can you move a little faster?" Xiang Chen remarked, seeing the tortoise's sluggish pace akin to a dog being pushed off a cliff. The ancient tortoise retracted its neck, swallowed the chicken, and hurried over. "Master," it began, but before it could finish, Xiang Chen shoved a jade vial, along with the blood essence, into its mouth. "Eating comes first. Your lack of enthusiasm for work is appalling. You take your time, even with evolution. Enough of this. Go inside and refine it." As he spoke, he kicked the ancient tortoise into the space of his Qianquan ring. Within the vast, invisible expanse of the Qianquan ring, the ancient tortoise shrank its neck, crushed the jade vial, and consumed the drop of blood essence. Immediately, its once human-sized form swelled to that of a small mountain. After ingesting the essence, it promptly fell asleep. The tortoise's refining system is most potent during slumber. Meanwhile, upon consuming the vial of blood essence, Qingming transformed into a colossal blue giant Peng, commencing her refinement in the void. Qing Peng felt as if she had swallowed a flame. An intense heat surged within her. The blood essence coursed through her body, merging with her flesh, igniting her vitality in a boiling, burning fervor. "Ah!" she cried out in excruciating agony, her entire being feeling as if it were ablaze. Gradually, a powerful aura of blood emerged from her. Her feathers, which were as hard as inferior-grade artifacts, began to shed, falling away in clusters. The once majestic Qing Peng was suddenly transformed into a featherless bird, resembling an unappealing large fowl. As the saying goes, a featherless phoenix is less than a chicken. And indeed, this was true. Stripped of her azure plumage, Qing Peng now resembled a large, plump chicken. Her body continued to swell and expand. Time passed, and it was unclear how long had gone by when Qing Peng's physique reached its utmost limits, her wingspan approaching a staggering 100 meters. Golden-hued feathers sprouted from the corporeal form and wings, each new feather exuding unparalleled strength, resilience, and a resplendent azure golden glow, enhancing the creature's beauty and grace. Each feather's hardness rivaled that of the finest treasures. The massive claws of the rock transformed into gold, sharp as colossal scimitars, releasing a powerful aura with each movement. Atop the rock's head, a cluster of golden feathers emerged, resembling flames. The azure rock unleashed the might of its ancient lineage, instantly amplifying its power beyond measure. The rock underwent a primal evolution, transforming into an infant of the divine wind rock. Astonished, Qing Ming gazed at her magnificent form, and with an exhilarating cry, she flapped her wings. In an explosive surge, her colossal figure shot forth like a beam of light, soaring 700 to 800 meters in an instant. Surpassing the speed of sound, now twice as fast as before, Qing Ming reveled in her transformation. Meanwhile, in another location, the ancient turtle was enveloped by a formidable aquatic spirit, its carapace patterns undergoing significant alterations. The patterns morphed into a six-star formation, and its size increased slightly, with its head, limbs, and tail sprouting tough dragon scales. The ancient turtle transformed into the profound turtle. Alas, despite being a divine beast, its bloodline power was too feeble, and the refined essence of its blood was insufficient for a complete evolution into the sacred turtle of the black tortoise. Its back only bore the six-star divine emblem, lacking the 8 trigrams formation. The metamorphosis of the two creatures spanned 2 days. During this time, Xiang Chen expended over 10,000 spirit coins to procure countless spirit herb seeds from the market in the ancient wilderness city. As night fell, accompanied by his brothers from Huang, ventured once more into the ancient wilderness spirit realm. Upon arriving before the realm, Xiang Chen waved his hand, channeling the spatial power of the foolish fish spirit. With a crackle, the void erupted in sparks, revealing a vast spatial cavern, its edges ablaze with brilliance, revealing the pitch-black void within. Prepare yourselves, Xiang Chen instructed the group. One by one, they transformed into celestial wolves, gathering as a pack. Xiang Chen too morphed into the moon-swallowing celestial wolf. Let us proceed. The moon-swallowing wolf led the charge, its powerful limbs propelling it forward as its wings unleashed a tremendous thrust, launching them into the spatial cavern. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other celestial wolves followed suit, and the moon-swallowing wolf released its spatial power, opening a vast passage ahead. While the pack traversed the ancient wilderness spirit realm, chaos reigned within the capital of the Wild and the Wild State Academy, bustling with excitement. The recent opening of the ancient wilderness spirit realm had bestowed numerous opportunities upon the Academy's students, significantly enhancing their strength and cultivation. The rankings on the Tiger list witnessed considerable upheaval due to this event, with many rising to the 8th and 9th heavens in strength, eager to contend for their standings. Most astonishing were the 2 battles inscribed on the Dragon and Phoenix monument. Among these, one was a duel inscribed upon the monument itself, Yi Tianjiao challenging the strongest of the 4, Feng Yang. Chapter 492. The Master of the Dragon and Phoenix Steel. On this day, nearly all members from the outer court and the inner palace, totaling over 10,000, gathered around the picturesque Xiaofeng Lake within the academy. Xiaofeng Lake, a serene body of water surrounded by maple trees, transforms into a breathtaking spectacle each autumn, as the landscape is adorned with vibrant red foliage reflecting upon the lake's surface, making it a renowned scenic spot of the academy. The area around Xiaofeng Lake was already teeming with people. Upon the lake's surface, 2 figures exuded a formidable aura of true essence, standing upon the crimson waters without sinking. It is noteworthy that it was now autumn, the season when Xiaofeng Lake is at its most resplendent. One of the figures, adorned in a deep azure palace gown, radiated an air of elegance and beauty, her countenance truly breathtaking. Have you noticed? Senior sister Yi Tianjiao has become even more stunning, someone remarked. Indeed, she has grown even more enchanting. Oh, my goddess, please do not marry in this lifetime. If I cannot have you, no other man is worthy of you." Numerous inner palace students, as well as formal disciples and stewards of the academy, gazed at the strikingly aloof and beautiful woman with admiration. Yi Tianjiao held a spiritual sword in her hand, while across the lake, several hundred meters away, stood a young man clad in a light azure robe. His handsome features complemented by flowing black hair. A gentle smile played upon his lips, and his demeanor exuded grace, drawing the adoration of countless female students. Feng Yang. He could be considered one of the more discreet figures on the dragon and phoenix stele, rarely appearing before the public eye. However, despite his low profile, it was well known that Feng Yang possessed the greatest strength among those on the stele, backed by an exceptionally powerful lineage. His family, the Feng clan, was the ruling family of the Huangzhou military marquisate, with his father being a man of immense influence whose mere footfall could shake the entire region. Despite such a formidable background, Feng Yang remained unassuming within the academy, maintaining a commendable reputation and being recognized as the strongest among the four prodigies of the Dragon and Phoenix. "Tianjiao, what is the purpose of this? I have already reached the pinnacle of the second realm of the Soul Moon stage, a mere step away from the minor heavenly position. And you know I would never harm you," Feng Yang said softly, his gaze filled with unspoken tenderness and genuine affection for the beautiful woman he had known since childhood. "Humph. Does reaching the pinnacle of the Soul Moon stage make you remarkable?" Yi Tianjiao retorted with a cold huff, her delicate foot stamping down as a powerful aura surged forth. Feng Yang, sensing this formidable presence, was momentarily taken aback. "You have broken through to the second realm of the Soul Moon." "Indeed, Feng Yang. Today, let us see who is stronger." "I, Yi Tianjiao, am the mightiest on the Dragon and Phoenix stele," she declared with a proud tilt of her chin. "Alas, your nature has always been this way." Forever unwilling to be overshadowed, Feng Yang sighed, nodding in acknowledgement. With a light exclamation, Yi Tianjiao stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light that darted across the lake. The power of her Taiyin mystic soul essence erupted, causing the water to churn and coalesce into numerous icy spears. Before she even arrived, hundreds of ice spears whistled through the air toward Feng Yang. Unfazed, Feng Yang retreated like a gust of wind, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of profound azure true essence with a wave of his sleeve. On the surface of the lake, a terrifying gale suddenly arose, possessing an astonishing force that generated waves towering dozens of meters high, crashing against the multitude of icy war spears. The individual engaged in this tumult was a rare practitioner possessing the wind attribute spirit resonance, more elusive than even one with the lightning attribute. A fierce battle erupted between the two on the lake, capturing the rapt attention of over 10,000 spectators, who were enraptured by the monumental clash. "Do you think senior sister Yi Tianjiao can emerge victorious in this duel?" "Naturally, it seems implausible, as senior Feng Yang is a practitioner with the wind attribute spirit resonance. His attacks unpredictable and inscrutable, while the ice attribute does not counter the wind attribute. Yet, I believe that since Yi Tianjiao dares to challenge him, she must possess confidence in her abilities. Look, she has drawn her sword." The crowd buzzed with excitement. At that moment, with a light exclamation, Yi Tianjiao transformed her spirit sword into a colossal 10-meter blade, unleashing a terrifying icy flame sword aura. This strike was enveloped in a pale white flame. However, wherever the sword light passed, the surrounding waters were frozen, showcasing the tremendous might of her strike. Feng Yang's expression turned grave. After exchanging several blows, he felt immense pressure. Yi Tianjiao had grown significantly stronger. Wall of raging winds. Feng Yang's essence surged between his palms, unleashing a powerful force. A deafening gale roared as it coalesced into a semi-transparent, ethereal wind wall, brimming with terrifying wind pressure. Not only serving as a formidable defense, but also possessing a tremendous explosive force capable of shattering a mountain. The lake roared, conjuring colossal waves that surged towards her sword. Yet, as the sword sliced through, the massive waves were instantaneously frozen and shattered. The sword struck the wall of raging winds, unleashing a violent clash of energies. As the two forces collided, it became evident that the wind wall's energy was succumbing to an icy grip. For several moments, the wind wall exploded with a resounding boom, and Yi Tianjiao's sword split into dozens of sword lights, all aimed at Feng Yang. He was forced to retreat, his movements erratic, swift, and agile. like a fleeting shadow dancing amidst the sword lights. The lake's surface was cleaved, fissures forming as shards of ice emerged. Feng Yang, if you do not summon your spirit, you will surely lose, Yi Tianjiao declared coldly, with her sword lights multiplying rapidly, her assault nearly impenetrable. As you wish, Feng Yang responded gravely. And then a formidable tempest of power erupted from within him, manifesting as a spiraling vortex of spirit resonance. Boom! The heavens roared, energy surged as the winds howled, shattering the icy surface of the lake, sending torrents of water spiraling into the tempest, forming a colossal tornado. The whirlwind, towering over 100 meters, surged towards Yi Tianjiao, imbued with a terrifying tearing force. A cold smile graced Yi Tianjiao's lips as a platinum flame, coalescing into the shape of a rose, erupted from within her. Absolute cold domain, she cried out, unleashing her icy flame's spirit resonance, a violent chill spreading forth, instantly freezing vast expanses of water into thick sheets of ice. The collision of spirit powers sent shockwaves through the crowd, the frigid winds chilling their bones, as if winter had suddenly arrived. Yet, within this realm of cold, a wave of energy enveloped the tornado, causing its once ferocious spin to gradually slow. Subsequently, the tornado column, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, froze and coalesced into a magnificent ice sculpture, a wind column of ice. How could this be possible? Feng Yang was taken aback. Whoosh! At that moment, a spiritual sword sliced through the air, piercing Feng Yang's body and rupturing his liver, leaving a gaping wound. Blood gushed from Feng Yang's mouth as he clutched his torso and staggered back. He had been defeated. The position of the Dragon and Phoenix Monument Master had changed hands. Chapter 493. The Chicken-Stealing Squad. How could it be that even the wind could be frozen? This, Brother Feng Yang has actually been defeated. The scene elicited gasps of disbelief from over 100,000 students. In the sky, atop a spiritual treasure shrouded in thunderclouds, a young man with a full beard suddenly sat up, astonished by the unfolding spectacle. Such formidable cold power. Could it be that this old hag's spirit had evolved? Dongfang Yuan exclaimed in shock. Feng Yang had indeed been vanquished. Dugu Piaoxue stood on a cloud atop a long sword, her eyes reflecting her astonishment. Yi Tianjiao stood upon the solidified wind column, lightly stepping down. With a series of shattering sounds, the wind power, condensed from heavenly-grade spirit energy, exploded and fractured. Yi Tianjiao, her foot upon the spiritual sword, stated coolly, Feng Yang, you have lost. Do not mention marriage to my father again. You are no longer worthy. Feng Yang coughed up blood, his true essence surging forth to seal his wound, and replied, Jiajiao, your spirit has indeed evolved, hasn't it? Indeed, Yi Tianjiao replied indifferently. You sought to defeat me merely for this reason? Feng Yang asked bitterly. Yi Tianjiao nodded. Do you not know that I have always harbored sincere feelings for you? Because of you, I, Feng Yang, have never touched another woman. Feng Yang spoke softly. Yet, I do not reciprocate those feelings. Feng Yang, there is no need to linger on me. You are one of my few friends, and it is out of compassion that I have shown you leniency. Had anyone else dared to harass me so, they would have met their end with a single sword strike. With your status and strength, what type of woman could you not have, apart from me? We have known each other for many years, dear madman. Some are not suited to be lovers. Perhaps friends are the best destination. Yi Tianjiao sighed softly. Feng Yang laughed heartily, though his smile was laced with bitterness, realizing that after years of unrequited affection, he was left with nothing. Your refusal stings, but do you have someone in your heart? May I know who it is? Feng Yang inquired. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianjiao instinctively thought of Xiang Chen, her gaze momentarily lost. Feng Yang, observing her expression, understood that Yi Tianjiao had indeed found someone. Yes, but I cannot reveal his identity. You will come to know in due time. He will undoubtedly surpass you, so take care of yourself. With that, Yi Tianjiao's true essence surged as she stepped onto her sword and departed. Feng Yang gazed at her retreating figure for a long time, his heart aching until she vanished from sight. To surpass me implies that this person currently possesses less strength than I do. Jiajiao, I must discover who it is that has captured your heart. If he is unworthy or fickle towards you, then the villain shall be dealt with by me, Feng Yang. Feng Yang muttered to himself, living as a golden phoenix tree, what need have I to worry that the phoenix will not come to roost? A man must strive to be strong. There is no need to be a sycophant. Brother Feng Yang, if you cannot possess it, learn to let go. Dongfang Yuan remarked, sipping her drink while reclining on the thunderclouds. You do not comprehend. She is my faith. Fengyang shook his head and transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the void. Yi Tianxi, I challenge you, Dugong Piaoxue. At that moment, another figure emerged from the surface of the lake, speaking with indifference. As these words were uttered, countless gazes converged upon the striking young man clad in green. Yi Tianxi, the younger brother of Yi Tianjiao. The revelation sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd, all eyes fixated on Yi Tianxi. He was daring to challenge the foremost swordsman among the students, Dugong Piaoxue. Even Dugong Piaoxue, who was about to depart, furrowed his brow in mild surprise at Yi Tianxi's boldness. Was it possible that he had achieved a breakthrough? Rumor had it that he obtained the ancient immortal's legacy in the spirit realm. Could it be that his strength had surged, elevating him to the soul moon realm? How delightful it is to witness two epic battles today. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their attention riveted on Yi Tianxi, the younger brother of Yi Tianjiao, who was but a year his junior. Dugong Piaoxue regarded Yi Tianxi and declared, I accept this duel. He descended upon Qiufeng Lake, clad in snow-white attire, wielding the 4-foot sword named Jingxue. Yi Tianxi indeed emanated the formidable aura of a soul moon realm expert. He had broken through to the first level of the soul moon realm. Behind him, a pair of silvery metallic wings burst forth, radiating spiritual light. Attack! Yi Tianxi uttered a soft command, grasping his spirit sword. With the augmentation of the spiritual treasure, his speed was terrifying, and he unleashed a strike toward Dugong Piaoxue. The clash commenced, and on the lake's surface, their swords met in a dazzling display, the sword energy traversing thousands of meters, creating towering waves. The intensity of their confrontation rendered the other soul moon realm practitioners, devoid of spiritual perception, mere spectators to the luminous afterimages colliding continuously. The execution of their sword techniques and the release of their true essence were imperceptible. Although Dugong Piaoxue stood at the pinnacle of the first level of the soul moon realm, his combat prowess was not easily matched by the average soul moon realm practitioners. Yet, in this moment, the two were evenly matched. After a prolonged battle, their swords unleashed a formidable martial technique, generating colossal waves over a kilometer radius on the lake. At this juncture, Yi Tianxi's wings transformed into two rotating blades, piercing through Dugong Piaoxue's assault. This sudden strike was swift and unexpected, allowing Yi Tianxi's sword technique to break through Dugong Piaoxue's defenses. The twin blades morphed into a relentless machine, tearing towards Dugong Piaoxue's sword-wielding right hand. Alas, Dugong Piaoxue's right hand was obliterated in a gruesome explosion, reduced to mere shreds of flesh. Fortunately, he had retreated quickly, unleashing a surge of sword light to evade further attacks. Brother! Dugong Yumeng cried out in despair, witnessing her brother's sword hand rendered useless. In this battle, Yi Tianxi emerged victorious. Yi Tianxi gazed coldly at Dugong Piaoxue and stated, The hand you once used to assist Xiang Chen in severing my subordinate's arm is now entirely destroyed. Dugong Piaoxue, you have fallen. Dugong Piaoxue trembled, staring at his blood-soaked, shattered shoulder, his heart plummeting into despair. His sword-wielding hand had been utterly vanquished. On this day, the two siblings of the Yi family, Yi Tianjiao, triumphed over Fengyang, ascending to the esteemed position of the Dragon and Phoenix Steel's master. Yi Tianxi vanquished Dugong Piaoxue, stepping into the realm of the Dragon and Phoenix, thus earning the title of a prodigy. The pair became known as the twin jewels of the Yi family, stirring immense discourse even in the desolate city of Huangdu. The ancient and venerable Yi family, a storied lineage of youth, extended invitations to guests from all corners to celebrate their triumph. With the emergence of these twin prodigies, many speculated that the Yi family was on the verge of reaching unparalleled heights. As for Dugong Piaoxue, the once stoic swordsman who had declared that if no one would speak for justice, someone must rise with a stern demeanor, he had since vanished from the realm of cultivation. In the taverns of Huangdu, a disheartened one-armed youth drowned his sorrows in drink day and night. Meanwhile, within the Huangzhou Academy, a tempest brewed among the students, while Xiang Ergu was busy leading his celestial moon wolf pack, the Tianlang, into the ancient and desolate spiritual realm for a significant endeavor. Chapter 494. The grand plan to capture demons in the ancient spiritual realm, atop a towering mountain. A cavern of sparkling energy erupted, and waves of Tianlang surged forth. As this spatial cavity was opened by Xiang Chen, it did not trigger any spatial restrictions, allowing the crowd to remain intact and not scattered by chaotic spatial currents. They had truly returned. The pack of wolves, filled with astonishment, found themselves in this familiar environment. At that moment, from the claws of the moon-swallowing Tianlang, a surge of spatial power emanated from the Qinkuan ring, unleashing a colossal azure divine rock that swept in with a gale. Subsequently, a massive Xinming turtle also emerged from within. Congratulations, Qingming and Sihai. The moon-swallowing Tianlang spoke with human words. Thank you, replied the extreme wind divine rock, Qingming. Master, I am hungry, the turtle Sihai said innocently. Go hunt for yourself. With your current strength, few can challenge you in the spiritual realm, retorted the moon-swallowing Tianlang impatiently. Qingming, lead me to find the great demons within, the Tianlang requested. Very well, follow me, replied Qingming. With a powerful flap of his wings, the extreme wind divine rock transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring through the air and stirring up a tempest. The moon-swallowing Tianlang unleashed its demonic energy, flapping its wings to follow closely behind, now matching Qingming's speed. Of course, neither the extreme wind divine rock nor the moon-swallowing Tianlang flew at full power, as the pack of wolves trailed behind, guided by the extreme wind divine rock. The pack of Tianlang soared in a chosen direction, traversing mountains and rivers, flying hundreds of kilometers until they entered a vast ancient forest. This ancient wood was filled with towering trees, some reaching heights of several dozen meters, interspersed with expansive orchards. Within the orchards, one could occasionally glimpse colossal figures, 5 to 6 meters tall, even 7 to 8 meters, moving through the ancient woods, enormous demon monkeys. At the foot of a great mountain lay a village of massive wooden structures, inhabited by these demon monkeys. In the center of the village stood the largest wooden house, where a 10-meter-long, silver-furred giant demon monkey lay, deep in slumber. Around the village, numerous smaller demon monkeys frolicked and played. A group of celestial wolves hovered in the sky, gazing down at the vast village below. The azure wind divine eagle, Qingming, remarked, "This is the Silver Ape tribe, one of the most formidable beast clans in the ancient wilderness spiritual realm. Here resides an elder silver ape, a master of the great celestial position at the Yuan-Yang level, yet he remains unable to transcend due to the constraints imposed by the laws of this realm. Let us descend and observe the Silver Ape tribe." With a powerful flap of its wings, the moon-swallowing celestial wolf plummeted from the sky, its colossal form measuring over 10 meters. The rest of the wolf pack followed closely behind. A tempest of wind swept through, stirring up dust from the ground, and many silver apes looked on in astonishment at the arrival of the wolf pack. Roar! There are intruders! The shrill cries echoed throughout the village. The young silver apes squealed in alarm, scurrying towards the wooden huts, while fully grown silver apes, towering 5 to 8 meters high, emerged from the structures, gathering in numbers that surpassed several hundred. However, the majority were of the innate realm, with only about 70 or 80 reaching the Yuan-Yang level. Who are you? One silver ape bellowed, exuding a powerful aura of the 8th level of the Yuan-Yang realm. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf snorted coldly, unleashing a terrifying pressure of bloodline dominance that enveloped the area. In an instant, the innate silver apes succumbed to this overwhelming aura, trembling and prostrating themselves on the ground. The Yuan-Yang silver apes, too, displayed expressions of horror, feeling their power suppressed and diminished significantly. The speaking 8th-level silver ape stared in shock at the moon-swallowing celestial wolf, recognizing the bloodline pressure as a sign of a high-ranking beast clan. "Bring forth your village chief," the moon-swallowing celestial wolf commanded coldly. Suddenly, from afar, an immense surge of beastly energy erupted, causing the earth to tremble. A 10-meter-tall silver ape approached, radiating a formidable aura. "Chief!" The silver apes parted respectfully, bowing in deference. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf, Xiang Chen, observed the approaching figure, a colossal silver ape standing upright, its snow-white fangs glistening, with massive arms nearly dragging on the ground, creating a thunderous sound with each step. The pinnacle of Yuan-Yang. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed. The gigantic silver ape spoke, "Esteemed friends of the beast clans, who might you be?" Having resided in this spiritual realm for over 2 centuries, it had never encountered such a pack of wolf demons. Particularly, Xiang Chen emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression. causing its internal beastly energy to feel stifled by 30%. "Are you the chief of the Silver Ape tribe?" inquired the moon-swallowing celestial wolf. "Indeed, I am Yuan Hua, the current chief of the Silver Ape tribe. And who might you be?" The Silver Ape's voice resonated, tinged with a hint of caution. Most beast clans possess lengthy lifespans. A 200-year-old at the Yuan Yang level is not uncommon in their world. "I am Xiang Chen, king of the Celestial Wolf clan. I have come to rescue your Silver Ape tribe from your shackles," declared the moon-swallowing celestial wolf. Yuan Hua, the chief of the Silver Apes, displayed a flicker of skepticism. The Celestial Wolf clan was unfamiliar to it. After a moment, it responded, "Your Majesty, the king of Celestial Wolves. What do you mean by rescuing us from our shackles?" As the moon-swallowing celestial wolf surveyed the surrounding village, it replied, "You have been trapped in the ancient wilderness spiritual realm for many years, unable to witness the outside world, deprived of true freedom, reduced to mere stepping stones for human training. What else could this be but shackles? I have come here to liberate you from your shackles and guide you towards freedom." The mighty Yuan Hua laughed heartily, his voice echoing like thunder, and said, "Your Highness, the king of the heavenly wolves. How can you rescue us when you yourself are ensnared within this place? The constraints of this space bind us. Escape is impossible." With a scoff, a celestial wolf, known as Wang Xiaoji, retorted, "Do you know from whence we hail? We come from the world beyond, and our purpose is to free you." Yuan Hua and the surrounding Silver Ape kin began to murmur amongst themselves, incredulous at Wang Xiaoji's proclamation. Yuan Hua glanced at Wang Xiaoji, saying, "The ancient wilderness spirit realm has been sealed. How could you possibly enter from the outside? Are you jesting with us?" The moon-swallowing wolf replied, "Behold this, and you shall believe." With a swift motion of his paw, the power of space surged, tearing through the fabric of reality, sparking fire as he clawed through, revealing a cavernous breach in the space. The expression of skepticism on Yuan Hua's face instantly froze, replaced by shock as he beheld the gaping void created by Xiang Chen. "How is this possible? Such a feat is beyond your cultivation," Yuan Hua exclaimed in astonishment. The moon-swallowing wolf declared, "I am a born holy beast. Thus, I can open this space to rescue you. Do you believe now? Truly, we can traverse the space. Can we indeed escape this place and return to the continent where our ancestors lived?" Chapter 495. Yuan Hua acknowledges the master. The Silver Ape clan erupted in excitement, each abuzz with fervent discussion. Yuan Hua's eyes revealed a glimmer of astonishment as he gazed at Xiang Chen, shocked not only by the opening of the spatial chasm, but also by Xiang Chen's words. "A holy beast. What defines a holy beast? It is the pinnacle of bloodlines among the demon race. Are you truly a holy beast? Can you really lead my kin to freedom?" Yuan Hua asked in disbelief. "Indeed. We have just emerged from the world beyond," the moon-swallowing wolf affirmed. "Our purpose is solely to rescue my fellow demon kin from this realm." Yuan Hua took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and said, "Your Highness, that cannot be your only aim. Even amongst our kind, though different in lineage. What other intentions do you harbor?" As the moon-swallowing wolf surveyed the assembled Silver Apes, he paced thoughtfully and declared, "I will rescue you on one condition. You must pledge your allegiance to me as your king, vowing eternal loyalty. What I seek is your unwavering devotion." Yuan Hua was not taken aback. He had anticipated such a demand. "To follow you is not out of the question. But amongst our demon kin, strength and bloodline reign supreme. Your presence indeed exudes a bloodline pressure. Yet your true nature as a holy beast and your prowess must be proven through combat. Defeat me, and I, Yuan Hua, shall acknowledge you as our master, and the Silver Ape clan shall recognize you as our king." The fire of battle ignited in Yuan Hua's eyes. The moon-swallowing wolf laughed heartily, saying, "As you wish. Let us change our venue to prevent harm to your kin." With that, the moon-swallowing wolf soared into the sky, heading towards a distant forest. Yuan Hua unleashed a surge of potent demon essence, enveloping his form in a swirling silver wind, and followed suit into the skies. The pack of wolves, along with the Yuan Yang realm demon apes, hastened to witness the unfolding spectacle. Two demons descended into a mountainous forest, separated by several hundred meters. The moon-eating heavenly wolf spoke, "Let us begin." With a roar, the ape emperor unleashed a torrent of ferocious power, manifesting an overwhelming force exceeding 1,000,000 pounds. With a thunderous stomp, it transformed into a small mountain, leaping forward with massive fists. channeling its demonic essence and physical strength to deliver a devastating blow towards the moon-eating heavenly wolf. Being a creature of immense strength, the ape emperor was formidable. The moon-eating heavenly wolf spread its wings and became a streak of sonic moonlight, evading the attack. The ground trembled as the ape's fist struck, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that shattered trees, reducing them to splinters within a radius of hundreds of meters. As the moon-eating heavenly wolf evaded, it gathered celestial moonlight in its maw, unleashing a beam over 2 meters in diameter, imbued with dreadful bloodline power. The ape emperor roared and swung its colossal fist, generating a tempest of wind and demonic energy. The two forces collided with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves in all directions, causing the ape's massive form to stagger back. In that moment, the moon-eating heavenly wolf dashed forward, its claws, as sharp as legendary artifacts, tearing into the ape emperor's flesh. Blood splattered forth as the ape was grievously wounded. In retaliation, the ape emperor swung a wild punch but missed the elusive wolf. It then leaped upward, expelling a dazzling light. Remarkably, it conjured a black iron rod, half a meter in size, which, infused with demonic energy, extended into a colossal staff over 10 meters long and as thick as a pillar. The demon clan was adept at forging magical artifacts. With both hands, the ape emperor wielded the massive rod, unleashing a strike that stirred the very winds, toppling trees in its wake. The force contained within the blow was terrifying, potentially exceeding 2 to 3 million pounds as it hurtled towards the moon-eating heavenly wolf, warping the very fabric of space. The moon-eating heavenly wolf flapped its wings to evade. Yet the reach of the rod was extensive, and it struck the wolf with a resounding crash. The moon-eating heavenly wolf was sent hurtling through the air, spitting blood. Its great form flung hundreds of meters away. "What a fierce old ape!" exclaimed Wang Xiaoji. "Chief, crush him!" The Silver Ape clan cheered with excitement. During this opening of the ancient wilderness spirit realm, intruding humans had all met their demise at the hands of the ape emperor. The ape emperor's full strength surged forth, capable of contending with even the first level of the human soul moon realm. Chen Gu, despite his modest cultivation, relied primarily on the sacred beast body and bloodline power in battle. "Humph, if I were at the same level as this old ape, I could easily defeat him with a single claw," Yang Bin, now transformed into a heavenly wolf, remarked. "What nonsense. We all know that," Wang Xiaoji retorted, rolling his eyes. As the moon-eating heavenly wolf was sent flying, the ape emperor, wielding its enormous rod, pursued relentlessly, preparing for another strike. The moon-eating heavenly wolf roared and unleashed another wave of celestial moonlight, colliding with the descending rod. The mighty staff crashed down, shattering the beams of moonlight with each powerful impact. "Spirit of the divine, grant me your strength. Moon's allure, assist me." In the realm of Tianlang Xingpa, the moon charm, having attained the 3rd level of the ghostly yang, erupted forth, merging a formidable essence of ghostly energy into the body of the moon-devouring wolf. Completely assimilating the power of the moon charm, the moon-devouring wolf experienced a meteoric rise in strength, surging threefold. The energy released in its roar amplified instantaneously. The previously shattered beams of celestial light suddenly surged with vigor, expanding significantly. This newfound energy countered the impact, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the opposing force's strike, sending the formidable figure of Yuanhua flying. Yuanhua's colossal form was hurled several dozen meters away, leaving a deep scar upon the ground, dust swirling in its wake. At that moment, the moon-devouring wolf darted forward with astonishing speed, not allowing Yuanhua a moment to rise. With a claw imbued with terrifying power, it struck fiercely upon Yuanhua's chest. Blood gushed from Yuanhua's mouth as the earth trembled beneath the force of the impact. The wolf's claws, extending several meters, clutched Yuanhua's neck, sinking into flesh, as it let out a long howl that resonated with a boiling aura of demonic energy. All present, no, all creatures of the demonic realm, stood in stunned silence at this sudden turn of events. Yuanhua had been defeated. "Do you yield?" growled the moon-devouring wolf, its roar directed at the ensnared Yuanhua. The shock faded from Yuanhua's eyes, replaced by submission as he murmured, "Yuanhua is willing to serve Xiang Chen as master." The Silver Ape clan bows before our king. Surrounding them, 78 formidable young apes knelt in unison, paying homage to the moon-devouring wolf, proclaiming, "We bow before our king." Only then did the moon-devouring wolf release Yuanhua, who rose to his feet and expelled a stream of silver light, his primal demonic essence. This essence intertwined and coalesced into a script of demonic text, suspended in midair. It proclaimed, Yuanhua willingly serves Xiang Chen as master, pledging life and death in unwavering loyalty. Under the condition of mutual respect, Xiang Chen shall not erase him. Master contract. My king, accept the loyalty of Yuanhua, he declared respectfully. The moon-devouring wolf expelled a portion of its demonic essence, marking the script with a seal, thus solidifying the contract, which transformed into two beams of light merging into the bodies of both demonic entities. Chapter 496, Subjugation of Two Clans. This was a contract of mutual respect, markedly different from the more tyrannical demon conquest spell wielded by Xiang Chen, which could unrestrainedly claim lives. Haha, old ape, please rise, the moon-devouring wolf chuckled, lifting a claw. Thank you, my king. Truly, you are the legendary sacred beast, capable of vanquishing Yuanhua with merely the second level of Yang. I, the old ape, am in awe. Our demonic kin have finally encountered a true sovereign, the old ape proclaimed as he rose, a smile gracing his face. Thank you, my king. The assembled apes echoed, standing in unison. The moon-devouring wolf declared, I seek to subjugate all demonic clans within the ancient wilderness spirit realm, forging them into a singular force. Old ape, will you assist me? Since I have recognized you as my king, your command shall be my utmost priority. The Silver Ape clan shall follow you with unwavering resolve, the old ape replied. Excellent. Leave 10 of your kin to protect your clan. The rest shall accompany me to the next clan, the Fire Lizard clan. The moon-devouring wolf instructed. According to the Great Wind Divine Pong, the two most prominent clans within this spirit realm were the Silver Ape clan and the Fire Lizard clan, while the other demonic beings existed in solitude or small groups. The Silver Ape clan and the Fire Lizard clan stood as the most formidable entities. Leave 10 to guard your clan, and the rest. Gather your weapons and march with your king. Yuanhua addressed his fellow kin with a thunderous roar. The group of apes bellowed in unison, each grasping massive iron rods. How intriguing! I have gathered a horde of monkeys. The moon-swallowing wolf chuckled, leading the pack of wolves, alongside the majestic gale Divine Pong. The wolves flapped their wings in pursuit. Over 60 colossal Yuanyang great apes thundered across the earth, their passage resonating like a tempest. In a mere half-day, they traversed nearly 1,000 kilometers, returning to the very volcanic region where the moon-swallowing wolf had previously been randomly transported. This expansive area, spanning several hundred kilometers, was rife with volcanic activity. Xiang Chen hypothesized that beneath lay a fire-attribute spiritual vein, the source of such a landscape. Gale Divine Peng circled above a vast lake of magma, addressing Xiang Chen. This is the place. The Fire Lizard clan typically resides within this magma lake. The moon-swallowing wolf gazed upon the expansive lake, rich with fiery spiritual energy. The group of apes stood resolutely by the lake's edge, wielding their iron staffs. Yuanhua proclaimed, My king, I have clashed with the leader of the Fire Lizard clan before. His fire-based sorcery is formidable. Though we are not friends, we are somewhat acquainted. Allow me to attempt a persuasive discourse. Very well, summon him forth, nodded the moon-swallowing wolf. With his staff in hand, Yuanhua unleashed a powerful swing. A shadow of condensed demonic energy struck the magma lake, sending towering flames shooting hundreds of meters into the air. Old Lizard, emerge, Yuanhua bellowed, his voice reverberating through the air. By the heavens, Old Ape, is this your idea of persuasion? You are practically at his doorstep. King Xiaojizu covered his ears in dismay. Hee, these lizards usually dwell hundreds of meters beneath the magma lake. They won't surface without such provocation, chuckled the old ape. Boom, boom, boom. Indeed, the magma lake erupted violently, colossal columns of molten fire shooting skyward, soaring dozens of meters high. Each column bore a large lizard, each over 10 meters long, with no fewer than 60 in total. These grand lizards, their bodies of vivid crimson, were adorned with scales, their visages fierce, and their jaws filled with serrated teeth and sharp claws. Among them was one especially formidable specimen, measuring 20 meters in length, reminiscent of an ancient dinosaur, exuding an aura of demonic energy that rivaled Yuanhua's. This old lizard harbored a latent bloodline of the flame dragon within. The moon-swallowing wolf scrutinized the creature, sensing the hidden lineage within. In every demon clan, ancestral bloodlines reside within, though some may have lain dormant for generations, nearly fading into obscurity, perhaps never to be awakened in a lifetime. Old monkey, what brings you here? Have you come to incite war between our clans? Inquired the largest fire lizard. Speaking with human tongue, Yuanhua planted his iron rod into the ground, shaking the earth beneath him. Old lizard, I have come as an envoy from my king, and to offer your clan an opportunity to break free from these shackles. The fire giant lizard, taken aback, replied, Your king? Who have you declared as king? The moon-swallowing wolf stepped forward, stating, Fire giant lizard, I am Xiang Chen, the newly appointed king of the Silver Ape clan, here to rescue your clan from suffering. The fire giant lizard surveyed the moon-eating celestial wolf with an expression of astonishment, subsequently mocking, merely a diminutive demon of the second level of Yuanyang, proclaiming itself as a king and claiming to escape the sea of suffering. Old ape, have you lost your senses to acknowledge such a trivial creature as your sovereign? Unbridled audacity, roared Yuanhua, with the assembly of apes echoing in ferocious growls. Those who insult our throne shall face death without mercy. Yangbin bellowed, channeling the celestial light waves of the moon, as the pack of wolves surged with tumultuous energy. In their wolf forms, each was capable of battling at the level of Yuanyang. Prepare for battle, the fire giant lizard commanded. The horde of lizards hissed, unleashing their demonic essence. The atmosphere became taut with tension as the myriad of demons confronted one another. The moon-eating celestial wolf raised a paw and coolly declared, Cease your movements for now. He cast a glance at the fire giant lizard, snorting dismissively, and unleashed a wave of pressure emanating from his sacred beast bloodline. In an instant, the fire giant lizard and the assembly of demons felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, gazing at the moon-eating celestial wolf in horror, sensing that their demonic essence was suppressed by 30%. Bloodline pressure, a high-ranking demon race, they thought, realizing that the pressure surpassed their species, and wondered how they would fare if they were of the same lineage. The moon-eating celestial wolf spoke icily, I have not come to slay, but to offer you an opportunity. Follow me, and I shall lead you out of this spiritual realm. The leader of the fire lizard clan gazed at the moon-eating celestial wolf in astonishment, exclaiming, Who exactly are you? The moon-eating celestial wolf replied indifferently, I am Xiang Chen, a sacred beast of the wolf clan. Will you submit or not? Old lizard, do you think us fools? Our king possesses the means to lead us away from here, back to the mainland. He is the leader bestowed upon us by the heavens. If you do not submit, do you await your doom? Yuanhua sneered. The fire lizard clan leader fixed his gaze upon Xiang Chen, hesitating for a moment before stating, Demonstrate your power and convince me. The moon-eating celestial wolf sighed, aware that most demons were rather obtuse. Even if they were convinced by words, they still insisted on a duel. Very well, he said, stepping forward and channeling his demonic essence. The fire lizard clan leader roared, unleashing his demonic power, causing magma to erupt into a towering pillar that thundered toward the moon-eating celestial wolf. The moon-eating celestial wolf, disinterested in prolonging the engagement, unleashed his sacred soul, executing a formidable technique that froze the fire lizard clan leader's fiery magic, ultimately defeating him with a single claw. Pinned against the shore of the magma lake by the moon-eating celestial wolf's claw, the fire lizard clan leader finally acknowledged his defeat. After submitting and forging a master-servant contract, the entire fire lizard clan pledged allegiance to Xiang Chen as their king. Chapter 497. The initial establishment of the myriad demons having subdued these two clans. Xiang Chen first refined the bloodlines of the fire lizard clan leader, Xian, and the silver ape clan leader, Yuanhua. However, the ancestral bloodline within the fire lizard clan leader, while notable, was not particularly strong among the clearly stratified bloodlines of the demon race. The flame dragon was merely a low-grade divine beast bloodline. Conversely, Yuanhua's ancestral bloodline was somewhat more formidable, hailing from the silver-winged divine ape clan, a mid-grade divine beast, yet still inferior to the bloodlines of the green lime and the extreme wind divine rock, the latter of which approached the bloodline of a sacred beast. After his evolution, the fire lizard clan leader sprouted a pair of fire dragon wings, his form transforming slightly to resemble that of a western dragon. Meanwhile, Yuanhua acquired a pair of metallic wings, greatly enhancing his power. As for the other clansmen, Xiang Chen currently has no intention of evolving them. His Tianyue wolf clan has yet to flourish, and the overwhelming strength of these demon races presents a challenge that cannot be easily subdued. After the two demon bloodlines reverted to their ancestral forms, they expressed profound gratitude towards Xiang Chen. Following their evolution, Xiang Chen issued a command to these two clans to conquer all existing Yuanyang demon races within the ancient wilderness spirit realm. Naturally, the two clans, Yuan Hua and Shi Yan, obediently led their respective races to wage war across this vast expanse of ancient wilderness, which spans several thousand square kilometers, in order to subjugate all Yuanyang demon races and bring them under their banner. The ancient wilderness spirit realm, while not excessively large, is considerably more expansive than a province in our world. This campaign of conquest lasted an entire month. Throughout this month, the extreme wind divine Peng, Qingming, along with Xiao Tuan, planted spiritual herb seeds in areas rich in spiritual veins, cultivating these herbs. Xiang Chen aspired to transform the ancient wilderness spirit realm into his personal medicinal garden. He also acquired a substantial amount of spiritual soil, relocating it into the vast space of his Qingkuan ring, which serves as a portable spiritual realm suitable for planting spiritual herbs. The rich spiritual energy released by the essence crystals of the spiritual veins, combined with his own rejuvenating true energy and Xiao Tuan's organic fertilizer, enabled the spiritual herb seeds to mature rapidly, achieving the potency of hundreds of years within a short span of time. Xiao Tuan's daily contributions of 2 doses of organic fertilizer, derived from Tengniao, proved more effective than any spiritual enhancement elixir. As for Xiao Tuan's true form, Xiang Chen has always found it inscrutable. It is certainly not of human origin, and the ancient cauldron offered no hints. During this time, Xiang Chen consumed a gu yin lingua and an egg from the scorpion beast, both containing the essence of yin spirit energy. Yet he was unable to fully replenish the consumed Taiyin energy. Until his Taiyin energy is completely restored, he dares not practice the Sun True Sutra to refine his Taiyin true essence to its fullest extent. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months had elapsed. During this period, a duo Yang Bin, Wang Xiaoji, and the members of the Tianyue wolf clan witnessed 28 brothers and sisters break through to the Yuanyang realm. Others also advanced to the innate realm, reaching the great heavenly position, with Xiahou Wu catching up to Xiang Chen in cultivation. The wars of the Fire Lizard clan and Silver Ape clan finally came to a decisive end. From the peak of the towering mountains, Xiang Chen, transformed into the moon-swallowing heavenly wolf, gazed down upon the gathering of demon beasts below. Nearly 400 Yuanyang demon beasts congregated there, while the number of innate realm demon beasts exceeded 6,000 or 7,000. Among them, the Yuanyang demon beasts from the Fire Lizard clan and Silver Ape clan comprised nearly half of the total. The remainder were various demon beasts conquered during this period, with their cultivation levels ranging from the great heavenly position in the Yuanyang realm to the first level, including the 2 clan leaders. There were a total of 12 demon beasts at the great heavenly position in the Yuanyang realm, which comprised fiery tigers, wind leopards, and azure wolves, among others, whether scattered or organized into groups. However, at this moment, they were all subdued by the might of the 2 great clans. The ancient wilderness spirit realm was once home to far more demon races. However, during the more than half a year that the spirit realm was open, tens of thousands of humans surged into the area, leading to the extermination of the majority of Yuanyang demon beasts, with innate demon beasts hunted in the tens of thousands. After all, the demonic beasts are treasures for the human race. In the realm of the 9 provinces, humanity reigns supreme. The Tianyue wolf clan stands behind the moon-eating wolf, Xiang Chen, who surveys the myriad of demons from the mountain peak. The mountain winds howl, causing the silver fur around the moon-eating wolf's neck to flutter gracefully. Bow before our king. The massive figure of Yuan Hua kneels on one knee. Bow before our king. A resounding echo follows as hundreds of great and small Yuanyang demons kneel, thousands of demon clans prostrating toward the silver giant wolf atop the mountain. The sight of countless demons paying homage is truly majestic. The moon-eating wolf howls to the heavens, then gazes upon the gathered demons, saying, "Rise, my subjects." "Thank you, our king." Nearly 10,000 demons rise, their eyes converging upon the moon-eating wolf. In this moment, the Tianyue wolf clan feels a surge of fervor. I, Xiang Chen, the moon-eating wolf, shall lead the myriad demons of the spirit realm to forge a grand legacy amidst the chaos of the human world, carving out a paradise for our kind. Will you follow me? The moon-eating wolf gazes down at the throng of demons with its dark golden eyes, speaking in human tongue. We are willing to follow our king. The multitude of demons responds in unison, their energy surging. Standing firm against the wind, the moon-eating wolf continues. Be it demons or humans, we are all part of this world. I, Xiang Chen, born of demonic blood, yet with a human visage, refuse to accept that this world should be solely occupied by humans, leaving demons to become mere beasts fleeing into the woods. From this day forth, I, Xiang Chen, shall utilize our own strength to lead our kin, allowing us to live openly in the sunlight and cities, rather than being relegated to the status of pets or mounts. In the years to come, will you fight for me? Yuan Hua roars, stepping forward. The Silver Ape tribe vows to devote our lives and efforts to our king's ambition. The demon race shall rise, never to be enslaved, and we pledge our lives to follow. The Fire Lizard clan joins in, declaring, we pledge our lives and efforts to our king's ambition. The demon race shall rise, never to be enslaved, and we swear allegiance. The demon race shall rise, never to be enslaved. Thousands of demons roar, shaking the heavens with their fervor. Very well, from this day forth, I look forward to establishing an era belonging to the myriad demons, letting humanity and all races know that this world is not solely their domain. The myriad demon divine dynasty is hereby established. When we are strong, this name shall be proclaimed with pride. The moon-eating wolf's voice booms like thunder, reverberating mightily, instilling awe among the gathered demons. Bow before the throne. The throng of demons kneels once more. At this moment, the Tianyue wolf clan behind Xiang Chen lies prostrate. Atop the mountain, only Xiahou Wu and Tianyu are worthy to stand behind Xiang Chen, for they are his eternal brothers and steadfast allies. As humanity seeks to dominate the world, the Azura and demonic paths sweep through the heavens. There are no eternal rulers, and in this tumultuous era, we look to the myriad demons. Chapter 498. The Dust of Heaven and Earth. 7 explosions. The moon-eating wolf releases radiant beams, revealing a succession of precious jewels. Within these jewels, vast amounts of characters and symbols coalesce, hovering above the multitude of demons. The Swallowing Moon Celestial Wolf Path. What is recorded above is an ancient secret technique, the Tortoise Breath Demon Art. All demon clans at the Yuanyang realm must first cultivate this method to learn to restrain their inner demonic energy. After 10 days, I shall lead you away from the ancient wilderness spirit realm. Thank you, my king. The demon horde replied respectfully, subsequently receiving precious jade. Disperse. With a command from the Swallowing Moon Celestial Wolf, the demons retreated, and he transformed back into the form of Xiang Chen. Brother Chen, are you truly leading us down the path of rebellion against humanity? Wang Xiaoji asked with a bitter smile. Are you afraid? Xiang Chen shot him a glance. Afraid? Not at all. As long as I follow you, Brother Chen, I am fine, Wang Xiaoji replied with a grin. Brother Chen, are you really planning to take these demons out to confront humanity? Yang Bin asked, his brow furrowed. Although they had transformed into demons, their hearts still somewhat belonged to humanity. Xiang Chen shook his head, saying, I do not intend to take them out for the purpose of slaughtering humanity. I am incapable of such deeds. Have you forgotten what I proclaimed when founding Huang? Aduya interjected, to establish a heart for the heavens and earth, to establish a destiny for the populace, to carry on the teachings of the sages, to open up peace for all generations. These words have always been etched in our minds. Xiang Chen nodded, walking ahead as he descended the mountain peak, saying, Indeed, the world I aspire to create is one where all races can coexist in fairness and harmony. Demons and beasts shall no longer be discriminated against or slaughtered by humanity, and demons shall cease to view humans as mere prey. Every life in this world is nurtured by the heavens and earth. Humanity is not the sole protagonist or center of the universe. Whether it be demons or specters, each possesses significance and necessity. The world shall not halt its rotation due to the extinction of any one race. However, both humanity and demonkind are inextricably linked to the world. Xiang Chen paused, gazing up at the boundless starry sky of the ancient wilderness spirit realm, and remarked, Humanity is excessively domineering, declaring that those not of their kind must be exterminated. When a race grows powerful and its desire for power expands beyond measure, it invites its own demise. If I do not rise to uphold the flag of demonkind, others will, and those others may not be tolerant of humanity. I am, in fact, saving humanity. As his strength increased, he often recalled unique memories that surfaced in his mind. From these occasional fragments of memory, he gleaned profound and earth-shattering truths unknown to most. The others appeared contemplative, lost in thought. Xiang Chen continued, "Do you understand the meaning behind the phrase heaven's way is unfeeling, treating all things as mere fodder? Is it a statement of the heartlessness of heaven's way?" Aduya inquired. "No. The essence of this statement is that before the heavens and earth, humanity, demonkind, and all living beings are equally regarded." Xiang Chen shook his head and said, "Born as a hybrid of human and demon, I have been regarded as an aberration, suffering derision and disdain from the world. Had I not been born into a noble family, I would have been killed in my infancy. In this world, the system that venerates strength offers no opportunity for the common person to live autonomously. Many live their lives merely to benefit others, never experiencing freedom. The cultivators, exalted above all, can slaughter the innocent and massacre the common folk. Such a system and world fill me with revulsion. In a world where mortals lack the assurance of life, devoid of true protection and freedom, I, Xiang Chen, shall forge a law for them, establishing their liberty. The demon race, deprived of the right to return to the city, stripped of fairness and the right to coexist with all living beings, shall have that right fought for by me. Even those of alien races deserve the qualification to survive. I am no benevolent being. I will slay demons and others out of necessity. However, I shall not descend into madness, treating all life as mere playthings." Xiang Chen's gaze was profound as he proclaimed, "The human race must change its heart. The heavens and earth must alter their laws. I aspire to ascend to greater heights and behold the entirety of this universe's splendor." The crowd was awestruck by Xiang Chen's envisioned system and aspirations. What he sought was not merely dominion over this realm, but a complete transformation of the racial structure within it. "Regardless of the decisions you make, I shall forever follow you," declared Xiahou Wu with unwavering resolve. "So shall I," echoed Tianyu. "He, such an intriguing goal. It would be too lonely for Chen Gu to pursue it alone. Count me in," chimed Wang Xiaoji. "And us as well," added Yang Bin and others in unison. Long live Yan Huang. Together, the youthful hearts of boys and girls intertwined, united by a shared ambition. Ha ha ha, I am grateful for you all. However, we digress. To establish a law for the world and become its sovereign, my brothers and sisters, the path ahead is fraught with danger, yet brimming with excitement. Join me in conquering this world." With a hearty laugh, Xiang Chen restored his youthful exuberance, stretching his arms wide, letting out a long howl as he dashed toward the setting sun, followed by a group of lively youths whose playful antics elongated their silhouettes in the golden glow of twilight. Gathering starlight can ignite a prairie. Gathering dust can obscure the heavens. The world is in disarray, and the faintest spark has arisen. 10 days later, the previously consumed Taiyin energy was finally replenished, having utilized 2 Yin spirit fruits and 2 I spirit fruits. Indeed, a moment of indulgence that replenished what would have taken months. On this day, the gathering of demons took place once more, this time comprising 380 demon beasts of the Yuanyang realm. "My king, as per your command, the Yuanyang demons have assembled," reported the colossal silver-winged divine ape, kneeling respectfully. The moon-eating wolf surveyed the gathered beasts and nodded. "Have matters regarding the races been settled?" "All is in order. Successors have been chosen," replied Lizard Flame in unison. "What of your secret techniques? Are they successfully cultivated?" inquired the moon-eating wolf. Upon hearing this, the assembly of demons immediately enacted the turtle-breathing technique, concealing their innate demonic essence. "Very well," the moon-eating wolf acknowledged, transforming into a human form. "All of you must take on human forms, concealing your demonic traits and essence. For now, the human race holds dominion over this world. We must integrate among them, maintaining our human forms. With the turtle-breathing technique, you will not reveal your true nature, and henceforth, none shall discern your identities as demons." Though the gathered demons expressed some dissent, they ultimately adopted human forms. Typically, in this continent, those of the Yuanyang realm could assume human shapes. However, the demon race prefers their true forms, for it is in this state that they possess unparalleled strength. The silver-winged divine ape transformed into an exceedingly robust man, characterized by his silver short hair and a rugged, mature visage. Lizard Flame morphed into a middle-aged gentleman with a somewhat Western appearance. The myriad of demons took on human forms, concealing their demonic traits and aura. Aside from a somewhat eccentric style, they bore a striking resemblance to ordinary humans. Chapter 499. the fiery hand of Huang. 8 consecutive explosions. Xiang Chen once again opened the spatial cavern, first drawing the multitude of demons into his Qinkuan ring, to prevent them from being caught in the chaotic void due to their ignorance of spatial laws. As Xiang Chen stepped into the spatial cavern, after 2 spatial traversals, he emerged atop the ancient wilderness mountain. It was night, and in the realm where the spirit realm was not activated. The ancient wilderness mountain was typically deserted. Who would wander on a peak over 10,000 meters high without cause? Upon releasing the multitude of demons, they materialized into the world, gazing at the expanse before them, their eyes glistening with tears of joy as they beheld the distant, flickering lights of the city. The continent, the land of our ancestors. We have finally returned. The ape Hua, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt upon the ground, pressing a handful of earthy dust to his face, tears of exhilaration streaming down. We have finally emerged, breaking free from our shackles, no longer bound by the constraints of this realm. Is this the spiritual essence of the continent? Haha, ancestors! We have at last returned. The multitude of demons, brimming with excitement, looked around the vast expanse, howling in jubilant frenzy. Xiang Chen, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of sorrow within. These ancestors of the demon race had been captured by the powerful human beings and used as tools to temper their descendants within the spirit realm. After a prolonged period of exhilaration, they turned their gaze towards Xiang Chen, kneeling in reverence, their heads bowed. Thank you, my king, for allowing us to return to our homeland. The multitude of demons prostrated in gratitude. Xiang Chen smiled and said, Please rise, my friends. Our journey has only just begun. Now, let us head into the city, where I shall arrange accommodations for you. Yes, the multitude of demons stood, with Xiang Chen leading the way. They hurried towards the distant ancient wilderness city. Upon entering the city and feeling the warmth of human life, the demons were filled with elation. Ordinary demon cultivators, unless they had been bound by servant contracts with humans and reduced to mounts, would dare not enter human cities for fear of being slain. Among them, the most pitiful were the dragon-fold demons, completely tamed by humans and reduced to mere steeds. Xiang Chen led this group back to the Inn of Destiny, summoning Wang Xiaoji to assist in settling these individuals. Wang Xiaoji was astonished to see Xiang Chen accompanied by hundreds of powerful beings of the Yuan-Yang realm, including those of the Yuan-Yang Great Heaven level, further solidifying his belief in Xiang Chen's status as a prominent scion of a great family. Within the hall, the inn had closed for the night, and Xiang Chen sat in the front chamber, while hundreds either stood or sat around him. Xiang Chen introduced Wang Xiaoji to the likes of Ape Hua and Lizard Flame, deliberately omitting their demonic identities. Wang Xiaoji, henceforth, Ape Hua and Lizard Flame will lead the others in assisting you. There is but one task, to subdue the dark forces you can conquer, particularly the formidable Black Wolf Gang, Xiang Chen stated, gazing intently at Wang Xiaoji. Wang Xiaoji's expression radiated excitement as he declared, No problem. With so many brothers to assist, we can undoubtedly swallow up this third-rate gang devoid of Soul Moon Realm experts. Xiang Chen replied with an air of indifference. We must not be overly ostentatious, as that may incite the wariness of more formidable gangs. Which gang reigns supreme in your area? Wang Xiaoji responded, in a 10-kilometer radius around our territory. The most powerful is the Mad Bull Gang, a second-rate organization led by a formidable expert at the third level of the Soul Moon Realm. Under his command, there are 3 other Soul Moon Realm experts and nearly 100 at the Yuan-Yang Realm, with more than 808 members. The Mad Bull Gang. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he instructed, within 2 months, ascertain the intelligence, movements, and daily patterns of these 4 Soul Moon experts. Wang Xiaoji immediately rose. Yes, I will ensure it is done. Xiang Chen casually tossed him 10,000 spirit coins, stating, This is for the expenses of your reconnaissance. Wang Xiaoji promptly accepted the coins. Xiang Chen added, I must return to the Wild Capital's Wild State Academy. Until I give my command, you are not to act rashly. Understood, young master. Would you like us to escort you? Wang Xiaoji inquired. No need. We shall return on our own. Yuan Hua, you will reside here for the time being. Xiang Chen replied, shaking his head. Yes, I shall take care, my king. Yuan Hua respectfully responded. After settling the group of demons, Xiang Chen bestowed upon Yuan Hua and Shi Yin each 10,000 spirit coins. Having plundered extensively within the ancient wilderness spirit realm, he possessed approximately 70 to 80,000 spirit coins. With the recent sale of a large batch of spirit herbs, his wealth had swelled to over 1 million. A considerable fortune indeed. The following day, at the break of dawn, Xiang Chen rallied the Yan Huang brothers and set forth towards the Wild Capital, specifically the Wild State Academy. Traversing thousands of kilometers, they finally returned to the Wild Capital by around 3 in the afternoon, making a beeline for the academy. Xiang Chen felt a yearning for Qing Cheng. Thus he rode at the fastest speed upon his dragon steed throughout the journey. Qing Cheng had remained in seclusion to break through to the Yuanyang realm during the opening of the spirit realm and had not ventured into the ancient wilderness spirit realm. Now, after more than half a year, she must have surely succeeded in her breakthrough. When they arrived, they too rode dragon steeds, which had been boarded at a livery for the past 6 months, incurring nearly 1,000 spirit coins in fees. As Xiang Chen gazed down at his dragon steed, he sighed, pondering that if a demon could only exist as a mount throughout its life, it might be better off dead in his eyes. After over an hour of navigating the vast expanse of the Wild Capital, home to over 100 million inhabitants, they headed straight for the western courtyard. However, unbeknownst to them, their prolonged absence had led many within the academy to believe they were deceased, especially after the spirit realm had closed for 3 months without their return. Should they delay for a few more months, they would face expulsion from the academy for failing to report by the end of the academic term. The Yan Huang Society, a newly prominent and flourishing organization among the students, found itself once again in a state of decline due to the absence of its core members, facing dire circumstances. A day prior, a loud crash echoed as a door was violently kicked open, and 7 or 8 individuals clad in azure garments, emblazoned with golden lion emblems, stormed into a courtyard. From within a room emerged a 19-year-old youth, his countenance shifting as he beheld the aggressive intruders. The Yellow Lion Society. The youth furrowed his brow as he regarded the group. Li Changqing, it has come to our attention that you are a member of the Yan Huang Society, is it not? A tall young man with golden long hair sneered coldly. Li Qing's heart sank as he replied, Indeed, what do you intend to do? Ha, splendid. Bring him here. The golden-haired youth chuckled. Instantly, several individuals surged forward, unleashing their spiritual energy, and delivered a powerful punch to Li Changqing's abdomen. Li Changqing cried out in agony, spewing blood, only to be struck on the head with a club, rendering him unconscious. He was dragged away like a lifeless dog. Simultaneously, he was not alone. Other members of the Yan Huang Society were also ambushed and knocked unconscious by a group of assailants. The Yan Huang Society, apart from its 60 core members, boasted an additional 300 members. These individuals had joined the Yan Huang Society prior to the awakening of the spiritual realm, but had yet to be bestowed with the bloodline of the Heavenly Wolf. After being absent for more than half a year, and with no news of Xiang Chen and others since the conclusion of the spiritual realm, it was only a matter of time before someone took action against the Yan Huang Society. Chapter 500. The Return of the Core Members. 9 Consecutive Explosions. The Huangshi Society, while not among the elite organizations of the Guangzhou Academy, still possessed a faction of disciples within its inner palace. The president of the Huangshi Society, Huang Ping, was a formidable expert at the 5th level of the Yuanyang realm, commanding followers from his native country. Within the grand hall of the Huangshi Society, a young man of unremarkable appearance, but with golden curly hair, was flattering a woman dressed in black, saying, Fei Fei, I have sent my men to capture the members of the Yan Huang Society. They will soon be brought back. This curly-haired youth was none other than Huang Ping. The woman was a familiar figure. Yi Fei? Yi Fei responded coldly, Bring them all here. I have questions to ask. No problem. I'm sure it will happen shortly. Indeed, before long, members of the Yan Huang Society began to be brought in one after another, rendered unconscious. In less than half an hour, approximately 240 members of the Yan Huang Society lay sprawled across the hall. Surrounding them were more than 300 members of the Huangshi Society, including over a dozen experts at the Yuanyang realm. Wake them up, Huang Ping commanded. Immediately, a group of individuals began splashing buckets of cold water on the unconscious, bound members of the Yan Huang Society. The cold water served as a jolt, awakening them, who then glared in anger at their surroundings. Huangshi Society, what do you intend? Release us, you scoundrels. Damn it, you little brats. Dare to speak back? Beat them. The members of the Yan Huang Society yelled in fury, only to be met with another round of blows from the surrounding Huangshi Society members, cries of anguish echoing through the hall. After a thorough beating, the commotion subsided somewhat. Yi Fei approached them, her icy demeanor unwavering. You are all members of the Yan Huang Society, correct? Tell me, where are Xiang Chen and Xiang Tianyu? Li Changqing retorted angrily. How dare you treat us this way? Our president will return and will not let you go unpunished. That is not the answer I seek. Break his hand. Yi Fei coldly commanded. A Yuan Yang expert stepped forward, wielding an iron rod, and swung it with force against Li Chongqing's arm. With a sharp crack, Li Chongqing's arm was broken, eliciting a pained scream from him and leaving the others pale with fear. Yi Fei turned her gaze to the next member of Yanhuang. Her voice cold as ice. Speak. Where have Xiang Chen and Xiang Tianyu gone? The man swallowed hard and replied in a hushed tone, I don't know. The president and the others have not returned since entering the spirit realm. Nonsense. I saw them leave the spirit realm with my own eyes. How could they not return? Break his hand. Yi Fei thundered. The man screamed as his arm was shattered. She then addressed the third individual, her voice frigid. You speak. You wretched creature. You will pay for this. When Brother Chen returns, you are finished. The youth exclaimed passionately, cursing in fury. Yi Fei's expression darkened, and with a swift stroke of her sword, the boy cried out as his arm was severed. Turning to the fourth, the trembling individual stammered, Senior sister. We truly do not know. The president and the others have not returned. Yi Fei continued her relentless questioning. Having interrogated over a dozen people without uncovering any news about Xiang Chen and his companions. Xiang Chen, Xiang Tianyu, where have you truly gone? She fumed, kicking the latest interrogated person aside. Fei, do not be angered. Perhaps Xiang Chen and the others genuinely did not return, or they may have perished along the way. The Tianai family and the Tianai Association are their enemies. Perhaps they were ambushed on their way back, Huang Ping consoled. Despicable. Xiang Tianyu murdered my brother. I must avenge him. Yi Fei recalled her second brother, who had cherished her since childhood, and tears streamed down her face. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Ping boldly approached and gently placed his arm around her shoulders. My people will keep a lookout for you. If Xiang Chen and the others return, I will inform you immediately. He then commanded the members of the Huangshe Association, break one arm of each of these individuals. If they dare to claim membership in the Yanhuang Association again, we shall incapacitate them each time we encounter them. Yes. No. You bastards. Brother Chen will not let you off when he returns. The hall echoed with their cries, and on this day, every member of the Yanhuang Association had their hands broken and were cast out of the Huangshe Association, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Sigh. The Yanhuang Association has barely been established for a year, yet it seems destined for ruin. Indeed, reflecting on the past few months, Xiang Chen had crossed borders to slay Yuan Yang, leading dozens of Yanhuang Association members to rout hundreds of Tianai Association members. What prestige! Now, with these key figures absent, these minor players cannot stir up any storm. Do you think Xiang Chen and the others truly perished in the spirit realm after such a long absence? Many speculated, gazing at the Yanhuang members discarded like dead dogs on the road. Brother, it appears that Xiang Chen and his crew have indeed met their demise in the spirit realm. Xiang Ke sneered coldly beside Yin Tianai. He had now come to understand his true identity as a royal seed, a lineage sown by Yin Zhengchun years ago. Rather than feeling shame, he took pride in it. Presently, Xiang Ke had also attained the fourth level of the innate realm, in the realm of spirits, where fortuitous encounters abound. Yin Tianai, now at the first level of the Yuan Yang realm, spoke coldly. With the opening of the spirit realm, the Tianai Society will undoubtedly dispatch individuals to hunt down Xiang Chen. Although I saw them emerge afterward, they have yet to return, likely having met their demise at the hands of the Tianai Society along the way. Humph, that little wretch deserves it. His mere presence is repugnant. Xiang Ke retorted with disdain. The members of the Yanhuang Society, supporting each other, departed in a state of utter disarray. Following this incident, it is certain that many will withdraw from the Yanhuang Society. As dusk fell, the core members of Yanhuang rode their dragon steeds, finally arriving at the gates of the west courtyard. We are finally back, Xiahou Wu exclaimed, gazing at the familiar academy gates with a grin. Indeed, it has been over half a year. I wonder how the other brothers are faring, Yang Bin replied with a smile. Upon reaching the gates, the on-duty students stared in astonishment at Xiang Chen and his companions, as if witnessing apparitions. Xiang Chen, you are alive. The gatekeeper exclaimed in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting, boy? Do you wish for our demise? Xiahou Wu scolded. And no, that's not it. I misunderstood, Brother Ho. I thought you were all in trouble and perished. It is a relief to see you alive, the gatekeeper quickly clarified with a forced smile. Xiang Chen paid little heed, continuing to ride his dragon steed into the compound. By the way, Chenggu, There has been an incident with the Huang Society, the gatekeeper recalled, offering a warning. An incident? Xiang Chen halted his mount, his brows furrowing as he inquired. Brother, what has transpired with the Huang Society? The gatekeeper, admiring Xiang Chen's earlier prowess in battle, could not resist divulging what he knew. Upon hearing the news, the expressions of Xiang Chen and his companions darkened considerably. Thank you, brothers, for your liberation. Remember to use the devil fruits before the end of the month. They will reset tomorrow. Chapter 501. A resplendent return. The Huang Society dares to wrong my brothers. They are truly overstepping their bounds. Do they seek death? Chen Gu, give the order. Let us annihilate that Huang Society. The crowd erupted in fury, many unleashing the volatile energy of the Yuanyang realm. The gatekeeper was stunned. These individuals were merely first-year students. Yet an astonishing number had already attained the Yuanyang realm. Among the Yanhuang core members, 28 had reached this level. Xiang Chen's gaze was sharp, akin to two piercing swords, as he declared, those who wrong the Yanhuang Society shall be repaid in kind, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. First, let us return and see everyone. He then turned to the gatekeeper, tossing him a vial of pure yuan pills, saying, Brother, thank you. Let us go. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen mounted his steed and rode forth, a throng of followers rumbling behind him. The gatekeeper watched in astonishment as Xiang Chen and his companions departed, glancing at the small vial of pills in his hand, his face lighting up with joy. Pure yuan pills. A 9th-grade treasure pill worth 500 spirit coins. A small vial containing 3 pills. What a lucrative reward for simply sharing information. Thank you, Chen Gu. Teach those upperclassmen a good lesson. The gatekeeper shouted. As Xiang Chen and his companions returned to their living quarters, numerous students gaped in disbelief upon seeing them, their eyes wide with astonishment. Xiang Chen is back. The Yanhuang Society has returned. They are alive. Xiang Chen entered the courtyard of a member of Yanhuang, Li Changqing. The scene was one of disarray, with Yang Bin calling out Li Changqing's name. From within the room, Li Changqing emerged, bandaged and visibly emotional. Upon seeing Xiang Chen and the others, tears streamed down his face. Bin Gu, Chen Gu, Ho Gu, you have finally returned, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. My brothers have suffered. Xiang Chen stepped forward, assuring him, we are aware of what has transpired. We will avenge this grievance. Yang Bin embraced Li Changqing, patting him on the shoulder. Chen Gu, you have finally returned. As more members of Yanhuang gathered, their faces reflected similar emotions of joy and sorrow. My brothers have suffered, they echoed. Xiang Chen looked at the assembled crowd, all bearing wounds, and declared with resolve, this vengeance shall be avenged by me, Xiang Chen, and by Yanhuang. Yanhuang's core members, assemble, shouted dozens of brothers and sisters in unison. Grab your weapons and follow me. We shall annihilate the Huang Lion Society. Xiang Chen proclaimed coldly, drawing his Dragon K demon blade with an air of menace. Annihilate the Huang Lion Society. The crowd roared, unsheathing their swords. Leading the charge, Xiang Chen and his companions surged toward the Huang Lion Society. Outside, a throng of onlookers, curious students, trailed behind, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. The Huang Lion Society, headquartered in the outer courtyard, lacked the formidable influence of the Tianyi Society, blurring the lines between external and internal factions. As they approached the Huang Lion Society, a member had already rushed to report the impending confrontation. In the main hall, Huang Ping was lounging in a recliner, his arms wrapped around a female student, engaging in inappropriate behavior. The sudden intrusion startled him, prompting him to push her away and stand. What? That brat Xiang Chen hasn't died? He's back? Huang Ping exclaimed in shock. Yes, he has returned, leading a group towards us, the messenger quickly relayed. Haha, heaven is on my side. This is fate allowing me to win over Yi Fei's heart. If I become the son-in-law of the Yi family, I will rise to greatness. Huang Ping declared with delight, immediately calling for his men to assemble. Just then, a series of anguished cries erupted outside. With a thunderous crash, the gates of the Huang Lion Society were cleaved open, and 2 guards screamed in terror. Xiahou Wu and Tian Yu each grasped a guard, tossing him into the courtyard. From the surrounding buildings and rooms, numerous members of the Huang Lion Society poured out, their expressions shifting as they beheld the approaching youth. It's Xiang Chen. He has returned. Xiang Chen swung his Dragon K, and the 2 guards were left howling as their arms were severed. Huang Ping, get out here. Xiang Chen bellowed. Ha ha ha. Xiang Chen, you have finally returned. A mocking voice emerged from the crowd as a curly-haired youth stepped forward. Xiang Chen fixed his icy gaze upon him. You are Huang Ping? Indeed, Xiang Chen. I thought you had perished along the way, Huang Ping replied, folding his arms with a sardonic smile. My Yin Huang society bears no enmity towards you. Why do you oppress us? Xiang Chen questioned coldly, his demeanor unwavering. There must be a cause behind this. Huang Ping sneered. Why? What reason do you need? I simply find you displeasing. Is that not sufficient? You wretched spawn. Who do you think you are to look down upon us? If we do not repay you tenfold today, we shall not be the backbone of Yin Huang. Wang Xiaoji cursed furiously. Bah, a bunch of newcomers. You came looking for trouble yourselves. If we incapacitate you, it is no one's fault but your own. Forward, incapacitate them. Huang Ping commanded, gesturing with his hand. Kill. Around them, 200 to 300 members of the Huang Lion Society charged towards Xiang Chen and his companions, among whom were more than a dozen formidable experts at the Yuanyang realm. I want them all to remain within this courtyard, Xiang Chen declared coldly. Kill. Shouted Xiahou Wu with a roar. Kill. The 50 or so brothers and sisters of Yin Huang roared back, transforming into ferocious wolf warriors, each exuding an overwhelming aura. With no fewer than 20 individuals at the Yuanyang realm, Xiang Chen unleashed his true energy and surged directly towards Huang Ping. Boy, get down. A second-level Yuanyang expert from the Huang Lion Society gathered his true energy into a massive palm strike aimed at Xiang Chen. Stepping forward, Xiang Chen unleashed terrifying power with a leap, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The kick collided with the opponent's palm, shattering the true energy strike with a force exceeding 400,000 pounds. Ah! The man shrieked as his arm snapped, and Xiang Chen followed up with a kick to his chin, fracturing his jaw and sending him flying 20 to 30 meters away, blood spewing from his mouth. Xiahou Wu unleashed a punch. Even without employing martial arts, the sheer force of his blow, a violent surge of tens of thousands of pounds, struck 3 men, who screamed as they were sent crashing to the ground, grievously injured. Tian Yu's fingers danced, the true energy swirling as fiery projectiles coalesced into lethal darts. Puff! The struck individual was pierced through, a thumb-sized hole searing into his body, collapsing to the ground in agony. The other brothers and sisters surged forward, embodying the ferocity of wolf warriors, each capable of battling 10 opponents, their might rivaling that of Yuanyang experts. Ah, no, my hand. The cries from the Huang Lion Society echoed, as they were mercilessly overwhelmed and ground into the earth by the Yin Huang Society's members. Huang Ping's expression shifted in horror as he watched his men being continuously dispatched. How could the Yin Huang Society possess such formidable Yuanyang strength? Chapter 502, An Eye for an Eye. Xiang Chen, having sent one man flying, advanced step by step towards Huang Ping. Huang Ping exclaimed in shock, Xiang Chen, you have broken through to the Yuanyang realm? How have you progressed so swiftly? Xiang Chen smirked. Did you think I would remain stagnant? Huang Ping, you have baselessly wronged my Yin Huang. This grievance shall not be quelled until I have annihilated you. As his words fell, Xiang Chen stepped forward, unleashing a punch that condensed the force of tens of thousands of pounds, aimed directly at Huang Ping. Huang Ping roared, retaliating with a punch that radiated golden light, colliding with Xiang Chen's strike. With a resounding boom, the two powerful forces clashed, unleashing a tempest of energy. Huang Ping's face paled as he was forced back several steps by Xiang Chen's blow. Yet at that moment, Xiang Chen unleashed another punch. Channeling the might of the dragon and elephant, the roar of the dragon and elephant echoing forth. Dragon-elephant fist. A moon-white dragon-elephant roared forth, its massive form capable of shattering a small mountain. Yellow lion fist. Huang Ping bellowed, as a fist imbued with golden radiance erupted from his body. The essence of his meridians surging forth, transforming his fist into a golden lion that charged forward. The clash of the lion and the elephant unleashed a force that reached a staggering magnitude of 1 million. The surrounding steel and stone ground erupted. The earth shattered to depths of several meters, and a powerful shockwave radiated in all directions. The two combatants were nearly evenly matched, but at that moment, Xiang Chen leaped into the air, his body executing 7 swift steps in mid-flight, propelling him to a speed that reached sonic levels. Divine Elephant Stomp. With a ferocious kick, his thigh thickened as it unleashed a torrent of power greater than that of his arm, the force escalating to a terrifying 60,000 pounds. This kick struck Huang Ping's chest with incredible speed and ferocity. Thud. The impact shattered Huang Ping's protective essence, and he spat a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing into a building. With a resounding crash, a large hole was created in the structure. Goodness, this fellow has become even more formidable. Indeed, it was astonishing how quickly he had advanced. Huang Ping, at the 5th level of the Yuan Yang realm, was no match for him. Outside the courtyard, numerous onlookers were left in awe at the spectacle. From within the debris of the building, Huang Ping coughed up blood, shock evident in his eyes. Xiang Chen, he roared, unleashing the spirit within him. A yellow lion spirit erupted forth, and Huang Ping transformed into a towering beast man, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, his power surging dramatically. Beast transformation is quite common among the animal spirits. Thus, the bloodline transformations of Xiang Chen and his companions are not a rarity in the cultivation world. However, their bloodline transformation is fundamentally different from that of the spirit. Kill! The beastly Huang Ping roared, striking down with a palm. His essence erupting as claws like blades cleaved through the air, manifesting 5 streaks of sharp light that tore towards Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, moving like lightning, evaded the attack. The ground beneath him torn asunder by the 5 deep rifts. In that instant, he too transformed into a celestial wolf, his power doubling. Now in his celestial wolf form, Xiang Chen towered over 7 meters tall, unleashing a powerful strike with his claw. Huang Ping, equally fierce, retaliated with his own claw, the 2 palms colliding in a fierce confrontation of lion and wolf. Yet, the power of Xiang Chen, altered by his transformation, proved superior. The terrifying force from his strike shattered Huang Ping's assault. With a shriek of agony, Huang Ping was sent hurtling away. At that moment, Xiang Chen unleashed a wave of celestial moonlight that crashed into Huang Ping. Ah! Huang Ping cried out in torment, flung back by the blast, bloodied and battered. The celestial wolf leaped forward, delivering a crushing stomp onto Huang Ping. In horror, Huang Ping gazed up at the celestial wolf, bewildered at his own vulnerability. Xiang Chen seized Huang Ping by the neck, lifting him effortlessly, and coldly stated, "Regardless of your reasons, you must pay the price for your actions." Xiang Chen, no? Brother Xiang, it's a misunderstanding. I apologize, I was wrong. Huang Ping's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by distress. I apologize for the inconvenience. But what purpose does brute force serve in this world? Xiang Chen sneered. Then with a swift motion, he unleashed his sharp heavenly moonwolf claw, slicing through Huang Ping's arm, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! Huang Ping screamed in agony as his arm was brutally torn away. Xiang Chen then forcefully slammed him to the ground, crushing his other arm beneath his foot. You crippled my brothers, so I shall shatter your hands. Only then can we clear this misunderstanding. With another kick to Huang Ping's body, the latter lay twitching on the ground like a lifeless dog. The rest of the members of the Huang Lion Society were similarly subdued, as out of 200 to 300, only about 60 managed to stand. Render them all powerless. Xiang Chen declared coldly, an eye for an eye. Reciprocity is the essence of justice. Ah, I was wrong. The courtyard resounded with cries of despair, blood staining the ground. Outside, spectators were astounded by the scene unfolding before them. After half a year, the Yanhuang Society had returned with even greater strength and terror. Excellent. Brother Chun has finally avenged us. Ha ha. Huang Lion Society, your reckoning came too swiftly. Members of the Yanhuang Society cheered, their blood surging with excitement. As Xiang Chen reverted to his human form, he gazed coldly at the wailing members of the Huang Lion Society. You should consider yourselves fortunate. This is still within the academy, where there is at least a semblance of camaraderie. Were this outside, your lives would already be mine for the taking. From this day forth, should you wish for revenge, you are welcome to challenge me at the Death Valley. Lacking the courage to confront me, you will learn to bow your heads in my presence. The youth's gaze swept over the members of the Huang Lion Society, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Let us go. Xiang Chen commanded, leading his companions away. Bah, a bunch of petty clowns. If you find us displeasing, we can ensure you experience such satisfaction daily, Wang Xiaoji sneered, following Xiang Chen and leaving behind a crowd of lamenting figures. The onlookers outside quickly parted, their eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and respect. From this moment forth, the influence of the Yanhuang Society would surely extend beyond the outer academy. Brother Chun, when shall we register as Inner Palace students? Wang Xiaoji inquired. Having reached their cultivation goals, they were now eligible for advancement into the Inner Palace semester. We shall register once we have healed the injuries of our outer brothers. Xiang Chen replied. Xiang Chen, Xiang Tianyu, little scoundrels, you have finally returned. At that moment, an enraged female voice rang out. In the distance, a woman clad in black approached, flanked by over 10 figures, all bearing fierce expressions. Trouble is upon us again, Xiahou Wu remarked beside Xiang Chen. We must face it sooner or later. Xiang Chen maintained his composure. The newcomer was Yi Fei, the sister of Yi Yu. Chapter 503. Unexpected Developments. Yi Fei, accompanied by more than a dozen students from the Yi family, advanced with an imposing presence, blocking the path of Xiang Chen and his companions. Hey, little beauty. What brings you here again? Have you developed a fondness for Tianyu or Brother Chen? If it's Tianyu, I could play matchmaker for you. This wooden block has yet to find a girlfriend. But if it's Brother Chen you fancy, then you'll have to wait in line. As he is quite the sought-after catch, Wang Xiaoji teased. Night Fei paid no heed to Wang Xiaoji, her gaze fixed upon Xiang Tianyu, the one who had slain her brother. Xiang Tianyu, you killed my brother. I shall make you pay with your life. Night Fei bellowed. Xiang Tianyu, with an air of indifference, retorted, you brought this upon yourselves, you deserve it. What? The first on the original tiger ranking, Night Rain, was killed by this brat? Impossible. The others looked at Tianyu in disbelief. Xiang Chen gestured for Tianyu to remain silent and stepped forward, saying, Night Fei, in the realm of spirits, life and death are dictated by fate. Your brother initiated the conflict, thus my brother's actions are justified. Night Fei coldly asserted. The grudge for slaying a brother cannot be forgiven. If you, Yin Huang, dare to protect him, you will all be my enemies. Although my Night family is not a top-tier clan, we are more than capable of dealing with someone of your ilk. Who dares to stop me? Xiang Chen chuckled mockingly and advanced a step, while the brothers and sisters of Yin Huang all moved forward. Very well, since you all wish to defend this murderer. Then prepare to die. Uncle Lung, eliminate them. Night Fei shrieked. From the crowd emerged a middle-aged man, exuding a terrifying aura that transcended the Yuan Yang realm. A master of the Soul Moon realm. Night Lung, a powerful figure of the Night family. Night Lung stepped forth, surging with formidable power, and coldly declared. For killing my Night family's young master, Xiang Tianyu, even the Academy's rules cannot save you today. Prepare for battle. Xiang Chen shouted in fury. And the brothers of Yin Huang transformed into celestial werewolves. Night Lung scoffed at the assembled members of Yin Huang, saying, a bunch of Yuan Yang realm youngsters. Do you truly believe you can stop me? We must at least try. I cannot allow you to murder my brother, Xiang Chen replied with a cold smile. Overestimating yourselves. Night Lung scoffed, and with a single step, unleashed a violent torrent of fire attribute true essence, coalescing into a roaring fire python over 10 meters long, charging towards Tianyu. Tian Moon, light wave. Xiang Chen, now a celestial werewolf, roared, releasing a wave of celestial wolf energy from his mouth. Simultaneously, dozens of celestial werewolves unleashed their own celestial wolf light waves, converging to strike the massive fire python. The beams collided with the true essence fire python, causing it to explode violently. Night Lung gasped in surprise. After all, he was a formidable master at the minor celestial level of the Soul Moon realm. He then let out a cold snort, stepped forward, and transformed into a streak of light, wielding a spiritual treasure, a crimson spirit blade. The spirit blade, infused with true essence, erupted into a blade of light spanning several dozen meters, descending from above like a colossal sword. With a thunderous crash, this blade, imbued with the power of the treasure, shattered the collective assault of the others, the ferocious blade aura striking everyone present. Xiang Chen and the members of Yin Huang were sent flying, spitting blood. The disparity in realms was too great. The difference spanned over 10 minor realms, not to mention major realms. And they were not even in their strongest forms as celestial wolves. Big brother. Tianyu's expression changed dramatically as he watched those who had been defending him being struck down. You seek death. Tianyu roared in fury, a torrent of uncontrollable power surging within him. Kill. As the cold night descended, Night Cold advanced with a flicker of his figure. Continuing his assault, a blade of energy coalesced into a radiant arc aimed at Tianyu. With a deafening roar, Xiang Chen summoned the true wings of the Tian, ascending into the air to shield Tianyu, wielding the Dragon Quake Demon Blade to intercept the strike. The over 10-meter-long blade arc collided with Xiang Chen's own strike, the violent blade aura and force shattering the power of his blow. With a crack, Xiang Chen's arms were fractured, and he was sent crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Unaware of your own demise, you shall accompany our young master to the grave, Night Cold declared coldly, preparing to cleave Xiang Chen with a fierce blade arc. Yet, just before Tian Yu could unleash his fury, a streak of platinum sword light descended, cleaving through the attack with an explosion of chilling energy. The cold surged forth, freezing the opponent's true essence. A magnificent white sword, several meters long, took form, declaring, "Is this the place for your reckless abandon?" Within the halls of the Academy of Huangzhou, a lithe figure appeared. A woman standing at an elegant height of nearly 1.80 meters, with alluring curves and an age that seemed to be around 23 or 24. Yet she was evidently in her late 20s. Her exquisite beauty, marked by an air of noble aloofness intertwined with a hint of seduction, left countless men in awe. Yet none dared to harbor impure thoughts. Spitting blood, Xiang Chen rose from the ground, astonished as he beheld the approaching woman. Yi Tianjiao. It is senior sister Yi, he thought, marveling at her beauty. Miss Yi Tianjiao. Night Cold exclaimed with a hint of respect. This is the Academy of Huangzhou. It is not a place where you can run rampant, Yi Tianjiao stated coldly. Sister Tianjiao, why are you assisting them? This brat has killed my second brother. Night Fei retorted angrily. I am not aiding anyone. I am enforcing the rules of the Academy. Outsiders must not harm the students within these walls. As an enforcer of the law hall, it is my duty to oversee this, Yi Tianjiao replied in a chilling tone. Miss Tianjiao, when Academy students cause trouble and take lives outside, the Academy bears no responsibility. We have already informed the law hall of this matter. This brat killed our young master, and our family must exact vengeance. Night Cold pointed at Xiang Tianyu. Oh, so you intend to kill him? Yi Tianjiao remarked, glancing at Xiang Tianyu, her beautiful eyes narrowing. She had initially assumed they sought to kill Xiang Chen. However, this person bore a striking resemblance to him. Were they perhaps brothers? Contemplating briefly, she stated, regardless of whom you intend to kill, inside the Academy, the act of killing a student is something I must intervene in. Xiang Chen looked at Yi Tianjiao with surprise. This woman was actually coming to his aid. Could it be that the bond formed on that fateful night had blossomed into something deeper? As Night Cold charged forward, Xiang Chen thought, this will surely lead to conflict. Seeking death, Yi Tianjiao scoffed, her brow furrowing as she unleashed a magnificent platinum flame rose. A wave of chilling energy erupting forth. With a resounding clash, the energies collided, extinguishing Night Cold's fiery essence upon contact. The icy tendrils of the Yin ice flame enveloped him, instantly transforming his form into a frozen statue. Yet she, being a whole realm above him, was effortlessly vanquished in a single strike. Chapter 504, The Flame Giant. Uncle Lung. Yi Fei's countenance shifted dramatically, her eyes wide with horror as she beheld this spectacle. A master of the third tier of the Soul Moon realm had been defeated in an instant. Just how formidable was Yi Tianjiao's spiritual prowess? Yi Tianjiao retracted her spiritual power, gazing at the frozen Yi Lung with an indifferent tone. Those who ignore counsel court their own demise. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, retreated even further, fearful of being ensnared by the frost. Yi Shuejia's strength is truly astounding. The crowd, filled with trepidation, cast reverent glances toward Yi Tianjiao. Chenggu, what is the matter with this woman? Why has she suddenly changed her demeanor to assist us? Wang Xiaoji asked, furrowing his brow. Xiang Chen, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, who knows? Perhaps, as she claims, she merely seeks to uphold the Academy's regulations. I find that hard to believe. There are other stewards in the Academy. Why is it she who has stepped forward? Yang Bin murmured softly. Enough with the baseless speculation. It is a fortunate turn of events that she is willing to shield us, said a particularly anxious individual. Yi Tianjiao, release my Uncle Lung this instant. Yi Fei seethed, her patience evaporating. Take him and leave, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yi Tianjiao replied haughtily. My dear niece, it has been years since we last met. I did not expect you to possess such strength, came a detached voice as a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his countenance stern, approached with a retinue. This man bore a resemblance to Yi Yu, flanked by several formidable experts of the Soul Moon realm. Father, Yi Fei rushed towards him, calling out. It was Yi Fenghu, the esteemed elder of the Yi clan. Yi Fenghu was a renowned figure in the desolate city, a master of the grand tier of the Soul Moon realm. Many local students cast looks of reverence toward him. Elder Yi. Yi Tianjiao's brows furrowed as she regarded the newcomer. My dear niece, I have already communicated with the law enforcement hall regarding this matter. Xiang Tianyu has slain my son and also harmed an academy student. The law enforcement hall will not intervene further, and you need not involve yourself either, as this does not contravene our regulations, Yi Fenghu stated, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Tianyu. Yi Tianjiao's expression remained frosty, yet with Yi Fenghu's intervention, she indeed had no grounds to interfere further. Moreover, she knew she could not withstand Yi Fenghu's might. Very well, Xiang Tianyu may be taken, but no other students shall be harmed, Yi Tianjiao declared, stepping aside. Her indifference towards Tianyu stemmed from her concern for Xiang Chen. After all, feelings can develop over time. Xiang Chen felt a weight settle in his heart. While the members of the Yan Huang faction wore grim expressions as they observed Yi Fenghu and his entourage approach, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Nevertheless, they stood resolutely before Tianyu, unwilling to yield. Stand aside, Yi Fenghu commanded coldly. Only over our dead bodies, Xiang Chen replied, his resolve unshaken. Yi Fenghu smirked disdainfully, a group of deluded fools. With a single step, he unleashed a tremendous surge of true energy, a force that rippled outward with devastating impact. A terrifying surge of energy crashed forth, sending Xiang Chen and his companions flying, utterly overwhelmed by the vast disparity in strength. The members of Yan Huang gasped in shock, their eyes fixated on Yi Fenghu, completely unable to impede his advance. Tianyu, Xiang Chen roared, attempting to rise and charge forward. However, Yi Tianjiao suddenly appeared by his side, delivering a swift kick that sent him hurtling against the wall of the courtyard. Glaring at her in fury, Xiang Chen spat, "You wretched woman, what are you doing?" His anger surged. The surrounding students were taken aback. Did he dare to insult Yi Tianjiao? Was he courting death? Yet, to their astonishment, Yi Tianjiao did not retaliate. With a cold demeanor, she replied, "Your pitiful cultivation, what good will it do to rush forward?" Xiang Chen's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless by her words. While Yi Fenghu advanced toward Tianyu. Tianyu, his expression impassive, regarded his adversary. "So, you are the one who killed my son?" Yi Fenghu inquired coldly. "Indeed," Tianyu admitted without hesitation. Yi Fenghu's voice was icy as he declared, "I shall make you kneel before his grave and use your head to honor my son." Seize him. As soon as he finished speaking, two formidable Soul Moon Realm warriors surged forth, unleashing a torrent of energy as they aimed to capture Tianyu. With a thunderous roar, Tianyu unleashed a powerful blaze from within. A magnificent crimson-blue flame erupted, enveloping his form and coalescing outward, transforming him into a colossal, indistinct figure of fire, towering 10 meters high, radiating an overwhelming heat wave that swept in all directions. As the two energy-infused hands surged toward him, the flame giant roared, striking with its fists to obliterate the incoming assault. A wave of fire erupted instantaneously, sweeping hundreds of meters away. Nearby spectators cried out in horror as their hair ignited and their bodies became scalding hot. "How is this possible?" Others exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the flame giant. A flicker of astonishment also crossed Xiang Chen's eyes. The fiery titan roared, its eyes blazing with fury as it advanced, launching two colossal fiery fists at the two warriors. "It is he, this very form that killed my second brother," Yi Fei shouted in anger. "Such formidable flame power. What manner of beast is this?" Yi Fenghu's eyes also reflected a hint of astonishment. The battle between the flame giant and the two Soul Moon Realm warriors raged fiercely, the ground beneath them melting into magma from the searing heat, several buildings igniting in flames. So this is Tianyu's true form, Xiang Chen thought in awe, sensing the chaotic emotions within Tianyu, now consumed by irrational fury. "Kill everyone except my elder brother," the flame giant bellowed, unleashing a torrent of molten fire that struck the two warriors. They exerted all their strength to conjure a protective barrier, but their defenses were being incinerated. The two warriors were clearly on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, Yi Fenghu roared, summoning a spirit of burning flame from within him, merging it with his energy to transform into a massive 10-meter-tall flame tiger. The blazing tiger erupted with ferocity, its claw imbued with formidable power, striking the flaming giant. With a resounding thud, the giant was sent reeling. In that moment, the fiery tiger roared, unleashing a colossal fireball measuring 2 meters in diameter, which violently collided with the giant. The explosion echoed like a ton of explosives detonating, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept across a vast expanse. shattering trees and sending numerous individuals flying. At last, the flaming giant succumbed to the explosion, its fiery form dissipating and revealing Tianyu, who was hurled through the air, blood spewing from his mouth as he soared hundreds of meters away. Xiang Chen and the others were also swept away by the force of the blast. Chapter 505. The Inevitable Tide. Tianyu. The members of the Huang faction were filled with sorrow and rage, yet they lacked the strength to approach. Knight Fenghu advanced step by step toward the flung Tianyu, whose body was marred with cracks, blood boiling with intense heat, lying motionless on the ground. With a swift motion, Knight Fenghu's hand grasped, condensing his true essence into a massive claw that seized Tianyu, holding him within his fiery grip. Regardless of what kind of monster you are, today you shall pay for my son's life. Knight Fenghu declared coldly. Xiang Chen, his eyes reddened with fury, bellowed. Old Lu, save my brother, and I shall aid you in curing your ailment. From the void, a figure concealed among the clouds expressed astonishment. When did this boy become aware of his identity? Subsequently, a silhouette descended from the heavens, a beam of azure sword light cleaving down towards the fiery hand. With a resounding crash, the flaming grasp disintegrated in an explosion, and Tianyu plummeted to the ground. A figure materialized before the onlookers. It was an elderly man clad in gray. The dean. The surrounding students gasped in surprise, promptly bowing in respect. Dean Lu. Knight Fenghu regarded the newcomer with astonishment, his brow furrowing as he clasped his hands in greeting. I pay my respects to Dean Lu. Dean Lu responded, Elder Yi. It seems rather inappropriate for you to attack my students here in the Western Academy. Knight Fenghu replied, Dean Lu, this boy has harmed my son outside. My son is also a disciple of your academy, and this action contradicts our rules. The academy has always refrained from intervening in the disputes of various factions. Are you truly going to shield this murderer? Dean Lu waved his sleeve, his brow furrowed as he contemplated his response. Yet, Xiang Chen shouted, Tianyu is a disciple of Dean Lu. What is wrong with a master protecting his disciple? Dean Lu cast a surprised glance at Xiang Chen. However, Xiang Chen's lips moved as he transmitted his thoughts through true essence, the content unknown. A look of shock crossed Dean Lu's eyes as he glanced at the unconscious Tianyu. What? This boy is the dean's disciple? When did the dean accept him? It said that Xia Qingcheng is the dean's sole disciple? The other students murmured in astonishment, envy directed toward Tianyu. Dean Lu's student. Knight Fenghu regarded Dean Lu with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. Dean Lu replied calmly, Indeed, this child is my disciple. I regret the death of your son. However, in martial arts, death is an inevitable occurrence. We cannot hand this child over to you. How about a favor in exchange? Allowing me to owe the Yi family a debt of gratitude? Upon hearing the words, Yi Fenghu felt a heavy weight in his heart. Indeed, this old fellow's disciple was involved, complicating matters considerably. It was rumored that the 4 esteemed deans of the Huangzhou Academy possessed unfathomable strength, and Dean Lu had once been a disciple of that sect, having pursued advanced studies. The enmity of a slain child cannot be dismissed simply due to a plea for mercy. What if I refuse? Yi Fenghu replied coldly. Then by all means, you may attempt to seize him from my grasp. Dean Lu stated with an air of indifference. In that case, I must take my leave and seek your guidance. Dean Lu. Yi Fenghu bellowed in fury, unleashing a torrent of vital energy as one clawed strike surged forth. With a thunderous roar, the energy coalesced into a colossal tiger claw, aimed at Dean Lu, its size exceeding 10 meters, capable of obliterating mountains with a single blow. With a mere flick of his sleeve, Dean Lu unleashed a streak of azure brilliance that cleaved through the tiger's claw, shattering it in an instant. And the brilliance arced menacingly towards Yi Fenghu. His complexion turned ashen, and he retreated mid-air to evade the onslaught. The ground was rent asunder, a bottomless chasm forming from the strike, plunging over 100 meters deep. In the ethereal realm above, Yi Fenghu's expression darkened as he felt the terrifying power of the opponent's casual blow. Such formidable beings are indeed rare in Huangdu. Do you still harbor confidence? Dean Lu inquired calmly. I have learned my lesson, Yi Fenghu replied, bowing respectfully, though his demeanor remained frigid. Casting a glance at Tianyu, his murderous intent lingered, and with a cold snort, he waved his sleeve and vanished into thin air. The formidable individuals from the Yi family followed suit. Father, is this how it ends? Yi Fei exclaimed in anger as she pursued him. Will we not avenge second brother? Yi Fenghu replied coldly. We cannot afford to offend a powerful being above. especially with the Tianlu family backing him. We shall remember this grudge and wait for your elder brother to return. How infuriating. Second brother, I am so sorry. Yi Fei lamented, tears of frustration streaming down her cheeks. As the Yi family departed, the onlookers gazed at the dean, who had effortlessly repelled the Yi family as strongmen. Their hearts filled with reverence. This is the nature of the world. Strength reigns supreme. When fists are mightier than your own, even the grudge of a slain child must be endured. If one is powerless, they are left to be trampled upon. Xiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Yet his pride was simultaneously ignited, giving rise to a sense of humiliation. He realized he was still not strong enough. Encountering someone mightier forced him to seek assistance from others. Meanwhile, Dean Lu turned to embrace Tian Yu, his consciousness probing the boy's condition. A look of delight spreading across his face. Indeed, he possesses the pure flame celestial body. The boy did not deceive me. I had not anticipated that our western courtyard would gain yet another such prodigy. No wonder he could unleash such formidable power. It is all due to the might of the celestial body. Dean Lu rejoiced. Previously, to protect Tian Yu, Xiang Chen had no choice but to reveal the secret of the boy's extraordinary talent. With such astonishing prowess, once the academy learns of Tian Yu, they will undoubtedly offer protection should he join. What did you say to the dean? That boy is not a disciple of the dean, is he? Yi Tianjiao inquired. Casting a glance at Xiang Chen met her gaze and replied calmly, my brother is also a peerless genius. Naturally, the academy will offer protection. A peerless genius. As Yi Tianjiao furrowed her brow, poised to seek clarity, Dean Lu called for Xiang Chen to approach. You all wait for me. Xiang Chen instructed his brothers before promptly following Dean Lu. With an overwhelming surge of primordial energy, Dean Lu enveloped him, cradling Tian Yu, and the two ascended into the void. After a considerable time, they descended into the courtyard where Dean Lu resided. I have come to rescue him, Xiang Chen declared. Stepping forward to take Tian Yu into his care, he quickly administered a medicinal pill, channeling his celestial essence into Tian Yu's body to aid in his healing. Tian Yu was laid upon a bed in the chamber, and Dean Lu observed Xiang Chen's ministrations with astonishment. How have you advanced in cultivation so swiftly? Have you perhaps practiced some nefarious technique? Xiang Chen, at a loss for words, responded, I too am a prodigious talent, you know. I have encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities within the spirit realm, which is why my advancement has been so rapid. Indeed, you are of the extreme constitution. However, the secrets of the academy have not been divulged to you. Otherwise, given your talents, I shudder to think how many female cultivators would covet you as a vessel for their dark arts. Nevertheless, Xiang Chen, what has transpired in your great merchants in recent years? How have so many exceptional talents emerged? With figures like Xiahou Wu and yourself, and this lad possessing a pure yang constitution and the pure flame immortal body. Such gifts were once rare, now they appear in succession. Is some grand upheaval about to unfold in the world? Dean Lu pondered aloud, lost in his thoughts. By the way, this lad possesses the pure flame immortal body. If he and Qingxiang were to cultivate together, perhaps they could resolve the conflict of their opposing elements. Dean Lu's eyes sparkled with realization as he recalled Qingxiang's predicament. A smile gracing his features. Enough of this, old man. Do you still wish for me to heal you? Qingxiang is my beloved, and Tian Yu is my brother. What are you thinking? Xiang Chen's expression darkened as he could no longer hold back his ire. If not for the disparity in their strength, he would have relished the opportunity to pluck every hair from the old man's body. If you truly care for Qingxiang, what does it matter if you bear a little green on your head for her sake? Besides, is not this lad your brother? Supporting your own kin is preferable to aiding others. Dean Lu continued. I have already stated that I can save Qingxiang. Cease your musings on this matter, old man, lest I be compelled to unleash a torrent of curses upon you, Xiang Chen retorted, retracting his celestial essence. Very well, let us refrain from grandiose proclamations for now. First, attend to my ailment. If you succeed, we shall speak further, Dean Lu replied nonchalantly. Undress, and I shall immediately commence with the needles. I am a man of my word, Xiang Chen declared, producing a set of silver needles from his spatial ring. Dean Lu loosened his upper robe and took a seat on a nearby stool. Xiang Chen approached, now equipped with the silver needles, and deftly began inserting them into specific acupoints around Dean Lu's liver and gallbladder. His technique was refined, and soon dozens of needles were embedded within Dean Lu's body. As these needles penetrated the acupoints, a distinctive energy surged through Dean Lu's meridians. From the heavens and earth, an invisible yet palpable force flowed into Dean Lu's being. Gritting his teeth, Dean Lu felt a searing pain radiate from his liver and gallbladder. As drops of dark red poison oozed from his pores, the toxic blood dripped onto the ground, corroding it and releasing wisps of green smoke. It truly could be expelled. Dean Lu was astounded as he gazed at the toxic blood surging from his body. Xiang Chen observed calmly as the blood continuously flowed out, and Dean Lu felt the searing pain within him gradually dissipate. Before long, he collapsed onto the ground, leaving a pool of toxic blood behind. After more than half an hour, the flow ceased, and only then did Xiang Chen retract the silver needles, remarking, "Old man, how much do you love drinking? The accumulated toxins in your body must have been building for over a century." Dean Lu had transformed from an elderly man into a middle-aged figure. His gray hair had turned black again. He sensed a powerful vitality awakening within him and the refreshing coolness of his liver and gallbladder, unable to suppress the excitement blooming on his face. "The toxins from alcohol within me have truly vanished." He looked towards the young man who was sterilizing the silver needles. His eyes filled with astonishment. Countless esteemed pharmacists had been powerless against his alcohol toxins, yet now, a mere youth had resolved the issue. What remarkable medical skill does he possess? Who is his master? In truth, it is merely a pig-headed old man. Our family's cultivation methods are intertwined with drinking, and these toxins have accumulated for over 200 years. Young man, thank you. Although I had made a promise, I still owe you a favor. Dean Lu donned his clothing and decided to mend his relationship with Xiang Chen, realizing that he was not the only one with such issues. Others in his family suffered similarly. Xiang Chen provided him with a prescription, stating, "Your alcohol toxins have mostly been expelled, yet some stubborn toxicity remains that requires medicinal treatment. Prepare the herbs according to my instructions and take them once daily at noon. Within half a month, you shall be completely cured." Dean Lu promptly treasured the prescription, smiling as he said, "Young man, you must come visit my family sometime." Xiang Chen glanced at him and replied, "Your family has patients like you who wish for my assistance, I presume?" Dean Lu chuckled heartily, acknowledging the young man's cleverness. "Indeed, many in my family suffer from similar ailments. If you are willing to help, our Tian Lu family shall reward you handsomely. Rest assured, I will visit the Tian Lu family in the future. Just don't chase me away," Xiang Chen replied with a mischievous grin. "Furthermore, this young man, you promised me that he would become my disciple." Dean Lu pointed towards Tianyu. Xiang Chen nodded, saying, "That is acceptable, but you must ensure my brother's safety. Once he becomes my disciple, I will naturally protect him. You needn't worry," Dean Lu replied with a joyful heart. Having healed a long-standing ailment and gained an admirable disciple, his spirits had not been this high in many years. "I shall leave Tianyu here with you for now. I must return," Xiang Chen stated, not wishing to linger. He bowed slightly and then departed from Dean Lu's residence. That young man, I must have someone investigate his background thoroughly, Dean Lu thought as he watched Xiang Chen's retreating figure. Such medical prowess and talent surely cannot exist without the guidance of a master. After leaving, Xiang Chen made his way back to his dwelling, where everyone awaited his safe return. The sight of him back home brought a collective sigh of relief. "I'm glad to see you well, Chenggu. What about Tianyu?" the crowd inquired. Xiang Chen replied, "Tianyu is still with Director Lu, so there is no need for concern. He is safe now." Thankfully, the director intervened this time. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences. Indeed, the group lamented, "We are still not strong enough." Initially, they had been brimming with confidence, their powers having surged as they trampled over the Huang line society, believing themselves invincible. Yet this setback reminded them that there are always greater forces at play, and before true strength, they felt utterly powerless. "Let us not lose heart," Xiang Chen encouraged. "Life is not always smooth sailing. We must learn to face our shortcomings with renewed vigor. We are still young, with a long future ahead of us. The true masters have trained for centuries, but if we strive diligently, we shall reclaim our dignity one day." "Yes," the crowd echoed in unison. "By the way, Guzi, are you going to pick up Xiao Tuan and Qingming for the Great Xiang?" asked Xiao Wu. "Yes, please fetch them from the academy. I shall personally escort them back to the Great Xiang," Xiang Chen replied, longing to return home after a long absence. Xiao Wu nodded, and Xiang Chen turned to the others, saying, "During this time, let's all exercise caution and avoid leaving the academy." I fear the Yi family might vent their wrath on our Huang brothers. The group nodded in agreement, and after their departure, a graceful figure soon entered Xiang Chen's courtyard. Xiang Chen, Xiang Chen exclaimed, surprised to see the immaculate beauty in white. Brother Chen, you have finally returned. Xiang Chen exclaimed, running towards him. Xiang Chen rushed to embrace her, lifting her in delight. I missed you dearly. I had intended to visit, but upon my return, many events transpired. I have heard of it all. I apologize for arriving late and being unable to assist you, Xiang Chen said, her voice tinged with guilt as she embraced Xiang Chen. Don't say that. You can handle your own matters, he teased. Now, let me see my stunning beauty after half a year apart. Ah, you are even more enchanting. Utterly captivating. Xiang Chen playfully caressed Xiang Chen's cheek. Brother Chen, you are quite the charmer. She blushed, feeling flattered by his words. Hee. If you wish to know how sweet my words are, you must experience them firsthand, he said, leaning in to kiss her. Xiang Chen wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, tilting her head back to reciprocate, as they engaged in a tender moment that stretched on for several minutes. As their playful affection continued, Xiang Chen's hands began to wander restlessly. Xiang Chen felt a shift in the atmosphere, her breath quickening. In a moment of urgency, she playfully bit his ear, prompting him to recoil in surprise, clutching his ear in feigned agony. Brother Chen, you naughty boy, bullying me. She pouted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Xiang Chen chuckled heartily. Well, as they say, a man must be a little wicked to be loved by a woman. Shall I be a bit more mischievous? He scooped her up in a princess carry, and with her startled gasp, he dashed into the room, shutting the door behind them. This mischievous fellow, having indulged in such pleasures, found his self-control wavering. He gently placed Xiang Chen on the bed, leaning in for another kiss as he attempted to loosen her garments. Xiang Chen was startled and quickly kicked Xiang Ergu. Xiang Chen winced in pain, instinctively shielding himself and bending over, unable to straighten his back. Brother Chen, are you all right? I didn't mean to. We cannot. My spirit will burn you alive. Xiang Chen hurriedly rushed to support Xiang Chen. He forced a bitter smile, having forgotten that crucial detail. He slapped himself across the face, wondering how he could have succumbed to such primal instincts. My dear, I apologize for my recklessness, Xiang Chen said, sitting at the edge of the bed, his voice low. I will ensure your ailment is cured promptly. Xiang Chen leaned against Xiang Chen's shoulder, gently holding his hand as she softly replied, the one who should apologize is me. I have failed to fulfill my duties as a woman. However, Brother Chen, you truly frightened me just now. My Xiang Chen is so beautiful, it's irresistible, and I lost control for a moment. Xiang Chen chuckled, wrapping his arm around Xiang Chen's shoulders and planting a kiss on her cheek. You certainly have a way with words, she replied, rolling her eyes at him. To express such raw instincts in such a romantic and charming manner, I've learned something new. She continued, by the way, I didn't realize you have already reached the second layer of the Yuanyang realm. Impressive. What reward do you desire? I desire nothing but your safety. Xiang Chen shook her head. Huh, that simply won't do. Such a beautiful girl must be rewarded for her hard work. How about a fervent kiss as a reward? Xiang Chen grinned. Not yet. You must exercise restraint to avoid a repeat of earlier. However, I have prepared a gift for you, Xiang Chen said, pinching the soft flesh at Xiang Chen's waist, causing him to grimace. Oh, huh? That's delightful. I was merely joking. I also have a gift for you, Xiang Chen said as a radiant ring appeared in his hand, unveiling a gift box. In turn, Xiang Chen produced a gift box of her own, which she had prepared for him. As they exchanged gifts, Xiang Chen opened the box from Xiang Chen, revealing a precious spiritual mushroom exuding a dense aura of Yin energy, a second-rank Yin mushroom, valued at around 10,000 spirit coins. Xiang Chen gazed at the mushroom and then at Xiang Chen, asking, where did you procure the funds to buy this mushroom? 10,000 spirit coins equate to 1,000,000 gold coins. The Xia family cannot possibly provide that much for you. Although Xiang Chen was considered a wealthy lady in the capital, in such a premier city as the Wild Capital, she was merely an ordinary woman. I hadn't used the money Brother Chen won for me last time, and coupled with the funds I've accumulated from tasks over the years, I was able to afford it. Do you like it? She smiled. Xiang Chen's eyes glistened. This mushroom was purchased with Xiang Chen's frugality, and no amount of money could compare to such a gesture of affection. I love it. This is the finest elixir in the world. Brother Chen will cherish it for a lifetime as a keepsake, he said softly, deeply moved. Hee. That won't do. You must consume it and become even stronger, Xiang Chen replied, then turned her attention to the gift box from Xiang Chen, saying, I want to see what Brother Chen has gifted me. She opened the box, and a radiant light emerged, revealing a long white silk ribbon intricately adorned with spiritual patterns. Neatly folded within, beside it lay a lotus-like spiritual platform, another artifact of significance. This is a spiritual artifact, Xiang Chen exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Even a low-grade spiritual artifact is worth tens of thousands of spirit coins. She gazed at Xiang Chen in awe and asked, Brother Chen, where did you acquire this spiritual artifact? I took it from a thief I defeated. This ribbon possesses binding capabilities and can also be used for offense. While the spiritual platform can fly, and its petals can transform into sharp projectiles. You have now claimed these two treasures as your own, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. No, this is too precious. Brother Chen, you should keep it, Xiang Chen insisted. Foolish girl, Xiang Chen chuckled, pinching her delicate nose. What is mine is yours. I have no need for it. You are my most treasured possession. With these two artifacts to protect you, I can rest easier. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiang Chen embraced Xiang Chen tightly. The two shared a tender moment, their affection palpable. Xiang Chen discreetly placed 10,000 spirit coins and an ice spirit fruit into Xiang Chen's storage ring. Though he may have more than one woman in his life, none would ever hold a place in his heart as high as hers. In his humble moments, she had always been by his side, and for Xiang Chen, Xiang Chen had become a symbol of faith in true emotions amidst adversity. By the way, my dear, there is something I must confess, Xiang Chen said, releasing her. A hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. Xiang Chen's gaze turned knowing. She understood him all too well. With a hint of melancholy, she inquired, Brother Chen, you haven't taken another woman, have you? Xiang Chen smiled wryly, not exactly. He recounted his encounter with Yi Tianjiao. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen was both shocked and furious. Though her ire was directed not at Xiang Chen, but rather at Yi Tianjiao. You are the woman I cherish most, Xiang Chen said with a sigh. I did not wish to hide this from you. Chen, I am sorry. Just then, a loud cry echoed through the air as Xiang Ergu was hurled from the room, landing with a thud in the living room, a dark bruise marking his eye. Chen, I was wrong. He lamented, covering his eyes, guilt etched across his face. His wolf ears flopping dejectedly. What did you do wrong? Came the probing question from the depths of his soul, knowing that an unsatisfactory answer might lead to another painful punch. I should have resisted temptation. But at that moment, I had no choice. That wicked woman was entirely forceful. Alas, my precious first time was meant for you, and I never imagined it would be taken from me. I am truly pitiable. Xiang Ergu lamented, feigning innocence as he stood before Xiang Chen. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Chen looked at Xiang Chen's foolish demeanor and found it hard to remain angry. Come here. This isn't entirely Brother Chen's fault. I have little acquaintance with Yi Tianjiao, but I can surmise her character. She likely would not willingly submit to you. How do you plan to handle your relationship with her? Her family is influential, and this matter must not become public knowledge. Otherwise, her suitors will not spare you. Xiang Chen returned to his serious demeanor, sitting down with his hands resting on the bed. He remarked, I never intended to cultivate any feelings for that woman. At one point, I even contemplated killing her or using sorcery to control her. However, today, she unexpectedly stood up to protect me. Xiang Chen furrowed her delicate brows and lay down, resting her head on Xiang Chen's arm. She inquired, now that this woman is aware of the secret of your constitution, might she resort to unscrupulous means to capture you as a vessel for her cultivation? In the realm of cultivation, murder is a commonplace occurrence, and such vile actions are hardly rare. Xiang Chen was well aware that, had she not been the dean's disciple, many within the academy would have sought her out with relentless determination. Chapter 508. The world is yours. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes and replied, this woman is unlikely to resort to such tactics. I had made some minor preparations. If she dares to act in such a manner, I can ensure her disgrace. Xiang Chen nestled against his arm and remarked, it is good that Brother Chen is prepared. However, should there be any potential for development between you and her, it may not be entirely unwise. Her backing is formidable and could possibly aid you. Xiang Chen smiled as he gazed at the exquisite half of Ching's face, removing the other half of her mask. His hand caressed her flushed and strikingly red cheek as he teased. Would you not feel jealous if I were to develop something with her? Humph, how could I not? But upon reflection, as Brother Chen's future legitimate wife, I must prioritize your interests. Besides, you are quite the flirt. I am certain you will have your eyes on other young ladies in the future, Xiang Chen huffed lightly. Yet, she soon tenderly stroked Xiang Chen's handsome face and smiled. But I know that, no matter how many women you may have in the future, I will always hold a unique place in your heart. I am your one and only beloved. Ah, my dear, such confidence. You have me all figured out. I am destined to be a man who conquers the world. What if I were to encounter a beauty so enchanting that I forget you? Xiang Chen playfully pinched Xia Qingqing's nose. That will never happen. Remember our childhood escapades? No matter how far we wandered, when I grew weary, you always carried me home. Though you may be a flirt, you are also the most devoted and affectionate person. If that day ever comes, I will leave you, ensuring you can never find me again, and perhaps even take away your manhood as a parting gift, Xia Qingqing retorted, playfully pinching Xiang Chen's wolf-like ears. Xiang Chen's eyes glistened with emotion as he kissed Qingqing's forehead, gently declaring, that day will never arrive. My world is your world, and you are my singular, most beautiful realm. The greatest joy of my life is having you. Men's words can be deceiving, yet I believe those sentiments. For you are my greatest treasure in this life, Qingqing responded, wrapping her arms tightly around Xiang Chen. The two embraced, gazing into each other's eyes, sharing a smile before falling into a deep slumber, holding each other closely. Of course, that night, they shared nothing but the warmth of their presence. What is love in this world? Two hearts, united, companions for an eternity. Meanwhile, in the inner palace, within a certain courtyard, Yin Tianai sat in the main seat, his expression dark and brooding. Xiang Kei's demeanor was dark as he spoke. The rise of that little wretch is beyond our imagination. We cannot allow him to continue on this path. We must devise a way to eliminate him. He felt an unshakable unrest as long as Xiang Chen remained unvanquished. Indeed, Your Highness, another chimed in. If we permit this young man to flourish unchecked, he may one day become a true dragon, posing a threat to the royal status. Yin Feng's voice was cold as he interjected. Yin Tianya's gaze was frosty as he remarked, in the academy, there is no means to eradicate him. Our best course of action is to find a way to lure him back to the Great Xiang. Does anyone have any suggestions on how to accomplish this? The group fell into deep contemplation. Xiang Kei then spoke, I am familiar with this lad. He is quite sentimental. If anything were to happen to those dear to him in the Great Xiang, he would undoubtedly return. A sudden spark ignited in Xiang Kei's eyes as a thought struck him. He shared his plan, and upon hearing it, Yin Tianai pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. Xiang Kei, your idea has provided me with a splendid inspiration. I too have devised a scheme, a plan that achieves two objectives with a single stroke. With a menacing resolve, he declared, Xiang Chen, should I fail to eliminate you this time, I, Yin Tianai, shall harbor this grievance henceforth. The following day, after accompanying Xiang Chen for breakfast, Qing Cheng returned to Jade Dragon Peak. She was indeed a diligent girl, putting forth immense effort in her cultivation. With limited resources provided by her family, she dedicated countless hours to refining her skills and completing tasks for both monetary gain and academic credits. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiang Chen set about concocting a batch of transformation elixirs, utilizing the blood essence of his brothers. He produced a total of 300 of these potions. His management approach was hierarchical. He oversaw 58 core members of the Tianlang group, while they managed the lower-tier Yinhuang members. This tiered system of authority ensured stability, as each individual had a few directly subordinate personnel. A group held together solely by loyalty could not remain unyielding forever. It is crucial to recognize that betrayal often comes from friends or even family, for enemies are predictable in their hostility. One must harbor genuine feelings while wielding sharp and formidable power. This is the way of survival for a wolf-hearted man. On this particular day, after completing the final batch of transformation elixirs, it was already around 10 o'clock in the evening. Exiting the training room, Xiang Chen returned to his bedroom. However, upon entering, he was taken aback. There, seated upon his bed, was a stunning woman clad in a flowing azure palace gown, her ethereal beauty suggesting she was in her 20s. Senior Sister Yi, what brings you here again? Xiang Chen asked with a wry smile. What's this? Have you forgotten about me after 3 months? Such a small man. Yi Tianjiao teased with a playful smile as she regarded him. Xiang Chen swallowed hard. It seemed she had deliberately come to tempt him. Dressed so alluringly that her fair skin nearly shimmered through the sheer fabric, her figure and beauty captivating beyond measure. Be restrained, my heart, he admonished himself. Xiang Chen silently recited to himself, taking a deep breath and forcing a wry smile. What does senior sister you mean? Wasn't I clear enough that day? Can't we treat it as an accident, each going our own way? With you barging into my residence like this, it is all too easy for me to lose control. Yi Tianjiao's haughty demeanor dissipated, replaced by a playful giggle. What are you pretending for? Just give in and come here. With a wave of her hand, a surge of true energy pulled Xiang Chen towards her, sending him crashing onto the bed. Haha, one must not neglect the beauties and delicacies of this world. Senior sister, you brought this upon yourself, so don't blame me for being heartless. Xiang Chen swiftly lowered the bed curtains, casting a glance at the enchanting figure before him, who wore a mischievous smile. The flickering white candle in the room cast a gentle spring glow, while the moon outside shyly hid behind the clouds, blushing as it sought companionship among the stars. After a night filled with fierce exchanges, the two sat facing one another, both engaging in their respective cultivation techniques. Although their true energies differed, they simultaneously circulated within their bodies, resulting in a cultivation effect that surpassed several cycles of ordinary practice. By dawn, their progress equated to that of 7 or 8 days of typical training. The next morning, as they concluded their practice, Yi Tianjiao opened her beautiful eyes and gazed at Xiang Chen, wrapping her jade arm around his neck. Naturally, this little rascal welcomed her advances. A year's plan starts in spring, and a day's plan starts in the morning, she said, and after half an hour, they finally ended their session. Xiang Chen watched Yi Tianjiao as she dressed, reflecting on the tangled fate that had brought them together. It was no longer he who pursued her, rather, it was Yi Tianjiao who had become entangled with him. I'll be visiting you once a week from now on. I can't spoil you by coming every day. I must keep you on your toes, she declared, fastening her jade belt and adjusting her appearance with a smile. Yi Tianjiao, hold on, Xiang Chen suddenly said with a serious tone. Yi Tianjiao paused, turning to him. What do you consider our current relationship? He asked. Yi Tianjiao, do you wish to be my woman? Xiang Chen fixed his gaze into her eyes. Yi Tianjiao furrowed her brow and replied, we are naturally cultivation partners, and you have no intention of marrying into the Yi family. Marriage is out of the question. I, Xiang Chen, have no desire to use a woman to climb your family's ranks. If you are willing, then you will be my woman. But if you merely see me as a means for your cultivation, then do not seek me out in the future, although I must admit, your beauty is indeed unforgettable. He stated candidly. Yi Tianjiao laughed mockingly. Little man, do you have the strength to be my rightful partner? If my suitors learned of our relationship, their power and influence could easily eliminate you. I understand that I cannot currently contend with your suitors, but that does not mean I will not be able to in the future. What I desire is merely your stance on this matter. Yi Tianjiao chuckled. Are you afraid I might be involved with other men? Rest assured, I am not that kind of woman. You are the only one for me. If you truly wish for me to be your legitimate partner, then strive to cultivate diligently so that my family may come to respect you. After Yi Tianjiao finished speaking, she gracefully exited the room. Truly a vixen, she appeared rather aloof, yet one must admit, although this woman is indeed a stunning beauty, I lack the strength to possess her with dignity. Xiang Chen sighed softly, then dismissed such thoughts and sought out Wang Xiaoji and the others, bestowing upon them the transformation pill to nurture their wolf pack. After delivering the pill, Xiang Chen took along his brothers, who had now transcended to the Yuanyang realm, to the Academic Affairs Department. With their newfound cultivation, they were eligible for early admission into the Inner Palace and to become Inner Palace disciples. Within the Inner Palace area, there resided an exquisitely elegant courtyard. A handsome young man clad in a white robe was arranging a tea set by the coffee table in the hall, brewing spirit tea for his own enjoyment. Feng Yang, a prodigy of the dragon and phoenix steel. At that moment, a woman in a black dress entered the hall and respectfully greeted Feng Yang. Chimei, you arrived just in time. This pot of nourishing spring lotus has just finished brewing. Come, have a taste, Feng Yang said with a smile. Esteemed sir, I have come to report on Miss Tianjiao, Chimei said respectfully. Feng Yang furrowed his brows and inquired. Speak, what have you discovered? I have been secretly protecting Miss Tianjiao as per your instructions, and I found that she visited a certain location yesterday and did not return for the entire night. Chimei replied softly. What location? The outer courtyard student, Xiang Chen. Chimei stated. Feng Yang's gaze flickered. You mean that newcomer who has recently gained some notoriety for entering the western courtyard? He even killed several members of the Tianai Association. Chimei nodded. Indeed, it is he. Last night, Miss Tianjiao stealthily entered his residence and did not emerge until morning. Feng Yang's eyes narrowed. Are you implying that the one Miss Tianjiao favors is this young man? Qi Mei remained silent. A woman entering a man's abode and not departing for an entire night spoke volumes. Xiang Chen, how could it possibly be him? I recall he holds a grudge against the Tianai Association. How could Tianjiao possibly harbor feelings for him? Feng Yang's expression darkened. He had considered various talented heirs from prominent families vying for Yi Tianjiao's affection, yet never pondered that it could be someone like Xiang Chen. How absurd it is to be outmatched in matters of the heart by a mere outer courtyard freshman. Shall I discreetly deal with Xiang Chen? Qi Mei inquired. No need. If he truly is the man Tianjiao loves, then to slay him would be to betray her trust. Instead, investigate his background and see if he is genuinely devoted to her. If he is merely toying with her emotions, using her status to elevate himself, then we shall eliminate him from the shadows. Feng Yang remarked, taking a sip of tea, a pang of distress stirring within him. As you wish, Qi Mei responded, quietly withdrawing. Xiang Chen, Feng Yang crushed the teacup, murmuring to himself, if you truly cherish Tianjiao, then so be it. But if you are toying with her feelings and exploiting her, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Some possess what they do not cherish, while others long for what eludes them. Some perish in pursuit of thrills, whilst others exhaust every effort merely to survive. As Xiang Chen and his companions departed the academic affairs department amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, it was the first time they had witnessed first-year students leap directly into the ranks of Inner Palace disciples. Haha, Brother Chen, from now on, we shall also be disciples of the Inner Palace, and we can ascend to the Jade Dragon Peak for our cultivation, Wang Xiaoji exclaimed with excitement. I doubt my father ever imagined that I would be enrolled in the Inner Palace within less than a year of my studies, Yang Bin and the others remarked. However, they were well aware that all of this was thanks to Xiang Chen. Their bloodline of the celestial wolf was indeed extraordinarily potent. Essentially, they faced no bottlenecks in their cultivation. Xiang Chen smiled and said, the world is still vast ahead. This is merely a small step. Come, let us celebrate with some wine. Just as they were about to head out for drinks, a beautiful woman clad in red rushed towards Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, please help me. Senior sister Yuming, it has been a while. What troubles you? Xiang Chen replied, astonished to see Yuming, the sister of Dugu Piaoxue. My elder brother's arm has been rendered useless by Yi Tianxi and cannot be restored. I have searched high and low for renowned physicians, yet none can assist him. Your medical skills are exceptional. Could you take a look? Dugu Yuming implored. What? Dugu Senior's arm is incapacitated. Quickly, take me to him. Xiang Chen's expression shifted upon hearing this. He held a favorable impression of the sword cultivator who had stood up for him on 2 occasions. All right, follow me. My brother is currently despondent and drowning his sorrows in drink, which worries me greatly, Dugu Yuming said, her face etched with concern and anguish. How could Dugu Senior be defeated by Yi Tianxi? Xiang Chen inquired. Yi Tianxi has transcended to the Soul Moon realm and challenged my brother at Xiofeng Lake. He defeated him using the power of a spiritual treasure and rendered his arm useless, Dugu Yuming explained. Xiang Chen's countenance darkened. Yi Tianxi, once again. It seemed that his attack on Dugu Piaoxue was likely motivated by the latter's previous support of him. Reflecting on this, Xiang Chen felt a sense of responsibility for the matter. The group arrived at a residence, the estate of Dugu Piaoxue. Upon entering, a strong scent of alcohol wafted through the air. They proceeded into a room where a young man was consuming wine directly from a large jug. The space littered with numerous wine vessels. Nie Yuding, present in the room, brightened upon seeing Xiang Chen and the others. Junior Xiang, I implore you, save Dugu, she cried, kneeling before him in desperation. Senior Yuding, please rise. There is no need for such a gesture. Xiang Chen quickly assisted her to her feet. Turning his gaze to Dugu Piaoxue, he noted that indeed, his right arm, the arm wielding the sword, was empty. How crucial is an arm to a sword cultivator? The meridians within the arm are integral to their ability to execute numerous sword techniques. If an arm is utterly destroyed, their path in swordsmanship is effectively shattered, and their strength diminished significantly. Was the arm completely crushed? Xiang Chen inquired. Indeed, Yi Tianxi obliterated it. Dugu Yuming gritted her teeth, harboring deep loathing for Yi Tianxi. Xiang Chen stepped forward, but Dugu Piaoxue continued drinking. Get lost. No one can heal my arm. Get lost. Dugu Piaoxue shouted, his gaze bleary with intoxication, and hurled a wine jug at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen swiftly dodged, the jug shattering into pieces. Without further ado, Xiang Chen summoned the engulfing evil vine, which swiftly ensnared Dugong Piaoxue. Before Dugong Piaoxue could react, Xiang Chen advanced, driving 3 silver needles into his spiritual center. Dugong Piaoxue instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing the severed arm of his adversary, Xiang Chen noted that the wound had already healed, severed at the shoulder. "How is it, Junior Xiang? Can you save him?" Dugong Yuming inquired anxiously. Xiang Chen remained silent, gazing at Dugong Piaoxue as he extracted the 3 silver needles from his spiritual center and released him. Upon regaining consciousness, Dugong Piaoxue shook his heavy head and cast a glance at Xiang Chen, scoffing. "What? Are you here to witness my humiliation?" Xiang Chen shook his head, replying, "I am not here to mock you. Rather, I have come to strike you." With that declaration, he delivered a resounding slap across Dugong Piaoxue's face. The force of the blow sent Dugong Piaoxue reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed against the wall, shattering it before landing in the courtyard. "What are you doing, Junior Xiang?" Nie Yuding and Dugong Yuming exclaimed in astonishment. "If you wish for me to save him, you should remain silent," Xiang Chen retorted, casting a glance at the 2 women. They exchanged glances and fell silent. Dugong Piaoxue, rising from the ground, regarded Xiang Chen with a fierce gaze, shouting, "Do you seek death? Come, try to kill me with your sword." Xiang Chen replied with indifference, "Your threats hold no weight." Dugong Piaoxue's expression darkened as he declared, "I am no longer worthy of a sword. However, to kill you, I need not one." With that, he unleashed his true essence, transforming into a sharp beam of light charging at Xiang Chen. Yet, Xiang Chen did not evade. Instead, he stepped forward, effortlessly dodging the attack and unleashing a powerful punch that struck Dugong Piaoxue squarely in the face. The impact shattered Dugong Piaoxue's protective true essence, sending him flying backward. "How is this possible?" The 2 women gasped in disbelief. Despite his disability, Dugong Piaoxue was still a formidable Soul Moon Realm expert. How could he be so easily overpowered by Xiang Chen? The previous 3 needles had been laced with a small dosage of a divine tranquilizer, rendering Dugong Piaoxue incapable of exerting even a fraction of his power. "What is happening?" Dugong Piaoxue staggered to his feet, bewildered, realizing he could not even contend with someone at the Yuanyang realm. Xiang Chen approached, his tone devoid of emotion. "I once believed you to be a swordsman worthy of admiration. However, I am disappointed to find you so utterly lacking." Dugong Piaoxue's eyes narrowed in cold fury. "You have no right to lecture me. If it were not for you, how could Yi Tianxi have crippled my arm? Xiang Chen, I will kill you." With that, Dugong Piaoxue charged once more, only to be sent sprawling by a powerful kick from Xiang Chen, crashing to the ground. Xiang Chen remarked coldly, "I am deeply disappointed in you. Even now, you refuse to grasp your sword? Is the weight of failure so unbearable for you? Can you not endure the loss of a mere arm, when you are a prodigy of such caliber?" Dugong Piaoxue rose, laughing coldly. "Prodigy? I am no longer one. That title belongs to Yi Tianxi now." Xiang Chen smirked mockingly, saying, "Indeed, you are but a shell of your former self. Since you have chosen to wallow in despair, I shall see how you intend to protect your loved ones." He cast a glance at Dugu Yuming and continued, "Your sister, renowned as one of the 4 beauties of the Academy, possesses an enchanting beauty that has long captivated my heart. Now that you have become a mere waste, I shall take it upon myself to safeguard her from now on. Today, we shall consummate this arrangement." Upon finishing his words, Xiang Chen took a step forward and surged towards Dugu Yuming, his lips moving as he whispered something to her. He then lifted Dugu Yuming into his arms and, with a pair of ethereal wings, soared into the sky. "Brother, save me!" Dugu Yuming cried out, as Xiang Chen whisked her away. "Yuming!" Dugu Piaoxue's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately summoned his spiritual sword. "Jing Shui, let us go." Dugu Piaoxue mounted his sword, transforming into a beam of white light as he pursued them. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Nie Yuding stood, bewildered. "Xiang Chen, you beast! How dare you kick someone when they're down?" Nie Yuding snapped back to her senses, preparing to chase after them. Hey, Miss Yuding, who are you cursing? Can't you see my brother is merely acting? He is rescuing Dugu Piaoxue," remarked Xiahou Wu, who understood Xiang Chen best. "Rescue Dugu's elder brother? Nonsense. How can one claim to save someone while abducting their sister?" Nie Yuding retorted angrily. "You simply do not comprehend. Just watch and see," Xiahou chuckled. Xiang Chen soared through the air, clutching Dugu Yuming, heading towards a particular destination. Dugu Piaoxue, wielding his spiritual sword, followed closely behind. Though the effects of the drug Xiang Chen had administered diminished his speed significantly, Xiang Chen eventually arrived at a stunning lake, Autumn Maple Lake, resplendent in the deep hues of late autumn. The mountains were ablaze with crimson, the forests adorned in vibrant colors, showcasing nature at its most exquisite. Xiang Chen, halt! Release my sister! Dugu Piaoxue shouted in fury, closing in on them. As they approached the lake's surface, Xiang Chen paused, holding Dugu Yumeng in his arms. Upon reaching this location, Dugu Piaoxue felt a pang of pain in his heart. It was the sight of his lost arm. He then fixed a cold glare at Xiang Chen and demanded, "Release my sister." Xiang Chen sneered. "Did you not choose to succumb to despair? You lack the courage to even wield your sword again. Your sister will only be subjected to further bullying alongside you. She would be better off with me as my concubine, where I promise to protect her. You beast! If you dare lay a finger on my sister, I shall slay you." Dugu Piaoxue roared, gripping his spiritual sword, transforming into a streak of sword light aimed directly at Xiang Chen. "Ha ha ha, now that resembles a man." Long K. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, releasing Dugu Yumeng and drawing his enchanted blade to meet Dugu Piaoxue's strike. Thus, a fierce battle erupted over the serene waters of Autumn Maple Lake. Dugu Piaoxue, unaccustomed to wielding a sword with his left hand and lacking practice, found his strength inferior to that of Xiang Chen, who ultimately struck him down into the lake. As the icy water enveloped him, Dugu Piaoxue sank into the depths, the coldness jolting him back to clarity. Chapter 511. The Celestial Sword. Xiang, is my brother truly all right after such a thrilling encounter? Dugu Yumeng expressed her concerns. Rest assured, if I do not adequately provoke him, even if I manage to save his arm, I cannot mend his heart. Dugu Piaoxue has likely not encountered any significant setbacks, right? Xiang Chen inquired. Indeed, my family has been dedicated to sword cultivation for generations, and my elder brother, a prodigy who awakened the celestial sword spirit, has always experienced a smooth journey, surpassing others with little failure. Thus, this defeat to the younger Yi Tianxi, compounded by the loss of his arm, has dealt him a considerable blow, Dugu Yumeng replied. No wonder, a genius accustomed to pride since childhood would find it challenging to accept such a staggering blow. Xiang Chen nodded, casting his gaze upon the depths of Qiufeng Lake. The lake was quite profound, reaching several hundred meters deep, and Dugu Piaoxue remained submerged at the bottom. The frigid waters began to restore his clarity, and in that moment, he suddenly awakened. Dugu Piaoxue gazed at the sword of Jingxue by his side, touched his right arm, and a hint of derision appeared on his face. How could he find himself in such a state? After 18 years of arduous sword cultivation, he had succumbed to despair and melancholy over a single failure and the loss of an arm. Even without his right arm, he still possessed his left. Dugu Piaoxue murmured to himself, looking at the Jingxue sword encircling him, feeling a twinge of remorse. Jingxue, I apologize, I shall not let you go again. He grasped the Jingxue sword, determination flickering in his eyes, infused with a powerful sword intent. Even with only one arm, I, Dugu Piaoxue, shall carve out a path of my own in the realm of swords. The young man held the spiritual sword, gazing at his reflection upon its blade, his expression resolute. The previous despondency swept away. The Jingxue sword emitted a series of resonant hums, as if rejoicing that its master had regained confidence in his sword path. In that moment, the youth's spirit harmonized entirely with his sword, and a more formidable sword intent erupted from within him. This sword intent nearly coalesced into a tangible form, causing the surrounding waters to swirl and converge into a colossal stream of water-shaped sword energy soaring skyward. Dugu Piaoxue's sword intent surged, breaking through small realms to achieve great success, even reaching perfection. A more potent celestial sword intent was birthed, flooding into his being. From destruction comes rebirth. Dugu Piaoxue's sword intent had astonishingly attained the perfected realm of entry. At that moment, a powerful sword energy erupted from the lake's depths, instantly clearing the mud from the lakebed. Dugu Piaoxue gazed in astonishment at the lake's bottom, where he beheld a colossal black sword, enveloped in moss and rust, emerging from the depths of the thick mud. Why is this referred to as a giant sword? This sword is immensely large, stretching 1,000 feet long. It surged forth from beneath the lake, breaking through the earth. The sheer size of this sword seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth asunder. Despite being covered in moss and rust, The terrifying sword energy it emanated instilled trepidation. Such a sword appeared to be something beyond the grasp of mere mortals. Dugu Piaoxue stared in shock at the gigantic sword that had broken through the earth below, his heart filled with awe. How could there exist such an enormous sword? In a moment of breathtaking awe, Dugu Piaoxue swiftly descended, gliding from the hilt of the sword down to the blade embedded deep within the earth. The exposed length of this sword measured an impressive 3,000 meters, its tip firmly lodged in the mire. Surrounding it was a colossal pit created by the sword's formidable energy. At that instant, the water level of Qiufeng Lake plummeted by several meters, cascading into the vast chasm. Dugu Piaoxue settled upon the hilt of the sword, wrapping one arm around it, unleashing a torrent of restored strength that surged forth with the force of over 1,000,000 pounds. Such power could easily lift a small mountain. With a mighty roar, Dugu Piaoxue endeavored to extract this unparalleled giant sword. However, the blade remained utterly unyielding. At that moment, a streak of sword energy manifested, slicing through Dugu Piaoxue's form. With a cry of anguish, he was left with a gaping wound, yet the immense sword instinctively absorbed his blood. Buzzing resonated as the colossal rusted sword began to vibrate, gradually rising from the depths as Dugu Piaoxue clutched it. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of sword light erupted from the weapon, piercing through the water and soaring skyward, breaking through the clouds in an instant. Xiang Chen and Dugu Yumeng gazed in astonishment as a magnificent white arc of light ascended from the lake, shattering the clouds above. The sword light soared to an altitude of hundreds of thousands of meters, piercing the turbulent winds and deeply penetrating into the vastness of space. Thunderous roars followed as the entire Qiufeng Lake churned violently, the waters raging and surging in all directions. Towering waves crashed against the maple trees lining the shore, engulfing the forest in their fury. Subsequently, a powerful seismic wave erupted from the epicenter, sweeping outward and jolting the entire academy. In that instant, the entire institution trembled, leaving countless students aghast at the swaying structures and quaking earth. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Indeed, it was an earthquake. Panic ensued as numerous individuals cried out, fleeing from their dwellings as the ground shook beneath them. This seismic wave spread across the academy, affecting an area of several hundred kilometers, registering at least a magnitude of 7 or 8. Soon, the entire wild city was in upheaval, experiencing the intense tremors. Atop Yulong Peak, within a grand hall, a beam of light shot skyward, drawing astonished gazes towards the quaking earth. The individual, a youthful man appearing no older than 30, emanated a formidable energy and surveyed the trembling ground. Meanwhile, figures from the 4 district academies ascended into the air, equally astonished by the quaking earth. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? The earth of Wild City was typically stable. How could such a quake suddenly occur? The 4 deans and elders expressed their astonishment. Remarkably, the architectural prowess of the academy shone through. Not a single structure or courtyard collapsed during this seismic event, despite its magnitude. Yet, the tremors came swiftly and faded just as quickly, leaving the ground still once more after a mere minute. Although the cultivators were surprised, they felt no fear. Ordinary earthquakes posed no threat to their lives. Only an exceptionally catastrophic quake, capable of fracturing the Earth's crust over thousands of kilometers and triggering the inferno beneath, could herald true disaster. Dugu Piaoxue stood in awe before the colossal sword before him. The massive blade had transformed into a 4-foot iron sword, its surface still encrusted with thick rust, the edges devoid of sharpness. Yet, it emanated an aura of sharpness, as if it could sever anything. Suddenly, the iron sword emitted a resonant hum and transformed into a beam of light, piercing through Dugu Piaoxue's body, vanishing from sight. Startled, Dugu Piaoxue hastily probed his own being with his spiritual sense, discovering a sword quietly resting within his dantian, a surge of spiritual energy flooding into his mind. What transpired? What has happened? Xiang Chen and Dugu observed as the lake returned to tranquility. Brother, what is wrong? Brother, Dugu exclaimed, plunging into the lake. At that moment, a figure emerged from the water, embracing Dugu Piaoxue. The youth, clad in white, with hair as dark as silk, possessed striking features and a gaze both resolute and sharp, completely shedding the pallor of despair that had plagued him before. Brother, are you all right? Dugu gazed at Dugu Piaoxue with elation. I am fine now, my apologies, Xiaomeng. For causing you concern, Dugu Piaoxue replied with a gentle smile. Brother, you have finally returned to your former self. Tears welled in Dong's eyes as she embraced him, overwhelmed with joy at the renewed confidence reflected in his gaze. Setting Dong down, Dugu Paoshit turned to Xiang Chen, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. I owe my awakening to you. Do not mention it. I owe you a debt of gratitude for your past assistance, Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. From now on, you may simply call me Du Paoshit. I have few friends, and you shall be one of them, Du Paoshit declared earnestly. Huh. It would be my utmost pleasure to befriend you, Senior, Xiang Chen responded. Dugu Paoshit nodded and prepared to turn away, when Xiang Chen interjected, Dugu, I can heal your arm. You can heal it? Dugu Paoshit gazed at Xiang Chen in astonishment. Have I ever claimed I could not? Xiang Chen replied with a calm smile. Do you require another's arm for the procedure? If so, it is unnecessary. I possess another arm. Even with my left arm, I, Dugu Paoshit, can carve my own path in swordsmanship. Undeniably, Dugu Paoshit was a person of integrity, unwilling to graft another's limb onto himself. Furthermore, he harbored a strong aversion to impurity, preferring to don white garments, which spoke to his somewhat obsessive nature regarding cleanliness. No need. Each individual is a unique existence, a distinct microcosm. The meridians, genes, and bloodlines of individuals differ. To attach another's arm to oneself is the path of the quack, and I require no such remedy. Xiang Chen stepped forward, grasping Dugu Paoshit's white sleeve. Dugu Paoshit glanced at Xiang Chen's hand, wanting to voice something, but ultimately refraining. Xiang Chen rolled up his sleeve and instructed, extract a drop of your essence blood and transfer it to the severed area of your arm. As he held Dugu Paoshit's severed limb, Meng looked on in astonishment. Since childhood, she had never encountered anyone other than herself who had been permitted to touch her brother, let alone allowing another man to grasp his severed arm. Dugu Paoshit furrowed her brow, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. She channeled her energy, compelling a drop of her vital essence to surge into her meridians. This vital essence then coursed towards the meridians at the site of her amputation. Meanwhile, dozens of silver needles were embedded along the meridians of Xiang Chen's arm, surrounding the severed limb. Xiang Chen's rejuvenating energy flowed into Dugu Paoshit's meridians. Rejuvenation, rebirth, Xiang Chen uttered, invigorating her meridians and acupoints, merging into her flesh and vital essence. The power of that essence fused with his rejuvenating energy, and soon, the flesh around Dugu Paoshit's severed arm began to tear open. Bone regenerated, piercing through the flesh. And subsequently, the flesh, meridians, and blood visibly rejuvenated at an astonishing pace. What sort of medical art is this? Dugu Yumeng and the arriving Nye Yuding were left in awe, staring in disbelief at the sight of Dugu Yumeng's amputation, as a new arm gradually emerged. Dugu Paoshit's eyes reflected astonishment. The power of rebirth, was this not a capability attributed only to legendary immortals? In no time, a completely new arm was fully formed. Dugu Paoshit flexed her arm, feeling the vitality of her regenerated limb, and could not suppress a hint of excitement on her face. No one relishes the idea of being a flawed Yanghua. She turned her gaze towards Xiang Chen, her expression a mixture of gratitude and astonishment. Such medical prowess was unheard of. Thank you, Dugu Paoshit said earnestly. No need for formalities. We are friends, are we not? Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Dugu Paoshit refrained from further pleasantries, stating, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. With that, she transformed into a beam of sword-like light and departed. Brother Dugu, wait for us, brother. The two women quickly regained their senses and pursued him. Xiang Chen, thank you. Dugu Yumeng expressed her gratitude, rushing over to bow in respect. No need for thanks. Go on, he replied. MHM. As the two women departed, Xiang Chen hummed a tune while making his way back to his abode. Meanwhile, 30,000 kilometers away in the Great Shang Kingdom, Yin Tianhua received an urgent summons from the royal family to return to the heart of the Great Shang. The royal city, home to 1 million inhabitants, seemed almost rural compared to the desolate capital. Inside the grand hall of the royal palace, several figures stood within, while a commanding middle-aged man clad in a yellow dragon robe sat upon the throne. Beside him stood an elegant and noble woman. Tianai, is what you say truly accurate? King Yin inquired coldly. Father, it is absolutely true. That young rascal Xiang Chen has not only become a student of the Academy's dean, but has also broken through to the Yuanyang realm, his cultivation advancing at an astonishing pace. It is likely that the treasure of the Xiang family has already fallen into his hands. Father, He can no longer be allowed to remain. He must be eliminated, Yin Tianai asserted. What my elder brother says is entirely correct, father. Xiang Chen cannot be allowed to harbor potential threats any longer, Yin Ke added, his transformation of roles occurring rather swiftly. Unexpectedly, the cultivator known as Xiang Chen has progressed remarkably within a short span of time. It appears that the treasured heirloom of the Xiang family has indeed fallen into his possession. Therefore, it is evident that this individual can no longer be spared. He must be eliminated, and his establishments, Fengshan Manor, Hanshan Market, and Tianshan Dam Pavilion, should be seized as well, declared Yin Zhengchun coldly. Your Majesty, now that the treasure of the Xiang family has fallen into Xiang Chen's hands, there is no longer a need for Xiang Liang to live, remarked Lin Lian's elder sister. Lin Ho from the side. Very well, issue a secret order for the execution of Xiang Liang in the celestial prison, Yin Zhengchun commanded, unaware that Xiang Liang had already been replaced in the prison. Tianyi, now that Xiang Chen is at the Academy of Huangzhou, do you have any plans to eliminate him? Yin Zhengchun inquired. Yin Tianai replied with a smile. Father, I have devised a clever strategy. It would indeed be difficult to eliminate Xiang Chen within the academy, but there are certainly ways to bring him back to the Great Shang and remove him. Oh, what is this strategy? Yin Zhengchun asked. Yin Tianai explained, this plan will require the assistance of my second brother. You may not be aware, father, but my second brother, Tianhua, has been getting quite close to Xiang Chen. Chapter 513. Setting the trap. Yin Tianai laid out his scheme, and upon hearing it, Yin Zhengchun expressed his admiration, saying, indeed, you have put much thought into this. I would feel at ease handing over the kingdom to you in the future. Yin Tianai felt a surge of excitement. This affirmation could very well secure his future throne. He bowed deeply and said, thank you for your praise, father. Your Majesty, Prince De requests an audience. Announced a eunuch from outside the palace. Let him in, Yin Zhengchun instructed. The eunuch stepped out and proclaimed loudly, announced Prince De to enter the palace. Outside, Yin Tianhua quickly entered the hall, bowing and saying, your humble son greets you, father and mother. Rise, said Yin Zhengchun. As Yin Tianhua stood, he respectfully asked, father, why have you summoned me back from the academy? Is there a matter of significance? Indeed, your cultivation has reached the 6th level of the innate realm. It seems you have been diligent in your studies at Huangzhou. Tianhua, your return is of utmost importance to our royal family's interests and the stability of the state. Yin Zhengchun replied calmly. Yin Tianhua stood respectfully, listening in silence. It is said that you have become quite close to Xiang Chen and even joined his Yan Huang society. Yin Zhengchun said, narrowing his eyes. In response, Yin Tianhua said, father, I indeed joined Xiang Chen's society, but it is merely a friendship based on honor. Humph. Do you not understand what Xiang Chen represents for the royal family? Yin Zhengchun scoffed, striking the armrest of his dragon throne with authority. Yin Tianhua glanced at Yin Tianai, who remained silent with a smirk. Yin Tianhua quickly knelt, saying, I understand my mistake, and I shall sever all ties with Xiang Chen from now on. Yin Zhengchun declared, Xiang Chen, being a cunning adversary, will inevitably harbor resentment towards our royal family should he rise to prominence. You may form alliances with anyone, but you must not befriend him. However, I will grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. You shall be the one to eliminate Xiang Chen. Yin Tianhua's heart trembled at the thought of having to kill Xiang Chen. He glanced at Yin Tianai, suspecting that this was his idea. Father, Xiang Chen is currently at the academy and is a disciple of the principal. It is impossible for me to act against him, Yin Tianhua replied. Yin Zhengchun smiled faintly and said, rest assured, I have already devised a method to eliminate him, and you, since you share a bond with him, can be of great use. Yin Tianhua remained silent, while Yin Tianai beside him chuckled. Surely, my second brother, loyal to the royal family, would not refuse. Yin Tianhua spoke in a hushed tone. What is your plan? Pray, enlighten me, father. He understood that he had been ensnared and could not extricate himself. Born into a royal family, one finds both fortune and misfortune. Often, the warmth that even an ordinary family enjoys is a distant dream, as everything revolves around the interests of the royal lineage, where anyone can be sacrificed. In the great Shang King's city, under the night sky adorned with countless stars, the city was alive with the flickering lights of myriad homes. The Xia family, one of the most prestigious families in the Shang dynasty, stood tall behind their high walls. A group of figures clad in dark garments silently approached the estate, using the walls as leverage to ascend to the rooftop, making their way toward a courtyard. This courtyard housed servants and maids, who were still lost in slumber when sharp blades mercilessly pierced their bodies, each one succumbing to death in their dreams. One cloaked assailant toppled a candlestick, igniting flames that quickly spread with the addition of oil. Soon, the courtyard was engulfed in a roaring inferno, its flames reaching for the heavens. Help! Fire! The patrolling disciples of the Xia family were taken aback by the sight, immediately shouting and rushing to extinguish the blaze. All the patrolling disciples were stirred into action, hurrying toward the scene of the fire. In the distance, within another grand residence of the Xia family, lay the abode of Uncle Xiang Hung and Xiang Chen, where Shuer and Xiaohi resided. However, Xiang Hung was stationed far away at the border and was not present. Mother, what is happening? 8-year-old Shuer awoke, startled from her slumber by the commotion outside, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Xiaohi, resting beside her, tucked her in gently and whispered, "It seems something has occurred. The older brothers and uncles of the family are outside. There is nothing to fear." Shuer nodded and nestled deeper into her blankets. Xiaohi then rose to don her outer garments, preparing to investigate the disturbance. "Who are you?" Suddenly, the startled cries of the servants rang out. 8 figures clad in black burst into the residence, slaying any servant they encountered. Amidst the horrified screams, 5 or 6 servants fell lifeless to the ground. One among them led the charge, kicking open the door to a room. "Who are you?" Xiaohi shouted in alarm. Instinctively positioning herself in front of Shuer, one of the intruders removed his mask, revealing his face. "Your Highness, the second prince." Xiaohi gazed at the man in disbelief. Yin Tianhua, with a stony expression, stepped forward, brandishing his sword and thrusting it mercilessly into Xiaohi. Thud! The blade pierced her body, and Xiaohi widened her eyes in shock and rage, staring at Yin Tianhua. "Mother!" Shuer cried out in terror upon witnessing the scene. "Take her away first." Yin Tianhua commanded coldly. "Understood." One of the assailants rushed forward, striking Shuer on the neck, rendering her unconscious as he carried her away. Not long after, the estate was engulfed in raging flames. The following day, the Xia family was filled with fury as Xia Yunlong, Xia Yunhu, and a cadre of senior members gathered in the hall. Within the chamber lay more than a dozen charred corpses, reduced to mere blackened bones. "Sister." Xia Yunlong gazed upon the remains, letting out a heart-wrenching wail to the heavens. Who is responsible for this? What force dares to strike against the Xia family? The anger of the Xia elders surged. It was one thing for mere servants to perish, but Xiaohi, the younger sister of the family head Xia Yunlong, and the eldest elder Xia Fenghu, had been lost. Even her estate had been annihilated. Here, my Shuer, where's Shuer? At that moment, an elderly matriarch, supported by others, entered the hall. "Grandmother, mother," as Xia Laotai Jun made her entrance. Xia Yunlong and Xia Fenghu hurried to assist her. Upon seeing the charred remains, tears streamed down her face. "Mother, we do not even know who my sister is. And Shuer's body has not been found," Xia Yunlong said, struggling to contain his tears. "Gather all the members of the Xia family immediately." Xia Fenghu roared. "We must investigate and uncover who is behind this. Whoever it may be, they shall pay dearly." Xia Laotai Jun growled, her cane shattering with force. The news of the massacre at the residence of the Xia family's third young lady swiftly spread throughout the royal city, creating a significant uproar. On a towering structure, Yin Tianai gazed towards the distant Xia family estate, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "The net is already cast. I await for you, Xiang Chen, to swim right into it." Chapter 514. A sudden thunderclap. Unbeknownst to Xiang Chen, calamity had befallen the great merchant empire, which lay a staggering 30,000 kilometers from the desolate capital. Even with the use of a swift messenger bird like the Sea Eastern Blue, it would require several days to relay messages. At the desolate State Academy, within the Spirit Beast Arena, a facility dedicated to the rearing of mountable spirit beasts. The term spirit beast merely serves as a euphemism for tamed demonic creatures, lacking true spirit beast lineage. Xiang Chen, Tianyu, Xiahou Wu, and Wang Xiaoji arrived at the arena to rent a spirit beast. Here, one could find dragon foals and demonic birds available for hire at a cost. Xiang Chen rented a Qingfeng eagle, a demonic bird of the third realm in the Yuanyang stage, for 500 spirit coins, with a rental period of 1 month. Junior brother Xiang, the Qingfeng eagle boasts a rebellious nature. It is unlikely to submit unless one possesses absolute strength, a fellow disciple warned as they approached a massive, separate cage. Inside the cage resided a colossal azure demonic eagle, comparable in size to an elephant. "Do not worry, Senior. I am confident in my ability to tame it," Xiang Chen replied with a smile, handing over the payment. "Very well, here is the key, along with the control talisman for the beast. Remember to return it to me upon your return. If the rental period exceeds 1 month, additional fees will apply," the disciple instructed, providing Xiang Chen with the key and a control talisman. Xiang Chen unlocked the cage, and the Qingfeng eagle let out a piercing screech, summoning a fierce wind as it erupted from the confines of its cage. The azure wind eagle overlooked Xiang Chen, its gaze sharp and hinting at a rebellious spirit. Xiang Chen smiled faintly, and suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from his eyes, enveloping the eagle in an invisible pressure of bloodline dominance. Under the weight of this bloodline authority, the azure wind eagle stared at Xiang Chen in horror, its proud head gradually bowing down. It was merely an ordinary beast of the mysterious bloodline. How could it withstand the overwhelming presence of a sacred beast like Xiang Chen, who stood on a similar level? Was it truly subdued so easily? The disciples exchanged astonished glances at Xiang Chen. "What a magnificent eagle," Xiang Chen remarked as he approached, gently stroking the eagle's head. "Thank you, senior brother." He nodded slightly to his disciple before leading the eagle outside. Upon exiting the spirit cage, the four ascended onto the eagle's back. With a mighty cry, the azure wind eagle spread its enormous wings, stirring up a tempest, and soared skyward. As they ascended to several hundred meters, flying towards the horizon, Wang Xiaoji sighed nostalgically. "It's been nearly a year since I last returned. I truly miss the great Xiang." "I believe you miss your numerous concubines more," mocked Xiahou Wu. "Without little Dan. What do you think this fellow is sneaking back to the great Xiang for?" Xiang Chen shot him a glance. Wang Xiaoji was the most flamboyant among them, having once bullied others and taken several concubines. Yi Rou had nearly fallen victim to his misdeeds, and had he succeeded, Xiang Chen would have killed him on the spot. "Hee, we're all men, so let us not speak of such things. By the way, Brother Ho, how are things with Sister Bao? Have you tasted the fruits of your labor?" Wang Xiaoji inquired with a mischievous grin. "Get lost. My relationship with Bao is as pure as water. It's not as sordid as you imagine," Xiahou Wu retorted, slapping Wang Xiaoji, who let out a yelp and was sent flying, only to immediately gather his wings and soar back up. Xiang Chen released Qing Ming and Xiao Tuan from the Qinkuan ring to let them breathe. The might of Qing Ming's divine phoenix bloodline nearly caused the azure wind eagle to plummet. This return was primarily to visit his mother and see Shuai, but also to settle Qing Ming and Xiao Tuan in the wind dust manor of the Great Xiang. The azure wind eagle could travel over 10,000 kilometers a day. With a brief rest, they would reach the Great Xiang in just over 2 days. 2 days later, at noon, a colossal azure wind eagle arrived above the royal city of the Great Xiang. The sight of the city prompted admiration from the group. The royal city, with an area smaller than that of the Arid State Academy, spanned only a little over 100 kilometers. After entering the city's airspace, the azure wind eagle, on Xiang Chen's command, dove towards a specific area, wind dust manor. The eagle landed just outside the manor, for the protective formations within would trigger if it attempted a forceful descent. A tempest swirled around, and amidst the astonished gasps of the onlookers, the massive azure eagle settled at the entrance of Wind Dust Manor. At the entrance stood 4 members of the White Tiger Guard, who, upon seeing a youth with a small white tiger perched on the eagle's shoulder, were first taken aback, then exclaimed in delight, "Young master, you have returned. Welcome back to the manor, young master." They immediately knelt on one knee in greeting. Xiang Chen chuckled. "There's no need for formality. Indeed, your cultivation has progressed." He recognized the 4 guards at the gate, now all masters at the 8th level of the innate realm, having swiftly advanced from their previous positions at the 2nd level. "Young master, it has been nearly a year since we last met. You have finally returned," they said as they rose to greet him. "Dogsy, I shall return home first," Xiang Chen announced. "Chenggu, I will also make my way home." Xiahou Wu and Wang Xiaoji exchanged pleasantries before expressing their intent to leave. Xiang Chen, accompanied by Qing Ming, Xiao Tuan, and a group of little rabbits, approached the grand entrance and inquired, "Is my mother present at the estate?" The White Tiger Guard's expression darkened upon hearing this. Hesitance etched on his face as he replied, "There has been an incident. The lady is not currently at the estate." Xiang Chen furrowed his brow, halting his steps to ask, "What has transpired?" The White Tiger Guard spoke in hushed tones, "Young master, 2 days ago, The Xia family encountered trouble. What trouble? A foreboding sense gripped Xiang Chen's heart. 2 days ago, a band of unknown marauders invaded the Xia residence, burning down 2 of their mansions and claiming numerous lives. The residents of the third master also fell victim to the flames. Madame Xia, he perished in the calamity. And Miss Xia Shui's whereabouts are currently unknown, the guard elaborated softly. Boom. At these words, Xiang Chen felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. His vision darkening as rage surged within him. His eyes turned crimson, and he seized the guard by the throat, demanding, "What did you say? My third aunt has died." Murdered? And Shui is missing? The guard's face flushed as he quickly replied, "I dare not speak falsely. The lady is presently at the Xia residence mourning." Xiang Chen staggered, nearly losing his footing, supported by Qing Ming. "Xianggu, what has happened to you?" Xiao Tuan rushed forward to assist him. Third Aunt Shui, steadying himself. Xiang Chen let out a heart-wrenching cry, then unleashed his true essence, manifesting his wings as he raced toward the Xia family estate. Qing Ming, bewildered, swiftly embraced Xiao Tuan and took to the skies in pursuit of Xiang Chen. The group of snow spirit rabbits hopped anxiously alongside them. In less than a year, the young master has already reached the Yuanyang realm. The 4 guards gazed in astonishment at Xiang Chen soaring through the air. Chapter 515. A direct assault on the morning hall. Xiang Chen's aura was tumultuous, hinting at a burgeoning madness. He held his loved ones in the highest regard. Xia He, his third aunt, or as some might call her, third lady, was the wife of his third uncle and had always showered him with affection. Shui was his beloved sister, both of whom occupied an irreplaceable place in his life. At this moment, the Xia family was draped in white, with white mourning banners fluttering throughout. The servants wore coarse garments of mourning. Inside the mourning hall lay a coffin, surrounded by many who came to pay their respects, including Xia Yunlong and Xia Yunhu. Xiang Chen's mother, Su Qing, donned mourning attire as she approached to offer incense, her eyes glistening with tears, having shared a close bond with Xia He. As Xiang Chen arrived at the entrance of the Xia estate, guards recognized him and did not dare to impede his passage, allowing him to enter without obstruction. He rushed toward the mourning hall, bursting through its doors. "Xiang Chen, it is Xiang Chen, he has returned." The members of the Xia family gazed in astonishment at the sudden arrival of the youth, recognizing him as Chener. Su Qing was equally taken aback. How had Xiang Chen returned? "I pay my respects to the young master." Long Yu immediately knelt on one knee. Xiang Chen, along with Xia Yunlong and Xia Fenghu, were all astonished by this unexpected visitor. As Xiang Chen entered the mourning hall, he surveyed the somber surroundings. "Chener, how have you returned?" Su Qing inquired. Xiang Chen glanced at the coffin, suppressing his grief, and asked, "Mother, is it truly?" Su Qing nodded silently, tears welling in her eyes as she mournfully replied, "Your third aunt's residence was completely destroyed. The remains found were retrieved from her chamber. Since you have returned, you should pay your respects. Your third uncle is at the border and is yet unaware of this tragic news." Xiang Chen stared at the coffin, his body trembling slightly, unable to fathom that it contained his third aunt's remains. Activating his moon eye, he beheld a charred skeleton, unrecognizable and utterly disfigured. With a furrowed brow, he coldly questioned those around him. "Why is my third aunt's remains reduced to ashes?" Xia Yunlong somberly explained, "Her residence was engulfed in flames. By the time we discovered her in her chamber, her body had already turned to charred bones. Little Chen, since you have returned, you should bow in respect to your third aunt. I refuse to believe my third aunt has perished so easily. Open the coffin. I demand to examine the bones." He sensed that something was amiss. The moment he uttered these words, the expressions of those around him shifted, their faces darkening with displeasure. Was this not a blatant disrespect to the deceased? Impudent. "Xiang Chen, what do you intend to do? My third sister is in such a state, and you still wish to disturb her spirit." Xia Fenghu bellowed. "I assert that I do not believe my third aunt has died so simply. I will inspect the remains. If it is truly her, I will uncover the cause of her death and identify the perpetrator." Xiang Chen's gaze was icy as he met Xia Fenghu's glare. "How dare you? Xiang Chen, your usual foolishness is one thing. But today in the mourning hall for my sister, you dare to act with such insolence? Guards, expel Xiang Chen at once." Xia Fenghu seethed. Immediately, several disciples of the Xia family advanced to seize Xiang Chen. With a decisive step, he unleashed a surge of true essence that repelled those attempting to grasp him. The powerful aura of the Yuanyang realm radiated forth. Yuanyang realm. How is this possible? Xiang Chen, you have broken through to the Yuan-Yang realm. How could you achieve such rapid progress in such a short time? The members of the Xia family gazed in shock at the youth exuding a formidable presence. Xia Yunlong and Xia Fenghu exchanged incredulous looks, realizing that Xiang Chen had indeed advanced to the Yuan-Yang realm. Just under 2 years prior, he had still been at the divine concealment realm. How have you cultivated so swiftly? Xia Fenghu asked in astonishment. Open the coffin. I must examine the bones. Xiang Chen declared coldly. With my sister departed. You shall not disturb her spirit. Leave at once. Xia Fenghu moved to strike, his palm aimed at Xiang Chen, unleashing the overwhelming force of the Yuan-Yang realm. Anyone who harms my young master is courting death. Long Yu shouted, suddenly stepping in front of Xiang Chen and countering with a palm of his own. As their palms collided, a powerful shockwave erupted, sending Xia Fenghu screaming as he was hurled backwards by Long Yu's strike, crashing into several flower wreaths. They all drew their power inward. Otherwise, the energy unleashed would be sufficient to obliterate the mourning hall. Xiang Chen, your audacity is unparalleled. The members of the Xia family were infuriated, with Xia Yunlong rising in anger, emanating a formidable aura of the soul moon realm. Xiang Chen replied indifferently, Today, I must ascertain the true identity of my third aunt. Your words are of no consequence. Step aside, lest I bring ruin to the Xia family. Long Yu advanced, stepping forward and unleashing a powerful energy of the second level of the soul moon realm. Xia Yunlong, sensing this force, was astonished as he gazed at the dark-skinned man. Realizing the terrifying prowess he possessed, and addressing Xiang Chen as young master, let him investigate. At that moment, the previously silent matriarch of the Xia family spoke coldly. Matriarch, the crowd turned to her, for her words commanded respect, and they dared not interfere. Suddenly, an announcement was made from outside. The royal family, His Highness the Virtuous Prince, and His Highness the Depraved Prince have come to pay their respects. The crowd turned to see Yin Tianai and Yin Tianhua arriving at the morning hall, surrounded by a throng. We pay our respects to His Highness the Virtuous Prince and His Highness the Depraved Prince. Everyone clasped their fists in salute. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow as he observed the two. Yin Tianai entered and sighed. Upon learning of the Xia family's misfortune, I rushed here to offer my condolences. Matriarch, please accept my sympathies. The matriarch's expression remained calm as she replied, Your Highnesses, your concern is appreciated. Yin Tianai approached, taking incense from the side, solemnly lighting it, and placing it before the altar, bowing 3 times. Yin Tianhua followed suit. Xiang Chen regarded Yin Tianhua, his brows knitting together as he sniffed the air, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his eyes before retreating into silence. After Yin Tianai completed his homage, he turned to Xiang Chen and remarked, Isn't this the prodigy from Artishang? Xiang Chen, you have returned just in time for the memorial? What business is it of yours? I am not in the mood for your nonsense, Xiang Chen retorted, his tone devoid of cordiality. Yin Tianai, unfazed, merely smiled and said, It is good that you have returned. Since you are back, stay a while in Dishang. As for the memorial, he had no intention of being so considerate. Xiang Chen's immediate desire to unearth the truth behind his third aunt's death would disturb her peace, rendering her previous affection for him futile. Zhao Chunwei, Xia Yunlong's wife, spoke sarcastically. Oh, you wish to investigate? Xiang Chen, have you perhaps discovered some clues? Yin Tianai inquired with surprise. Should you uncover anything, please share it with us. The royal family will certainly assist in uncovering the truth. A sly smile crept onto Xiang Chen's face as he replied, Assist in uncovering the truth? I fear that in the end, this matter may implicate certain individuals, leaving them unable to extricate themselves. Xiang Chen's words were laden with implication, causing Yin Tianhua's gaze to flicker momentarily, though he chose to remain silent. Chapter 516. The estate invaded. What do you mean by that? Yin Tianai asked, frowning. You discern the meaning for yourself. Long Yu, open the coffin. Xiang Chen declared with a cold laugh. Long Yu stepped forward, lifting the coffin lid. Xiang Chen approached the casket, gazing at the charred remains before him, his heart quivering. Indeed, it was the corpse of a woman, although reduced to charred bones. As an apothecary, Xiang Chen could discern this. He ran his fingers over the remains, then brought them to his nose to inhale deeply, carefully discerning the scent within. His sense of smell, when fully engaged, surpassed even that of a dog by several times. Certainly, he would typically refrain from such actions. After all, even the faintest sound of a person several dozen kilometers away could be unbearable. The members of the Xia family endured Xiang Chen's rudeness, until he finally withdrew his hand and personally closed the coffin. "Chenner, how do you feel?" Su Qing inquired. Xiang Chen shook his head in silence. Lighting an incense stick nearby, he bowed thrice, inserted the incense, then turned to leave without uttering a word. "Master, he is utterly disrespectful," Zhao Chunwei exclaimed in anger. Xia Yunlong remained silent, while Xiang Chen departed from the morning hall, where Qing Ming and Xiao Wan awaited him outside. Yin Tianai, noticing Xiang Chen's departure, revealed a faint smirk and whispered to Yin Tianhua, "The matters below are now in your hands." Yin Tianhua nodded indifferently. Yin Tianai continued, "We hope everyone finds solace in their grief. We shall take our leave." "Safe travels, your highnesses," they bid farewell, their visit merely a formality. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen arrived at the residence that once belonged to San Yang. The place lay in ruins, a desolate landscape of charred earth and crumbled walls, now surrounded and sealed off, with servants busy with the aftermath. Su Qing approached Xiang Chen from behind, softly saying, "Chenner, do not be too sorrowful." "Mother, have they found Shui's remains?" Xiang Chen inquired. Su Qing shook her head, tears welling up as she lamented, "The fire was too fierce. We could not find Shui's remains. She may have been captured by the thieves or perished in the flames." Xiang Chen's gaze turned frosty as he declared, "Regardless of who is responsible, I shall not rest until the mastermind is uncovered and this vendetta avenged." Xiang Chen did not linger at the Xiao residence, for he had obtained the confirmation he sought within. He returned to his Finching Manor, accompanied by Qing Ming and Xiao Wan. Su Qing also returned to Finching Manor that afternoon. In the main hall, she sat in a position of authority while Xiang Chen approached, serving her tea before taking a seat beside her. "Mother, how has the business at Finching Manor been lately?" Xiang Chen asked. Su Qing was somewhat taken aback. She knew her son was sentimental, yet seeing him so composed, devoid of overwhelming sorrow, and still concerned about their affairs was unexpected. "The operations at Hongqian Fengshe and Tianshandan Pavilion are thriving. We have already expanded to other cities. In the realm of alchemy, the Lin family has been thoroughly suppressed by us. Since the last incident, they have refrained from causing further trouble, just as your letter indicated. The royal family treats us like pigs, allowing us to grow, only to feast upon the fruits of our labor later." Su Qing replied. "How is the tunnel excavation coming along?" Xiang Chen asked again. "Rest assured, several hidden passages have been dug leading to the city outskirts. Should any trouble arise, we can evacuate promptly. I have discreetly allocated our funds and resources," she reassured him. "That is good to hear. We owe it to Xiaoji's intelligence. Otherwise, we might have suffered greatly in the future." Xiang Chen nodded. "Who is Xiaoji?" Su Qing inquired, puzzled. Xiang Chen chuckled. "That would be Wang Ying. We affectionately nicknamed him Xiaoji. It seems he has turned over a new leaf." "Ah, I see. Chenner, you truly possess remarkable skills to have reformed that wayward scion and brought him back to the right path." Su Qing chuckled, gently stroking the small white tiger nestled in her embrace. She gazed at it, sighing softly. "However, it still weighs on my heart that it has caused my rower to end up like this." She had come to learn of Yi Ro's transformation into a small white tiger, initially finding it quite unbelievable. "By the way, what is the background of the young lady and child who accompanied you? Are they your newly found daughters-in-law? How is Qing faring at the academy? Is she doing well? Have you been unkind to her?" Xiang Chen smiled wryly and replied, "How could I dare to treat her poorly? Qing is thriving and has already reached the Yuanyang realm. With the dean as her master, no one dares to bully her. The two girls who came with me are named Qing Ming and Tuan Tuan. They are my friends and adopted sisters. Qing Ming is not of the human race, but belongs to the demon clan, her true form being a rock. They will be residing at Fengshan Manor from now on. Tuan Tuan has the ability to cultivate spiritual herbs, and I plan to establish a medicinal garden for her, allowing her to nurture these herbs. We can also delve into the herbal business, ensuring our own self-sufficiency." Su Qing nodded, saying, "You need not overly concern yourself with these matters. I will assist you. Focus on your cultivation. Strength in this world is the foundation of a man's existence." "I understand. However, speaking of the demon clan, there have been some recent incidents at Fengshan Manor and Tianshan Pavilion." Su Qing furrowed her brows. "Oh, what kind of incidents?" Xiang Chen inquired quickly. "Recently, there have been frequent thefts and losses of medicinal pills at Tianshan Pill Pavilion and within our manor. According to Zhao Mu's investigation, it is likely the work of the demon clan, as traces of demonic energy were found at the scene." "Thefts?" Xiang Chen's brows knitted together. This matter requires immediate attention. Is there a crime scene? I must investigate. After the theft at Xiang Chen Pavilion, there have been guards watching the medicinal pills, so nothing has happened there. However, we have encountered such situations within our manor. Zhuer, lead us to your room. Su Qing instructed Lu Zhuer. Yes, madam. Please follow me. Young master, Lu Zhuer replied softly. Su Qing rose and explained. Just yesterday, Zhuer was robbed of the medicinal pills I had bestowed upon her while in her own room. You should take a look. Perhaps we can uncover something. It seems rather peculiar. Leading the way, Lu Zhuer said, Young master, the situation was quite strange. After attending to madam's rest, I returned to my room to cultivate, and the door was locked. Yet, the pills given by madam were inexplicably stolen. Such occurrences warrant investigation. I must see what has transpired, Xiang Chen remarked, his brow furrowing. The presence of a thief within his own manor was not a trivial matter, and it must be resolved. Lu Zhuer was the head maid of the manor, while he had gone with Xiang Chen's father to the border. Lu Zhuer's residence was a separate courtyard, and she led Xiang Chen into her room. It was a typical chamber of a cultured young lady, suffused with a subtle scent of sandalwood. Sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window, casting delicate patterns upon the floor. Upon closer inspection, a large rosewood desk was adorned with calligraphy scrolls, and the soft hues of a pale yellow canopy lent a cool evening ambience. Above, tassels swayed gently. Lu Zhuer, having once been a lady of high standing, had arranged her room beautifully. As Xiang Chen entered, he was immediately enveloped by an unusual aura. Chapter 517, Ancient Relic. At that moment, I observed no other abnormalities in the room. The door was securely shut, and the windows were closed, leaving me perplexed as to how the theft occurred. Lu Zhuer furrowed her brows and remarked. Xiang Chen smiled faintly and replied, I have already discerned the culprit. Oh, you know, young master? Su Qing inquired. Who is responsible for this? The recent theft has caused considerable trouble for many within the estate. Xiang Chen remained silent as he approached Lu Zhuer's bed, grasping the red bedding and, with a slight exertion, moved it aside. Beneath the foot of the bed, nestled in the corner against the wall, was a hole the size of a fist. A mouse hole. Could it be the work of a mouse? Lu Zhuer's complexion shifted slightly as she took a few steps back, evidently averse to rodents. Indeed, it is the work of a mouse, but not an ordinary one. Xiang Chen scoffed, advancing towards the hole and activating his moon-gazing eyes to peer inside. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful punch to the ground, shattering the damp wooden tiles and collapsing the surface beneath. Below, a deep chasm emerged, large enough for a person to descend. Mother, Zhuer, I shall investigate. Remain here and wait for me, Xiang Chen instructed, leaping into the abyss. The chasm descended vertically for over 10 meters, and upon entering, he discovered numerous tunnels akin to dog holes branching out in all directions. Unless one were a child, a normal adult would find it challenging to navigate within these passages. Xiang Chen crawled into one of the tunnels, transforming into a small wolf, slightly larger than a cat, resembling a puppy. In his moon-devouring wolf form, he possessed a certain degree of size-shifting ability, though it was not as effortless as that of Xiahou Wu. As the moon-devouring wolf traversed the tunnel, it sniffed the air and proceeded deeper. The tunnel inclined downward, and after burrowing another 20 meters underground, the passage widened to over 2 meters in height. Before him appeared a vast entrance to an expansive underground network. Suddenly, the moon-devouring wolf pressed against the tunnel wall to conceal its presence. Several large black rats, the size of small dogs, scurried past from a main tunnel, exuding a faint demonic aura while carrying roasted chickens and hams in their mouths. After they passed, the moon-devouring wolf followed suit, as the main tunnel continued its descent, leading deeper underground. After traversing a lengthy stretch, a sizable underground cavern revealed itself to the moon-devouring wolf. This immense chamber spanned thousands of square meters, with numerous tunnels branching into it. To the naked eye, nearly 1,000 rats of varying sizes darted about within the subterranean palace. On a large stone bed lay a rat, the size of a human, covered in silver fur, while nearby, an assortment of culinary delights crafted by humans was being delivered by the rat horde. The great silver rat reclines languidly upon a massive stone bed, its paws as deft as hands, indulging in delectable feasts of roasted chicken and duck, with fine wine at its side. Beneath it lies an extraordinary stone bed, a colossal slab of inferior spirit jade emanating ethereal energy. This spirit jade is a substantial piece of low-grade celestial jade, Within the mysterious ancient cauldron residing in the body of the moon-eating wolf, information regarding this beast has also emerged. The gluttonous gold rat, at the third level of the Yuan-Yang realm, harbors the bloodline of the ancient gluttonous god rat, with a staggering 90% chance of ancestral awakening. Its innate abilities include the piercing gaze of a rat, size alteration, burrowing, and the capacity to consume metals. What a magnificent creature it is. I never imagined such a den of demonic rats existed beneath the bustling marketplace. The moon-eating wolf is slightly taken aback, realizing there are nearly 1,000 rats at the divine concealment level, with about 100 at the innate level. However, among them, only this gluttonous gold rat exists at the Yuan-Yang realm, and it alone possesses the gluttonous god rat bloodline. Its power may not be formidable, but it is manageable. The moon-eating wolf muses, then strides forth with confidence, unleashing a thunderous roar. The echo of its howl reverberates through the underground cavern, startling the horde of rats into a frenzy. A silver wolf, now the size of a formidable tiger, leaps into the cavern. The great silver rat, caught mid-drink, sputters in surprise and immediately sits up to gaze in its direction. Which rodent dares to pilfer from my wind-dust manor? The moon-eating wolf speaks with a human tongue. The great silver rat, astonished, exclaims, "A wolf demon? How could a wolf demon possibly be here?" It then smirks coldly, declaring, "Where did this little demon come from? Daring to intrude upon my palace? Come, my minions, seize him." "Yes," chirp the rats in unison. At the command of the great silver rat, hundreds, if not thousands, of demon rats screech, baring their fangs as they charge at the moon-eating wolf. Humph! A throng of rodents daring to defile the true king. The moon-eating wolf scoffs, releasing a terrifying aura accompanied by the pressure of its bloodline. Boom, boom, boom. Under the onslaught of this dreadful energy and bloodline pressure, the demon rats succumb, their bodies collapsing to the ground in disarray. In this moment, nearly 1,000 demon rats gaze up in horror and trepidation at the moon-eating wolf. This pressure is ominous. It belongs to a high-ranking demon clan. The great silver rat, equally startled, feels the oppressive weight of the bloodline energy, rendering it exceedingly uncomfortable. Its eyes widen in terror as it witnesses the white wolf advancing step by step through the throng of prostrating rats. Flee! The cunning silver rat, opting not to confront the moon-eating wolf, turns to escape with remarkable speed. However, its swiftness cannot match that of the moon-eating wolf, which erupts forth at a velocity exceeding the speed of sound, instantly positioning itself in the rat's path. The great silver rat collides directly into the moon-eating wolf. The wolf strikes out with a paw. Boom! The silver rat emits a wretched scream as its body is sent flying, crashing violently against the cave wall, blood spilling from its mouth. Yet, this creature does not succumb to death. As it lands, it immediately darts into another cavern. However, the moon-eating wolf swiftly reappears before it, striking once more. This time, the great silver rat emits a human-like cry of anguish as it is once again flung away. Nevertheless, this resilient creature rises once more despite the onslaught. Indeed, it is commendable, for it possesses the bloodline of the devouring god rat, granting it formidable defenses. The moon-eating celestial wolf, with just a casual swipe, exerts a force of nearly 8 to 900,000 pounds, effortlessly capable of annihilating the formidable 7th or 8th tier Yuan-Yang warriors. Yet, astonishingly, this creature remains unscathed. After being hurled away twice, the great silver rat was engulfed in despair, casting a horrified gaze upon the moon-eating celestial wolf. Subsequently, it let out a desperate howl, pleading for mercy. Yet this creature fell to its knees, paws clasped in supplication, persistently begging for its life. Chapter 518. The vast web of espionage the moon-eating celestial wolf approached. Its voice icy, "Submit or perish." Submission, submission. This humble beast submits. The great silver rat incessantly bowed, but as the moon-eating celestial wolf drew near, a glint of fierce determination ignited in its eyes. In an instant, two razor-sharp beams of light, akin to swords, erupted from its gaze, striking towards the moon-eating celestial wolf. However, with only a few meters separating them, evasion was impossible. Yet, the moon-eating celestial wolf chose not to evade. The beams collided with its head as if striking solid steel, dissipating into nothingness without even a single hair being harmed. How is this possible? The great silver rat was taken aback. The sharpness of its attack, a manifestation of its ability to consume metal, rivaled that of a precious sword. Yet, It failed to injure this beastly wolf? What a terrifying physique it possesses. With a swift motion, the moon-eating celestial wolf unleashed a ferocious paw, striking the great silver rat with a brutal force. The creature let out a wail, its body crashing against the cave wall with a resounding thud, unable to extricate itself. This time, the moon-eating celestial wolf had intensified its strength. The great silver rat was gravely injured. Meanwhile, the other rat demons trembled in fear, too intimidated to confront the moon-eating celestial wolf. Attempting to outsmart me, your strength is insufficient, the moon-eating celestial wolf scoffed, extending its paw to seize the great silver rat effortlessly. Spare me, great king. The great silver rat gasped, blood spilling from its mouth as it huddled in terror. The moon-eating celestial wolf expelled a surge of demonic essence, which coalesced into a binding talisman, inscribing a slave mark upon the great silver rat. The demon servitude curse, with their powers comparable, and with Xiang Chen's bloodline being superior. Xiang Chen could forcibly instill the demon servitude curse within the great silver rat. This curse was inscribed directly into the very essence of the great silver rat, exerting an overwhelming control that could dictate its life or death with a mere thought. Once the demon servitude curse was implanted, the moon-eating celestial wolf finally released its hold. You possess knowledge of this ancient, long-lost curse of the demon race. The great silver rat exclaimed in horror. With a mere flicker of thought, the moon-eating celestial wolf caused the great silver rat to writhe in agony, clutching its head and screaming, blood pouring from its 7 orifices. Great king, spare me. This humble beast acknowledges its error and shall never again act disrespectfully, the great silver rat cried, rolling in pain upon the ground. The moon-eating celestial wolf ceased its control over the curse, letting out a cold snort. Now that you are aware of the implications of the demon servitude curse, should you harbor any ill intentions in the future, I can extinguish your existence with a mere thought. Yes. This humble beast acknowledges its mistake. The great silver rat hastily prostrated itself, bowing deeply. What is your name? How many years have you dwelt here? Inquired the moon-eating celestial wolf. The great silver rat lay on the ground, humbly stating, I am known as Mousy, and I have been cultivating here for over 30 years. The moon-swallowing wolf expressed mild surprise, inquiring, are all these rats under your command? Indeed, the entire rat populace of the great Shang royal city reveres me. The great silver rat replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, the moon-swallowing wolf's eyes flickered with intrigue and asked, Are you aware of the tragic incident and fire that occurred at the Xia family a few days ago? Certainly, my lord. In this vast Shang, there is no matter unknown to me, for my rat offspring and descendants are present in every corner, the great silver rat proclaimed with pride. Then enlighten me about the details of that event, the moon-swallowing wolf requested. The specifics I gathered from the rat community of the Xia family. On the previous night, a group of men clad in black invaded the Xia household, igniting several estates, and infiltrated the residence of the third young lady, where they took many lives and abducted a child, subsequently setting the entire estate ablaze, Mousy explained. The intelligence of these demonic rats is remarkably high, akin to that of humans. Even ordinary rats possess the cognitive abilities of a 5- or 6-year-old child. Rats are among the few creatures capable of conveying experiences and lessons to their kin. If a rat narrowly escapes a trap, it will inform its companions of the perilous nature of the trap, ensuring they do not fall victim again. Snow did not perish. What did the thieves intend to do with her? Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy as he transformed into his human form. Upon witnessing the moon-swallowing wolf's transformation, the great silver rat also shifted, becoming a diminutive figure of merely 1.60 meters, clad in silver robes, with shifty eyes typical of a rat. Xiang Chen then inquired, Do you know where that group of black-clad individuals has gone? I do not know, but I shall summon all the rats in the city to uncover the information. The great silver rat responded, Excellent. You must investigate immediately and relay any findings to me. Accompany me, and you shall reap the rewards, Xiang Chen declared, tossing Mousy a bottle of 9th-grade elixir. Mousy accepted it, his eyes lighting up with delight. I am grateful, and I shall inform my lord of any news at once. Furthermore, from now on, no member of your kind is permitted to pilfer from Wind Dust Manor, Red Dust Market, or Heavenly Dust Alchemy Pavilion. These are my domains, Xiang Chen asserted. Your domains, Mousy exclaimed in astonishment. But these establishments were founded by the son of King Xiang, Xiang Chen. Could it be, my lord, that you are indeed Xiang Chen? Your knowledge is quite extensive, indeed. I am Xiang Chen remarked, casting a discerning glance at the creature. But you are not of the human race. How can you be a demon? Is King Xiang also a demon? Mousy questioned, bewildered. I belong to the demon race. As for my matters, it is unnecessary for you to be informed. From now on, obey me diligently, and you shall receive ample rewards, including an abundance of cultivation elixirs, Xiang Chen admonished. Understood. Mousy dared not press further, and then stated, My lord, I shall immediately gather all the city's rats to inquire about the news. Go, Xiang Chen nodded. Mouse let out a piercing call, and, in response, all the demonic rats sprang into action, scurrying down various passages to assemble their kin. Xiang Chen observed this scene, astonished by the vast underground rat community beneath the royal city. It appears that even in this era of decline for the demon race, they remain omnipresent. This group of mice, if properly harnessed in the future, could be utilized to establish an extensive intelligence network spanning the globe. What other informants could possibly rival the omnipresence of the rodent clan? Xiang Chen mused, realizing that these mice truly deserved to be nurtured into capable allies, for once cultivated. They would undoubtedly become invaluable aids in his ambitions. Transforming into a wolf, he retraced his steps through the passageway and swiftly returned to Lu Zhuer's chamber. Young master, how did it go? Su Qing inquired. Lu Zhuer hurriedly helped Xiang Chen to his feet, brushing off the dirt and dust from him. Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Mother, there is no need for concern anymore. Below, there exists a colony of demonic mice. They were responsible for the thefts, but I have dealt with them. Such occurrences shall not happen again, and you can rest easy, Zhuer. A colony of demonic mice. There are demonic mice underground. Su Qing exclaimed, relieved. That is good to hear. I can finally be at ease. Chapter 519. Under the veil of conspiracy, after escorting his mother back to her room for rest, Su Qing observed her son and remarked, Chunner, have you uncovered something? Why do you say that, mother? Xiang Chen inquired. You are unusually calm. You are flesh of my flesh. How could I not understand you? Given your close relationship with Shuer and your third aunt, it is not typical for you to remain so composed. You have discovered something, haven't you? Is that corpse from the other day your third aunt? Su Qing, astute as she was, sensed that Xiang Chen was concealing something from her. Xiang Chen poured himself a cup of tea and, narrowing his eyes, stated, Indeed, I have discerned certain truths. That corpse is not my third aunt. Hearing this, Su Qing was elated. Are you saying that your third aunt and Shuer may still be alive? Xiang Chen nodded affirmatively, precisely. This matter is far more complex than a mere case of arson, robbery, and murder. There is likely a more significant conspiracy behind it, and I must investigate further. Will this pose any danger to you? Su Qing expressed her concern. Rest assured, mother. Even if danger arises, I am more than capable of managing it. Your son has matured. I am no longer the frail child who cannot weather storms. Leave this matter to me, Xiang Chen assured her with a smile. Su Qing sighed, grasping Xiang Chen's hand. No matter how capable you are, you remain my child in my heart. Always exercise caution. Do not be careless. Indeed, Xiang Chen replied. He engaged in conversation with his mother for quite some time, discussing various matters from the academy, and only returned to his own residence around 10 o'clock in the evening. Upon returning home, Xiang Chen changed into a suit designed for nocturnal activities, scaled the high walls, and vanished into the night sky of the royal city. The Duke's residence. This was the abode of Yin Tianhua. Clad in dark attire, Xiang Chen stepped lightly against the wall, executing a silent ascent over the high barrier and into the Duke's estate. As a patrol approached, Xiang Chen concealed his presence, activating the 7-colored illusion technique, blending seamlessly into the shadows. The power of his moonlit eye enveloped the entire Duke's residence. After observing for a brief moment, he stealthily infiltrated a house within the estate. Inside the hall, it was eerily empty, devoid of servants. A young man dressed in white sat alone beside a tea table, brewing tea and setting out 2 cups for drinking. The hall's door remained shut, yet the windows stood wide open. A silhouette silently leaped through the window and approached the young man. You have come, Yin Tianhua remarked, gazing at the visitor. Xiang Chen, fixing his gaze upon Yin Tianhua, stepped forward with a sudden surge, sharp claws extending from his fingertips, gripping tightly around Yin Tianhua's throat. With a chilling demeanor, Xiang Chen tightened his hold, stating coldly, I considered you a friend, yet you have betrayed my kin. Yin Tianhua, what connection do you have to this matter? Yin Tianhua met Xiang Chen's icy stare with calmness. Responding, I anticipated your arrival, though I did not foresee that you would delve deep enough to suspect me. Xiang Chen scoffed. The lingering scent of my third aunt is unmistakably on you. I sensed it the moment I laid eyes on you. This incident cannot be divorced from your involvement, and the royal family must also play a part in it. Yin Tianhua's surprise was palpable. He had not anticipated such perceptive abilities from Xiang Chen. Nodding, he confessed, I have become ensnared in your vortex. It was I who ordered the incineration of your third aunt's residence, and it was my men who executed her servants. At this revelation, Xiang Chen's grip tightened further, his voice icy. Why would you do such a thing? What are the royals scheming? What of my third aunt? And swear? Yin Tianhua's expression bore a hint of anguish as he replied, Your third aunt is alive. I saved her. She is in a hidden chamber of my estate, albeit gravely wounded and recovering. To mislead others, I discarded the remains of a deceased beggar in her quarters and set fire to the entire estate. As for Shuer, she has been taken by my brother's men. What conspiracy lies within this? Xiang Chen inquired, peering into Yin Tianhua's eyes before gradually releasing his grip. Yin Tianhua coughed slightly and moved to sit beside the tea table, pouring 2 cups of tea. Xiang Chen glanced at him and took a seat as well. This is a deadly trap aimed at you, as well as a scheme by my brother directed at me, Yin Tianhua stated calmly after sipping his tea. Xiang Chen's eyes flickered with realization as he pieced together the events, questioning. The royal family intends to use my third aunt and Shuer to lure me back and then eliminate me? Indeed, Yin Tianhua affirmed, setting down his cup. Your remarkable performance and innate talent at the academy have stirred unease in my father and brother. They can no longer eliminate you within the academy. Their only recourse is to draw you back and use your loved ones as bait to ensnare you. When calamity befalls your family, the news will undoubtedly reach you, prompting your return. I merely did not expect you to return so soon. Xiang Chen's expression darkened. What a despicable royal family. What a cunning Yin Zhengchun and Yin Tianai, resorting to such underhanded tactics to scheme against me. Yin Tianhua offered a self-deprecating smile. For the sake of the royal family's interests, for their own gain. What does it matter if their methods are vile? Behind the royal family's facade of grandeur lies a great deal of filth and darkness. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Yin Tianhua. If you have already become embroiled in this, why do you openly share this with me? You are not the sort to be easily intimidated. Knowing I would seek you out, why not set traps or assassins around to eliminate me directly? Yin Tianhua poured himself a drink and remarked, I have previously stated that this is not merely a plot directed at you, but one that ensnares me as well. My elder brother, citing our friendship, has compelled me to personally eliminate Miss Xia San as a demonstration of loyalty to the royal family. I find myself with no avenue of retreat. However, once the conspiracy succeeds and you are dead, I too shall inevitably meet my demise. My brother's cunning will surely leverage my act of killing Miss Xia as evidence against me, rendering me a pariah, and subsequently, he will eliminate me, the ambitious one who seeks to seize the throne, under the guise of righteousness. It is a strategy that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes at these words, impressed by the man's keen intellect. You are also a prince. Do you truly believe your father would permit your brother to kill you? He inquired. You are unaware of my origins, Yin Tianhua replied with a self-deprecating smile. I am but a bastard born of my father's drunken favor towards a palace maid, lacking familial power and influence. In my father's eyes, I hold no status. It is precisely because I am loath to be looked down upon that I aspire to claim the throne. Xiang Chen responded coolly. You share this with me to enlist my aid in eliminating them? Tianhua, I know that your destiny lies beyond this realm. Should you perish, so too shall I. However, I find myself with no other choice. Chapter 520, The Plot Within a Plot, 5th Update. Under the cover of night, Xiang Chen stealthily departed from Yin Tianhua's residence. He had indeed encountered Xia He there and took her away with him. The following day, just as dawn broke, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, striking the great door of Fengchen Manor. The White Tiger Guard, quick to respond, sidestepped just in time as the arrow lodged itself into the door. Attached to the arrow was a letter. Upon seeing the addressee on the letter, the White Tiger Guard hastily brought the arrow and letter to report to Xiang Chen. In the hall, Xiang Chen received the letter from the guard and, upon opening it, found only a few terse lines. If you wish to save your sister, come alone to Luofeng Valley, 30 miles west of the city, at noon with 1 million gold coins. Otherwise, the deal is off. Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy as he read the contents. The letter bore the hallmarks of a typical kidnapping and murder scheme. Indeed, it was directed at him. Without hesitation, he set the letter ablaze. "Young master, is there any news?" The White Tiger Guard inquired. "Nothing of concern. You all remain vigilant at the manor. I must step out," Xiang Chen replied, then promptly departed Fengchen Manor, mounting a dragon steed. He recognized this as a blatant conspiracy, indeed, an open plot. Nonetheless, given the peril facing Shuer, he had no choice but to act. He was well aware that he would be under surveillance along the way. Exiting the city through the western gate, Xiang Chen hastened towards Luofeng Valley. Luofeng Valley, located not far from the main road, was a picturesque gorge filled with maple trees, which transformed into a stunning spectacle come autumn. The dragon's steed galloped swiftly. After a mere 10 minutes of travel from the city to Luofeng Valley, he arrived. Before him lay a verdant valley, the slopes and depths adorned with resplendent maple trees. Dismounting his steed, Xiang Chen ventured alone into the valley, stepping into the embrace of the maple grove. After Xiang Chen entered the valley, he arrived at a location and surveyed his surroundings, speaking indifferently, "Everyone, come out." Suddenly, figures leapt down from the maple trees on the slopes around him. Dozens of figures clad in black appeared on both sides of the hills, each wielding bows and arrows, with swords and daggers at their waists. All of them were formidable experts, their cultivation levels above the innate realm, with several formidable practitioners at the Yuanyang level among them. A barrage of arrows was aimed at Xiang Chen. "If your kidnapping is for ransom, name your price." "Where is my sister Shueta?" "Let me see her," Xiang Chen said coldly. Among the crowd, one individual voluntarily lowered their veil, revealing their face. "Xiang Chen, you have fallen into a trap," the person said coldly. "In Tianhua." Xiang Chen's eyes flickered with recognition as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Are you the one scheming behind my back? I regarded you as a friend. Why would you betray me?" Xiang Chen questioned angrily. In Tianhua sneered, "I apologize, but your existence threatens the stability of the royal family. I must eliminate you for the sake of the royal family." Xiang Chen's expression changed as he shouted furiously. "Then what about my sister Shuer? You can search for her in hell." In Tianhua replied with a mocking smile, before issuing the command, "Throw the thunder barrels." Suddenly, the surrounding individuals lifted large iron barrels and hurled them towards Xiang Chen below. Dozens of iron barrels rained down, while others shot flaming arrows ignited with oil. Whoosh! A fire arrow struck one of the barrels, causing it to explode violently. The ensuing explosion unleashed a powerful force, scattering gunpowder and firestone dust, creating a tremendous blast. The ground of the valley was drenched in high-temperature oil extracted from demonic beasts, and as the flames ignited, the ground erupted into a sea of fire. Subsequently, all the thunder barrels exploded, the terrifying blast echoing over 10 miles away, shaking the valley and enveloping it in flames. In such explosive fury, even Yuanyang level experts would be obliterated, incinerated by the thousands of degrees of heat from the demonic beast oil flames. The valley trembled as flames soared dozens of meters high, thick smoke billowing into the sky. The assailants continued to unleash arrows, carpet bombing the flames within the valley, while the surrounding rocks were shattered and rolled downwards. In Tianhua stood coldly observing all of this, hands clasped behind his back. After a long while, the valley was reduced to ashes, the ground blasted over 10 meters deep, later buried under fallen stones. As the flames gradually extinguished, the individuals ventured into search. After a lengthy search, they found only charred remains. "Your Highness, the bodies are reduced to these charred bones," a man in black said respectfully, holding a broken blackened skull. "Yes, take it away. The task is complete." In Tianhua nodded, then departed with the man. Meanwhile, beneath the earth, over 100 meters deep, Xiang Chen shook off the dust from his body. He had escaped through a tunnel that had been dug in advance. Above him lay a well, now buried, with a diameter of scarcely more than a meter. As Xiang Chen walked through the tunnel constructed by In Tianhua, his gaze was cold and resolute. "In Tianhua, our game has only just begun." The young man walked through the dark tunnel, his figure vanishing into the shadows. Meanwhile, In Tianhua returned with the remnants of Xiang Chen's bones to report back. At the residence of the virtuous king, In Tianhua gazed at the charred and shattered skull. Grasping it tightly, and with a cold smirk declared, "Xiang Chen, you little beast, you have finally met your end." With a swift motion, he crushed the fragile skull in his palm, the sound echoing ominously. What of the Academy's prodigies? What of the Dean's students? You have forgotten. You were born into the great Xiang, and I possess myriad ways to end your life. The shattered bones crumbled to dust, cascading through his fingers. Yin Tianai turned to Yin Tianhua, a faint smile gracing his lips. Well done, little brother. You have successfully demonstrated your loyalty to father and the family. It was my duty. The interests of the royal family come first. However, brother, now that Xiang Chen is dead, might I have that little girl? Yin Tianhua inquired. What do you want with that girl? Do you have a penchant for cruelty towards children? Yin Tianai questioned. After all, we were acquainted. Since Xiang Chen is no more, let us spare his sister. I wish to keep her as my maid. Yin Tianhua replied. Ah, my dear brother, you are truly sentimental. Very well, such a trivial matter. How could I deny you? She is at the South Red Pavilion. You may fetch her yourself. Yin Tianai chuckled. The South Red Pavilion. A weight settled in Yin Tianhua's heart. It was a notorious house of pleasure. This beast has sent such a young girl to such a place. Maintaining his composure, Yin Tianhua clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, brother. I shall take my leave. Go on, Yin Tianai replied, watching as his brother departed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Little brother, it is now your turn. Had you not revealed your ambitions and remained content as the Duke of Da, enjoying the pleasures of life, it would have been better. But once ambition takes root, it signals the emergence of rebellion. I cannot allow you to remain. In a tea house within the city, Xiang Chen donned a mask made of human skin, altering his appearance as he sipped tea. A small silver mouse chattered at his feet. The South Red Pavilion. Upon hearing the news from the mouse, Xiang Chen's eyes ignited with fury, his blood boiling as a tempest of rage surged within him. How could Yin Tianai, that beast, send his own sister to such a place? At that moment, Yin Tianhua approached, preparing to speak, but Xiang Chen coldly interjected, I already know where my sister is. Yin Tianhua paused, surprised that Xiang Chen had learned this beforehand, and a hint of guilt washed over him. I apologize. Those with me at the time were all loyal to my elder brother. Take me to the South Red Pavilion. Xiang Chen's voice was low and chilling, akin to a vengeful specter. You must not act impulsively and reveal your identity. Yin Tianai has already consented to let me retrieve her, Yin Tianhua cautioned. Enough with the pleasantries. Let me there. Xiang Chen's blood-red gaze bore into him. Yin Tianhua felt a tremor in his heart and nodded. All right, taking the lead. They hastened towards the South Red Pavilion. Renowned within the royal city, the South Red Pavilion was a luxurious establishment with 8 levels, where the ladies were not only beautiful but also possessed remarkable talents, far from ordinary, ensuring a thriving business. Beneath the Southern Red Mansion lies an expansive underground chamber, housing numerous solitary confinement cells where many youthful and beautiful girls, scarcely in their teens, are imprisoned. The sound of a whip cracking resonates through the air, accompanied by the anguished cries of a woman suspended in torment, lashed by a burly man. The number of captive women here exceeds 50 or 60. These young maidens have been abducted from remote towns and are held captive, coerced into engaging in unspeakable acts. Those who resist are subjected to brutal punishment, while the most defiant face a grim fate, either sold to practitioners of dark arts or left to be devoured by the wild dogs that roam the streets. Their remains discarded in the moat by dawn. The human race, at its core, harbors an innate propensity for brutality and bloodshed, not only towards its own kind, but also towards others. In one dimly lit cell, a frail girl of 8 or 9, battered and bruised, curls up in a corner, trembling in her tattered garments, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. Suddenly, the iron door creaks open, and a tall, gaunt young man strides in, tossing a few steamed buns onto the ground. Eat, you wretched girl, he commands coldly. However, upon noticing that the buns from the previous day remain untouched, his expression darkens. Haven't you eaten in days? Do you wish to starve? The girl, her eyes dulled by despair, remains silent. I said eat, do you hear me? The young man erupts in fury, delivering a vicious kick to her side. She cries out in pain, crashing against the wall before collapsing on the floor, her head cradled in her arms. Will you eat or not? You will eat. He continues to kick her relentlessly. Then, seizing a bun, he steps on it to soil it before tearing it open and forcibly shoving it into her mouth. I will serve clients. Please stop. She pleads. Adjacent to her, another girl, confined in a cage, weeps uncontrollably, unable to endure her torment. That's more like it, the trainer sneers. Serving clients brings good food, fine clothing, and happiness. What is there to resist? Someone, take her out, change her clothes, and let the healer tend to her bruises. Soon, I shall personally instruct her in the art of seduction. This world conceals countless dark corners filled with filth. This is merely a glimpse of one such locale. The reason you do not see it is that many have sacrificed their blood to shield us from the encroaching darkness, creating a flicker of light. While many pursue wealth and grandeur, countless others simply yearn for the hope of survival and the promise of a new tomorrow. We must learn to express gratitude for those who bring light and hope into our lives, even if we do not know their names. At the entrance of the Southern Red Mansion, a plump matron adorned in heavy makeup greets a distinguished guest. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" She inquires. "I have come to retrieve a young girl, about 8 or 9 years old, named Shuer, who was delivered here in recent days," replies Yin Tianhua with indifference. The matron's expression shifted slightly as she addressed His Highness. "This girl was sent by the Crown Prince himself. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I am here to retrieve her with my elder brother's approval." Yin Tianhua frowned, while Xiang Chen remained impassive, trailing behind him. "Indeed, since the Crown Prince has consented, there is no issue. Please, lead the way." The matron of the Red Chamber proceeded ahead, with Yin Tianhua and Xiang Chen following closely behind. Before long, they arrived at a secluded chamber, which concealed the entrance to a basement. As they entered, the air was filled with the sounds of women weeping and wailing. Xiang Chen's fists clenched tightly, the sound echoing with his barely contained fury. Although the law prohibits coercing women into prostitution, a myriad of officials and ministers serve as protectors for these brothels, driven by the immense profits at stake. The status of women in this land is already subservient to that of men. The young girl was indeed exquisite. She would undoubtedly bloom into a breathtaking beauty. It pained me to think of her, so young, being forced into such a life, especially with the intention of grooming her as a courtesan, her fiery spirit causing her to refuse food. The matron chuckled, mistakenly believing that Yin Tianhua found such qualities appealing. As they conversed, they arrived at a cage where a young man was forcefully attempting to feed a girl named Shuer, shoving food and water down her throat. Shuer, upon witnessing this scene, Xiang Chen could no longer restrain himself. He charged in and seized the young man, flinging him aside. The young man let out a pained cry as he collided with the wall, cursing, "Who the hell are you?" Xiang Chen gazed at Shuer, her eyes vacant and bruised, and his heart ached at the sight of her suffering. "Shuer," he gathered her into his arms, unable to suppress his silent sobs. "Innkeeper," the young man stammered, rising in confusion at the unfolding scene. The matron's expression mirrored his, clearly recognizing the bond between them. Holding Shuer protectively, Xiang Chen turned to face the young man, his darkened gaze instilling fear that made him retreat a step. A violent aura emanated from Xiang Chen as he suddenly lunged forward, his clawed hand descending upon the young man's head with terrible force. "No!" The young man screamed in agony, his body exploding into a gruesome spray of flesh and blood. The matron was splattered with blood, recoiling in shock. Xiang Chen, still cradling Shuer, advanced with murder in his eyes. "Not now," Yin Tianhua interjected. Positioning himself in front of Xiang Chen cast a glance at him, suppressing his raging fury, and then carried Shuer out of the cage. "Your Highness, who was that?" The matron inquired in terror. "Do not inquire about matters beyond your understanding. What transpired here must remain confidential," Yin Tianhua replied coldly, causing her to nod in fear. Chapter 522. Bloodbath in the South. Xiang Chen returned to Fengshan Manor with Shuer and immediately took her to his residence. After administering a calming tonic, Shuer fell into a peaceful slumber. Shuer. Upon arriving at Xiang Chen's abode, 2 elegant women hurried over, Su Qing and Xiaohe. Xiaohe took the child Shuer from Xiang Chen's hands, and upon seeing her condition, tears streamed down her face as she embraced Shuer and wept. "Rest assured, Sen Yang. Shuer is merely asleep. I shall exact a vengeance tenfold for this wrong." Xiang Chen's voice was hoarse as he clenched his fists. Poor child, at such a tender age. How could she endure such hardships? What a despicable and heartless villain Yin Tianhua is. Su Qing's face was also filled with fury. "Yin Tianhua, now that you have returned, do not expect to live to see the Academy of Huangzhou again." The murderous intent within Xiang Chen was becoming uncontrollable. As time passed, night fell swiftly. The city was alive with vibrant lights and revelry. Women adorned in heavy makeup attempted to entice customers in the bustling streets. "Sir, come in and have some fun. Today, we have a fresh batch of beauties that are sure to satisfy you with their skills and beauty." At the entrance of the South Red building, a throng of alluring women posed enticingly to attract patrons. Just then, a group of 70 to 80 individuals clad in black, their faces obscured, approached with weapons drawn. Led by a young man in black wearing a veil, none other than Xiang Chen himself. Xiang Chen gripped a common broadsword in his hand, dragging it along the ground, producing a shower of sparks with each scrape, the sound grating on the ears. The courtesans at the entrance, upon witnessing this scene, hastily stepped aside, their gazes fixed on the menacing group as they entered the establishment. "Haha, Lord Liu has a great capacity for drink. Another round." A voice called out. "My dear, don't get me drunk. I might lose my fighting spirit." "Oh, but your charm is simply irresistible," another replied. Inside the hall, many were indulging in drink, with several men cradling beauties in their arms. Upon the arrival of Xiang Chen and his entourage, patrons quickly made way, their expressions filled with trepidation. "Block the doors. No one is to leave. We are surrounded." Xiang Chen's voice, muffled beneath his mask, commanded authority. "Yes," responded 2 or 3 dozen individuals who rushed to the exits, while several others stood guard. The atmosphere in the hall shifted to one of tense silence, all eyes drawn to the newcomers. With a steely gaze, Xiang Chen approached the counter and slammed his palm down with a thunderous crash, reducing it to splinters and scattering gold coins across the floor. The woman behind the counter screamed in terror. "All the managers of the South Red building, come forth," Xiang Chen bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the hall. "Who are you to disturb our revelry?" A young nobleman shouted in anger. Xiang Chen regarded him coolly and approached. The audacious youth steeled himself to confront him. In a flash, Xiang Chen raised his hand, delivering a swift slap. Bang! The young man cried out in agony, sent flying, blood spewing forth, crashing into a table and eliciting screams from the crowd. He was rendered unconscious by the force. The onlookers fell silent, their mouths agape. "Who dares to cause trouble in our South Red building?" At that moment, a cold laugh echoed, and a slightly portly matron of the brothel descended from the upper floor with 4 or 5 dozen thugs in tow. Beside the matron stood a pallid middle-aged man, exuding a formidable aura of the primordial Yang realm. He was the proprietor of this brothel. "What manner of individuals are you, my friends? Seeking fortune? I presume you have erred in your destination," the proprietor remarked coldly. "Do you comprehend who stands behind our South Red pavilion? It is none other than His Royal Highness, the virtuous prince." Xiang Chen let out a chilling laugh and replied, "Your South Red pavilion has lost all sense of morality, engaging in the despicable trade of coercing virtuous women into prostitution. I have come today to enact divine justice." "Haha, enact divine justice? What are you but insignificant beings? A faceless crowd daring to stir trouble in the South Red pavilion shall perish here. Attack and slay them." The proprietor sneered. "Kill!" roared over 40 formidable warriors of the innate realm from the South Red pavilion, charging forth with lethal intent. Xiang Chen gripped his magnificent long blade, and with a swift motion, unleashed a devastating arc of energy. A blinding flash of silver thunderous light cleaved through the air, striking 5 individuals with such ferocity that their protective auras were shattered, their bodies cleaved in twain, followed by an explosive surge of thunderous energy that obliterated another 7 or 8, sending flesh and blood flying. The onlookers were rendered speechless. A primordial Yang realm expert. "Kill!" Xiang Chen commanded, and dozens of white tiger guards responded with fervor, their swords drawn, surging into the fray, each unleashing overwhelming energy surpassing the 8th or 9th level of the innate realm. The defenders of the South Red Pavilion stood no chance. Cries of anguish filled the air as they fell effortlessly to their superior adversaries, all of whom were masters of the higher echelons of the innate realm. The proprietor's face drained of color, and the matron was equally taken aback. "You dare to act with such impudence?" the proprietor bellowed, unleashing the potent power of the 4th layer of the primordial Yang realm. With a decisive step, he lunged forward, wielding a long sword, his energy surging forth. Aiming directly at Xiang Chen, Xiang Chen smirked, his footwork fluid as he executed a rapid series of 7 steps, propelling himself forward at sonic speed, evading the attack while closing the distance. With a swift motion, his blade slashed forth like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the proprietor's energy with ease, severing his sword arm entirely. The proprietor emitted a horrific scream akin to a slaughtered animal as blood gushed forth. Xiang Chen then delivered a powerful kick to the proprietor's chest, eliciting another agonizing cry as his dantian was shattered, blood spewing forth as he was propelled backward, crashing into the wall and creating a gaping hole. The man lay crumpled on the ground, lifeless as a discarded dog. "Master!" The matron's eyes widened in terror, and with a shriek, she fled upstairs, seeking to escape by jumping from the building. "You wretched woman, can you truly escape?" Xiang Chen remarked coldly, his figure soaring upward, swiftly closing the gap to pursue the matron, who possessed merely the cultivation of the greater innate realm. With a single, forceful strike, the blade cleaved into the back of the adversary, eliciting a harrowing scream from the old hag as her spine was shattered, rendering her incapacitated and causing her to collapse. Blood spilling from her lips, Xiang Chen approached, seizing the vile woman's hair and dragging her down from the third floor, discarding her like a wretched dog to the hall below, where she landed with a resounding thud, her cries echoing through the air. The South Red Pavilion was thrown into chaos. Both the hall and the upper floors were in disarray, filled with piercing screams as the guests stared in horror at this formidable group of individuals. Chapter 523. The Ruthless Royalty Within the South Red Pavilion. Apart from the trembling courtesans, nearly all of the thugs had been eradicated. The shopkeeper and the matron had sustained grave injuries and were captured by the White Tiger Guards. "Who are you?" "We have the support of His Highness, the virtuous prince, the future king of commerce. You dare to smash our establishment, your doom is assured," the shopkeeper bellowed, emboldened by the protection of Tianai, the one who shielded their illicit trade of abducting women and forcing them into prostitution. "Foolish mortals! Do you dare to defy our young master?" Li Chuan, at the first level of the Yuanyang realm, brought his foot down harshly upon the shopkeeper's face. Xiang Chen sneered. "You are well aware of the heinous acts you have committed, trafficking women, coercing them into servitude, slaughtering innocents. These are no trifling offenses. Should such deeds come to light, Tianai would be eager to sever ties with you." "How does he know this?" The shopkeeper's face turned pale, dread settling within him. Yet he retorted, "You speak nonsense. Where is your evidence?" "You shall witness the evidence shortly," Xiang Chen replied coldly, instructing his men to escort them. Then he led the way to a chamber within the South Palace, the entrance to the basement. In the basement, 4 to 50 girls were confined, unaware of the turmoil above, still under the cruel hands of thugs and trainers who were beating and berating them. "Who are you?" One of the thugs approached, shouting angrily. "Kill them," Xiang Chen replied indifferently. With a swift motion, a White Tiger Guard leaped forward, his blade slicing through the air, and before the thug could react, his head was severed. The White Tiger Guards, witnessing the battered and bruised girls, were consumed by fury. Who among them did not have a wife, daughter, or sister? Although the courtesan industry was deemed legal on this continent, the coercion of women into prostitution was universally condemned by any lawful authority. The White Tiger Guards surged forward to rescue the girls, eliminating the thugs and liberating the terrified captives. "Do not fear, I am here to save you. A little girl was brought in here, and I am her brother. I have come to rescue you all. There is no need for fear." Xiang Chen gently reassured the trembling girls huddled together, removing his mask to reveal his true visage. Many of these girls were of similar age to him, around 17 or 18, some in their 20s, and the youngest barely 13 or 14. "Are you truly here to save us?" one of them asked weakly. "Indeed. I have come to rescue everyone from this sea of suffering, to lead you all to reunite with your loved ones. However, I require your cooperation to dismantle this heartless brothel," Xiang Chen proclaimed. "How wonderful! Someone has come to save us. Thank you, noble benefactor. Allow me to pay my respects." One of the women exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. "At last, we can escape this den of despair." The women, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt in gratitude. With a veil over his face, Xiang Chen escorted the women back, only to find a group of armored soldiers awaiting them outside. Leading the contingent was none other than Xiahou Wu. As Xiang Chen entered the hall with the women, Xiahou Wu's gaze ignited with fury as he fixed his eyes upon the brothel's proprietor and the matron. How could he know? The hearts of the two conspirators sank in dread. "Do you have any final words?" Xiang Chen asked coldly. The two, pale as death, were rendered speechless. "What shall we do with these two? Shall we execute them on the spot?" Xiahou Wu inquired. "No, they still serve a greater purpose." Xiang Chen replied with a chilling smile. "Young master, we have discovered the ledgers, which meticulously document the financial transactions and the bribes paid to the Prince of Virtue. A member of the White Tiger Guard presented a substantial stack of ledgers. Very well, collect these documents. Take these two away, Xiang Chen commanded in a frigid tone. The brothel owner and the matron were apprehended, and Xiang Chen and his companions led the women to safety, leaving behind a scene of carnage and stunned patrons. The South Red Pavilion was sealed by Xiahou Wu's men, preventing anyone from leaving, and the Prince of Virtue remained oblivious to the events unfolding. In the residence of Yin Tianai at the Prince of Virtue's estate, Yin Ke stated, "Brother, now that Xiang Chen has dealt with the threat, we cannot allow Yin Tianhua to remain. It is best to eliminate him swiftly." Yin Tianya's gaze was icy as he replied, "You must immediately go to the Flying Eagle Mansion and have the Da Wang residence sealed. There are my men beside Yin Tianhua who will testify to his crimes in the murder of the 3 daughters of the Xia family. He must be imprisoned in the dungeons without the opportunity to retaliate." Understood. Yin Ke promptly departed to arrange the necessary actions. That very night, 100 officers from the Flying Eagle Mansion stormed the Da Wang residence, leaving Yin Tianhua no chance to escape as they took him captive and transported him to the dungeons. The following day, the entire court was shaken by this incident. Within the court, Yin Zhengchun occupied the throne, while a man in black knelt below. Xia Yunlong, a duke of the great merchants, was also present, his expression darkened. "Yin Jian, are your claims true? Did the Da Wang truly kill Xiahe?" Yin Jingchuan's voice was cold. Xia Yunlong's gaze was equally sharp as he scrutinized the man. A guard close to Yin Tianhua. "Your Majesty, I would never deceive you. I was present during the incident. The Da Wang has long desired Miss Xiahe and that night sought her out with ill intentions. Miss Xiahe refused to yield, and in a fit of rage, the Da Wang took her life and set the residence ablaze. I witnessed all of this and, burdened by my conscience, have come to report it," Yin Jian recounted. Kneeling before the throne, "Your Majesty, we can also attest that His Highness indeed left the palace at the time of the incident and returned late at night, dressed in dark clothing," another added. 2 servants from the Duke of De's household also spoke up, claiming that they possessed a magical mirror that recorded everything. Yin Jian presented another recording mirror, which documented the incident of Yin Tianhua breaking into the estate and committing murder. The eunuch took it, and Yin Zhengchun infused it with his vital energy to observe the scenes within. The mirror revealed the images, indeed capturing the events as they transpired. "Scoundrel!" Yin Zhengchun exclaimed in fury. "This unfilial wretch dares to commit such heinous acts against the heavens. I implore the emperor to seek justice for my family and my sister." Xia Yunlong bowed deeply. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall not offer any protection in this matter. Guards, seize the Duke of Da and imprison him in the Celestial Dungeon for the Ministry of Justice to examine," Yin Zhengchun declared, casting a glance at Xia Yunlong. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for upholding justice," Xia Yunlong replied, rising to his feet. Meanwhile, King Yin Zhengchun cast a knowing glance at Yin Tianai among the crowd below, aware that this maneuver was orchestrated by his eldest son to eliminate his rivals. However, with the situation now exposed, he could only play along. After all, Yin Tianhua was no favorite of his. When he vied for power, he too had climbed over the corpses of his brothers. Chapter 524, The Path of Wolves. Is the royal family truly heartless? They possess feelings, but those do not extend to those of lowly status. Yin Tianhua's mother was merely a palace maid. Had it not been for Yin Zhengchun's drunken indiscretion, Yin Tianhua would not exist, and his very presence was a blemish on Yin Jingchuan's reputation. The emperor loves his eldest son, and the common folk adore the youngest, especially one of such humble origins. A sneer crept upon Yin Tianya's lips, his heart elated. With Xiang Chen dead and Yin Tianhua imprisoned, he had eradicated his rivals. Once Yin Zhengchun abdicated, the royal family, this great Xiang, would belong to him. In the afternoon, within the foreboding castle, Yin Tianhua found himself confined in the celestial dungeon. He had anticipated that his brother, Yin Tianai, would act against him, though the swiftness of it took him by surprise. Yin Tianai descended to personally confront Yin Tianhua. General Liao, the dungeon-s guard, opened the cell door and said, "Your Highness, please enter." Yin Tianai stepped into the cell, gazing at his brother, who was shackled and disheveled. With a cold smile, he remarked, "Second brother, how does it feel in here? Is it as comfortable as the Duke of Da's estate?" Yin Tianhua lifted his head, his appearance ragged, and with a hoarse voice. He questioned, "Why, even now, do you refuse to let me go?" Yin Tianai chuckled coldly. "Second brother, you are naive beyond belief. Ever since you exhibited your talents at the New Year's Palace gathering and revealed your ambition for the throne, it has been clear that one of us must perish. I could forego contesting the throne, yet you remain a threat to my existence. I will not cease my pursuit of the throne, Yin Tianhua replied icily. Yin Tianai paced back and forth, responding, your current inaction does not guarantee your future compliance. Your talents pose a threat, should you grow stronger and rebel against me. It would be too late for me to act. Rest assured, as your elder brother, I shall not harm your household. You will receive a dignified burial. You have conspired against me, and how could father condone your actions when he knows the truth? Yin Tianhua seethed. Ha ha ha, it appears you truly misunderstand father. The means by which he maintains his grip on this realm are far more ruthless than my own, Yin Tianai retorted mockingly, casting a derisive glance at Yin Tianhua. Moreover, I have already disseminated the news of your involvement in the murder of Xiaoji. Now, the entire royal city is aware. Under such circumstances, do you think father will protect you? He has never favored you. Yin Tianhua fell silent, and Yin Tianai continued, additionally, allow me to enlighten you. Do you know how your mother, that wretched woman who bore you, met her demise? It was not due to illness, but rather by poison bestowed upon her by father himself. What? Yin Tianhua's eyes blazed with fury upon hearing this, his voice a thunderous roar. You speak nonsense. Do you doubt my words? Yin Tianai pressed on. Your mother's existence was a blemish upon father's reputation. To erase that stain, he personally delivered the poison. However, even a tiger does not consume its young. When father found you at the tender age of 8, being his biological son, he allowed you to survive. Yin Tianhua was profoundly affected, lost in a haze of despair. How could this be? Was it merely because I was born? The result of his drunken violation of my mother? Father, ha ha ha, Yin Xiang, you possess a heart as cold as ice in your quest for a pristine reputation. Yin Tianhua's laughter turned frenzied. Originally, the Ministry of Justice intended to interrogate you, but since they are all my people, I have made arrangements to spare you from the humiliation and suffering of such an inquiry. Tonight, you may depart in peace. A cold smile graced Yin Tianai's lips as he turned to leave. To General Liao at the entrance, he commanded, eliminate him tonight, and declare it a suicide out of guilt. As you command, Your Highness, General Liao replied with a nod. Allow me to escort you out, Your Highness. General Liao offered as he led Yin Tianai out of the castle. Meanwhile, in a chamber within the castle, Xiang Chen observed as Yin Tianai departed in his carriage. Shortly thereafter, General Liao returned, accompanied by another individual. Disappointed, are we? The newcomer spoke with indifference. Yin Tianhua turned his gaze toward the strikingly handsome youth, his expression as frigid as ice. In a low, somber tone, he remarked, I surmise correctly, yet I did not anticipate his swift betrayal. Father, no, Yin Xiang, you have ultimately abandoned me. How laughable. I never imagined that the one who would kill my own mother would be my father. He chuckled bitterly. Xiang Chen replied calmly. The thirst for power is the most potent poison in this world, capable of corroding everything, even familial bonds. You are indeed extraordinary, Xiang Chen. Even in a place like this prison, you possess the connections to come and go as you please. I suspect that King Xiang has long since vacated this dungeon. Yin Tianhua said, glancing at General Liao, who stood respectfully behind Xiang Chen, adopting the demeanor of a servant. Indeed, my father has long departed from here, and I can assure you, the borders have shifted, Xiang Chen stated with an air of detachment. The royal family is doomed, Yin Tianhua lamented. Liao Yuan, release him. Xiang Chen instructed General Liao. Very well, General Liao stepped forward to unlock Yin Tianhua's shackles. Are you truly going to save me? Yin Tianhua furrowed his brow and remarked. Ultimately, I am a member of the royal family. If I were to divulge what you have mentioned, the royal family would still possess the opportunity to prepare a counterattack. Tianhua, my brother. Xiang Chen gazed at Yin Tianhua and said, I hope to continue addressing you thus. Within the royal family, you are the only individual I hold in high regard. I recall that you have already joined the Yin Huang. Do you remember my words? Once you enter Yin Huang, you become a brother. You are a person of great talent and intellect. In terms of wisdom, none of my brothers can compare to you. I sincerely hope we can remain brothers. If you are willing, accompany me in ruling the world. As he spoke, Xiang Chen produced a pill bottle containing a golden transformation elixir and tossed it to Yin Tianhua, along with the cultivation method of the Tine True Sutra. Yin Tianhua caught it, and Xiang Chen remarked, this is a secret of Yin Huang. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Yin Tianhua's eyes as he looked at Xiang Chen. Calmly, Xiang Chen explained, "It will grant you an immensely powerful gift and bloodline, but you will also be subject to the suppression and control of my bloodline. There are pros and cons. Whether to consume it is your choice. Even if you choose not to, it is of no consequence." After finishing his words, Xiang Chen turned and departed, with Liao Yuan following closely behind and shutting the door. "Young master, are we truly letting him go?" Liao Yuan inquired softly. Xiang Chen stood by the corridor railing, gazing at the dimming landscape of dusk. "Not yet. Keep a watch on him. If he does not consume it within 2 days, eliminate him. Do not torment him." "Understood," Liao Yuan nodded. Xiang Chen walked away alone, contemplating the shadowy corridor ahead, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. As dusk approached, it was already twilight. The trees, yearning for the brilliance of the starry sky, must deepen their roots into the dark soil to absorb all nutrients and strength. Cunning and ferocity. This is the path of the wolf, the way of survival for wolves. Chapter 5:25. Roaring in the palace in the southern red building. It was completely sealed off by Xiahou Wu and his men. Those inside could not escape, nor could anyone from outside enter, rendering it impossible for anyone to relay news from dozens of miles away to the prince's residence. Inside the southern red building, the manager, known as Qin Shou, and an old maid named Lu Chuanyang were bound to a large pillar, surrounded by guards. At that moment, a young man clad in a white robe, strikingly handsome, and a towering figure over 2 meters tall approached. Although still youthful, Xiang Chen's stature was impressive, and he appeared to have shed any remnants of boyishness. Resembling a man in his 20s. "Young master, Master Xiahou," the surrounding white tiger guards greeted respectfully. "Please, release us, gentlemen. Whatever ransom you desire, we shall provide," pleaded Manager Qin, his earlier arrogance vanished. "Indeed, young master, spare us, please," Lu Chuanyang echoed, her voice filled with dismay. Xiang Chen regarded them, his heart brimming with contempt. "I can offer you both a chance at life, but whether you seize it depends on you. Young master, whatever you wish, we shall comply." Manager Qin hastily nodded. Xiang Chen replied calmly, "Tell me, your benefactor, your shield, is it the virtuous King Yin Tianai?" "Indeed," Manager Qin quickly affirmed. "Very well. Tomorrow I want you to publicly declare this, and simultaneously shift all the blame onto Yin Tianai. As long as you help me bring him down, I shall spare your lives," Xiang Chen stated. The 2 men exchanged startled glances to accuse Yin Tianai, the crown prince and the future king of the Deshang dynasty, was a perilous proposition. "Young master, you cannot be serious. To speak thus would surely lead us to our doom," Boss Qin lamented bitterly. Xiang Chen scoffed. "If you act as witnesses, Yin Tianai will surely meet his demise. How could he then harm you? Conversely, should you refuse, I can ensure your suffering begins immediately." As he spoke, a ring in his hand emitted a brilliant glow, and a scorpion, the size of a palm, with a golden hue and delicate wings, materialized. This creature was a product of the celestial scorpion egg he had acquired, now hatched through the Wanyao Ding, its bloodline enhanced to become the ancient divine insect, the golden scorpion. The golden scorpion crawled onto Boss Qin's leg and bit down fiercely, eliciting a scream of agony from him as its venom coursed through his thigh. Soon after, his leg began to decay, the bite transforming into a seeping wound. The toxicity was exceedingly potent. Xiang Chen remarked indifferently, "The venom of my little pet can slowly rot you from foot to head, turning your flesh into pus. Under its influence, you have but 10 minutes to contemplate your fate." "Ah, no, please spare me," Boss Qin cried out, as his foot began to rapidly decompose into putrid flesh. The golden scorpion rested upon Xiang Chen's hand, which he caressed gently. Despite its mere first-level cultivation in the Yuanyang realm, its venom was lethal even to those in the Soul Moon realm. He had originally possessed more than one, but had consumed the others to replenish his Yin energy. Xiang Chen also had 4 Xian serpents, yet they were currently training in the underground Yin veins of Fengchen Manor, and he seldom carried them. Meanwhile, Lu Chuanyang watched in horror as Boss Qin's foot disintegrated, paralyzed by fear and unable to control herself, leaving a foul stench in her wake. "Do not fret. If he refuses, your turn will soon come," Xiang Chen said coolly, stroking the golden scorpion. "I will speak. Please do not kill me," Lu Chuanyang screamed, having never encountered such a cruel poison before. "Do you wish for death?" Boss Qin shouted in anguish. "If we do not accuse him, we are as good as dead," Lu Chunnyang exclaimed, her resolve crumbling. I do not wish to become pus. Both had reached their breaking point, and Boss Qin cried out, Young master, I am willing to testify. Please spare me. Xiang Chen retrieved the golden scorpion and replied, Had you been forthcoming from the start, you would not have suffered this torment. With a flick of his finger, he sent an antidote pill into Boss Qin's mouth, alleviating his pain. However, most of his leg was left as nothing but bone. A truly terrifying sight. The fear in the eyes of both men as they gazed upon Xiang Chen was palpable. This young man's methods were ruthlessly effective. Inside the prison cell, he chuckled, a sound tinged with irony. For who could have predicted that the very schemes he had woven to ensnare others would now entrap himself? Life, much like a game of chess, unfolds with each move anew, leaving us to ponder the clarity of our fate. Yin Tianhua, in a moment of self-mockery, laughed heartily as he gazed at the elixir in his hand, sighing deeply, I can only hope that this time, my trust will not be misplaced. As he consumed the transformative elixir, pain seized him, curling him into a fetal position within his prison cell, anticipating the metamorphosis of his existence. A man of his intellect understood well that the vital secret revealed by Xiang Chen left him with but one path, to follow the current meant prosperity, while to oppose it heralded demise. The following day, the court convened. Within the royal palace, the merchant king continued discussions with his ministers concerning Yin Tianhua. Under Yin Tianya's machinations, most were in favor of executing Yin Tianhua to quell the public's ire and the wrath of the Xia family. It was evident that a single Yin Tianhua weighed less than the formidable Xia clan. Let us sentence him to death. The execution shall take place in the dungeon, and the news will be disseminated thereafter, proclaimed the merchant king, Yin Chen, with a chilling indifference. Understood, Your Majesty. The Ministry of Justice will issue the order immediately, replied a minister with respect. Hearing this, a cold smile flickered across Yin Tianya's lips. The others cast sidelong glances at him. Internally lamenting the identity of the future ruler of the Great Shang was becoming increasingly apparent. All ministers, heed my command. Suddenly, Yin Jingchuan's tone shifted to one of gravitas. Your servant is present. The ministers responded with a bow. From this day forth, the virtuous Prince Yin Tianai shall be enshrined as our nation's heir. But before he could finish, an echoing voice, imbued with potent energy, interrupted from beyond the palace walls. Who dares disturb the palace? Yin Chen questioned coldly, his brow furrowed. A eunuch entered, kneeling before the king. Your Majesty, there is a large gathering outside the main palace gates. It appears that Lord Xiang Chen is calling for Prince Yin Tianai. What? Xiang Chen? Yin Tianya's expression shifted in shock. How could it be him? I thought I had eliminated him. The eunuch replied in a hushed tone, I would not dare deceive you, Your Highness. It is indeed Xiang Chen. Impossible. This scoundrel is alive. Yin Tianya's heart raced with a mix of astonishment and fury. Xiang Chen has returned. Such audacity to cause a ruckus at the royal palace. The ministers, taken aback, whispered among themselves, speculating on Xiang Chen's intentions to disrupt the palace. Yin Tianai, come forth. Xiang Chen's voice boomed once more, resonating with authority. Go and see who it is, Yin Chen commanded, rising with a furrowed brow, his mind racing with questions as he glanced at Yin Tianai. Chapter 526. Xiang Chen blocks the palace. At the palace gates, a throng had assembled, comprising members from the Gongsun family, the Tianxiang Tavern, and the Wanyao Pavilion, alongside numerous commoners drawn by curiosity, all fixated on the youthful figure at the entrance. At the entrance of the palace, the guards stood vigilant, swords drawn. Watching the young man before them, he stood there, shouldering a massive black blade adorned with crimson patterns, measuring a staggering 1 meter and 80 centimeters in length. Clad in garments as white as snow, his long silver hair danced in the wind, arms crossed as he gazed at the grand palace gates. It was young Master Xiang. Wasn't it said that young Master Xiang had gone to the scholarly abode of Huangzhou? What brings him back? What purpose does he serve? Boldly demanding the presence of His Highness the virtuous king? Among the crowd, whispers erupted, many pointing at the youth, some even recognizing him. However, those who identified him were primarily individuals he had placed there, intentionally revealing Xiang Chen's identity. After all, he had changed considerably since his previous self. Suddenly, a rumbling echoed as the palace gates creaked open, and a throng of people emerged from within. The king approaches, a eunuch proclaimed sharply. As the crowd parted to reveal Yin Chen, flanked by ministers. The king has appeared. We pay our respects to His Majesty. The crowd quickly bowed in reverence. Even Xiang Chen, too, clasped his hands and performed a deep bow. Upon spotting Xiang Chen, Yin Jingchuan's expression darkened, while Yin Tianya's face shifted in disbelief. How could this be? Was this fellow truly alive? Yin Tianya's gaze locked onto Xiang Chen, incredulity etched upon his features. How could it be possible? Hadn't he orchestrated Xiang Chen's demise? Had he been deceived by Yin Tianhua? Yet, he had stationed his own men around Xiang Chen and had witnessed him fall into a trap, consumed by flames. Yin Zhengchun glanced at Yin Tianyi and communicated through thought. Is this how you executed your orders? What is your explanation? Father, Yin Tianyi's countenance was grim, unable to provide a response. Bold Xiang Chen, how dare you create such a ruckus before the palace gates? A military officer bellowed. Xiang Chen straightened and replied, Commoner Xiang Chen pays his respects to your majesty. Xiang Chen, what punishment do you deserve? Do you not comprehend that one cannot cause a disturbance before the palace gates, let alone audaciously call upon the virtuous king to emerge? Have you no respect for the law? Yin Jingchuan's voice was cold, authority radiating from him. In response to your majesty, I dared not to be insolent. However, I have an agreement with His Highness the virtuous king, and I must employ this method to summon him. I would never trespass the palace without royal command, Xiang Chen stated, bowing respectfully yet firmly. Nonsense, Yin Tianyi retorted sharply. What agreement do we share that warrants such disrespect? Xiang Chen stood tall, locking eyes with Yin Tianyi. Have you forgotten, your highness, the treaty we established for a duel within 5 years? I am bound by our agreement to challenge you here at the palace gates, and you had already consented. Many from the Xia family are aware of this. Duke Xia can attest to my claims. Xiang Chen turned his gaze towards Xia Yunlong, who, with a flickering gaze, scrutinized Xiang Chen, pondering his true intentions. The crowd, hearing this, began to understand, many now looking towards Yin Tianyi and Xia Yunlong. Yin Tianyi's expression darkened further. Dismissing the notion of Xiang Chen's survival, realizing that the young man's summons stemmed from this very matter, Yin Zhengchun cast a sidelong glance at Yin Tianyi, then turned his attention to Xia Yunlong. Xia Yunlong, with an expressionless face, stepped forward and addressed, Your Majesty. Indeed, there was an agreement made during my mother's grand birthday celebration between Xiang Chen and His Highness the Wise King. Tianyi, is that correct? Shang Wang Yinzhenchen turned his gaze towards Yin Tianyi. Given the circumstances, there was no way to deny it. Yin Tianyi bowed and responded, Indeed. This matter is as you say, father. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's lips curled into a smile as he declared, Since His Highness acknowledges it, the time has come for us to fulfill our agreement in battle. Xiang Chen's voice suddenly rose, infused with true essence. Reverberating over 10 kilometers, Xiang Chen requests a duel with His Highness the Wise King. I implore His Highness to honor our pact and engage in combat with me. His voice thundered, loud enough for countless residents in the vicinity to hear clearly. Yin Tianyi's expression darkened. How could he possibly contend with Xiang Chen, a figure renowned for his prowess at the Huangzhou Academy? Yet, with so many eyes upon him, how could he refuse the challenge? In the Great Shang and across the continent, nations were founded on martial strength. Such an agreement could not be dismissed. We beseech His Highness to engage in battle. The wise king is illustrious and mighty. He shall surely triumph over Xiang Chen. The crowd echoed this sentiment, thousands shouting, notably those affiliated with Xiang Chen's influence. Ultimately, nearly everyone present joined in the chorus. Yin Zhengchun snorted coldly, remaining noncommittal. Yin Tianyi, his countenance grim, forced a smile and stepped forward, saying, Indeed. I did promise such a sparring match. Xiang Chen, let us engage as friends. This contest should be kept within limits. Xiang Chen replied indifferently, That will not suffice. It was clearly stated that should I lose, my life would be forfeit to your highness, and should you lose, I would display you upon a flagpole for all the citizens to witness your grandeur. At this, Yin Tianyi's facade crumbled. He transmitted with his true essence, Xiang Chen, must you be so ruthless? Xiang Chen retorted with a cold laugh, Ruthless? You have attempted to take my life multiple times. Is that not ruthless? Yin Tianyi, there is no retreat for you now. He then raised his voice, Since your highness has already agreed to battle, let us proceed. Yin Tianyi's face was a picture of distress as he surveyed the throngs of citizens gathered, their fervent shouts ringing in his ears. Steeling himself, he declared, As you wish. I shall engage in battle with you. Xiang Chen erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Splendid. Truly worthy of the great Shang's wise king. Please, proceed. Yin Tianyi stepped forward. his true essence surging within him, as a shadow resembling a dragon or serpent emerged behind him, a manifestation of the royal bloodline's serpent spirit. At the first level of the Yuan-Yang realm, if I recall correctly, Your Highness is merely 25 years of age. Achieving the first level of the Yuan-Yang realm at such a young age is indeed astonishing, remarked several military and civil officials, sensing his imposing aura. However, Xiang Chen advanced a step, releasing his own true essence. The aura of the second level of the Yuan-Yang realm enveloped the area, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The second level of the Yuan-Yang realm, stronger than Tianai by one entire realm. How is this possible? Am I misperceiving? Xiang Chen has actually attained the second level of the Yuan-Yang realm. No, this is impossible. A year ago, Xiang Chen had only reached the great heavenly position of the divine concealment realm during the spring hunt. How could this be? The officials who witnessed last year's spring hunt gazed in disbelief at the young man. To ascend 9 levels in a year?